Chapter 1. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bustling marketplace under the auspices of the Li clan began to quiet down, with the throngs of cultivators gradually dispersing, leaving only the faint sounds of haggling lingering in the air. A fair-skinned youth, no older than 15 and clad in a flowing gray robe, excitedly clutched a vial of elixir in his hand. "Old man, are you truly willing to sell it to me at such a low price?" He cast a furtive glance at the elderly vendor, who specialized in selling manuals and medicinal pills, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. This old man of the Li clan's marketplace was notoriously miserly, adhering strictly to the principle that every penny counts and never offering discounts. Yet today, he was inexplicably willing to part with his elixirs at a bargain. Something felt amiss profoundly so. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard and smiled benevolently at the young lad. "Indeed, I am selling it to you at a reduced price as a kind of offering in advance. You see, I am off to the Spirit Beast Mountains cultivation city for business. Offer your supplies to someone else. I'm not dead yet," Wang Li exclaimed, his irritation boiling over for the first time. Reflecting on his journey from Earth to this realm of cultivation, he recalled the countless hardships he had endured to join the Li clan in pursuit of enlightenment. Though he possessed the talent of 4 spirit roots, he did not despair, rather, he perceived it as an advantage. After all, the renowned Han Tianzuan also shared this trait. Despite lacking a golden finger or a system, he believed that with diligent practice, he could carve out his own path. Having left home to cultivate at the age of 7 and training for 5 years, he had now attained the 4th level of qi refinement. In summary, the future was bright. You may feel fine now, but mark my words, you will meet your demise in 8 years. I'm only selling it to you at this price because you often purchase from me. Consider it an early offering." With that, the white-bearded elder waved his hand, stowing the items into his ring before floating away. "Old man, you must be joking, right?" Wang Li shouted after him. Yet the elder paid him no mind, soaring away on his sword. How infuriating! While others may not have understood the old man's strength, Wang Li was acutely aware of it. This elder was undoubtedly a profound expert who had traversed the mortal realm. During a previous disturbance in the marketplace, he had merely flicked a finger and dispatched a foundational-level cultivator with ease. Ding! Detected an otherworldly soul-life simulation device successfully bound. Simulations can be conducted once a week, with additional simulations requiring the expenditure of spirit stones. As the voice echoed, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Life Simulation Device, LV1. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation Method, Red Fire Sutra. Cultivation Level, Qi Refinement Level 4. Simulation Points, 0. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Li's heart raced, a glimmer of joy illuminating his fair cheeks. "I've got it. I knew it would come. BYD, a golden finger may arrive late, but it will never be absent," he shouted triumphantly in his mind, his fists clenching with anticipation. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was observing him, Wang Li suppressed his elation, tucked the elixir into his pocket, and hastily departed. The Li clan had strict regulations. All outer disciples were prohibited from staying out without family consent. They had to return before dark, or face confinement if caught. Wang Li had no desire to be apprehended or confined. He hurriedly covered several miles back to the Li clan's North Mountain villa, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Once in his room, he secured the door and, calming his emotions, began to explore the functions of the simulator in his mind. "Simulator? Are you there?" No response. "Is it a mere object?" Wang Li pondered momentarily before delving deeper into the simulator's capabilities. Firstly, the simulator can conduct 1 simulation per week. Additional simulations require the expenditure of energy. Each simulation randomly selects a talent. Talents can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 1 option can be selected to bring back to reality. Talents range from low to high: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. After a moment of silence, Wang Li took a deep breath. "Simulator, activate." No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed in his mind, and a panel appeared before him. Simulator activating. Randomly selecting talent. Talent selected, Diary Enthusiast. Congratulations! You have obtained the white talent, Diary Enthusiast. Diary Enthusiast. You have a keen passion for writing, documenting your daily experiences. Really? Is this even a talent? Honestly, are you some bald-headed golden finger in disguise? He muttered in disbelief, continuing to read. At the Li clan's North Mountain Villa, having acquired a golden finger, you were eager to initiate the simulation, curious as to why the white-beard elder had warned of your demise in 8 years. You pondered throughout the night, unable to fathom why he made such a statement. Could he possess the ability to see into the future? Did he know that you would encounter peril during your training? You found yourself utterly perplexed. You penned a diary entry that day. The following day, you threw yourself into rigorous cultivation, acutely aware of your innate shortcomings as a mere ant. You wrote another diary entry. On the third day, the old man's words haunted you like a nightmare, causing unrest as you continued to cultivate. You recorded another diary entry. On the fourth day, your childhood friend, Lu Zidin, came to visit. He was the son of the village's private tutor, and you shared a close bond. Seeing your arduous training, he decided to treat you with the riches he had earned from mining, inviting you to unwind at the marketplace. Brother Zidin wants you to relax, and you feel grateful for his kindness. Thus, you set aside your cultivation and accompanied him to the Immortals' pavilion for some leisure. You wrote in your diary that day, and the entry contained but a single word, damn. Is this truly who I am? Who doesn't know that I, Wang Li, regard beauty as mere refuse? Wang Li rapped on the bed frame, feeling that the simulator had sullied his reputation beyond recognition. On the fifth day, as twilight descended, you expressed your desire to return to training. Yet Lu Zidin persisted in his invitation to unwind, assuring you that he had received permission from the steward for occasional overnight stays. Valuing friendship, you acquiesced, indulging in another night of revelry. You wrote in your diary that day, and the entry contained but a single word, rough. Something feels off. Am I truly like this? Wang Li gazed at the version of himself in the simulator, finding it hard to believe. On the sixth day, yearning to return to training, you once more faced Lu Zidin's insistence to relax. This time, you maintained your heroic demeanor, resolutely declining his invitation and departing with your head held high. Once outside the Immortals' pavilion, you surveyed your surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before returning to the Li clan, pale and weary. You were a man who prided himself on strength. You wrote in your diary that day. In the ensuing month, you committed yourself to diligent cultivation, and Lu Zidin ceased his visits. A year passed, and you broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, bringing you joy. However, thoughts of your impending demise in 8 years swiftly dampened your spirits. Another year went by, and your cultivation stagnated. You reflected on your youthful arrogance, believing that having 4 spirit roots would suffice to achieve greatness, and you felt a sense of disillusionment. The next day, Lu Zidin returned, inviting you to the Immortals' pavilion once more. Brother Zidin wants you to relax, and you feel grateful for his kindness. You wrote in your diary that day, and the entry contained but a single word, bite. In the 3rd year, your cultivation remained stagnant, but your prowess in writing improved, granting you a modest reputation at the Immortals' pavilion. You continued to write daily, but your entries gradually shifted from words to illustrations. In the 4th year, your cultivation reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, filling you with delight, and the thoughts of life and death faded from your mind as you invited Lu Zidin to unwind. On that day, the steward in charge of distributing cultivation resources at the Li clan admonished you, reminding you that young individuals must practice moderation and that diligent cultivation is the true path. You agreed verbally, yet continued your visits to the Immortals' pavilion daily, honing your writing skills. Thus, another year passed, during which your artistic abilities flourished, your paintings becoming lifelike, and you garnered a modest reputation at the Immortals' pavilion. Beautiful fairies sought your artwork daily, while your cultivation showed no signs of progress. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, catching you off guard. Yet soon, you felt indifferent, having grown weary of elixirs and with no progress in cultivation. Indeed, you had succumbed to complacency. Damn it, something is off. Is this really me? Am I the sort to give up so easily? Surely, I have been misled by this diary entry. Wang Li argued passionately, pointing at the panel in frustration. He then continued to read. In the 7th year, your childhood friend Lin Yu arrived at the North Mountain Villa in search of you and Lu Zidon. As you gazed at the now handsome young man who had achieved the 10th level of qi refinement, embarrassment washed over you. Lin Yu, Lu Zidwan, and you are all cultivators hailing from Lajiakin in the mountainous town of Nanzhou, Chigua. You were once dear companions, later taken by the Li family cultivators in search of celestial opportunities to the Li clan's sect. His innate talent was something you once envied and begrudged, as was his striking handsomeness. Wang Li found himself at a loss for words indeed. He felt a pang of envy towards Lin Yu, for such feelings are only human. Lin Yu, the son of the village's landlord, had been handsome since childhood and, upon joining the Li clan, was discovered to possess dual spirit roots. He was accepted into the inner sect of the Li clan and granted the surname Li. Upon encountering Lin Yu once more, both you and Lu Zidwan were filled with joy. Lin Yu extended an invitation to the two of you to visit the marketplace, offering to treat you. The marketplace today was abuzz with activity, as word spread that the illustrious Li Yunxi, a prodigy from the Li clan, was returning home from her training at the Tianyi sect. Among the throngs of people, you caught sight of a graceful young woman seated in a palanquin, adorned in a flowing white dress. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin pale as snow, and her beauty was exquisite and breathtaking, truly a vision that could captivate nations. Your heart stirred. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu amidst the crowd and cautioned him, as a member of the family, to devote himself to his cultivation and refrain from mingling with the likes of you, lest he squander his potential in frivolous pursuits at the marketplace. The remainder of the afternoon found you all lacking the desire to continue your revelries. After bidding each other farewell, you returned to the Beishan villa, retreating to your room to commence your diary entry dedicated to Li Yunxi. Defiance against destiny. Wang Li felt as though his simulated self had indeed defied fate. On the following day, Lin Yu did not seek out you and Lu Zidwan, leaving both of you feeling somewhat forlorn. Today, your diary entry was a disheartened depiction, again centered on Li Yunxi. Months passed, and you experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the 7th layer of qi refinement. This advancement rekindled your ardor for cultivation. That evening, you continued your diary, once more focusing on Li Yunxi. By the end of October in the 7th year, news reached you of Lu Zijuan's betrayal of his family, leading to his execution. You were struck with shock and profound sorrow. You wished to pay tribute, but hesitated to do so, instead opting to paint daily as a means of alleviating your grief. November immersed in painting. December immersed in painting. On the first night of the 8th year, you found yourself once again chronicling your thoughts. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over you, prompting you to glance backward in haste. You were dead. What? Wang Li's mouth fell open in disbelief, his expression a canvas of incredulity. Is this it? How the hell can you let me die without clarity? This simulation has concluded, and you may select one reward from the following options. Diary Master. You possess a deep fondness for journaling, recording your daily experiences. Diary. A chronicle of your daily deeds. Current simulation cultivation level. 7th layer of qi refinement. Writing skills. Techniques pertaining to writing. Master of painting. Your artistic abilities are now exquisite, and your portraits capture the essence of life. After perusing the options, Wang Li decisively selected the cultivation reward. As the mystical energy surged within him, his aura could no longer be concealed, revealing his 7th layer prowess. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Wang Li felt a surge of powerful energy within, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Who would have thought that old man spoke the truth? I truly have only 8 years to live. So what transpired in that 8th year? Wang Li grappled with confusion. He had been comfortably residing within the Li clan, leading a secluded life with no enemies. Why then, had he been so abruptly slain? He had inexplicably lost consciousness, only to awaken to death. Could it be that the Li clan was annihilated? Was he silenced as a member of the Li family? I am curious to know what truly happened. Wang Li gazed at the flickering candlelight in his room, his heart tempestuous as a storm-tossed sea. That night, Wang Li's desire to cultivate dissipated the reality of his impending demise in 8 years weighed heavily upon him. What the white-bearded elder had foretold was indeed true. I cannot remain passive, I must rise and resist. Clenching his fists, Wang Li retrieved the spirit stones he had kept hidden beneath his pillow, approximately 50 in number, and invested them all into the simulator. Life Simulation Device, Level 1. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation Technique, Qi. Cultivation Level, 7th layer of Qi Refinement. Simulation Points, 100. What? 50 low-grade spirit stones yield only 100 simulation points? Seriously, are you a simulator from the penguin family? Wang Li was taken aback. This simulator was exceedingly stingy, granting so few points for such a considerable investment. It is of no consequence, just enough to simulate, so I shall refrain from further commentary. Simulator, activate. As the words left his lips, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Simulator initializing. Randomly selecting talents. Talent acquired. Pickpocketing. Congratulations on obtaining the white talent. Pickpocketing. Pickpocketing. At some point, you have developed a penchant for thievery, and each time you venture out, you cannot resist the urge to pilfer a little, as the saying goes. A thief never leaves empty-handed. How absurd. Upon seeing this talent, Wang Li knew without a doubt that his fate was sealed. He had already surmised how he would meet his demise, likely caught in the act of theft and subsequently beaten to death. Li Clan Celestial Sect, North Mountain Annex. Eager to utilize this newfound ability, you hastily commenced your second simulation, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover what transpired 8 years hence. Understanding that strength is paramount, you dedicated yourself to rigorous training. However, the path of cultivation proved as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Ever since you broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, your progress had stagnated, prompting you to abandon the notion of relentless practice. Instead, you turned your focus to the cultivation of spells. On the first day, you practiced fireball technique, achieving proficiency. On the second day, you continued with the fireball technique. Advancing further on the third day, you finally switched to another spell, commencing the study of object manipulation technique, which also progressed. On the fourth day, your childhood friend Lu Ziduan visited. Being the son of the village's private tutor, you shared a close bond. Observing your arduous training, he resolved to use his mining earnings to treat you to a leisurely outing at the market. Brother Duan invites you to unwind, he said, and you felt grateful for his kindness. Thus, you set aside your cultivation and accompanied him to the celestial pavilion in the market for some relaxation. BYD, yet another indulgence. Wang Li found himself speechless. Was he truly the kind of person who squandered his ambitions? Could it be that the allure of the celestial pavilion outweighed the aspiration to attain immortality? Simulator, it's hard to say. As you and Lu Ziduan strolled through the bustling market, your hands grew restless, and you surreptitiously lifted some spirit stones from unsuspecting cultivators, carefully selecting those of lower cultivation levels to target. You felt your actions were impeccably executed, yet to the discerning eyes of higher-tier cultivators, your every move had been laid bare, though they chose to overlook you. Upon arriving at the celestial pavilion, you were met with a warm welcome. That night, numerous garments belonging to the celestial maidens went missing. As the instigator, you gleefully stashed the items into your storage pouch. On the way home, Lu Ziduan inquired multiple times about the origin of your storage pouch. You claimed it was something you found. In truth, the pouch had been accumulated by a certain maiden as her family's inheritance, which you had pilfered. What a beastly act, preying on the vulnerable maidens of the brothel. At that moment, Wang Li felt a twinge of disdain for his simulated self. After returning to the North Mountain Annex of the Li Clan, Lu Ziduan invited you for tea and philosophical discussions, to which you gladly accepted. Upon returning from Lu Ziduan's residence, you discovered an additional 30 spirit stones in your possession, which you had discreetly taken from behind his pillow while he was brewing tea. BYD, Brother Duan treats you, and this is how you repay him? How delightful. Wang Li could no longer contain his frustration. This simulated version of himself was truly despicable. On the fifth day, Lu Ziduan invited you to work at the Li Clan's spirit mine. However, feeling somewhat guilty, you declined his offer. in the following days, items began disappearing from the North Mountain Annex, and many suspected you. Whispers circulated that you were often seen wandering around the annex instead of cultivating. You had anticipated this suspicion and claimed to have lost spirit stones yourself. After this incident, you became more restrained. Yet, as the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. You still found it difficult to control your impulses. Days later, in a moment of weakness, you succumbed to temptation and stole from the stewardess' house. Just as you prepared to leave with 300 spirit stones, you were caught by the Li family steward, who had been waiting for you all along. I knew it. Sighing, you lamented, "Those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Thievery, after all, cannot lead to success." Wang Li shook his head, expressing his thoughts. You were apprehended, and as word spread throughout the annex, your notoriety grew. Those from whom you had stolen items came to confront you. The spirit stones and elixirs you had pilfered were long since consumed for your cultivation. How could you possibly repay the disciples? Ultimately, the cultivators from the family's law enforcement hall found you. Brought before the elders of the law enforcement hall, they regarded you with a degree of leniency due to your status as a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. They inquired, with a hint of confusion, why you felt compelled to steal from others. Observing the enforcers flanking you, you candidly admitted that it was merely a hobby. Each time you left the house, you felt an irresistible urge to take something back. You had considered controlling this impulse, but alas, it remained unmanageable. After a moment of silence, the elder imposed a punishment upon you, breaking your hands and feet, followed by 6 months of confinement. Amidst your heart-wrenching cries, you were taken to the depths of the law enforcement hall's dungeon. You found yourself imprisoned in the dungeon, a place devoid of sunlight. Shrouded in darkness, lying on the cold bed, surrounded by the oppressive gloom, you experienced fear for the first time. After languishing in this state for 6 months, you were finally released, and your previously broken limbs had healed. As the elder of the law enforcement hall ordered your release, he solemnly advised you, as a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, reaching this point is no small feat. I hope you will abandon your vices and start anew. You nodded in agreement, yet internally dismissed his words that a few days after returning to the North Mountain Annex, the cultivators whose belongings you had stolen began to seek you out for retribution. However, upon witnessing your cultivation prowess, they retreated in disarray, no longer daring to provoke you. Your life returned to normalcy. When Lu Ziduan returned from the spirit mine, he came to console you, urging you to reform and abandon thievery. For such actions would never lead to greatness. Seeing your childhood companion disregard past grievances and remain your friend touched you deeply. Your bond with Lu Ziduan was restored, and you frequently worked together in the spirit mine. In the 2nd year, your cultivation made some progress, yet you still had not broken through. Each time you spotted a storage pouch at someone else's waist, your hands would instinctively reach out, a reflection of her nature that proved exceedingly difficult to suppress. In the 3rd year, numerous spirit stones and elixirs began to vanish from the mining site, and a familiar cultivator pointed an accusing finger at you in front of the others, declaring, "You are the thief." In response, you chose to retaliate, injuring the accusing cultivator and revealing your cultivation level, before making a hasty escape from the spirit mine, just as you were about to flee the Li clan. You were once again apprehended by the law enforcement hall, by familiar faces in a familiar room. Your hands and feet were broken, and you were confined once more. This talent descriptor has an overwhelmingly detrimental effect on one's character. Does it not? Wang Li's expression soured. He resolved that after this simulation ended, he would never again choose this talent. Half a year later, you were released from confinement, appearing gaunt and frail from prolonged darkness. Having developed a mild form of claustrophobia, you glanced at the blinding sunlight. A complex array of emotions crossed your face, prompting you to ponder why you had fallen so low in the 5th year. You decided to reform, spending your days secluded in a small room diligently cultivating. Whenever the urge to steal arose, you would pluck a strand of hair from your head. After several days, you had become completely bald. In this year, you ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement, becoming the highest-ranking outer sect disciple at the North Mountain Annex. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to distribute cultivation resources. This is within your expectations. You are not surprised. You understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Li clan's celestial lineage providing such a wealth of cultivation resources to their external disciples for so many years is already an immense favor. None of the external disciples dispute this, as they are not members of the Li clan, and the celestial lineage has no obligation to perpetually support their cultivation endeavors in the 7th year. Your youthful friend Lin Yu came to the northern mountain villa in search of you, and Lu Zidan, as you beheld the dashing young man before you, whose cultivation had already reached the 10th level of qi refining. You felt a pang of envy and jealousy. That afternoon, while wandering the market, you stealthily lifted a token from Lin Yu. Upon realizing the token was missing, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, his mood soured, and he hastily bid farewell to you and Lu Zidan before departing. After Lin Yu's departure, Lu Zidan cast a disapproving glance at you, inquiring why you had stolen Lin Yu's token. You hastily denied it. Yet Lu Zidan, knowing your character, was not easily swayed by your words, leading to an unfortunate rift between you two. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the Celestial Clan, causing quite a stir. Alas, Wang Li thought, feeling a tumult of emotions, unsure of what to say. After purchasing a few items in the market, you also pilfered some additional goods. Over the years, your thieving skills had become exceedingly refined. You could practically steal without a trace, evading detection by cultivators of lower realms. Upon returning to the northern mountain villa, your mood soured as the weight of impending doom pressed upon you. Suddenly, the thought of Lu Zidan's imminent execution in October struck you. With the dawn of the next day, you sought out Lu Zidan to apologize and expressed your desire to continue accompanying him. Lu Zidan was taken aback by your change of heart. But being a person of easygoing nature, he quickly forgave you. In the ensuing months, you remained by Lu Zidan's side at the spirit mine. Each time you felt the urge to steal, you would give yourself a firm reprimand, forcing yourself to restrain those impulses. In September, upon Lu Zidan's return from the market, he became increasingly restless, lacking the motivation to work. Suspecting it was related to the previous simulation of betrayal, you pressed him for answers. Lu Zidan hesitated but ultimately withheld the truth, fearing your potential for betrayal due to your questionable character. What? Am I the sort to betray? Wang Li sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, a tarnished reputation complicates all endeavors. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidan's betrayal of his clan and subsequent execution. Having anticipated this turn of events, your heart remained unmoved. Once the turmoil subsided, you began to investigate the true cause of Lu Zidan's death. A fortnight later, at Lu Zidan's residence, you uncovered some clues and set out to find a woman in the market. Through your inquiries, you encountered a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Just as you were about to question her, you noticed her vacant gaze, as if she had been transformed into a puppet. In your shock, a surge of mystical energy descended from above and flooded into your being. Your soul was extinguished. You were dead. Upon seeing the 3 blood-red words "you were dead" on the screen, Wang Li's complexion turned pale. The simulation concluded, and he could select one of the following rewards: petty thievery. Unbeknownst to you, you have developed a habit of petty theft, always taking a little something whenever you venture out. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Storage bag. A storage bag you surreptitiously acquired from the Celestial Pavilion. Simulation cultivation, Qi refinement level 8. Garments, various garments belonging to the Celestial Maidens. Thieving experience. Your thieving skills have reached a level of mastery, allowing you to steal from cultivators of lower realms without detection. Mysterious token. The token you obtained from Lin Yu, rumored to possess extraordinary properties. Spell cultivation experience. Insights gained from practicing spells within the simulator. 800 spirit stones. Spirit stones acquired through theft in the simulated world, not usable in the actual simulation. Wang Li surveyed the array of rewards and chose the Qi refinement level 8. 8S, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into him. His cultivation ascended to the 8th level of Qi refining. Qi refinement level 8. So, the cultivation is not cumulative but rather a replacement. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I must have been overly optimistic. Wang Li mused to himself. He then exited the simulation, stepped out of his room, and sat on a stone bench outside, gazing into the distant night. These two simulations had revealed a singular truth. I will indeed meet my demise in 8 years. What, then, was the reason behind Lu Zidan's execution? Who exactly is Jiang Qingyan? What is her connection to Lu Zidan, and why has she been reduced to a puppet? Who transformed her into such a state? Wang Li's expression grew complicated. His intellect was insufficient to unravel these myriad questions. It seemed imperative that in the next simulation, he should foster a better relationship with Lu Zidan to ascertain the reasons for his death. At this moment, he also harbored doubts about whether his prior demise in the simulation was due to Lu Zidan attracting unwelcome attention, leading to his own eradication as collateral damage. Contemplating this, Wang Li set off to seek out Lu Zidan, intending to borrow some spirit stones for further simulations. After all, it would be more prudent to utilize those stones for simulations rather than squander them at the Celestial Pavilion. The morning at the Northern Mountain Villa was refreshing, the sun shining brightly, casting a warm glow as it rose. From a distance, the mountains appeared to be draped in a golden hue, signaling the arrival of autumn. Wang Li descended the stone steps, making his way deeper into the courtyard. After navigating several turns and encountering a few individuals with respectful gestures, he paused before a door. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door. And shortly after, it opened to reveal a towering figure, an imposing man standing 8 feet tall. Upon seeing Wang Li, the man's face lit up with joy. My dear brother, what brings you here? Zidan, it has been too long. I just completed my training and came to visit you. Wang Li replied with a smile, comfortably entering the room. Lu Zidan welcomed him in, offering him a cup of tea before taking a seat opposite him. It has been far too long since we last saw each other. I have missed you dearly, Lu Zidan remarked, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Ever since the 3 of us were brought to the Li family for cultivation, we have seen little of each other. When Lin Yu was accepted into the inner sect, he promised to visit us. Yet here we are, years later, and not a trace of him. Perhaps he has been occupied with something. Wang Li interjected. Lu Zidan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. After sipping his tea, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Li. You must have come for a reason. Brother, do not hesitate to ask. We are family. Wang Li nodded earnestly, looking directly at Lu Zidan. Brother, might I borrow some spirit stones? As he spoke, he awkwardly began to scratch the sole of his foot, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the request. How many do you need? Lu Zidan hesitated for a moment before inquiring softly. 50 spirit stones. Wang Li cautiously gauged Lu Zidan's reaction. After a brief silence, Lu Zidan waved his hand grandly, producing 100 spirit stones. Here, take this. Brother, this is too much, Wang Li exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the 100 spirit stones on the table. Not at all. Take it. I initially intended to use these spirit stones to treat you at the Celestial Pavilion. But since you wish to borrow them, I'll give you a bit more, Lu Zidan replied nonchalantly. Thank you, brother. I will repay you, Wang Li said respectfully, looking earnestly at the formidable man before him. Think nothing of it, Lu Zidan replied, dismissively. If recalling something, he retrieved a spirit pickaxe from his storage bag. Brother, it's time to return to the spirit mine for work. I'll see you in a few days. Understood, brother. Wang Li watched Lu Zidan depart before collecting the spirit stones and heading back to his room. Upon closing the door behind him, Wang Li deposited all the spirit stones into the simulator. Life Simulator LV1 host. Wang Li age, 12 cultivation method. Crimson Fire Scripture cultivation level. Chi refinement level 8 simulation points. 200 that should be sufficient for 2 simulations. Let us begin. Murmuring softly, Wang Li activated the simulator. The simulator booted up, randomly selecting talents. Talent selected. Soul-seeking retribution. Congratulations, you have acquired the black talent. Soul-seeking retribution. Soul-seeking retribution. As long as the soul remains unextinguished. Within the first 7 days, it can return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking away any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Bumli Klikano. What a joke. Why would he spend energy points to refresh a talent when he could use them for simulation? Who knows what terrifying entities he might summon? Perhaps it will be better to postpone such decisions. Besides, this soul-seeking retribution talent is rather impressive. Today, You borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Zidu and initiated the simulation. Aware of your impending demise in 8 years, you began to devise every possible means of self-preservation. Following the clues from your last simulation, you set out to the market in search of a woman named Jiang Qingyan. However, your eagerness bore no fruit. From morning until afternoon, you failed to locate any trace of Jiang Qingyan, leading you to suspect she might only arrive 8 years later. Disheartened, you returned and commenced your spell cultivation, honing your fireball technique. The next day, you approached Lu Zidu, intending to accompany him to the mine for some extra income. Working alongside Lu Zidu in the mine, your days were filled with labor and cultivation, leading a reclusive life that a month later, on the day designated for collecting cultivation resources, the overseer took notice of you. He was astonished that someone with your qualifications had managed to reach the 8th level of chi refinement in such a short time. Despite your numerous explanations, the overseer remained skeptical. Ultimately, he reported your case to the clan elders. That evening, you were taken away. Alas, Wang Li thought as the simulation reached this point, a grave expression crossing his face, that he had forgotten to conceal his cultivation level from the Li clan's members. Arriving at the Li family at the age of 7 and cultivating for a mere 5 years, he had astonishingly achieved the 8th level of chi refinement with 4 spirit roots. Such speed was indeed extraordinary, rivaling that of a 2 spirit root cultivator. Damn it! It seemed he had grown complacent, forgetting the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures, and now the clan had its eyes on him. Tapping his fingers against the table, Wang Li resolved to seek a method to conceal his cultivation. Upon entering the clan's law enforcement hall, he discovered 3 individuals had been waiting for some time. Fixing his gaze, he recognized that the leader was none other than Li Daojin, the patriarch of the Li clan and a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Flanking him were the law enforcement elder Li Daoshu and the grand elder Li Daoming. You respectfully bowed to the trio. After the formalities, Grand Elderly Daoming began to inquire about the rapid progress in your cultivation. In a state of desperation, you decided to borrow the identity of an old Taoist. Informing the Grand Elder that your swift advancement was due to an encounter in the market where a white-bearded Taoist gifted you an unknown elixir. They accepted your explanation, marveling at your fortunate circumstances. In the end, the law enforcement elder lifted the restrictions placed upon you, encouraging you to return and cultivate diligently, striving for an early breakthrough to the 10th level of chi refinement. That night, as you sat cross-legged in meditation, you were subjected to a soul search. Despite your desperate struggles, it proved futile. Ultimately, you chose to self-destruct your soul. You perished. Due to the obliteration of your soul, your talent could not be activated. And the simulation concluded. The simulation ended, allowing you to choose one of the following rewards. 1. Soul seeking retribution. As long as the soul remains unextinguished within the first 7 days, it can return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking away any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Point 2. Spell cultivation experience. Your experience in spell cultivation within the simulator. Point 3. Current simulation cultivation level. 8th level of chi refinement. Point 4. 100 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable for simulation. After the simulation, Wang Li's countenance darkened significantly. An innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures. This time, he had been careless, failing to anticipate such scrutiny. However, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. One failure did not perturb Wang Li. He merely needed to exercise greater care next time. Yet, one peculiar detail lingered in his mind. During the second simulation, he had not concealed his 7th level of chi refinement cultivation at all. Yet it had not attracted any trouble then, nor had he been reported to the overseer or subjected to an inquiry by the patriarch, grand elder, and law enforcement elder. Even the law enforcement elder Li Daoshu had previously encouraged him to cultivate diligently. While this simulation also urged him to focus on his cultivation, he felt an inexplicable shift in attitude compared to the last simulation. Contemplating this, Wang Li selected the talent, soul-seeking retribution. After a brief respite to recover his composure, he initiated a new simulation. This time, he would proceed with utmost caution and diligence. The simulator powered up, randomly selecting talents. Talent selected, Array Prodigy. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue talent, Array Prodigy. Array prodigy. You possess an innate and unique talent for array formation, and with diligent practice over time, you will become an exceptional master of arrays. By heavens, a blue talent. It must be a sign of good fortune. Upon witnessing the simulator yield of a blue talent, Wang Li's breath quickened slightly. The hierarchy of talents ranges from white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, to rainbow. Obtaining a blue talent was undeniably a stroke of luck. Today, you borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Zidu and activated the simulation once more. Aware of your imminent demise in 8 years, you began to devise every possible means of self-preservation. Following the clues from your last simulation, you set out to the market in search of a woman named Jiang Qingyan, all the while knowing that your current cultivation level was a double-edged sword that must remain concealed. The next day, you approached Lu Zidu again, intending to accompany him to the mine for some extra income. Working diligently at the mine alongside Lu Zidu, your days were filled with labor and cultivation, leading a secluded life. A month later, on the day designated for collecting cultivation resources, you remembered the outcome of your previous simulation. Thus, you refrained from going yourself and allowed Lu Zidu to collect the resources on your behalf while you headed to the market. On the way, 2 Chi Refinement 6th level rogue cultivators ambushed you, intent on killing you. Revealing your cultivation, you unleashed your fireball technique, eliminating both with ease. Killing was as simple as slaughtering chickens for you, having grown up amidst carnage without any psychological burden. After cleaning the battlefield and erasing all traces, you departed, having achieved your goal with caution. At the Wanbao Pavilion in the market, you inquired about methods to conceal your cultivation. After some haggling, you spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a foundational concealment method. Successfully mastering it, you could now hide your cultivation level. To ordinary individuals, you would appear as anything but a foundation establishment cultivator. You returned to your clan with this newfound treasure and engaged in all-night practice. As the concealment technique took effect, your cultivation reverted to the unremarkable 5th level of Chi refinement. In the 2nd year. With your earnings from mining, you purchased a comprehensive guide to basic arrays and learned several foundational formations. By the 3rd year, you had mastered the comprehensive guide to basic arrays, effortlessly employing various foundational formations, achieving modest success in the realm of array formation. However, in the 4th year, your progress in cultivation stagnated, which struck you as peculiar. Despite dedicating these years to studying arrays and cultivating, even setting up basic spirit gathering arrays for enhancement, your advancement was painfully slow, suggesting that your potential had reached its limits. In the 5th year, you continued your study of arrays while persisting in your cultivation, yet your progress remained dishearteningly slow. After 5 years, you had yet to touch the threshold of the 9th level of Chi refinement. By the 6th year, the Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, making your practice even more arduous. 6 years without breaking through to the 9th level of Chi refinement. What could be the reason? Wang Li's expression darkened as he suspected something unknown must have transpired. The prolonged stagnation in your cultivation had begun to alter your mindset. Yet you continue to study formations, and you have now mastered the construction of mid-tier formations at will. Among the outer disciples, your cultivation remains the highest. In the 7th year. Your youthful friend Lin Yu visits the Northern Mountain Villa to seek you, and Lu Ji Duan, as you gaze upon the dashing young man before you. Now, at the 10th level of Chi refinement, your heart is devoid of envy or jealousy, only a profound sense of solitude. You and Lu Ji Duan listen as he recounts his experiences of the past years. And upon hearing that Lin Yu has a mentor guiding him in cultivation, combat, and formations, you can only manage a bitter smile. After 7 years of struggling to break through a single realm, you find that the initial fervor that once burned within you has dimmed, and suddenly, you realize that the worth of your dual spiritual roots is still on the rise. You all venture to the marketplace, which is bustling with activity today, as Li Yunxi, the proud daughter of the Li clan, has returned home. Amidst the throngs of people, your eyes catch sight of a graceful young lady seated in a palanquin, clad in a flowing white dress. Her figure is ample, her skin fair as snow, and her beauty exquisite enough to rival that of a nation. Your heart stirs. However, as you simulate this moment, Wang Li furrows his brow slightly. but quickly finds solace in the realization that he has spent these years devoted to cultivation. Without even encountering a beautiful woman, a flutter of emotion does not signify affection. It is merely a natural, physiological response. Yet, Li Yunqi shows no interest in you, seeming to regard Lin Yu alone. Your mood gradually settles into a calm demeanor. Ally Yunqi persists in advising Lin Yu to distance himself from you and Lu Jiduan, stating plainly that mingling with you both will not lead to a fruitful path. You and Lu Jiduan remain silent. Though he harbors hopes for Lin Yu, deep down, you understand that Lin Yu will eventually sever ties with you both. The following day, Lin Yu completely cuts off contact with you on the third day. Upon learning of Lu Jiduan's impending execution by his family in October, you cease your cultivation and begin to pay close attention to his recent actions. At this point, Wang Li's gaze sharpens, his eyes blazing with intensity. He has long suspected that Lu Jiduan knows something, which has prompted thoughts of betraying the Li clan, ultimately leading to his demise. In May of the 7th year, having spent considerable time alongside Lu Jiduan, your bond deepens, and he often expresses that you are his true brother. One day, Lu Jiduan invites you to the marketplace. Returning after several months, you find a marketplace transformed, significantly larger than before, bustling with towering structures and vendors calling out incessantly. You and Lu Jiduan stroll through, purchasing numerous cultivation elixirs while engaged in light-hearted banter. Lu Jiduan notices a young girl selling spiritual talismans being surrounded by several clan disciples. Upon realizing the harassment she faces, you and Lu Jiduan leap into action, delivering a beating to the offending disciples. After driving them away, who vow revenge, you receive heartfelt thanks from the girl, who gifts each of you a mid-tier spiritual talisman and introduces herself as Jiang Qingyan, a newly arrived wandering cultivator. Finally, Jiang Qingyan makes her entrance, and you sense that you may soon uncover what you seek. Wang Li exhales deeply, observing the simulation. Lu Jiduan appears exceedingly interested in the art of talisman crafting. And as Jiang Qingyan sets up her stall, he inundates her with questions about talisman creation. Though your passion lies in formations, your curiosity about talisman crafting piques, prompting you to listen intently. During lunch, Jiang Qingyan invites you and Lu Jiduan to dine at a tavern, where she inquires about your names. Upon hearing your true names, her expression shifts, and she murmurs in disbelief. You two are indeed outer disciples. Noticing this, Wang Li's expression turns peculiar. You begin to inquire about the implications of being outer disciples, yet Jiang Qingyan remains silent, merely continuing to eat. You and Lu Jiduan exchange glances and bow respectfully to her. Jiang Qingyan, however, does not respond, leaving you both somewhat disappointed. After lunch, you and Lu Jiduan wish to continue your inquiries, but Jiang Qingyan swiftly departs, leaving you to speculate about a potential conspiracy, prompting you to investigate the matter of outer disciples in secret. From that point on, you and Lu Jiduan frequently assist Jiang Qingyan with her business in September of the 7th year. After concluding your daily labors, you and Lu Jiduan head to the marketplace once more to support Jiang Qingyan's endeavors. Due to her striking beauty, she finds herself once again in trouble, as the son of a prominent family sets his sights on her. In her moment of vulnerability, you and Lu Jiduan extend your assistance once more, unhesitatingly antagonizing the elder son to ensure Jiang Qingyan's safety. In this altercation, both you and Lu Jiduan sustain minor injuries, but ultimately drive off the adversaries and their lackeys. After Jiang Qingyan tends to your wounds, she invites you to a private room in the tavern. Once she affixes divine protection talismans around the room to ward off prying eyes, Jiang Qingyan converses with you about many matters. In this moment, the truth is unveiled to you. It turns out that outer disciples like yourselves are akin to livestock raised by the cultivation families, mere fodder. Your sole purpose is to cultivate to a certain level, only to be sold to the Tianyi sect, sent to a mysterious realm accessible only to those below the foundation establishment stage, where you would be bled dry and executed. Hearing Jiang Qingyan's words instills a sense of dread within you. Lu Jiduan, too, cannot accept this reality, as the Li clan has provided him guidance on his path to enlightenment, making it difficult for him to believe at this juncture. Wang Li's complexion darkens, his once fair cheeks now tinged with pallor. He never anticipated that this was the very truth that foretold his demise 8 years hence. Indeed, there are no uncaused loves or hatreds in this world. Such is the immutable truth. After a prolonged silence, you inquire of Jiang Qingyan why your cultivation has progressed so slowly, struggling for years to break through a single realm. Jiang Qingyan elucidates your confusion, revealing that the cultivation families have covertly included a substance known as qi-suppressing powder in the elixirs provided to outer disciples, to prevent them from attaining excessive power. This powder ensures that its users remain forever stagnant below the 8th level of qi refinement. Without an antidote, they're doomed to linger at the 7th level for life. Upon hearing this, she expresses surprise at your achievement of the 8th level. You ask her why, and she recounts a legendary tale of a cultivator from over 200 years ago who was once an outer disciple of the Wang clan. It is said that this outer disciple, through some fortuitous encounter, possessed 5 spiritual roots and managed to cultivate to the 12th level of qi refinement within a mere decade. Consequently, the Wang clan was compelled to deliver this fully realized disciple to the Tianyi sect, where he wreaked havoc in the mysterious realm, slaughtering numerous Tianyi sect cultivators tasked with executing outer disciples. Although the fate of this outer disciple remains unknown, the incident stirred considerable unrest within the Qi Kingdom's cultivation community. From that point on, the Tianyi sect mandated that all cultivation families must administer qi-suppressing powder to their outer disciples, ensuring their cultivation stagnated below the 8th level. After absorbing Jiang Qingyan's revelations, you find yourself deeply contemplative and troubled by your current plight, acutely aware that your demise is imminent. Subsequently, Jiang Qingyan informs you and Lu Ziduan that the mysterious realm is set to open soon. Upon realizing that you will be traded to the Tianyi sect by the Li clan next year, Lu Ziduan grows frantic, uncertain of what to do. You urgently ask Jiang Qingyan for a solution, but she shakes her head with a wry smile, explaining that the cultivation families will follow a 3-step process when trading outer disciples to the Tianyi sect. First, they will administer a confusion pill to render the disciple unconscious. Second, they will seal the disciple's cultivation and confiscate their storage bags. Third, they will preemptively break the disciple's hands and feet, eliminating any possibility of resistance. Hearing these steps, a bitter smile crosses your face. It is a dead end, utterly unsolvable. The immortal cultivation family has completely severed the path for external disciples. Wang Li's expression was dark and foreboding. He never anticipated that this would lead to a dead end. The Li clan truly offered no avenue for escape. As night fell, you and Lu Ziduan bid farewell to Jiang Qingyan and returned to the northern mountain villa. Within the confines of the cramped room, you and Lu Ziduan fidgeted with unease. Ultimately, Lu Ziduan gritted his teeth and resolved to flee. You were not at all surprised by Lu Ziduan's decision, as he had also chosen to escape in previous simulations. Yet, how could one possibly evade capture? You were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Li clan. Not to mention the reclusive Golden Core ancestor, even the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators posed an insurmountable challenge for a successful escape. Furthermore, upon arriving at the Li clan and embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, you external disciples had already dripped your blood into the clan's life tablet. With the existence of a life tablet, even if one fled to the ends of the earth, they could still be tracked down. Upon seeing the mention of the life tablet in the simulation, Wang Li's complexion turned a shade paler. Everything else could be resolved, but the life tablet was a different matter entirely. In youthful ignorance, you had bound yourself to the life tablet in pursuit of immortal cultivation. Now, as long as that item remained, even if you managed to escape by some stroke of luck in the future, you would be relentlessly hunted down by the Li clan and even by the Heavenly One sect. You did not agree with Lu Ziduan's decision, but you felt utterly powerless. Why the end of October in the 7th year, you and Lu Ziduan attempted to escape the Li clan, only to be swiftly pursued by Dispatch Foundation establishment cultivators. During the confrontation, you unleashed all your abilities, yet still could not match the strength of the Foundation establishment cultivators. In order not to burden Jiang Qingyan, you and Lu Ziduan conspired to take your own lives. Ultimately, You and Lu Ziduan used your powers to strike at your own vital organs, resulting in a tragic demise marked by blood streaming from your 7 orifices. You had died. Talent. Vengeful soul activation. Vengeful soul. As long as the soul is not extinguished during the 7th night after death, one may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your death, during the night of return, you returned as a vengeful spirit and seized Li Yunxi, the pride of the Li clan. Excellent. Wang Li's face lit up with a hint of delight upon witnessing this. If the Li clan treated you all like mere livestock to be slaughtered, then they should not be surprised when you retaliated. Taking away a Li Yunxi would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the Li clan. After all, Li Yunxi possessed a mutated dual spirit root. As long as she did not perish, she would surely become a golden core cultivator in the future, with even the possibility of reaching the nascent soul stage. Her importance to the Li clan could not be overstated. With this simulation concluded, you may select one reward from the following options. Array talent. You possess an innate and unique talent for formation arts. With diligent study and practice, you will become an outstanding master of formations in due time. Mid-grade formation cultivation experience. Your experience in cultivating formations within the simulator. Spell cultivation experience. Your experience in cultivating spells within the simulator. This simulation has yielded a cultivation level of Qi refinement. 8th layer. You possess 500 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor. Not usable for simulation. Wang Li chose the array talent without hesitation. As the talent entry melded with his being, he suddenly gained a unique understanding of formation arts. However, despite integrating the array talent, Wang Li felt little joy as the shadow of death still loomed over him. Refusing to dissipate, sitting cross-legged, Wang Li sighed, reflecting, after so many years in this world and embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, I never expected to end up as a mere domesticated swine for others. How utterly dark this is. Currently devoid of spirit stones, he realized that further simulations would have to wait for another 7 days. With that thought, Wang Li began to contemplate his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to earn spirit stones and then utilize the simulator to seek a glimmer of hope. Secondly, he aimed to purchase foundational techniques for concealing his cultivation level and acquire a comprehensive array manual. As for advancing his cultivation, the mere thought of it made Wang Li's head throb. He had never anticipated that the cultivation pills provided by the Li clan were laced with Qi suppression powder. The issue of Qi suppression could only be resolved by an alchemist. However, the challenge arose. Alchemists were typically lofty figures, rarely seen, and resolving his own predicament would likely require his own ingenuity. After reaching a decision, Wang Li stepped outside to the open area before the door, where he began practicing the basic spells provided by the Li clan. Fireball technique, wooden shield technique, water condensation technique, and metal blade technique that he practiced until dusk, halting only when Lu Ziduan returned, at which point Wang Li sought him out. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Li and Lu Ziduan sat upright within the dwelling. The robust and imposing figure of Lu Ziduan, standing at 8 feet tall, brewed tea for Wang Li with a curious expression. You have come again, dear brother? Brother, I wish to join you in the mines. Might you assist in introducing me? Wang Li clasped his hands in respect towards Lu Ziduan, his tone brimming with sincerity. Lu Ziduan regarded Wang Li with surprise, evidently taken aback by his request to mine. Dear brother, I never expected such a change in your disposition. I had previously invited you to the mines, yet you declined. Who would have thought you would express such a desire today? Alas, in the past. I only knew the hardships of diligent cultivation, yet now my progress has stagnated. I must exert more effort to earn resources. I cannot solely rely on the meager offerings from the family. Wang Li shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Tea should have been this way long ago. It should have been this way. Lu Ziduan exclaimed with delight, promptly handing Wang Li an iron pickaxe. This is a spirit pickaxe I purchased in the market, that, if you are mine, you shall need a suitable tool. Wang Li accepted the spirit pickaxe, astonished. But how can this be? I have already incurred so many debts to you. Brother, I cannot accept this pickaxe. He attempted to return it to Lu Ziduan. Yet Lu Ziduan shook his head, insisting, What are you saying, dear brother? Just take it. we are brothers." Wang Li remained silent for a moment before clasping his hands together. "Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Lu Ziduan smiled faintly, offering no further comment to him. Wang Li was his brother, and any care he extended was not excessive. The next day, Wang Li and Lu Ziduan proceeded to the family mine to labor. Thanks to Lu Ziduan's introduction, Wang Li did not need to meet with the mine's overseer. He simply paid the spirit stones, signed in, and received a miner's badge, thus commencing his mining work. Within the mine, Wang Li observed the laboring miners around him, feeling a profound sense of disparity. In his past life, he had toiled like a beast. Believing that entering the realm of immortal cultivation would free him from such burdens, only to find himself once again shackled to the grind. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li's expression hardened. To be born of humble origins is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt is what defines a true man. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 7th night. After concluding his work for the day, Wang Li cautiously returned to the northern mountain villa and activated the simulation panel. Life Simulator LV1 host. Wang Li age, 12 cultivation method. Red fire scripture cultivation level. Chi refinement, 8th layer simulation points. 0 simulation attempts. 1 talents. Vengeful soul, black. Array talent, green. Talent entry levels, white. Black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Rainbow simulate. Initiate. After expending a simulation attempt, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Initiating simulator. Randomly drawing talent. Source of contamination. Congratulations, you have acquired the green talent. Source of contamination. Every item associated with you is tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, even the air you exhale, and the spiritual energy you cultivate can induce contamination, leading to changes in surrounding life forms. In a certain sense, you are a biological matrix. This new talent seems rather extraordinary. After perusing the introduction to the talent attributes, Wang Li's expression became somewhat peculiar. Following your return from a mine, you eagerly activated the simulation. You acquired the talent of pollutants, leading to subtle changes within your body. As you began to investigate, your efforts yielded no results. On the following day, you ventured out to continue mining, intent on earning enough spirit stones to purchase the foundational concealment techniques to shroud your cultivation. The North Mountain Villa was eerily silent in the early morning, a stark contrast to the usual melodious chirping of birds, now replaced by an unsettling stillness. Approaching Lu Ziduang's door, just as you were about to greet him, a faint scent of blood wafted into your senses. Upon pushing the door open, you were met with the horrifying sight of Lu Ziduang's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, his demise resembling that of a chest torn open by some monstrous entity. Upon closer inspection, you noted that the corpse still bore warmth, indicating that death had claimed him not long ago. And your countenance darkened considerably. Something dreadful had undoubtedly transpired, you surmised. Departing from Lu Ziduang's room, you set out to unearth the truth. After half a day's investigation, you discovered that all the external disciples of the North Mountain Villa had vanished, leaving you utterly astonished and increasingly uneasy. Without time to ponder, as dusk approached, you made your way to the law enforcement hall on the eastern mountain of the Li clan. Just as you left, a tentacle shot forth, burrowing into Lu Ziduang's room to drag away his corpse. What on earth had transpired? Why had a tentacle emerged? Upon reaching this point in the simulation, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Li. Could it be that the talent he had acquired was responsible for all this? As night fell, the moon ascended the branches, casting an eerie silence over the Li clan. Compared to the previous clamor, this stillness felt foreign. Walking under the cover of night, you meticulously made your way towards the law enforcement hall, compelled to report the events that had unfolded at the North Mountain Villa. Otherwise, further chaos might ensue. Suddenly, you sensed something amiss and quickly turned around. In that instant, your head was severed by a tentacle. Before closing your eyes for the final time, you beheld the law enforcement elder, drenched in blood, grotesquely adorned with writhing tentacles. You were dead. Talent. Grievous Soul Summons automatically activated. Grievous Soul Summons. As long as your soul remains unextinguished on the 7th day after death, your spirit will transform into a vengeful ghost. capable of claiming any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage on the seventh day following your demise. During the night of resurrection, you return to the Li clan. At this juncture, there was not a single living soul left. The once mighty cultivation family now lay hauntingly silent. Venturing into the back mountain, you encountered a blood-red meatball, brimming with countless slender tentacles. You could distinctly see your own flesh ensnared within it, as a relentless flow of pollutants poured forth from your being, step by step contaminating the realm of cultivation. Your vengeful spirit was dissipated. The simulation concluded, and you could select one reward from the following options. Pollution source. Everything about you bears varying degrees of contamination. Your blood, hair, even the exhaled breath and the spirit energy you cultivate can induce pollution, causing transformations in the surrounding beings to some extent that, in a certain sense, you are a biochemical progenitor. This simulation's cultivation level. 8th layer of chi refining. A mass of tainted flesh. Consuming this tainted flesh will result in some form of transformation. Gazing at the end of the simulation, Wang Li still struggled to fully comprehend the rapid succession of events. Shaking his head, he regarded the 3 simulation rewards and ultimately weakly selected the option for cultivation level. This pollution source must be akin to something from the Cthulhu mythos. The thought of manifesting this talent into reality sends shivers down my spine. I shudder to imagine the chaos it could unleash upon this world. Alas, yet another simulation wasted. After a moment of silence, Wang Li resumed his cultivation. This simulation had proven utterly devoid of significance. The following day, Wang Li, alongside Lu Zijuang, dutifully returned to the mine. Over time, Wang Li had developed a punctual habit of mining. With no other means to acquire spirit stones, this was his only recourse. Alchemy was beyond his skills, that he was also untrained in rune crafting. Though he possessed a talent for formations, he had yet to gain practical experience, rendering the sale of formations unrealistic. Mining, though laborious, was preferable to selling hooks. Was it not? According to historical accounts, the heavenly demon alchemist had started from selling hooks in the evening. After concluding a day's toil, Wang Li stowed his pickaxe, depositing the fruits of his labor into the supply cart. Before passing through the inspection of the law enforcement hall disciples and departing the mine, it was imperative to swiftly acquire the concealment techniques for his cultivation. Otherwise, his secret would inevitably be revealed. The glances of the disciple from the law enforcement hall had grown increasingly peculiar, but on his journey home, Wang Li recalled the subtle expressions of the law enforcement disciples when they had inspected him with the spirit sensing rod. A gnawing unease began to settle in his heart. Shortly after Wang Li's departure, 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall began to converse. "Cousin, that kid is suspicious. That I sense it too. His cultivation seems to rival ours. At the very least, at the 6th layer of chi refining." The older disciple furrowed his brow, but a 12-year-old at the 6th layer of chi refining, and an external disciple at that. There's definitely a secret lurking within him. The younger disciple's eyes gleamed with avarice. The older disciple, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of greed stir within him. "Cousin, do you have any plans?" he inquired of the younger cultivator. The young disciple smiled faintly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Cousin, why don't we do it this way?" What they discussed remained unknown, but a glimmer of joy appeared on the older disciple's face. The following day at work, Wang Li found the behavior of the 2 law enforcement disciples to be rather strange. They seemed to have transformed entirely, no longer prying into his cultivation level. After a dutiful inspection, they allowed him to enter the mine without further scrutiny. Odd, they no longer utilized their spiritual senses to probe me as before. They must have ulterior motives. After pondering for a moment, Wang Li immersed himself in his daily tasks. With trepidation, another 7 days passed. In his dwelling, Wang Li took a deep breath and initiated a new simulation. Life Simulation Device LV1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Red Fire Scripture Cultivation Level. 8th layer of Chi Refining Simulation Points. 0 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talent. Grievous Soul Summons Black. Formation Prodigy Green. Talent Attribute Level. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow simulate. Initiating simulation device activating randomly drawing talents. Drawn talent. Late bloomer, congratulations on obtaining the purple talent. Late bloomer, late bloomer. upon reaching a certain age. All attributes will receive a significant enhancement, with the increase growing more substantial as you aged out a commendable talent, but regrettably of little use to my current stage. Wang Li sighed softly, feeling a hint of disappointment. Late bloomer is a divine-level attribute, yet one cannot rely solely on it. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued with the simulation. After a month in the mine, you successfully earned 100 spirit stones in wages. You instructed Lu Zijuang to collect the monthly cultivation resources on your behalf, then proceeded to the market, intent on purchasing the concealment techniques for your cultivation. That on the way, you were ambushed by 2 6th-layer Qi refining row cultivators who sought to kill you. Exposing your cultivation, you employed fireball technique to eliminate both assailants. Upon inspection, you were taken aback to discover that these 2 rogues were actually law enforcement disciples guarding the mine. After cleaning the battlefield and erasing all traces, you cautiously departed the Wanbao pavilion in the market. You inquired about the techniques for concealing cultivation. You spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a foundational concealment technique. You began practicing the foundational concealment technique and successfully concealed your cultivation, lowering it to the 5th layer of Qi refining. In the following year, with earnings from mining, you purchased a comprehensive foundational formation manual and learned several basic formations, as you no longer wasted time on cultivation. Instead, due to your complete immersion in the formation techniques, your progress has been remarkably swift. By the 3rd year, you have thoroughly mastered the comprehensive compendium of basic formations, effortlessly wielding various foundational arrays. You have achieved commendable success in the realm of formations, attaining the prowess of a high-tier formation master. You began crafting formation flags and selling formations. The formations you offered, not only affordable but also more durable than those costly alternatives, have garnered you a resounding reputation in the marketplace. With monthly earnings exceeding 1,000, you have settled your debts to Lu Zijuang. Earnings exceeding 1,000. Indeed, regardless of the location, possessing a skill is undoubtedly advantageous. At the very least, one shall not starve. Contemplating this, Wang Li continued reading, and no one would dare to offend a formation master. Even the most ruthless of rogue cultivators would respectfully address you as master to procure the grand formations necessary for their cultivation. Your life seemed to be flourishing. Once, a master of formations from the Wanbao Pavilion extended an invitation for you to join their ranks. However, after a single night, for reasons unknown, he rescinded his proposal, regarding you with an expression of regret. You understood his sentiments. As you were acutely aware of your current circumstances, you continued to craft and sell formations while secretly seeking a remedy for the stagnation within your body. In the 4th year, you discreetly acquired several large-scale offensive formations, such as the Blood Shadow Array, Thousand Blade Array, and the Fire Burning Array. By the 5th year, your formation business flourished, and you were summoned by the patriarch of the Li clan. Li Daojin Salmonme. At this point, Wang Li's eyes revealed a hint of surprise that in the patriarch's study, Li Daojin first unmastered disguise, pointing out your cultivation level. Subsequently, he expressed his desire to take you as a disciple of the Li clan, bestowing upon you the Li surname. You were taken aback, quickly expressing your gratitude to Li Daojin. In your excitement, you did not forget about Lu Zijuang. You clasped your hands in a salute, requesting that Li Daojin also accept him as a disciple of the Li clan. Li Daojin declined your request, leaving you deeply disappointed, yet you dared not oppose his wishes, fearing the loss of this hard-won opportunity for survival. The following afternoon, you vacated the North Mountain Villa and moved to the East Mountain Disciples Peak, adopting the surname Li. Upon reading your farewell letter, Lu Zijuang felt a genuine happiness for you. He truly wished for your well-being. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li fell into silence, shortly after settling into the East Mountain Disciples Peak. You encountered Lin Yu, an old acquaintance, and spent an entire day conversing with him. That he expressed curiosity about your status as an inner disciple and the change of your surname to Li. As you grew closer to Lin Yu, he introduced you to some of his friends within the Li clan. At his invitation, you met his acquaintances, feeling their peculiar gazes upon you. You paid no mind, focusing solely on your own endeavors. That a few days later, the Li clan's grand elder, Li Daoming, summoned you, requesting that from that day forth, you forge formation flags for the Li clan sale, receiving a share of 1/10 of the proceeds. You dared not refuse that in the 6th year, after more than a year at the Disciples' Peak, you had crafted thousands of formation flags for the Li clan, amassing a considerable fortune. Your requests to procure materials for external purchases were denied. Your application to eliminate the stagnation within your body was also rejected. Observing this, Wang Li's expression grew subtly complex. Having changed your surname and entered the Disciples' Peak as an inner disciple, does the Li clan still harbor suspicions against me? In the 7th year, Lin Yu departed the Disciples' Peak to search for Lu Zidwan, while you continued your flag making. The return of Li Yunxi to the clan caused quite a stir in late October of the 7th year. You learned of Lu Zidwan's betrayal of his family, leading to his execution, which brought you immense sorrow. After mourning, you resumed crafting the formation flags needed by the Li clan, laboring in a seemingly endless haze. On the first night of the new year, you were still engaged in crafting formation flags. Upon completing the last flag, a surge of magical energy enveloped you. As the energy was absorbed by the swirling flags around you. A chilling light shot forth, momentarily enveloping the entire Disciples' Peak in a 1,000-blade array. Under the shadow of the array, every disciple bore a spectral blade formed from condensed spiritual energy above their heads. You too discerned the identity of your assailant. Lin Yu. Confused, you looked at your former friend, unable to comprehend his motives for attacking you. You inquired about his reasons, but Lin Yu merely replied, "There is no need for the dead to understand so much." With a soft sigh, you activated the 1,000-blade array. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu fell. Unperturbed, you kicked Lin Yu's lifeless body aside, stepped out of the room, and gazed upward at the grand array. This 1,000-blade array was secretly laid out 2 years ago after your unsuccessful attempt to eliminate the stagnation, and to ensure its operation, you had even crafted a set of top-tier spirit guiding formations. Everything you did was merely a precaution. Watching the patriarch of the Li clan and the elders rush towards you from all directions, you smirked disdainfully, then swiftly brought down the array, instantly slaying the disciples of the Li clan atop the Disciples' Peak. The enforcer elder, Li Daoshu, cried out in despair, "Wang Li, you audacious wretch! How dare you kill my clan's disciples?" You smiled silently, and amidst the fiery gazes upon you, you chose to take your own life. You perished, talent, vengeful spirit activation, vengeful spirit. As long as your soul is not extinguished, within 7 days after death, you may return as a vengeful spirit to take any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your death, during the night of the returning souls, you return to the Li clan, taking Li Yunxi with you. Your soul dissipated. The simulation concluded, and you could choose one reward from the following options. 1. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will significantly increase, with the enhancement growing more pronounced as you age. 2. Simulation cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi refinement. 3. High-tier formation cultivation experience. Your experience in formation cultivation within the simulator. 4.30,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not applicable for simulation. 0.5. Basic concealment technique. Can be used to hide your cultivation level. Gazing at the array of rewards, Wang Li found himself in a dilemma. Ultimately, he chose the spirit stones as over 30,000 spirit stones materialized before him. Wang Li laid out a piece of cloth, packed 300 spirit stones, and slung it over his shoulder, planning to head to the marketplace the following day to purchase the necessary items. A night passed without incident. The next day, at the break of dawn, Wang Li stepped out. Just as he departed from the spiritual Dragon Mountain range, 2 enforcer cultivators stationed at the mine reacted instantly. "Elder brother, the insect I left on that brat indicates he has already left the spiritual Dragon Mountain range. Now is our best chance to strike." The younger enforcer cultivator glanced around before directing his gaze towards the elder cultivator beside him. "Excellent. Finally, we have this opportunity." T 12 years old. He possesses strength on par with ours. I can hardly contain my eagerness to uncover his secrets. A glint of cold light flickered in the elder cultivator's eyes. After applying to the mine supervisor, the 2 of them activated their techniques and soared towards the outskirts of the spiritual Dragon Mountain range, in the dense forest surrounding the spiritual Dragon Mountain range. Wang Li walked leisurely, his senses fully alert as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Would those two enforcer disciples come after him? Just as he pondered this, his senses detected two figures swiftly approaching from the thicket behind him. "They're here." With a quiet thought, Wang Li raised his hand, conjuring a basic spell, the fireball technique, and hurled it into the dense forest behind him. "Not good," a startled voice cried out as Wang Li witnessed the newcomers evading his fireball. This did not surprise him. He quickly cast the fireball technique once more. Before long, two ragged figures emerged before him. Their clothing was tattered, their hair disheveled, resembling ghastly specters. "That damned brat. Are you done causing trouble yet?" The older enforcer cultivator glared at Wang Li, rage evident in his demeanor. "It is you. Are you done causing trouble yet?" As he spoke, Wang Li no longer concealed his cultivation, unleashing the aura of the 8th layer of chi refinement, which surged forth to suppress the two individuals before him. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, and two fireballs erupted, hurtling towards them with great force. 8th layer of chi refinement. How could that be possible? Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Wang Li, the two law enforcement disciples were immediately struck with fear, and any resolve to fight back evaporated as they turned to flee. However, they were too late. The fireball struck them, sending them crashing to the ground. As they beheld Wang Li advancing towards them, the two disciples hastily raised their hands in a plea for mercy, exclaiming, "Fellow cultivator, please show mercy. We were momentarily blinded by folly." Yet, before they could finish their words, Wang Li unleashed the fireball technique. Obliterating them without hesitation, he meticulously cleared the battlefield, erasing all traces of their existence in one seamless motion. After seizing the storage bags from their bodies, a trace of disdain flickered in Wang Li's eyes. Was the standard of the law enforcement disciples so lackluster? It appeared that the Li clan was not comprised solely of elites. At least these two were mere empty vessels, with the storage bag secured at his waist. Wang Li hastened towards the market. That evening, before darkness enveloped the sky, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain Villa, equipped with the basic concealment technique and the compendium of basic arrays. He also infused the 200 low-grade spirit stones obtained from the two law enforcement cultivators into the simulator. Life simulation device LV1 host. Wang Li age. 12 cultivation method. Red fire scripture cultivation level. 8th layer of chi refinement simulation points. 400 simulation attempts. 0 talents. Grievous soul summons, black. Array talent green, talent tier levels. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow simulate. Initiate. The simulator powered on, commencing the random selection of talents. Talent acquired. Alchemical prodigy, congratulations. You have obtained the green tier talent. Alchemical prodigy. Alchemical prodigy. You possess an innate and unique talent for alchemy. With diligent practice over time, you shall become an exceptional alchemist. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Alchemical prodigy. I hope this time I can discover a method to resolve the chi dissipation. Wang Li contemplated the alchemical prodigy talent in his heart and resolutely declined the offer. After several simulations, he had completely lost hope in the Li clan. In the previous simulation, he had thought that being accepted as a disciple of the inner sect and granted the Li surname would ensure his survival. Little did he know that the Li clan merely intended to exploit him ruthlessly before sending him to his doom in the secret realm. The so-called acceptance into the inner sect and the granting of the Li name were merely a facade to soothe their own consciences. If I cannot escape the Li clan, then I shall carve my own path through it. Wang Li clenched his fists and silently shouted within. On this day, you purchased the basic concealment technique and the compendium of basic arrays from the market. You diligently practiced the basic concealment technique. The next day, Lu Ziduan invited you to the mine to extract, or you declined, for you now had sufficient spirit stones and saw no need to toil in the mines. You resolved to successfully cultivate the basic concealment technique before embarking on your next outing. You entered seclusion for cultivation. On the third day, you successfully mastered the basic concealment technique, effectively concealing your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to purchase alchemical texts at the Wanbao Pavilion. You acquired the compendium of basic alchemy, which detailed various simple alchemical techniques. In addition to the alchemical compendium, you spent 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a low-grade alchemical furnace. You commenced your studies in alchemy. Once you grasped the fundamental alchemical techniques, you adopted the alias Li and began setting up a stall in the market, charging fees to concoct pills for others. A month passed, and you received numerous orders. You repaid your debts to Lu Zidwan. With a boost from your alchemical prodigy talent, your alchemical skills advanced rapidly to BY the second year. Your alchemical prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Comparable to that of some mid-tier alchemists, in the Li family's market, your alchemical skills became renowned. Due to your low fees, you gained immense popularity among wandering cultivators, many of whom willingly supported your business. A few ill-intentioned individuals attempted to plot against you, only to meet a more ruthless fate at the hands of other wandering cultivators, meeting their demise. During this year, you began secretly searching for a solution to the qi dissipation. Eventually, your efforts bore fruit, and you obtained a recipe for the life essence pill from a wandering cultivator. You started gathering the herbs required for its concoction in the third year, after offering a generous bounty. You collected all the necessary herbs for the life essence pill and began its preparation. 3 months later, you succeeded in concocting the pill and consumed it. Upon ingesting the life essence pill, you felt a profound transformation within your internal organs as copious amounts of black blood flowed from your pores. You expelled the qi dissipation from your body. Witnessing this scene, the Wang Li outside the simulation clenches fists, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Having eliminated the qi dissipation from your body, you ceased your alchemical activities in the market and resumed your cultivation in the fourth year, aided by the pills and the simulator's spirit stones. Your cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Assisted by the pills and the simulator's spirit stones? Could it be that the spirit stones awarded by the simulator could also be utilized for cultivation? Indeed, the simulator had only stated that they could not be used for simulations, not that they could not be employed for cultivation. However, I understand the reasoning. I just find it perplexing why they cannot be used for simulations. Wang Li's eyes were filled with confusion. After a prolonged silence, Wang Li continued to read on. Knowing this was still insufficient, you persisted in your rigorous training. During this time, Lu Zidwan visited you several times, hoping to invite you out for leisure, but you calmly declined each time. In the 5th year, with the aid of pills and spirit stones, your cultivation reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. As you sensed the surging mana within you, you truly comprehended the distinction between the mortal and the celestial. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, causing many outer disciples to weep in despair. While you exhibited no reaction whatsoever, your cultivation gradually approached the 11th layer of qi refinement. Lu Zidwan visited you multiple times, but upon finding you in seclusion, he left in disappointment. In January of the 7th year, Li Yunqi returned to the clan, creating quite a stir. In March of the 7th year, after exhausting numerous cultivation resources, you successfully broke through to the 11th layer of qi refinement. You had no time to revel in your achievement, as you immediately set out for the market to continue your alchemical endeavors. Having not visited the market for several years, the Li family's marketplace had undergone significant changes. Many new faces now populated the area. Some recognized your identity and sought to invite you to collaborate in business ventures, but you waved them off, fully focused on alchemy. Years had passed, yet your alchemical skills remained unparalleled in the market. With each endeavor, you attracted considerable attention. Your business expanded exponentially. You began secretly collecting the recipe for the clear spirit pill, one of the few remedies for the bewildering pill. You also started gathering the recipe for the bone-shaping pill, which possessed the ability to reshape bones. You commenced learning combat techniques in August of the 7th year. You successfully concocted the clear spirit pill in September of the 7th year. You successfully brewed the bone-shaping pill. By the end of October in the 7th year, you heard news of Lu Zidwan's betrayal of the clan, resulting in his execution. With a sigh, you returned to your cultivation practices in the 8th year. On the eve of the new year, a law enforcement disciple at the 8th layer of qi refinement ambushed you, and you feigned being caught off guard. You were forced to ingest the bewildering pill. You were ensnared by a sealing technique. Your limbs were broken. The clear spirit pill within you began to activate. You channeled your mana to break the seal. The bone-shaping pill within you began to activate. You regained consciousness, your bones began to reshape. You, along with 13 outer disciples, were transported to the Tianyi sect. You and 13 outer disciples were taken to a valley shrouded in spiritual mist year-round. You, along with over 400 cultivators, were delivered to a secret realm. The disciples of the Tianyi sect responsible for your transport wielded their blades against you as you witnessed several outer disciples being executed. Their flesh absorbed by the earth, you felt a profound sense of horror. You resolutely rose to resist, showcasing your cultivation at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, and swiftly eliminated the disciple from Tianyi sect who sought to execute you. Your actions caused a commotion, drawing the attention of other disciples from Tianyi sect. They bore witness to your cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, their faces betraying shock before they swiftly drew their swords and charged at you. Your expression remained composed, and without a moment's hesitation, you turned and fled. This group of disciples from Tianyi sect possessed formidable skills, with the weakest among them at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and some even achieving the pinnacle of the 12th level. You were acutely aware that confronting them was not a wise course of action. You raced westward, arriving at what appeared to be a desolate desert. Noticing that the disciples from Tianyi sect had abandoned their pursuit, you felt a twinge of doubt. Just as you began to relax, a number of vengeful spirits ambushed you, consuming you entirely. There are indeed vengeful spirits within this secret realm. As the simulation reached this point, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. However, after some contemplation, he quickly came to terms with it. It was only logical that this secret realm, which claimed countless lives each time it opened, would accumulate lingering resentment, manifesting as vengeful spirits. You have perished. Your soul was devoured by the malevolent spirits, rendering your innate talents dormant. The simulation concluded, allowing you to choose one reward from the following options. Alchemist Prodigy. You possess an innate talent for alchemy, and with diligent practice over time, you will become an exceptional alchemist. Current simulation cultivation, 11th level of Qi refinement. Mid-tier alchemy experience. The experience gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator. 10,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not usable in simulations. Basic concealment technique. Enables you to obscure your true cultivation level. Basic alchemy compendium. A teaching resource on fundamental alchemy techniques, allowing beginners to grasp certain alchemical skills. Alchemy formulas. All the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from practicing spells within the simulator. This time, the reward from the simulation were quite plentiful. With a smile, Wang Li chose the Alchemist Prodigy talent. Subsequently, he reclined on his bed, leaning against the wooden wall, and initiated another simulation. The simulator powered up, and a talent was randomly drawn. Talent drawn? Dual focus. Congratulations on acquiring the Azure talent. Dual focus. Dual focus. With a mind divided, the potential is boundless. You can now multitask with ease. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Is my ancestral grave truly emitting green smoke? 2 consecutive simulations yielding Azure talents made Wang Li feel for the first time that his ancestral grave might indeed be smoking. After selecting no, he calmly resumed, watching the simulation. Today, you purchased the basic concealment technique and the basic array compendium at the market and practiced the basic concealment technique that on the following day, Lu Zijuang invited you to the mine for mining. But you politely declined. You have repaid Lu Zijuang's debt. You resolve that before your next venture outside, you must successfully cultivate the basic concealment technique. You entered seclusion to practice on the 3rd day. You successfully cultivated the basic concealment technique, effectively concealing your true cultivation level. On the 4th day, you ventured out to acquire tomes on alchemy. You spent 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a low-tier alchemy furnace. As you began to learn alchemy, you also delved into the study of arrays. Under the influence of dual focus, your progress was rapid. Once you grasped the fundamental techniques of alchemy and arrays, you assumed the alias Li and set up a stall in the market, offering to refine pills and set up arrays for clients. A month passed, and your business flourished, with the support of both Alchemist Prodigy and Array Prodigy talents. Your experience in alchemy and arrays grew exponentially. Why the following year, your proficiency in alchemy and array techniques reached an extraordinary level, comparable to certain mid-tier alchemists and array masters. in the Li family market. Your skills in pill refinement and array formation became unparalleled. Due to your affordable fees, you gained immense favor among loose cultivators, many of whom were eager to patronize your business as a few ill-intentioned individuals attempted to harm you, only to be eliminated by even fiercer loose cultivators, ending up in a state of ruin. During that year, you discreetly sought a method to resolve the chi stagnation powder issue and ultimately succeeded. Learning of a formula called Life Essence Pill from a loose cultivator, you began gathering the herbs required to refine the Life Essence Pill in the third year, under the promise of a substantial reward. You amassed the necessary herbs and commenced the refinement of the Life Essence Pill. 3 months later, you succeeded in crafting the pill and consumed it. Upon ingesting the Life Essence Pill, you felt a profound transformation within your organs. As a surge of dark blood seeped from your pores, you successfully expunged the chi stagnation powder from your body. Upon hearing of a master in the Li family market renowned for both pill refinement and array formation, various factions dispatched individuals to seek you out. Consequently, you suspended your market activities and dedicated yourself to focused training. With unwavering intent, you honed your skills in alchemy while simultaneously advancing your cultivation, experiencing remarkable progress in both by the fourth year. With the aid of pills and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation reached the 9th level of chi refinement in the 5th year, again aided by pills and simulated spirit stones. Your cultivation ascended to the 10th level of chi refinement in the 6th year. The Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, causing many external disciples to wail in despair. Yet you remained unfazed. You continued your training. In the 7th year, having exhausted all manner of cultivation resources, you finally broke through to the 11th level of chi refinement, achieving a high level of mastery in alchemy, allowing you to craft various pills with ease. You firmly believed that there was no pill in this world that could not be refined. You prepared everything in accordance with the previous simulation circumstances. You returned to the market, setting up your stall once more. You earned over 1,000 spirit stones monthly. You discreetly gathered the formula for the clear spirit pill. You discreetly gathered the formula for the bone-shaping pill. You purchased spells. You acquired strengthening pills. You multitasked, simultaneously practicing evasion techniques and studying combat techniques in August of the 7th year. You successfully refined the clear spirit pill in September of the 7th year. You crafted the bone-shaping pill. By the end of October of the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zijuang's betrayal of the family, leading to his execution, which left you solemn, yet you continued your spell training in the 8th year. On the first night of the new year, a law enforcement disciple at the 8th level of chi refinement attacked you, and you feigned injury from the ambush. You were fed a mind-confounding pill. You fell victim to a sealing technique. Your limbs were severed. The clear spirit pill within you began to activate. You summoned your spiritual energy to break the seal. The bone-shaping pill within you commenced its operation. Your consciousness gradually cleared. Your bones began to reshape. You, along with over 400 cultivators, were transported to a mysterious secret realm. The Channy sect disciples responsible for your transport brandished their blades, witnessing several external disciples meet their demise. Their flesh absorbed by the earth. You felt a profound sense of horror. The Channy sect disciple, expressionless and wielding a long sword, approached you. You struck him down, employing your evasion technique to escape the entrance of the secret realm. This time, you fled eastward. The east lay a blood-red cliff. You proceeded with utmost caution, refraining from reckless exploration that on the night of your entry into the secret realm, the Channy sect disciples tracked your whereabouts. They united in their assault, attempting to corner you beneath the blood cliff. You fought valiantly, but against their combined might, you were compelled to flee towards the cliff's edge, amid the swirling blood mist encircling the cliff. You encountered tiny, blood-red mosquitoes in a desperate struggle. Your flesh was nearly drained by the blood mosquitoes. You perished. Talent. Grievous soul retribution automatically activated. Grievous soul retribution, as long as your soul remains unextinguished. After 7 days, you can return as a vengeful spirit to take any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day, post-mortem, the night of return, you return to the Li clan. You took Li Yunxi with you. Your soul dissipated. Wang Li was left numb. No, to the west there are vengeful spirits, to the east there are blood mosquitoes. Is this some kind of game? Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable that I possess not a shred of knowledge about this secret realm, and some matters are indeed beyond control. However, I must remember this for the next simulation. I cannot flee toward the east or west again. With matters reaching this point, let me select my reward. Wang Li let out a sigh, then turned his gaze towards the reward panel. With the conclusion of this simulation, he could select one reward from the following options. Dual focus, the ability to concentrate on two tasks simultaneously, allowing for boundless utility as you can now divert your attention to other matters. Current simulation cultivation, 11th layer of chi refinement, high-quality alchemy experience, the knowledge gained from alchemy practice within the simulator. Intermediate array formation experience, the expertise acquired from array formation training in the simulator. 20,000 spirit stones, the fruits of your labor, not applicable to simulations, the fundamental concealment technique, a technique for obscuring your true cultivation level. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, a teaching resource on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling beginners to grasp essential skills. Formulae, all the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge gained from spell training within the simulator. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose dual focus. With this innate talent, he could cultivate alchemy without neglecting his other pursuits. After a brief rest, and following the passage of half an hour, Wang Li shifted to a reclining position and initiated the next simulation. The simulator powered on, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the white talent. A life of misfortune. A life of misfortune. Your life is fraught with adversity, your path is beset with obstacles, and your journey is a struggle. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose not to refresh it. Today, you purchased the fundamental concealment technique and the comprehensive guide to basic array formation at the market. And you practiced the fundamental concealment technique that on the second day, Lu Zidin invited you to the mine to excavate, but you declined. You settled your debts with Lu Zidin that on the third day, you successfully cultivated the fundamental concealment technique, allowing you to obscure your true cultivation level that on the fourth day. You ventured out to purchase alchemical texts, acquiring the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy at the Wanbao Pavilion, where the book detailed simple alchemical techniques. In addition to the guide, you spent 1,000 spirit stones on a low-tier alchemical furnace that on your way back, you encountered 2 rogue cultivators at the 10th layer of chi refinement who ambushed you, resulting in serious injuries. Did the entries begin to take effect? Wang Li observed the starkly different description from the previous simulation, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. You fled to the territory of the Li clan, narrowly preserving your life. You began recuperating. By the second year, your body had fully healed, yet you could sense lingering internal injuries. You commenced your studies in alchemy. You also began learning about array formations. Dual focus activated. The talent for arrays awakened, enhancing your skills in array formation. The talent for alchemy awakened, augmenting your alchemical abilities. Having learned from your previous experiences, you sought out Lu Zidin, hoping he would act as your representative in the market. Lu Zidin was astonished to discover your proficiency in alchemy and array formation, regarding you as if he were meeting you for the first time. With Lu Zidin's assistance, you began your venture in alchemy and array formation within the market. Initially, people were skeptical of the reputation you had established. However, bolstered by Lu Zidin's formidable charisma, your business began to flourish. A year passed, and your enterprise in the market expanded significantly, benefiting even Lu Zidin. With the support of your talents in alchemy and arrays, your experience in both fields grew rapidly. By the fourth year, your skills in alchemy and array formation had reached an extraordinary level, rivaling those of intermediate alchemists and array masters. You began instructing Lu Zidin to secretly gather formulas for the spirit life pill. However, your life was destined to be filled with peril and hardship. And news of the spirit life pill's formula leaked out. You and Lu Zidin attracted the attention of the Li clan. Oh no. As the simulation reached this point, Wang Li's brow furrowed in distress. Yet, upon recollecting that this was merely a simulated narrative, he relaxed once more. Lu Zidin was taken to the law enforcement hall, where the elder in charge did not interrogate him, but immediately initiated a soul search. As the elder's mana flooded Lu Zidan's mind, he discerned that everything had been orchestrated by you from behind the scenes. You were brought before the law enforcement hall. Watching Lu Zidan, who had become a mere shell of his former self due to the soul search, you felt a pang of guilt. The enforcers forced you to kneel in submission. You resolutely refused to bow. This was not mere stubbornness. You understood that even if you knelt, there would be no chance of survival. The elder paid no mind to your refusal. He inquired if you were aware of the truth. You coldly replied, yes. The elder appraised you with a discerning gaze, and upon uncovering your true cultivation level, his expression shifted to one of regret. He had not anticipated that you were at the 8th layer of chi refinement. He praised you for achieving such a level at your age. Recognizing you as a top talent in alchemy and array formation, he offered you an opportunity to join the Li clan, along with a proposal for a marriage alliance. You were taken aback. But with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes and having been deceived on numerous occasions, you remained wary and did not easily place your trust in him. The elder perceived your apprehension, but dismissed it, instructing the enforcers to confine you in the dungeon beneath the law enforcement hall. Allowing you time to ponder your decision. A day later, you requested an audience with the elder, expressing your desire to join the Li clan. You paid your respects to Elder Li Daoshu. You acknowledged Elder Li Daoming. You bowed before clan leader Li Daojin. You joined the Li clan, receiving the surname Li. Elder Li Daoming expressed his sincerity by administering a spirit life pill to you. However, to maintain control over you, they also administered a blood puppet pill, implanting a restriction within your consciousness. You resumed your cultivation. You were appointed as one of the alchemical hall's honored guests within the Li clan. You began crafting elixirs for the Li clan. By the 5th year, with the assistance of elixirs and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation reached the 9th layer of chi refinement. The Li clan's elixir business flourished due to your involvement. Due to your exceptional skills and infrequent mistakes, coupled with the superb quality of the elixirs you concoct, you have garnered immense popularity in the marketplace. By the 6th year, with the aid of elixirs and simulated spiritual stones, your cultivation reached the 10th layer of chi refinement. Your reputation began to spread far and wide, and the surrounding families of cultivators and alchemical markets became aware of the renowned alchemical prodigy from the Li clan. In January of the 7th year, the return of Li Yunxi to the clan caused quite a stir. By March of the same year, you were betrothed to Li Lingjin, the granddaughter of the law enforcement elder, a practitioner of the 3 spiritual roots. The Li clan increasingly valued you. In August of the 7th year, your cultivation escalated to the 11th layer of chi refinement, yet your resources for cultivation were depleted. You lamented the arduousness of the path of immortality. In the 8th year, you received orders to handle matters concerning external disciples. It was then that you encountered Lin Yu, observing how adeptly he managed the external disciples. Your eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions. Lin Yu, oh Lin Yu! Wang Li reflected deeply upon this moment. You incapacitated an external disciple, administered a bewildering elixir, and broke his limbs. You acquired the external disciple's storage pouch. As the external disciple was handed over to the disciples of Tianyi sect, your gaze lingered on that dazed figure for several seconds before you returned to the alchemy hall. You commenced your alchemical practices, refining elixirs while cultivating simultaneously. By the end of the 8th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi set off together to cultivate at the Tianyi sect. The 9th year arrived, having survived this many simulations. It was the first time Wang Li reached the 9th year, and he revealed a bittersweet smile as he gazed at the interface displaying the 9th year. In this year, your fiancée, Li Lingjin, summoned you. Accompanied by a male disciple, she had hurried back from Tianyi sect specifically to meet you. Upon seeing Li Lingjin, clad in a flowing white dress, with skin as smooth as cream and beauty surpassing that of a hibiscus, one could not deny her allure. Li Lingjin proposed the dissolution of your engagement. She believed that a 4 spiritual roots external disciple, such as yourself, was unworthy of her, especially since she had found someone else. Subtly implying that you were incompatible, you remained indifferent. Li Lingjin assumed you were merely seeking additional benefits and tossed 1,000 spiritual stones your way. Grateful for the spiritual stones, you accepted them without hesitation. Ultimately, with the intervention of the clan leader, Li Daojin, your engagement was annulled, and the Li clan promised you another marriage, this time to Li Mingjin, the granddaughter of elder Li Daoming, a practitioner of the four spiritual roots. Under the eaves of another, you dared not refuse. In the 10th year, your alchemical skills had reached a superior level, and your cultivation was advancing towards the 12th layer of qi refinement, as you prepared to embark upon the journey of matrimony. The 11th year marked your wedding. Your bride was indeed beautiful. At the age of 23, you finally found a true sense of home. Your sense of belonging to the Li clan grew ever stronger. Outside the simulation, Wang Li observed the unfolding narrative with a serene demeanor. The flickering candlelight reflected in his dark eyes, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind in the 12th year. With a plethora of elixirs and spiritual stones amassed, your cultivation broke through to the 12th layer of qi refinement. You mused that being an alchemist was indeed advantageous, even as the Li clan was fully aware of your habitual reductions in elixir supplies. Yet your stipends and allowances remained plentiful the 12th layer of qi refinement. You had reached the pinnacle of this stage, with the next milestone being foundation establishment. Elderly Daoming learned of your breakthrough and sent a congratulatory gift. Similarly, clan leader Li Daojin and law enforcement elderly Dao Shu also sent their regard upon hearing the news that in the 13th year, your child was born, a boy. Even the usually composed you felt a childlike joy in this moment. At 23, having achieved the 12th layer of qi refinement, being a talented alchemist, and now a father, you experienced true happiness for the first time. However, your child was found to possess no spiritual roots, leading your wife to weep inconsolably. In the 14th year, your cultivation began to stabilize, and your alchemical proficiency improved. Your status within the Li clan grew increasingly solidified. By the 15th year, you attained the consummate level of the 12th layer of qi refinement and began seeking methods to break through to foundation establishment. You approached the clan leader for the recipe and herbs for the foundation establishment pill. Li Daojin, with an impassive expression, informed you that since embarking on the path of immortality, you had been restrained by the stopping qi powder. And overcoming it to continue your cultivation was already a feat. Breaking through to foundation establishment, he warned, would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Ultimately, you departed with the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. In the 16th year, you commenced the collection of materials necessary for its refinement. Your alchemical skills progressed further. By the 17th year, you had gathered several essential herbs for the foundation establishment pill. In the 18th year, you acquired a rare herb crucial for its refinement, further enhancing your alchemical abilities. By the 23rd year, after expending immense effort to gather the requisite herbs, you began seclusion to refine the foundation establishment pill. In the 24th year, you successfully crafted the foundation establishment pill, holding the hard-earned elixir in your hands, your heart filled with complex emotions. Your son, Li Wen, was now 10 years old. You spent some time with your family before retreating once more. You ingested the foundation establishment pill, aiming to break through. However, the attempt failed, and forcibly trying to transcend resulted in a backlash, leaving you gravely injured. In the 25th year, you recovered from your injuries and continued gathering materials for the foundation establishment pill. By the 26th year, your alchemical skills reached an extraordinary level, instilling you with confidence that no practitioner in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm surpassed your prowess in alchemy. In the 27th year, the Li clan convened a family meeting, and you received an invitation. During the meeting, clan leader Li Daojin announced two matters of significance. The first concerned the external disciples. The mysterious realm of Qiani sect would open once every 30 years, prompting various cultivation families to begin preparations over a decade in advance. The second matter pertained to the battle between righteous and demonic factions. It was rumored that the ancestor of the demonic sect, the Huan sect, had achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Consequently, the demonic sect had begun stirring, seemingly preparing to make a move. You were indifferent to these matters. Your sole desire was to break through to foundation establishment. In the 28th year, you continued gathering materials for the foundation establishment pill. In the 29th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi returned to the Li clan, and as you stood among the crowd, watching the two who had achieved the foundation establishment stage, your heart was filled with complexity. In the 30th year, At the age of 42, you sought once more to refine the foundation establishment pill. Fate appeared to play a cruel joke on you as the geothermal fire of the Li clan suddenly became turbulent. Under the tremors of the Earth's veins, your furnace exploded, and your attempt at crafting the foundation establishment pill failed. You felt disheartened, yet understood that perseverance was the key to victory. Thus, you commenced the collection of materials for the foundation establishment pill again. That year, your wife observed everything unfold, though she did not comprehend your relentless pursuit of strength. Believing that life was already splendid with loved ones by your side, she remained content with the happiness that surrounded you. Yet she continued to support you silently. In the 31st year, the demonic coalition launched an offensive against the 7 sects of the righteous path. With the Heavenly One sect of the Qi Nation leading the charge, the 7 sects of the righteous path hurriedly prepared for battle. The demonic coalition employed a myriad of tactics, united in purpose, sweeping through the battlefield like a whirlwind, causing the scheming 7 sects to suffer successive defeats. The Heavenly One sect urgently summoned various immortal families to join the fray. Due to your identity as an alchemist, you managed to evade conscription by your family in the 32nd year. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic intensified, while you continued to gather medicinal pills. By the 33rd year, the battle began to wane. And the 7 sects of the righteous path grew increasingly weak. In the 34th year, the 7 sects retreated to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell under the control of the demonic forces. You successfully refined a foundation establishment pill. The Li clan chose to ally with the Huan sect. You commenced seclusion to break through in the 35th year. A disciple of the Huan sect discovered that your wife possessed a mysterious body and sought to seize her as a furnace. Your wife was delivered by the Li clan to preserve her purity. She ingested a poison pill and perished. Your son sought vengeance for his mother and was captured by the Soul Banner. You emerged from seclusion to avenge your wife and child, but were defeated and subsequently captured by the Soul Banner. Wang Li, feeling numb, reflected on the truth. Blood is thicker than water. Yet the father-son duo was ensnared by the banner. This once again proved that the Li clan is unreliable. Your soul was devoured by the malevolent spirits within the Soul Banner, and you met your demise. Due to the obliteration of your soul, you were unable to activate your talents, bringing the simulation to an end. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose one reward from the following. 1. A life filled with misfortunes. Your existence is fraught with challenges and obstacles, each step a struggle. 2. Current simulation cultivation. Great perfection of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. 3. Superior alchemy experience. The knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator. 4. Intermediate array formation experience. The expertise acquired from array formation practice in the simulator. 5. 50,000 spiritual stones. The fruits of your labor, not usable in the simulation. 6. Basic concealment technique. A method to obscure your cultivation level. 7. Basic alchemy compendium. A guide on fundamental alchemy techniques, enabling beginners to grasp some alchemical skills. 8. Pill formulas. All the formulas you mastered during the simulation. 9. Spell cultivation experience. The knowledge gained from spell practice in the simulator. 10.1 Foundation establishment pill. A vital item for breaking through the foundation establishment stage, refined within the simulator. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose the simulation cultivation reward. In an instant, the power of the great perfection of the 12th layer of Qi refinement surged into his body, coursing through his organs and nourishing his physique. Great perfection of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Achieved, clenching his fists and feeling the immense strength within. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. After calming his emotions, he initiated the simulation once more. Life simulation device LV1 host. Wang Li age. 12 cultivation technique. Red fire scripture cultivation level. Great perfection of the 12th layer of Qi refinement simulation points. 0 simulation attempts. 0 talents. Grievous soul seeker, black. Array genius, green. Alchemy prodigy, green. Dual focus, green. Talent attribute levels. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Rainbow. The simulator is booting up, randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the yellow talent. Cold and detached, cold and detached. You are a person devoid of warmth. Harsh and selfish, viewing desires with indifference. You never act against your own interests. The simulation begins. Today, you purchase the basic concealment technique and the basic array compendium from the market, and you practice the basic concealment technique. On the following day, Lu Zidu invited you to the mine to work, but you declined. You repaid Lu Zidu's debt that on the third day, your practice of the basic concealment technique was successful, allowing you to conceal your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to purchase the basic alchemy compendium and acquired a low-tier alchemy furnace. You commenced your studies in alchemy and array formation. Dual focus activated. The array genius talent triggered, enhancing your array techniques. The alchemy prodigy talent activated, improving your alchemical skills. You began to disguise yourself and set up a stall in the market. Your prices were relatively low, and many scattered cultivators began to support your business. That a month passed, and you received numerous orders, amassing substantial wealth. With the support of the alchemy prodigy and array genius talents, your alchemical and array experience grew rapidly. In the second year, your alchemical and array skills reached an advanced level, attaining intermediate quality, and your business flourished even more. You began to raise your prices that a few scattered cultivators attempted to exploit your success. However, after you decisively suppressed them, they learned to behave. That year, you secretly sought a solution to the stopping chi powder and ultimately, to your delight, obtained a formula for the spirit pill from a scattered cultivator. You began to gather the herbs required for its refinement. In the third year, with a generous reward offered, you collected all the necessary herbs for the spirit pill and began its refinement. 3 months later, you succeeded and consumed the spirit pill. You eliminated the stopping chi powder from your body. Various factions learned of a master in the Li clan's market who possessed both alchemical and array mastery and sent representatives to seek you out. Weighing the pros and cons, you temporarily withdrew from the market. You have acquired a vast collection of spell tomes. With a divided focus, you delve into the art of formations while simultaneously honing your magical skills. By the fourth year, as the initial fervor wanes, you resume your stall operations, and the marketplace buzzes with activity once more. You petition Wanbei for the formula of the foundation establishment pill, and your wishes are fulfilled as you obtain the coveted recipe. You then embark on a quest to gather the requisite herbs for the pill. In the fifth year, under the promise of generous rewards, you procure a rare herb essential for concocting the foundation establishment pill. By the sixth year, the Li clan ceases to distribute cultivation resources, causing a wave of sorrow among the outer disciples, yet you remain unmoved. You persist in your studies of alchemy and formation techniques, achieving a commendable proficiency in both arts. In the seventh year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visits the North Mountain residence in search of you and Lu Ziduan, observing the charming young man before you. Now a dashing figure at the 10th level of chi refinement, you feel an unexpected calm. You decline their invitation to venture out for leisure. Lu Ziduan expresses his ire, accusing you of becoming increasingly cold-hearted over the years. Forsaking emotions for the sake of cultivation, you utter no further words and turn away, severing all ties with Lu Ziduan and Lin Yu. In January of the 7th year, news of Yunqi's return to the Celestial Clan stirs a notable commotion. Yet you remain indifferent, focusing instead on arming yourself and preparing for the imminent dangers. In February, you acquire a technique of the demonic sect, Blood Shadow Escape. By March, you collect yet another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill. In the same month, you begin covertly gathering the formulas for the Clear Spirit Pill and the Bone Shaping Pill. You also procure spells and potions to enhance physical strength, diligently learning both escape techniques and combat arts simultaneously. In May of the 7th year, you successfully concoct the Clear Spirit Pill. By June, you create the Bone Shaping Pill. In July, you gather another herb necessary for the Foundation Establishment Pill. By the end of October in the 7th year, you hear of Lu Ziduan's betrayal and subsequent execution, yet you remain expressionless, continuing your magical studies. That on the first night of the new year in the 8th year, you are ambushed by a law enforcement disciple at the 8th level of chi refinement. Feigning a successful assault, you are force-fed a mind confusion pill and subjected to a sealing technique. Severing your own limbs, the Clear Spirit Pill within you begins to activate, and you channel your energy to break free from the restraints. The Bone Shaping Pill also begins to function, bringing you back to consciousness as your bones undergo a transformative process. You find yourself traded to the Tianyi sect and enter a secret realm. At this juncture, Wang Li's expression grows animated as he contemplates the potential of his well-prepared self. You unleash the fire dragon technique, swiftly dispatching the Tianyi disciple before you, and cast a cold smirk at the remaining disciples. Your aura, now at the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, instills fear among the onlookers. 14 disciples of the Tianyi sect sense your presence, their faces betraying trepidation. Brothers, he is but a single individual, unarmed. Even if he exhausts his energy, he cannot possibly defeat us all. Let us charge together, one disciple boldly proclaims. Yet, no one moves, clearly reluctant to be the first to meet their demise. The standoff ensues. But you offer them little time, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 10th-level cultivators. Your actions are as effortless as quenching thirst, sweeping through them like a tempest, unleashing spells with unrelenting ferocity, decimating the majority of the Tianyi disciples in a heartbeat. Soon, only one 12th-level disciple remains. This disciple, instead of engaging you, regards you with a smile. You maintain an impassive demeanor, a flicker of wariness igniting within you. Throughout your slaughter, you keep a vigilant eye on this 12th-level disciple, prepared to utilize your escape techniques at the slightest hint of danger. However, as you eliminate the others, his unmoving presence piques your curiosity, leading you to suspect he possesses some hidden advantage. This Tianyi disciple reveals his affiliation with the demonic sect and proposes to introduce you to their ranks. Shocked, you ponder the extent of the demonic sect's reach, even into the Tianyi sect. After a moment of silence, you inquire about the conditions. The Tianyi disciple answers that you must consume a soul-devouring pill. Observing his calm demeanor, a thought of violence stirs within you. Ultimately, you choose to join the demonic sect and consume the soul-devouring pill. The infiltrating Tianyi disciple discloses his alias and sect, introducing himself as Jia Qing from the Yaoshan sect. You reciprocate with your own alias, Lu Zichong. Together, you begin to cleanse the battlefield, and you acquire half of the Tianyi disciple storage bags. Jia Qing informs you that this mysterious secret realm is called the Immortal Ruins, which, according to legend, was formed from the remains of a celestial being that fell from the heavens in ancient times, giving rise to this vast mountain range. The Immortal Ruins serve as a manifestation of the celestials Dantian, possessing the remarkable ability to conjure spiritual plants from thin A.I.R.B. while sacrificing the flesh and blood of cultivators. A plethora of spiritual herbs can be produced within the realm. Curiosity leads you to question why one wouldn't use the flesh of demon beasts instead. Jia Qing explains that the spiritual energy within demon beast flesh is highly chaotic, yielding poor results in sacrifices. You remain contemplative. 7 days later, the realm indeed produces an abundance of spiritual herbs, leaving you astounded. Over 1,000 spiritual herbs sprout, most of which are essential for crafting the foundation establishment pill. You discreetly collect some vital materials for the pill. Jia Qing observes your actions and warns you that upon exiting, the Tianyi sect elders will conduct a thorough search. You quickly inquire about the elders. Jia Qing explains that whenever the Immortal Ruins close, the sect's supervising elders personally come to collect the herbs to prevent disciples from hoarding them. You then inquire about how your identity will be handled. Jia Qing assures you that he possesses a skin painting technique from the Yaoshan sect, capable of crafting a disguise that would easily evade the notice of core formation cultivators. Surprised yet composed, you agree. That night, Jia Qing retrieves a piece of human skin from a storage bag, instructing you to drip your blood on it for refinement, subsequently painting a remarkably lifelike disguise for you. You recognize it as belonging to one of the Tianyi disciples you had slain. You don the painted skin. On the 8th day, you adopt the new name Shun Jianyi. You and Jia Qing depart the Immortal Ruins. The leading foundation establishment cultivator is taken aback to see only you and Jia Qing emerge. Jia Qing explains that an unexpected incident occurred within the realm, wherein an outer disciple unleashed a massacre, presenting the recording stone as evidence. Upon viewing the stone, the foundation establishment cultivator's expression darkens. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe arrives, riding a sword, radiating an overwhelming aura that causes your blood to run cold. After you and Jia Qing dutifully surrender the spiritual herbs, you accompany the leading foundation establishment cultivator as you leave. As you exit the mist-laden mountains and board the spirit vessel returning to the Tianyi sect. The leading cultivator produces 2 memory oblivion pills. He informs you that these pills will erase nearly half a month's worth of memories, but they will return after breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Observing Jia Qing consume one, you follow suit. However, as soon as you swallow it, regret washes over you. Indeed, having lost your memories of the secret realm, you behave oddly, feeling disoriented by your surroundings. The leading foundation establishment cultivator notices your condition and begins to express concern. You look at him, your eyes filled with confusion. Upon realizing you do not recognize him, his expression shifts. He begins to press for your true name. You fall silent. Seeing your reaction, the cultivator takes action. Attempting to probe your soul. In the ensuing struggle, your painted identity is revealed. This draws Jia Qing's attention. Witnessing your predicament, he immediately summons a treasured pill. With a flash of a talisman, a colossal hand descends, crushing the unprepared foundation establishment cultivator. A treasured pill. Comparable to the full force of a core formation cultivator, Jia Qing's prowess raises questions about his origins and the nature of his possessions. Upon witnessing Jia Qing summon the Danbao within the simulation, Wang Li's breath quickened with urgency. It was no wonder that he appeared so fearless when confronting me in the secret realm. After Jia Qing cleared the battlefield, he gravely inquired about your lineage, asking which elder of the Yaoshan sect you were descended from. You deceived Jia Qing, claiming to be the descendant of the third elder. With a skeptical gaze, Jia Qing scrutinized you for a moment before revealing that, although he was unaware of the circumstances that led him to this place, as disciples of the Yaoshan sect, they were obligated to assist one another. He proceeded to skin a creature, the hide resembling that of the recently deceased foundation-building cultivator. After extracting some useful items, he handed you the cultivator storage bag and imparted to you a high-level technique for concealing one's cultivation. He also shared information regarding the deceased cultivator. You mastered the hidden heart technique and accepted the storage bag, thereby acquiring a new name. Fong Xiu 18 noon. You and Jia Qing returned to Tianyi sect, where you arrived at Jia Qing's residence to discuss future plans. In the afternoon, you were summoned to the law enforcement hall for questioning. The elder in charge demanded an explanation for the substantial loss of disciples during your recent mission. You relayed the testimony corroborated by Jia Qing. Upon hearing that it was members of the demonic sect responsible for the raid, the elder remained skeptical and inquired about the specifics of your assignment. Unable to provide a satisfactory answer, you were forcibly transformed into a puppet by the elder's formidable powers, who dismissed the need for soul searching. Your soul was extinguished. You perished due to the obliteration of your soul. You could not activate your innate abilities, bringing the simulation to an end. As the simulation concluded, you were presented with a selection of rewards, cold-hearted and unyielding. You are a person devoid of compassion, harshly self-serving and indifferent to desires. You would never act against your own interests. Simulation cultivation level, perfected at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Advanced alchemy experience, knowledge gained from alchemy practiced within the simulator. Advanced formation experience, skills acquired from formation practice in the simulator. 50,000 spirit stones, your earnings not usable for simulation. Basic concealment technique, a method to obscure your cultivation level. Hidden heart technique, a concealment technique from the demonic sect. Basic alchemy compendium, instruction on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling beginners to grasp some skills. Danfeng, all recipes you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, knowledge gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Wang Li opted for the advanced alchemy experience. As the simulator infused this knowledge into his being, he swiftly grasped numerous alchemical techniques. Optimal temperatures, ideal moments for pill formation, methods to minimize errors, maximizing the use of herbs, and mastering the control of fire. With 400 simulation points exhausted, he could only wait 7 days to continue. Alternatively, he could venture to the market to earn spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li decided it would be more prudent to set up a stall in the market, allowing him to refine his alchemical skills, generate income, and seek out various recipes. With this in mind, He retrieved the basic formation compendium and basic concealment technique purchased at the market to commence his studies. Following the lines of the simulation would save him unnecessary troubles. On the following day, after a night of intense focus, Wang Li heard a knock at his door. Anticipating it might be Lu Zidong, he quickly rose to greet him. "Lu Gu, please come in," upon opening the door. Wang Li was greeted by a familiar face, prompting a warm smile as he welcomed him inside. "Brother, it's time to head to the mine." Lu Zidong stepped into the room and glanced around at Wang Li's humble living quarters. Wang Li shook his head, retrieving the spirit stones he had prepared earlier and placing them on the table. "Lu Gu, I've recently come into a small fortune. I currently have no shortage of spirit stones. So, I want to be going. Please inform the foreman at the mine for me that as for these spirit stones, they're what I borrowed from you earlier. Please accept them." Upon seeing the spirit stones on the table, Lu Zidong expressed heartfelt joy for Wang Li, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are blessed. Congratulations." He accepted the spirit stones and, after sitting in the room for a while, departed with his hoe slung over his shoulder. Wang Li watched his retreating figure, filled with a complex mix of emotions. He wished to assist Lu Zidong, but given his own precarious situation, he felt powerless to aid others. Fortunately, he still had nearly 8 years to simulate his circumstances. After those 8 years, he would be capable of overcoming any divine or demonic obstacle. Calming his thoughts, Wang Li resumed his practice of the basic concealment technique that on the third day, as dawn broke, Wang Li strolled through the mountains, the melodic calls of birds surrounding him, bringing clarity to his mind. Empowered by his magical energy, he leaped gracefully, landing upon the lush greenery as he made his way towards the bustling market. His movements were as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, covering vast distances in mere moments, and soon the lively market came into view. Low-tier spirit beasts on sale. Interested parties, come forth. The forging shop is having a grand opening. Don't miss out. Wanbao Pavilion has just received hundreds of new spirit artifacts, all at a 10% discount. The sounds of enthusiastic vendors echoed from all directions before Wang Li even entered the market. He smiled knowingly and stepped inside, ready to execute his 3-step strategic plan. First, he approached a mask stall to purchase a color-changing inked jade mask for identity concealment. Second, he headed to Wanbao Pavilion to acquire an alchemy furnace. Third, he purchased wooden signs, stools, and tables. Once he had everything prepared, he found a suitable spot to set up his stall. The sign read, "Alchemy Information, quality products at reasonable prices, starting from 100 low-tier spirit stones, with final pricing based on the time taken for crafting." Now, he simply awaited customers. Seated on a wooden stool, Wang Li calmly observed the bustling crowd, his gaze reflecting a glimmer of intrigue. After sitting for an entire morning without a single customer seeking his alchemical services, he felt perplexed. This doesn't make sense. The simulator indicated I would be quite popular. Yet where is everyone? He sighed, realizing that with his current cultivation, further progress was difficult, having reached the limits of the qi refinement stage. He decided to patiently wait, recognizing that cultivating his patience would be beneficial. Wang Li's mindset shifted towards a more composed state. It was not until the afternoon that someone finally approached him, seeking his alchemical expertise. Upon receiving a recipe and herbs from a weary yet sturdy man, Wang Li's expression shifted to one of surprise. "A soul-replenishing pill. Indeed, master. My child has wandered into a bizarre place, and his 3 souls have been damaged. He desperately needs a soul-replenishing pill for healing. I implore you to assist." Wang Li, taken aback, regarded the man warily. "Given the gravity of your child's situation, why not seek the expertise of professional alchemists or those at Wanbao Pavilion instead of coming to me? Do you truly place such trust in my abilities?" The burly man chuckled wryly, replying, "It's too expensive. Those alchemists charge no less than 1,000 spirit stones. But here, you only ask for 100. "Very well, I shall take on this task," Wang Li replied. Feigning solemnity, he then conjured flames, enveloping his hand in fire, and summoned an iron-sized alchemy furnace from his storage bag, which hovered above his palm. One by one, he added the herbs provided by the man into the furnace. Utilizing the water manipulation technique, he directed streams of magical energy into the furnace, and then followed the recipe step by step to refine the herbs within. With the skilled techniques of a superior alchemist, everything flowed seamlessly, evoking admiration from onlookers. The sturdy man observed Wang Li's alchemical methods with astonishment. Though he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he had encountered various alchemists and had never witnessed such mastery. Before long, Wang Li's remarkable alchemical techniques attracted a growing crowd of cultivators. As they watched his unique approach, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. After half an hour, the crowd had swelled, and the soul-replenishing pill was successfully crafted. As the furnace lid was lifted, 2 purple pills soared forth, landing in the sturdy man's hands. The soul-replenishing pill. The man exclaimed in disbelief, "I've heard this pill is tremendously beneficial." Amidst the throng, a discerning cultivator instantly recognized the nature of the elixir in question. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of gazes fixated intently upon the precious pill. The burly man, as if clutching a treasure of immeasurable worth, hastily stowed it away in his storage pouch. Subsequently, he produced 200 spirit stones from his person and presented them to Wang Li. "Thank you, esteemed master. My child is now saved," he declared, his visage awash with reverence. Clearly overwhelmed with gratitude towards Wang Li, which stemmed from the depths of his heart, Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for him to depart, before redirecting his attention to the gathering crowd. "Are there any among you who require my alchemical services?" At once, several cultivators stepped forward. "Master, I wish to concoct a blood-chi pill." "Master, might you craft a bewitching pill for this humble girl?" "Master, I seek to create a tranquil heart pill." For an entire afternoon, Wang Li immersed himself in alchemy as the crowd of onlookers grew ever larger, observing the flawless pills materializing in Wang Li's hands. Expressions of astonishment danced in the eyes of the spectators. How many has it been now? This master has not faltered even once. It is truly remarkable. His magical prowess is indeed formidable. He must be a venerable elder of the Foundation establishment stage. Before long, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended the branches, Wang Li completed the final pill and began to tidy his stall, with a respectful clasp of his fists. He addressed the assembled crowd. "Esteemed friends, this shall conclude today's alchemical endeavors. Tomorrow, I shall return to this spot. Should you require my services, simply await my arrival." With that, Wang Li gracefully departed, as onlookers beheld his retreating figure. Some harbored unorthodox thoughts, while many more suppressed their ambitions with rationality. The surname Li, coupled with such exceptional alchemical skills, and the fact he operated within the confines of the Li clan's market, compelled them to ponder further. Once outside the market, Wang Li felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing no one followed him, as he had hoped to strike a fortuitous windfall. As he continued along his path, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a corpse lying by the roadside, its eyes unblinking in death. Gazing upon the lifeless form, he could not help but lament. In this world, without power, a moment's carelessness can leave one as naught but a corpse by the wayside. The body belonged to the burly man who had previously beseeched Wang Li for a soul-replenishing pill. Half a stick of incense later, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain guest house just before the gates were sealed. After securely locking the door, he retrieved the 800 spirit stones he had earned that day and deposited them entirely into the simulator. Simulation commence. Talent attribute levels: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. The simulator initiated, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the green talent. Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate and formidable talent for the sword path. Given time, you shall become a powerful sword cultivator. The simulation began. Today, you showcased astonishing alchemical skills at the market, quickly gaining renown. As you refer to yourself as Li, many began to speculate on your potential ties to the Li clan. The following day, upon your arrival at the market, you were encircled by hundreds seeking your alchemical prowess. You welcomed all who came, accepting payment for your services that a month passed, during which you received numerous orders, amassing considerable wealth. With the dual advantages of being an alchemical prodigy and an array formation savant, your experience in both disciplines surged at an incredible pace. Despite your exceptional talent in formations, people were primarily drawn to your alchemical skills, Given your ability to concoct even the most complex pills, speculation arose regarding whether you were a master alchemist. You neither confirmed nor denied the rumors. A steward elder of the Li clan sought to meet you. You declined. The steward elder made another request to meet, and after much deliberation, you acquiesced. You met with elderly Daoxian, who inquired about your lineage. You replied that you merely shared the surname Li and were not a disciple of the Li clan. Elderly Daoxian extended an olive branch, which you rejected. Your meeting with him ended on an unsatisfactory note. You began to increase your prices and sought the formula for the life essence pill. Your efforts bore fruit as you collected the necessary herbs for its concoction. You ventured to the Wanbao Pavilion to purchase the Xiantian sword cannon, a tome containing all the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. It is said that the Xiantian sword cannon is a legacy left behind by a formidable sword cultivator. However, due to its stringent requirements regarding the practitioner's sword talent, it is widely known yet seldom mastered. You commenced the transition to this new cultivation method, activating your talent, sword heart clarity, a year later. Under a generous bounty, you gathered the herbs required for the life essence pill and began its formulation, preparing for the events 8 years hence. You successfully transitioned to the Xiantian sword cannon, becoming a formidable sword cultivator. So swift? Wang Li was momentarily stunned by his rapid progress. Is this the profound effect of talent? Indeed, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Even the offspring of a mouse can dig holes. However, a thought struck Wang Li. If every being possesses their own innate talent attributes, what might his original talent attribute be? 1 month later, you successfully concocted and consumed the life essence pill. Dispelling the stagnation within your being, various prominent families began to court your allegiance. The influential Wanbage and others extended their invitations to you. You commenced an extensive acquisition of spells to arm yourself. You sought to procure the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill from Wanbage. Your desires were fulfilled as you obtained the coveted formula. Thus, you began to gather the herbs required for the concoction of the Foundation Establishment pill. Your quest also led you to seek remedies for the soul-devouring pill. In the 3rd year, you successfully acquired a herb essential for crafting the Foundation Establishment pill. Your offensive spells advanced rapidly. You mastered the art of the 5-element slaughter and sword control techniques. In the 4th year, another herb for the Foundation Establishment pill came into your possession. Your evasion techniques flourished remarkably, and you learned the 5 elements evasion technique. By the 5th year, yet another herb for the Foundation Establishment pill was acquired. Your defensive skills developed at an astonishing pace, allowing you to master the 5 elements defensive techniques. Your business thrived, with countless individuals seeking your alchemical services daily. It was at this juncture that you understood why so many alchemists impose such high barriers to entry in their craft. However, your proficiency in multitasking enabled you to simultaneously refine pills while attending to other matters. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, causing many external disciples to weep in despair. Yet you remained indifferent. You received a mysterious commission, with the buyer insisting that your alchemical work must remain confidential. You accepted the invitation and learned that they sought the Foundation Establishment pill. Upon their promise to allocate 1 pill to you, you undertook the task. Half a year later, you successfully refined 3 Foundation Establishment pills, earning 1 for yourself as remuneration. You declared a year-long hiatus and returned to the Li clan, establishing a divine prohibition array around your residence to deter prying eyes before you began consuming the pills in an attempt to break through. 3 months later, you emerged from seclusion, having failed in your breakthrough attempt and not achieving the Foundation Establishment stage. A thought of Han Tianzuan crossed your mind, recalling how he had consumed a considerable number of Foundation Establishment pills to succeed, which brought you a sense of peace. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Ling you visited the North Mountain Villa seeking you and Lu Zidon. Encouraged by Lu Zidon, you accompanied them to the market for leisure. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing quite a stir. Yunxi noticed Lin Yu amidst the crowd and admonished him, as a member of the clan, to devote himself to cultivation rather than mingling with the likes of you two in frivolities. As the carriage departed, you sensed Li Yunxi casting a lingering glance in your direction. After exchanging silent gazes for several moments, both of you averted your eyes. Lin, you severed ties with you thereafter. In the second month of the 7th year, you acquired a demonic evasion technique known as blood shadow evasion. In the 3rd month, you refined the pure spirit pill. In the 4th month, you concocted the bone-shaping pill. In the 5th month, you invited Lu Zidin to the celestial pavilion for relaxation. In the 6th month, you extended another invitation to Lu Zidin to continue unwinding at the celestial pavilion. Due to your intervention, Lu Zidin and Jiang Qingyan never became acquainted until the end of December in the 7th year. You invited Lu Zidin to the celestial pavilion for a night of revelry before preparing for the impending venture into the secret realm. On the first evening of the new year, an enforcement disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement ambushed you, and you feigned a successful attack. You were forced to ingest a mind confusion pill, and a sealing technique was employed against you. In a desperate act, you severed your own limbs. The pure spirit pill within you began to activate, and you channeled your mana to break the seal. The bone-shaping pill commenced its function, and you regained consciousness as your bones began to reshape. You were traded to the Tianyi sect and awoke within the secret realm, after swiftly dispatching a disciple of the Tianyi sect before you. Your gaze fell upon Jia Qing amidst the crowd. You publicly exposed Jia Qing's true identity, declaring yourself a disciple sent by the Yaoshan sect to assist him in locating the position of the immortal ruins secret realm. The disciples of Tianyi sect were struck with terror and uncertainty. Ultimately, Jia Qing chose to trust you, and together, you eliminated all Tianyi sect disciples within the secret realm. Once the battlefield was cleared, Jia Qing began to inquire how you had come to know of his existence. You revealed your alias, Lu Zidin, and stated that you were a descendant of the 3rd elder of the Yaoshan sect. As for your knowledge of Jia Qing, it was imparted to you by a senior who had sent you. Jia Qing regarded your words with skepticism, not fully placing his trust in you. You then inquired if Jia Qing could paint a disguise for you. Jia Qing, somewhat perplexed, questioned how a person from the Yaoshan sect could lack mastery of their secret techniques. You calmly explained that the Yaoshan sect had exerted tremendous effort to investigate the existence of the immortal ruins secret realm, and you had been sent to the Li clan as an external disciple since childhood, thus missing out on the sect's inner teachings. Jia Qing remained doubtful, but ultimately agreed to provide you with a disguise. You obtained a new identity as a disciple of the Tianyi sect, named Shun Jinni. You informed Jia Qing that you had received insider information indicating that Tianyi sect disciples, upon completing their mission in the immortal ruins secret realm, would be coerced by the leading Foundation establishment cultivator to ingest the forgetfulness pill. This pill would erase half a month's worth of memories, only to be restored upon breaking through the Foundation establishment stage. Jia Qing was taken aback and retrieved 2 pills from his storage bag. He revealed that these pills, known as blood origin pills, possess the ability to detoxify and protect the body while nurturing the essence. If taken before the forgetfulness pill, they would neutralize its effects, sparing the user from memory loss. Your surprise was palpable. With 7 days remaining before the secret realm's closure, you expressed to Jia Qing your desire to explore the secret realm further. Jia Qing was opposed, cautioning you about the 4 perilous areas within the immortal ruins secret realm: the eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern deadwaters. When he entered the secret realm, the leading cultivator had repeatedly warned all disciples to refrain from exploring these areas and to remain in the central region to gather spiritual herbs. You pressed Jia Qing for detailed intelligence about these perilous locations. He admitted he was unaware of specific details, only that they were dangerous, mentioning that the Tianyi sect had dispatched numerous disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement to investigate these 4 treacherous sites, none of whom returned. You found yourself in a quandary. You had thought that becoming a sword cultivator, possessing the power of the 12th level of Qi refinement, would allow you to roam freely within the secret realm. However, it became evident that this realm was far more complex than anticipated. Consequently, you relinquished the idea of exploring the secret realm. On the 8th day, after gathering spiritual herbs with Jia Qing, you exited the immortal ruins secret realm. Before departing, you both consumed the blood origin pills. A sense of intrigue enveloped you as you felt that the immortal ruins secret realm harbored significant secrets. Perhaps the legend of the immortals' demise here held a kernel of truth. You and Jiaqing stepped out of the transport portal, and the leading Foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback to see only you and Jiaqing emerge. Jiaqing offered little explanation, merely stating that an external disciple had concealed their cultivation and wreaked havoc within the secret realm, subsequently presenting the recording stone in his possession. Upon viewing the scenes within the stone, the Foundation establishment cultivator's expression darkened. Half a stick of incense later, a middle-aged man clad in black robes arrived to retrieve the spiritual herbs. You and Jiaqing followed the leading cultivator as you left the mist-laden mountains and boarded the spiritual vessel returning to the Tianyi sect. The leading cultivator produced the forgetfulness pill and elucidated its effects. You and Jiaqing ingested it together. Without revealing your true identities, you and Jiaqing, under the guidance of the leading cultivator, made your way to the Tianyi sect. You arrived at Jiaqing's residence, where the two of you commenced discussions about future plans. You requested the heart concealment technique from Jiaqing, and your wish was granted. You began to live under the guise of Shan Jinni within the Tianyi sect. Soon, you began to tally your spoils from the secret realm, which included 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts and 30 superior magical tools, along with numerous pills and spiritual stones that in the 9th year, you navigated the Tianyi sect with utmost caution, maintaining a low profile. Many who had previously befriended Shinjini were taken aback by your transformation. You explained that you had reached a pivotal moment in your cultivation and could not afford to slacken your efforts. They expressed their understanding. Throughout the year, you acquired extensive information regarding the Tianyi sect. The sect recruits disciples every 10 years, with a strict hierarchical structure from outer to inner disciples, then to true inheritors and elders, making the path to advancement exceedingly arduous in addition to the necessity of achieving strength. Contributions to the sect are indispensable. Correspondingly, the higher the rank, the more abundant the cultivation resources one can obtain. Furthermore, you received good news from Jiaqing. Disciples who have participated in the secret realm will each be awarded a Foundation establishment pill. You are astonished by this unexpected joy, yet also troubled. Shan Jinni possesses a talent of 3 spiritual roots, and if he consumes the Foundation establishment pill, he is likely to break through the Foundation establishment stage without any mishap. But you are not Shan Jinni. You begin to worry that if you fail to break through when the time comes, you may be met with suspicion. Thus, you set off to Jiaqing's cave dwelling to discuss your concerns. Jiaqing reassures you that there is no need for excessive worry. The Tianyi sect does not concern itself with such trivial matters. You feel a sense of relief. 3 months later, you receive the Foundation establishment pill bestowed by the Tianyi sect. You enter seclusion to attempt your breakthrough. However, after 6 months, it comes as no surprise when you fail to break through. Friends come to console you. You explain that you were too anxious at the time and neglected to establish the bridge between heaven and earth in your Dantian, resulting in your failure. News of your failed breakthrough spreads. The Shen clan sends someone to offer their condolences by the end of the 9th year. The young prodigy of the Mu clan, who had been betrothed to you since childhood, arrives to annul the engagement. You meet Shan Jinni's fiancé, Mu Inger, a practitioner with dual spiritual roots, joined the Tianyi sect alongside you and was taken under the wing of the second elder. She possesses a tall stature, skin fair as snow, and a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Faced with the annulment, you remain unfazed, nodding in agreement and accepting the annulment decree. Mu Inger and her kin depart satisfied. And you receive the wedding gift with an indifferent expression. The news of your annulment quickly spreads throughout the Tianyi sect, turning you into an object of ridicule. The Shun clan learns of your situation, and Shan Jinni's mother writes to comfort you. As you read her letter, you unconsciously think of your mortal parents in this world. Having left home at the age of 7, it has been 15 years, and you wonder how they are faring. In this moment of reflection, the faces of 2 honest and simple people appear in Wang Li's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he resumes his reading. Jiaqing successfully breaks through to the Foundation establishment stage and joins the inner sect. He leaves you with some herbs for refining the Foundation establishment pill. You begin to set up a stall in the nearby city of cultivators to refine pills. The familiar sign and the well-practiced techniques soon attract many old customers. Some cultivators who had previously sought your services begin to frequent your stall. While refining pills, you also start acquiring herbs for making the foundation establishment pill. In the 11th year, you obtain a herb suitable for refining the foundation establishment pill. Your business flourishes, and everyone learns that a master alchemist has arrived in Tianyi City by the 12th year. You collect several foundational herbs for the foundation establishment pill. In the 13th year, you acquire a rare herb for refining the foundation establishment pill, enhancing your alchemical skills. By the 14th year, you gather all the necessary herb for the foundation establishment pill. You begin the refining process and succeed. Departing from Tianyi City, you return to the Tianyi sect, prepare to enter seclusion for your breakthrough. On your way back, you discover a disciple of the Tianyi sect attempting to assault a young maiden of your sect. Indifferent, you plan to leave, but the disciple notices you. You retaliate, utilizing the might of the Xiantian sword cannon, and swiftly dispatch the disciple. You have performed a good deed, saving the beautiful maiden in the process of erasing the evidence. You discover that the person you have slain is the son of the Zhao clan's patriarch, a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots. You tidy the scene and take the maiden's storage bag. Within it, you find a foundation establishment pill. Overjoyed, you exclaim that good deeds are rewarded. You return to the Tianyi sect and enter seclusion in the 15th year. Bolstered by 2 foundation establishment pills, you shatter your limits. Constructing a bridge of heaven and earth within your dantian, transforming qi into liquid, and successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Friends and family send their congratulations upon hearing the news. Once your realm stabilizes, thoughts of leaving the Tianyi sect begin to form in your mind. You are keenly aware that this place is a den of wolves. If you remain any longer, your true nature will inevitably be exposed. You go to the mission hall to take on a task and descend the mountain. Shedding your fade, you reveal your true self. Jiaqing pursues you overnight, inquiring about your intentions. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage 3 years earlier, Jiaqing is now at the mid-foundation establishment stage, significantly stronger than you. You inform Jiaqing that the demon god sect has summoned you, and you must hasten to the sect. You draw your sword in defense, blocking a strike, only to show confusion. Jiaqing sneers repeatedly, stating that after his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he had contacted the demon god sect, confirming that they had not sent you to infiltrate the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. All your previous actions were deceptions aimed at him in the territory of the Tianyi sect. He refrained from taking action against you. But now, he cannot allow you to leave. Otherwise, it may jeopardize the grand plans of the demon god sect. You remain silent, and after a fierce battle of 10 exchanges, you employ the blood shadow escape to flee. However, Jiaqing produces a precious pill, performs several hand seals, and a colossal hand descend from the heavens, grasping you tightly in mere moments. You are crushed into a mist of blood. You are dead. Talent. Vengeful soul activation. Vengeful soul. As long as the soul has not been extinguished within the first 7 days, it can return as a vengeful spirit to take any practitioner below the foundation establishment stage. You return within the 7 days. After casually taking a disciple of the Li clan, your desire for vengeance is quelled, not even granting a chance for surrender. They seek only to kill me. Had they offered me a choice, I would have begged for mercy on the spot. Observing the death scene in the simulator, Wang Li cannot help but scoff while also admiring Jiaqing's cunning methods. Jiaqing is ruthless and decisive, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. If he does not perish midway, he is destined to attain fame in the cultivation world and become a formidable figure. After completing his thoughts, Wang Li turns his attention to the simulation rewards. With the conclusion of this simulation, he may select one reward from the following options. 1. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate and formidable talent for the sword path. Given time, you will become a powerful sword cultivator. 2. Current simulation cultivation. Initial foundation establishment stage. 3. Superior alchemy experience. The experience gained from refining pills within the simulator. 4. Superior formation cultivation experience. The experience gained from cultivating formations within the simulator. 5.80000 Spirit Stones. Earnings from your work? Not applicable for simulation. 6. Hidden Heart Technique. A method of concealment from the demonic sect. 7. Pill Formula. All the pill formulas you have mastered in the simulation. 8. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from cultivating spells in the simulator. Point 9. The Xintian sword cannon. A legacy left behind by a powerful sword cultivator with stringent cultivation requirements. Wang Li remained silent for a moment, uncertain of how to decide. Logically, he should choose cultivation, but if he becomes a foundation establishment practitioner, it would mean losing the opportunity to explore the immortal ruins secret realm. That place is restricted to practitioners below the foundation establishment stage. And once he ascends, he will forfeit his eligibility to enter. What is certain is that the immortal ruins secret realm harbors profound secrets and potentially great fortune. After a long deliberation, Wang Li makes a decision, his expression turning resolute. Very well, even if there are immense opportunities within the immortal ruins secret realm, what of it? With the simulator at my disposal, why should I be constrained by this? With that, he decisively chooses the foundation establishment cultivation. As powerful spiritual energy floods into his body, a radiant bridge of heaven and earth forms within his dantian, and the spiritual energy stored therein is refined into spiritual liquid. Through the transformation of his techniques, the liquid becomes potent fire attribute spiritual energy, beginning to cleanse his entire physique. 7 days later, as Wang Li opens his eyes once more, his cultivation has firmly stabilized at the initial foundation establishment stage. Feeling the immense spiritual energy within him, Wang Li's emotions surge. There were many things he wished to say, but at this moment, not a single word escapes his lips. Ultimately, Wang Li breathes a sigh of relief, declaring, "I have finally established my foundation." Taking a deep breath, Wang Li clicked on the simulation interface. Life Simulator LV1 Upgradable Host. Wang Li Age 12 Cultivation Method. Qi Hua Jing Cultivation Level. Foundation Establishment Initial Stage Simulation Points. 700 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talents. Grievous Soul's Curse, Black. Array Path Prodigy, Blue. Alchemy Prodigy, Blue. Dual Focus, Blue. Upgrade. Upon seeing the upgrade icon, Wang Li's eyes immediately lit up. He promptly clicked to view the details. This upgrade requires 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please make the payment. Wang Li fell into deep contemplation that he then prepared to conduct a new simulation. Simulator Initiating. You have used 1 simulation attempt. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent, Child of the Curse. Child of the Curse. Your life is fraught with misfortune. Those who kill you will inherit the same fate. Wang Li was left in a daze. Today, you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. As the saying goes, the bridge to the heavens has formed, and you shall meet on the path to immortality. You are now qualified to survive in this perilous realm of cultivation. You began to contemplate leaving the Li clan, yet felt that fleeing now would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. You decided to continue hiding, waiting for the opportune moment to escape. Your current cultivation level is too high, and your basic concealment technique has lost its effectiveness. You resolved to head to the market to purchase a more advanced concealment method. The next morning, you venture to the market to acquire the concealment technique. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Spirit Dragon Mountain range, you encounter the law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, who had just returned from the market. Sensing your cultivation level, he displayed a look of astonishment on his face that he inquired about your lineage and your purpose for coming to the Spirit Dragon Mountain range. You masqueraded as a descendant of the Shun clan to evade suspicion. Li Daoshu extended an invitation for you to visit the Li clan. You declined. After parting ways with Li Daoshu, you proceeded to the Li clan's market. At the Wanbao Pavilion, you purchased the advanced concealment technique, turtle breathing skill. Once successfully cultivated, as long as you do not exert your spiritual power, no one below the core formation stage can discern your true strength. You began to set up a stall in the market. Your alchemy business flourished immensely, with numerous cultivators drawn to your stall, creating a bustling crowd that a foundation establishment cultivator took an interest in you. But you revealed your cultivation level, driving him away in the evening. While returning to the Li clan, you were ambushed by 2 foundation establishment cultivators. You sustained severe injuries and were left hanging by a thread. Your storage bag was stolen. You collapsed at the entrance of the Li clan. Your prolonged absence raised concerns with the steward of the North Mountain Courtyard. The Li clan began tracking your whereabouts. You were discovered at the entrance and escorted to the law enforcement hall. Elderly Dao Shu learned of your true identity. The elder sought to recruit you. You began to recuperate in the dungeon of the law enforcement hall. Gradually, you healed in the dungeon. The following year, you fully recovered from your injuries. L.I. Dao Shu approached you with an offer. Trapped in your predicament, you agreed to his proposition. You consumed the blood puppet pill. And your sea of consciousness was sealed by an elder of the Li clan from afar. The Li clan held a welcoming ceremony for your induction. In the presence of all, you adopted the Li surname. Formally joining the Li clan. Clan leader Li Daojun believed that a four-element root cultivator, such as yourself, possessing your current level of cultivation, must harbor an extraordinary secret. The elder of the Li clan, Li Xuanya, was also closely monitoring you in pursuit of wealth and power. You, citing the lack of a child disciple, began to recruit Lu Ziduan from among the outer disciples. The Li clan consented. Lu Ziduan adopted the Li surname and came to serve you. The reunion of brothers was filled with joy. 6 months later, elder Li Xuanya emerged from seclusion and summoned you for an audience. He inquired about your opportunities. Despite your numerous attempts to explain, you found yourself suddenly before Li Xuanya, who smiled at you. You fell victim to a soul search. Reluctant to reveal your secrets, you contemplated self-detonation. You succeeded in your self-detonation, and the ensuing shockwave fluttered Li Xuanya's garments. You perished. Due to the obliteration of your soul, you were unable to activate your talents, and the simulation concluded. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following rewards: simulation cultivation level, foundation establishment initial stage, high-grade alchemy experience. The experience gained from alchemy during the simulation, 1,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable for simulations, turtle breathing skill, can be used to conceal your cultivation level. Wang Li was silent for a moment before selecting the turtle breathing skill. Simulator, do not bestow upon me any more cursed talents. Grant me some virtuous ones instead. With that, Wang Li initiated the simulation once more. Ding! Insufficient simulation energy. No, there are still 700 simulation points. How can you say it's insufficient? The system detected that the host has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, requiring 1,000 energy for a foundation establishment cultivator simulation. Insufficient simulation energy. Please wait for the next simulation. Wang Li's expression darkened, wishing to voice his grievances, yet ultimately bore the burden alone. Fine, tomorrow, I shall set up my stall. With this thought, he began to cultivate the turtle breathing skill. The next day, as dawn broke and the first rays of light pierced through the foliage, illuminating the window, Wang Li ceased his cultivation to begin his disguise. Once his disguise was complete, he set off towards the market. Upon arriving at the market, Wang Li navigated through the throngs of onlookers and laid out his goods at a vacant spot. As his stall took shape, it soon attracted a multitude of cultivators. Yes, it's that renowned alchemy master from a few days ago. The master has truly returned. I thought he had left the Li clan market. Is this the legendary master you speak of? He seems rather ordinary. Hey, just wait until you see the master concocting pills. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Li received his first order for the day, to concoct a detoxifying pill. After retrieving his alchemy furnace from a storage bag, Wang Li summoned the innate true fire unique to foundation establishment cultivators to commence the alchemy process. Observing the bright and intense flames, many discerning cultivators gasped in astonishment. Innate true fire. To think a foundation establishment senior is among us. Junior pays respects to the senior. I hope the senior can forgive my ignorance in offending you, that a senior of foundation establishment. How could he charge such a modest price for alchemy? It's truly a revelation. The senior is indeed a magnanimous cultivator. I previously thought the cultivation world was rife with deceit, but I never expected to encounter a senior willing to concoct pills at such low prices. Please accept my bow, esteemed senior. Within just one morning, the entirely clan market was abuzz with news of a noble cultivator willing to serve the common folk, by providing affordable alchemy services. You garnered immense fame among the scattered cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Li, who was diligently crafting pills, remained unaware that he had become the radiant moonlight in the hearts of the scattered cultivators. He continued his work until dusk, and as the sky darkened, he finally began to pack up his stall, departing amidst the adoring gazes of the crowd. Once outside the market, Wang Li dared not linger for even a moment. He summoned his full spiritual power, swiftly traversing the Spirit Dragon Mountain range. With a moment to spare before the curfew at the North Mountain courtyard, he successfully returned, back in his room, after lighting a candle. Wang Li leaned against the wooden wall and retrieved the earnings from his alchemy endeavors for the day. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, alchemy is a lucrative venture, moreover, with the innate true fire. The speed of my alchemy has surged dramatically, saving me a considerable amount of time that I in silent contemplation. Wang Li carefully stored away the spirit stones. His immediate task was not to engage in divination, but rather to upgrade the simulator and explore its new functionalities. Retrieving the turtle breathing technique, Wang Li continued to peruse his materials. The following day, Wang Li returned to the market to set up his alchemy stall. The crowd of onlookers had swelled to 3 times its usual number, completely clogging the street. After signaling to the crowd not to impede other cultivators, he began to demonstrate his alchemical skills in public. Such mastery in the art of alchemy indicated that this elder was undoubtedly a top-tier alchemist. You often speak of grades in alchemy. How significant are they for alchemists? What do you know? You scattered cultivators? The rank of an alchemist is of paramount importance that a top-tier alchemist is guaranteed to receive respect wherever they go. That I wonder if this elder has ever affiliated with a power? If not, I must return home and persuade my father to invite him into our family. As evening fell, Wang Li concluded his alchemical endeavors for the day, only to be confronted by a group of clan cultivators who blocked his path. The leader clasped his fists and addressed Wang Li, saying, "Elder Li, I am a disciple of the Shun family, sent here under the orders of our elder to invite you to join our clan. The Shun family would undoubtedly honor you as a distinguished guest. Elder Li, I am from the Wang family. Elder Li, I am a disciple of the Li Celestial clan." Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, coldly replying, "Gentlemen, I am a disciple of the Tianyi sect. You truly wish to approach Tianyi sect for a person? Disperse." With that, he ignored the bewildered expressions of the crowd and strode away from the market. After circling the Linglong mountain range a few times to ensure he was not being followed, Wang Li returned to the Li Celestial clan. Upon arriving at the North Mountain Villa, he wore a troubled expression. He merely wished to diligently practice alchemy and earn some spirit stones, never anticipating such complications. For now, he hoped that distancing himself from the identity of a Tianyi sect disciple would suffice to dissuade these individuals. Today he had earned over 2,000 spirit stones and intended to continue his efforts in the following days. As Wang Li had hoped, the troubles diminished significantly after he distanced himself from the identity of a Tianyi sect disciple. Moreover, the good reputation he had built among scattered cultivators led to a surge of admiration for the Tianyi sect. Rumors began to circulate, extolling it as the foremost sect in the world, the pinnacle of righteousness, claiming only the Tianyi sect could cultivate cultivators with a heart for the greater good. 7 days later, Wang Li amassed the required 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for the upgrade. With some despair, accessing the simulator's homepage, he gently tapped the upgrade interface. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were entirely absorbed by the simulator. A brand new set of functionalities appeared before Wang Li's eyes. The simulator could now perform 1 simulation weekly. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. Each simulation would randomly select a talent, which could be refreshed with energy that included, but was not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 2 rewards could be chosen to bring back to reality. When the protagonist of the simulator encountered critical choices, the host could personally intervene in the decision-making. Upon reading the new simulator functionalities, a smile crept onto Wang Li's face. He could finally select 2 rewards. Particularly, the ability to interfere in choices was nothing short of divine, for there were times when he could barely bear to watch the foolish decisions made by the character in the simulator. With that, Wang Li invested all remaining spirit stones into the simulator and promptly initiated a new simulation. As the simulator powered up, you utilized 1 simulation attempt, randomly selecting a talent. External avatar. You have acquired an unconscious external avatar, which is entirely under your control, capable of mechanically performing cultivation, with a focus on development, proving to be immensely useful. Wang Li's breath quickened, his face alight with joy upon seeing the newly acquired talent. The simulator seemed to possess an uncanny ability to know his thoughts. Upon returning from the market after a day of alchemy, you discovered a boy identical to you standing in your room. Confirming that this was indeed your external avatar, you began teaching it the basics of cultivation. The avatar swiftly grasped the foundational techniques. You soon realized that the avatar inherited all of your talents. You then instructed the avatar in alchemy and array formation techniques. You continued to set up your stall daily. Dressed in gray, your reputation began to spread far and wide. Many cultivators came to know of the gray-clad alchemy master from the Li family market, earning you the esteemed title of Gray-clad Alchemy Sovereign. In the second year, your avatar reached the second layer of chi refinement. With the avatar providing cover, you began to reside more frequently in the market. You leased a shop in a market that, as your reputation soared, you maintained a low profile in your alchemical pursuits, resulting in ever-expanding business and an impeccable reputation. Some notorious scattered cultivators who had benefited from your kindness often brought customers to support your enterprise. You began to seek the formula for the spirit-nourishing pill, and to your delight, you succeeded. You started gathering the herbs necessary for crafting the spirit-nourishing pill. And again, you were met with success. You successfully refined the spirit-nourishing pill and eliminated the stagnation within your body, allowing you to continue your cultivation. That year, you began to guide your avatar in mentoring Luziden. In the third year, your avatar reached the third layer of chi refinement. You began to search for new techniques for a transition in your cultivation. In the market, you obtained the Scarlet Flame Divine Art, which contained all the incantations from the chi refinement stage to the core formation stage. It was also a fire attribute technique. You spent 3 months successfully transitioning your cultivation in the fourth year. After years of diligent management, your business flourished, and you became the wealthiest individual in the entire Li family market. You began to arm yourself. You purchased the top-grade spirit weapon, Heavenly Scaled Armor. You acquired the top-grade spirit weapon. In Cloud Arm, you obtained the top-grade spirit weapon, Flying Scale Boots. You procured the top-grade spirit weapon, Soul Dispersing Whip. You purchased the top-grade spirit weapon, Xianlei Cauldron. You mastered the 5 elements killing techniques and sword control techniques. You learned the 5 elements escape techniques and 5 elements defensive techniques. In the 5th year, your cultivation still showed no signs of advancement. However, you believe that as long as one lives long enough, there will eventually come a day of breakthrough. You begin to focus on cultivating your body. Your external incarnation reaches the 4th level of chi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceases to provide cultivation resources, causing the outer disciples to weep and wail. Your external incarnation ascends to the 5th level of chi refinement. After setting up the divine sealing array, you convey the truth of the matter to Lu Ziduan through your incarnation. Upon learning the truth about the outer disciples, Lu Ziduan is left in a daze for quite some time. He contemplates rebelling against the Li clan. Lu Ziduan extends an invitation to you. You comfort him, advising that he should focus on leaving descendants to carry on the legacy, as opposing a family with a golden core cultivator is exceedingly difficult. Once Lu Ziduan regains his composure, he acknowledges the validity of your words. He begins to frequent the fairy pavilion, even going so far as to support a fairy in hopes of bearing heirs. You dedicate yourself to your cultivation. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visits the North Mountain Villa to seek you and Lu Ziduan, inviting you both to explore the marketplace. After you control your incarnation to decline, Lu Ziduan takes Lin Yu as a guest to the fairy pavilion. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returns to the Celestial clan via the marketplace, causing quite a stir. Her carriage halts before your shop. Li Yunxi greets you with the respect due to a junior. You remain expressionless, signaling for her to depart. Lin Yu severs ties with you both. In February of the 7th year, you acquire a demonic escape technique, Blood Shadow Escape. In March of the 7th year, you concoct a clear spirit pill for your incarnation. In April of the 7th year, you create a bone reshaping pill for your incarnation. In May of the 7th year, Lu Ziduan successfully impregnates a fairy. Lu Ziduan exhausts all his savings to gift the pregnant fairy. Your external incarnation reaches the 6th level of chi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunxi approaches you seeking pills. You concoct a beauty-preserving pill. A token of gratitude. You receive a beauty-preserving pill from her that Yunchi inquires about which elder you have taken as a master. You remain silent, continuing your alchemical work. Yunchi departs. In July of the 7th year, Lu Zidwan begins to treat you to meals at the dining table. You reminisce about your childhood in Lu family village. After a hearty meal, Lu Zidwan bursts into tears, lamenting his own ineffectiveness and his inability to repay his parents' kindness. In August of the 7th year, you hear of Lu Zidwan's betrayal of his family and his execution. You feel a pang of regret, yet no, it is of no use. In the 8th year, with a wealth of pills and spirit stones at your disposal, your incarnation breaks through to the 7th level of chi refinement. On the first day of a new year in the 8th year, your incarnation, under your control, consumes the clear spirit pill and bone reshaping pill. Your incarnation is suddenly attacked. It is fed a mind-confounding pill. It is ensnared by a sealing technique. Its limbs are shattered. The clear spirit pill begins to operate. The bone reshaping pill begins to function. The effects of the mind-confounding pill are dispelled. The bones of its hands and feet start to regenerate and reshape. Your incarnation is transported into the celestial ruins' secret realm. You control your incarnation to meet Jiaqing. You open your eyes to gaze at him. You begin to convey certain information to him. Jiaqing senses you wish to communicate something. Jiaqing demands your execution authority. He unseals the restrictions within you. Jiaqing employs a secret communication technique on you. You inform Jiaqing that you are a messenger sent by the demon god sect, and your entry into the celestial ruins' secret realm is to convey some messages and search for a specific item. Jiaqing is taken aback that he half believes your words. Jiaqing begins to inquire. You tell him that upon leaving the secret realm, the foundation-building cultivators leading the group will compel you to consume the memory oblivion pill, causing you to lose half a month's memories until you break through to the foundation-building stage. Your task is to inform Jiaqing of this and simultaneously search for an item within the secret realm. Jiaqing remains skeptical. You ask him about methods to deal with malevolent spirits. After a moment's hesitation, Jiaqing hands you a secret treasure, the soul-severing bell that can be used 3 times. Under the protection of its chime, malevolent spirits cannot approach you easily. Jiaqing releases you. You control your incarnation to flee westward. You intend to sacrifice this incarnation to explore the mysteries of the Western Desert. That night, you arrive at the Western Desert. As you gaze into the distance, it stretches endlessly. You observe swirling black smoke over the desert. After summoning your courage, you proceed into the Western Desert with the soul-severing bell in hand. You tread carefully, pressing onward. Suddenly, you feel a weight on your shoulder. Turning back, you see a bloodied, ghastly head resting against you, its tongue stretching out greedily toward you. Startled, you hastily use the soul-severing bell. As the clear chime resonates, the ghostly head clinging to your shoulder is driven away. You exhale in relief and continue your exploration of the desert. You encounter a cave. Should you enter the cave? As the simulation progresses, Wang Li sees an option appear on the simulator before him. After a moment of silence, Wang Li chooses to enter. You opt to venture into the cave. You encounter numerous malevolent spirits. You shake the soul-severing bell. You come across a pile of tattered clothing. You discover a storage bag. Upon examining the storage bag, you find several spirit stones and a fragment of the great 5 elements true demon art. You exit the cave. While on your journey, you peruse the great 5 elements true demon art. You continue to explore the Western Desert. You witness a towering remnant soul over 100 feet tall. You observe it devouring malevolent spirits. The remnant soul turns its gaze toward you. You shake the soul-severing bell. You are ensnared by the remnant soul's magical power. You are absorbed by the remnant soul. Your external incarnation perishes. Little did you expect such a formidable remnant soul to exist within the Western Desert. Indeed, this celestial ruin's secret realm is fraught with enigmas that is a pity. However, that on this journey to the Western Desert, you gained no fortune and lost your external incarnation, leaving you unaware of the true nature and power of the great 5 elements true demon art, which sounds deceptively impressive. Wang Li contemplates for a moment before continuing to read. With the loss of your external incarnation, your consciousness returns to your true self. You begin to attempt to cultivate the great 5 elements true demon art. You discover that it contains 5 distinct sets of techniques. You shift your focus to the Red Emperor Divine Path technique that in February of the 8th year. You disguise your identity and adopt Lu Ziduan's child in March of the 8th year. You care for the child while practicing alchemy. The news of the child reaches the ears of the Gray Robe Alchemist, spreading rapidly among the scattered cultivators in the Qi Kingdom. Your alchemical skills improved in July of the 8th year. Jiang Qingyan approaches you to request the crafting of a Qi enhancement powder. You inquire whether she would be interested in working with you. You recruit Jiang Qingyan and entrust her with the care of the child. By the end of the 8th year, Li Yunxi comes to bid you farewell, departing with Lin Yu in a carriage in the 9th year. You successfully cultivate the Red Emperor Divine Path technique, enhancing your control over flames, making it more effortless and intuitive. You become akin to an emperor amidst the fire, acquiring a degree of flame resistance in the 10th year, with a considerable accumulation of cultivation resources. You break through to the mid-foundation building stage. Your Red Emperor Divine Path technique reaches a minor success. Your alchemical skills are further honed. You begin to openly gather the fire of heaven and earth. Some express curiosity, and you merely state it is to enhance the efficiency and quality of your alchemy. As the Gray Robe Alchemist, your reputation spreads far and wide, and your needs are soon known among various factions. Before long, an elder from the Shen clan seeks you out. The elder of the Shen clan states that their ancestor once obtained a powerful spirit fire in years past. Should you agree to become a servant of the Shen clan, you may receive this spirit fire at no cost, to the same level as the esteemed ancestor of the Shen clan. Your only obligation is to concoct elixirs for them. Upon encountering members of the Shun family once more, you are filled with deep reflections. Over the years, the Shun clan has extended their olive branch to you on numerous occasions, yet you have remained unresponsive, suspecting ulterior motives behind their gestures. You hope that the elder steward of the Shun clan will be forthright with you. The elder reveals that the ancestor is nearing the end of his days and urgently requires a master alchemist to forge a life-prolonging elixir, which is why the clan's practitioners have repeatedly sought your assistance. However, your skepticism prevails. You perceive their sincerity to be lacking and resolutely decline their request. The elder, left with no choice, divulges the truth. The ancestor has encountered a mishap in his cultivation of demonic arts, resulting in a perilous predicament. A master alchemist of the highest caliber is needed to rectify the situation, and within the entire cultivation world of Qi, there are only a handful of such esteemed alchemists, aside from yourself. Merely 7 others exist, and the rest are not easily approached, making you the most promising candidate. The scarcity of master alchemists in the cultivation world truly so dire. Wang Li had not anticipated the sheer number of high-ranked alchemists to be so few. You cautiously inquire why they would seek you, given your affiliation with the Tianyi sect. The elder shakes his head with a smile, stating that they have long since investigated your identity and determined that you are not a disciple of the Tianyi sect. This is common knowledge, even among the sect itself. It is simply that you have not tarnished their reputation. On the contrary, you have elevated it, earning the title of the foremost authority in the realm. Thus, the Tianyi sect turns a blind eye to your actions. You counter the elder's assertion, questioning whether they are not concerned about the possibility of the ancestor's secret regarding his demonic cultivation being exposed. The elder dismisses your concern, asserting that they have thoroughly gauged your character. You are not one to harbor altruistic intentions, but rather, you are notably self-serving, motivated solely by personal gain. You vehemently rebuke him, insisting that you are a person of integrity and would never engage in actions that harm the common folk. However, as an alchemist, one cannot stand idly by in the face of death. You acquiesce to the elder's request. Accompanied by Jiang Qingyan and Lu Ziduan's son, you set forth towards the Shen clan. Li Daojin, the patriarch of the Li clan, implores you to stay, but you refuse. You arrive at the Red Maple Mountain Range, where prominent figures of the Shun clan come to greet you. The clan patriarch personally takes your hand, introducing you to the estate designated for you. You open a shop in the market under the Shun clan's jurisdiction. The news of the gray-robed alchemist relocating to the Shun clan's market swiftly spreads throughout the cultivation world of Qi. Those who have previously sought your alchemical services flock to the Shun clan's market, eager to patronize your business. practitioners of the foundation establishment stage, who have once had their elixirs refined by you, boldly declare that no one is permitted to mistreat you within the confines of the Shan clan's market. An influx of merchants settles in the Shan clan's market. You breathe new life into the market. And the Shun clan's revenue from rent alone surpasses the annual tax income of the entire clan. You marvel at the power of reputation that on the third day after moving to the Shun clan, you commence alchemical work. The Shun clan increases personnel to assist you, granting you access to their vast resources. You acquire the spiritual fire known as Wind Thunderflame, enabling you to multitask, refining elixirs while simultaneously harnessing the Wind Thunderflame through your Red Emperor Divine Path technique. By the 11th year, you successfully concoct the 5-colored glazed pill. You have fully refined the Wind Thunderflame, enhancing your Red Emperor Divine Path technique and improving your fire attribute resistance. You present the elixir to the patriarch of the Shun clan and return to the market to refine elixirs for the daily requests of wandering cultivators. You continue to gather heavenly spiritual fires. By the 12th year, the ancestor of the Shun clan has recovered fully and his cultivation has advanced. You receive an invitation to a banquet where you meet Shun Tianling, the ancestor, and are treated with great honor. You receive his cultivation notes and a fragmentary magical artifact bestowed upon you by Shun Tianling, who wishes to recruit you. He offers you the hand of the most talented young woman in the clan in marriage. Shun Tianling bestows upon you the title of Honorary Elder of the Shun clan, granting you equal access to cultivation resources, and members of the clan bow to you in respect. The higher-ups of the clan counsel Shun Tianling, who expresses his regret that it seems that the ancestor of the Shun clan possesses a rather ostentatious social demeanor. Wang Li suddenly finds Shun Tianling to be quite intriguing that in the 13th year. Lu Zidwan's son, Lu Mo, turns 5 that you conduct a talent assessment, only to be greatly disappointed. Lu Mo lacks spiritual roots. This year, Jiang Qingyan bids farewell and departs. You continue to refine elixirs while pursuing your own cultivation. In the 14th year, you marry Shun Yinzi, the daughter of the patriarch of the Shun clan, a practitioner with mutated 3 spiritual roots. Upon meeting your fiancé, Shun Yinzi, you are struck by her striking white hair, beauty, and laid-back demeanor. The Shun clan celebrates your union with grand festivities. News of the gray-robed alchemist's marriage spreads rapidly throughout the cultivation world of Qi, and numerous wandering cultivators present gifts of congratulations. The wedding festivities last nearly a month. After the nuptials, you sense an enhancement in your cultivation, now just a step away from the late foundation establishment stage. You discover that Shun Yinzi has a penchant for food, is disinterested in cultivation, and is an excellent cauldron for alchemical processes. You realize that her marriage to you is motivated by her desire for you to produce delectable elixirs. You find yourself at a loss for words. By the end of the 14th year, you sense your alchemical skills reaching a bottleneck. You learn that Shun Yinzi is pregnant. Recently, Shun Tianling has begun inviting you for tea. You receive a gift of heavenly spiritual fire, the Xian Shui flame, from an anonymous wandering cultivator. It resembles water yet burns fiercely. You are astonished and perplexed as to why this treasure has been bestowed upon you. The anonymous cultivator offers no further explanation, simply expressing gratitude for your past assistance in refining a crucial elixir at a low cost. Suspecting ulterior motives, you return the spiritual fire, asserting that you only accept payment for services rendered. The wandering cultivator declines to accept it back, stating that many alchemists were approached for assistance, but only you extended a helping hand. Moreover, your long-standing practice of refining elixirs at a low price has benefited many wandering cultivators. This fire is a reward for your decade-long kindness. You reflect on the notion that good deeds indeed yield good returns and gladly accept the gift. You refine the Xian Shui flame, enhancing your Red Emperor Divine Path technique and improving your fire attribute resistance while honing your fire control skills. You notice that Lu Mo has recently been in low spirits, prompting you to inquire. Lu Mo tearfully asks if you no longer want him. Confused, you listen as he explains that he has read many stories in which fathers who remarry often neglect or even grow to dislike their biological children, especially since he is not your biological son. You gently pat Lu Mo's head, reassuring him that he will always be your son, a truth established from the moment you adopted him, and that will never change. Lu Mo embraces you to the end of the 14th year. Your child is born. A boy. Tests reveal he possesses dual spiritual roots, water and earth. You are taken aback and filled with joy. The Shun clan rejoices. The patriarch expresses regret that the child does not possess fire and wood roots, as he could then learn alchemy and inherit your legacy. Shenenzi begins to care for the child. Finding it quite bothersome, Shun Tianling approaches you, inquiring if the first child may bear the surname Shun. You are indifferent to the matter. The child is entrusted to the care of the Shun clan. Shenenzi breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. While you continue your own cultivation in the 15th year, with ample resources at your disposal, you achieve a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage. At 27 years old, such an accomplishment is exceedingly rare within the cultivation world of Qi. You marvel at your own diligence and perseverance. The simulator expresses no objections. Shun Tianling meets with you once more. In the pavilion, he reflects on how remarkably young you are to have reached the late foundation establishment stage, with 4 spiritual roots at the age of 27, a feat that elicits envy from many. You are baffled by his remarks, your hand trembling slightly as you hold your teacup. Shun Tianling assures you that he harbors no ill intentions, although he has cultivated demonic arts and has previously taken countless lives. He is, at his core, a good person. You find yourself at a loss for words. Shun Tianling has shared with you the secrets of the demonic arts. You have obtained the modified scroll of the great 5 elements true demonic arts. Wang Li is taken aback. Is there truly a modified version of this technique? Shun Tianling informs you that this art is uniquely endowed with profound applications. Once successfully cultivated, it renders one invincible among peers. You maintain a stoic expression, yet inwardly, you wholeheartedly agree. As a practitioner of the great 5 elements true demonic arts, you recognize the extraordinary nature of this technique. Regrettably, what you possess is merely a fragmented scroll, containing only the cultivation formulas from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. Beyond this, there is nothing else. You leaf through the modified version of the great 5 elements true demonic arts and glean some insights. Shun Tianling reveals that he has little time left to live. His last bout with demonic energy has cost him dearly in lifespan. You are struck with alarm, a sense of wariness rising within you, fearing that he might seek to possess your body. Sensing your apprehension, Shun Tianling assures you that he harbors no ill intentions towards you. Having lived for 380 years, he has witnessed the cycle of life and death, and has come to terms with it, save for his lingering attachment to his family, that he hopes that after his demise, you will safeguard the Shun clan. You acquiesce, in the 16th year, after years of diligent study. Your mastery of formations has ascended to a high level. The entire Shun family is astonished by your remarkable achievements in the art of arrays. Your reputation as a high-tier formation master quickly spreads across the vast lands. An influx of independent cultivators begins to patronize your services. Crafting low-tier array flags further enhances your renown. In the 17th year, Shun Li becomes pregnant again. You gaze at Shun Li, who seems impervious to weight gain, and a twinge of envy crosses your face. With her every need attended to, and her leisure spent in reading and listening to music, such a life is the dream of many. In the 18th year, your cultivation has yet to progress, and you lament the arduous nature of cultivating immortality. Your second son is born, possessing the rare variant of 3 spiritual roots, water, fire, and wind. You name him Wang Li. The Shun clan presents you with congratulatory gifts and requests that you take on disciples. You decline. The Shun clan then seeks out Shun Li, who also refuses that. In the 19th year, you acquire a strand of celestial fire, which you refine. Yet your Qi Emperor Divine Path does not advance. In the 20th year, Jiang Qingyan arrives gravely injured. After entrusting you with a jade pearl, she passes away, leaving you to handle her affairs. You begin to investigate the mysteries of the jade pearl and ask Shun Tianling for assistance in uncovering its secrets. Could this jade pearl be an ominous object? Even Shun Tianling's complexion pales at the thought. Wang Li watches the simulations with keen curiosity, inquiring about the jade pearl's secret. Shun Tianling reveals that this pearl is known as the Pearl of Eternal Youth, linked to a celestial estate's legacy in the Eastern Spirit Domain. rumored to have been taken by a powerful figure from that estate. The possessor retains their youthful appearance and vitality, yet those who hold the pearl often meet unfortunate ends, encountering calamities in their later years. Shen Tianling discards the jade pearl, and you ask what misfortunes befall its holders in their twilight years. Shen Tianling explains that they are drained of their life essence, ultimately transforming into lifeless husks that prey on others. You remain skeptical. You depart, and Shen Tianling urges you to seek him should any anomalies arise. The following day, the jade pearl appears beside your pillow. You are taken aback, sensing the malevolence of this object. You rush to find Shen Tianling, who now appears exceedingly pallid, that he believes the pearl harbors great terror and offers to investigate its mysteries on your behalf. In the 21st year, Shen Tianling finds you and explains that there is no remedy for the jade pearl. All who come into contact with it are ensnared until their later years, when they face dire fates, becoming murderous, bloodthirsty corpses. Your anger surges, and you begin to harbor resentment towards Jiang Qingyan. Shen Tianling urges you to relinquish the jade pearl to him, allowing him to bear the burden of its curse. You are astounded. Shen Tianling states that with his dwindling lifespan, it would be better for him to perish in your stead than to witness your unfortunate end. Deeply moved, you come to realize that even in this self-serving world of cultivation, there are those who embody the spirit of true sacrifice. You inquire how to transfer the jade pearl to him. Shen Tianling introduces you to a method involving a blood contract. You practice the blood contract technique and ask if the jade pearl can be passed on to another. Shen Tianling informs you that unless the other party willingly establishes a bloodline contract with you, it cannot be transferred. Even if you coerce someone into practicing the blood contract, should they cease, the jade pearl will revert to you until your demise. You bestow the jade pearl upon Shen Tianling, vowing that as long as you live, the Shen clan shall endure. Tears glisten in Shen Tianling's eyes as he grasps your hand tightly. In the 22nd year, after entrusting you with his final wishes, Shen Tianling departs, jade pearl in hand, heading towards the western spirit domain. You watch his silhouette fade into the distance. In the 23rd year, Lu Mo turns 15 that you contemplate sending him back to Lu family village in Chigua's Nanzhou to reclaim his heritage. Lu Mo, however, wishes to remain by your side to care for you in your old age. You decide to keep him with you. In the 24th year, a mid-core formation demonic corpse rampages through the western spirit domain, decimating numerous beasts. The demonic corpse is ultimately slain by a 6th-tier beast. The demon clan confronts the 7 sects of the demonic path, who shift the blame onto the 7 sects of the righteous path. An alliance is forged between the demon clan and the demonic sects to jointly assault the 7 sects of the righteous path, dividing the southern spirit domain. The news sends shockwaves through the righteous sects of the southern spirit domain. Under the leadership of the Tianyi sect, the righteous sects convene to discuss countermeasures. What has drawn even the demon clan into this conflict? Shun, oh Shun, how many lives have you extinguished? Wang Li, witnessing this, is taken aback. Unexpectedly, this simulation has shifted due to Shen Tianling's interference, resulting in an alliance between the demon clan and the demonic sections. The 7 sects of the demonic path alone are a formidable force. Now the demon clan is involved as well. The 7 sects of the righteous path are in grave peril. Realizing the urgency of the situation, you convene a family meeting of the Shun clan, proposing that the clan relocate to the eastern spirit domain. The Shen clan accepts your proposal, and preparations for the move begin. Little do they know, the eastern spirit domain, revered as a sanctuary for cultivators, may not be as favorable compared to the southern spirit domain. The realm of cultivation that Wang Li traversed is known as the Tianshu continent, surrounded by the sea on all sides. It is said to have been formed from a meteorite that fell from the heavens in an era long past. The Tianshu continent is divided into 4 major regions: the Eastern Spirit Domain, the Western Spirit Domain, the Southern Spirit Domain, and the Northern Spirit Domain. The Western Spirit Domain serves as a sanctuary for the demon race, a sacred ground for all demonic beasts. The Southern Spirit Domain is characterized by the conflict between righteous and demonic forces, with 14 nations each standing firm in their own right. The Eastern Spirit Domain reigns supreme, with the Taitsong's sacred land elevated high above, casting its gaze upon all living beings. It is the holy ground for cultivators, where none desire anything less than to be accepted into the Taoist's sacred land, AS for the northern spirit domain. It is a realm of perpetual ice and snow, seldom touched by human presence. Rumors suggest the existence of hidden sects within its icy expanse, though none have laid eyes upon them, leaving their existence shrouded in mystery. While contemplating these matters, the simulator unexpectedly presented a new simulated episode. That very night, a mysterious figure approached, inviting you to join the demon god sect as an insider, to lead the Shun clan in a surprise attack against the righteous forces during the impending war between good and evil. You refused, and a confrontation ensued between you and the mysterious figure, who proved no match for your prowess. Employing a precious elixir, the figure found themselves at a disadvantage, while you summoned the fragment of a magical artifact bestowed upon you by Shun Tianling. Though you sustained minor injuries, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. News of the Shun clan's retreat towards the eastern spirit domain spread like wildfire, attracting a multitude of wandering cultivators who implored you to remain. Gazing upon the throngs of wandering cultivators, your heart swelled with emotion. You waved farewell to them, leading the Shun clan towards the eastern spirit domain. 3 days later, you were intercepted by a core formation cultivator sent by the Tianyi sect. You were escorted back to their stronghold, where you were brought before the law enforcement hall. The elder in charge interrogated you, questioning your motives for abandoning your sect in the face of a demonic invasion. Given your status as a disciple of the Tianyi sect, you regarded him with an impassive expression. The elder pronounced your charges, ultimately sentencing you to a decade of alchemical refinement in the Danding Hall as penance for your transgressions. This dramatic turn of events left you somewhat shaken, and you began to regret ever claiming the title of a Tianyi sect disciple that compel you in alchemical work. The entire Shun clan was firmly controlled by the Tianyi sect. Your son, Shun Yunjin, became a disciple of the Tianyi sect, as did your son, Wang Li. You entered the Danding Hall to practice alchemy, where your skills astounded all who beheld them. By the 25th year, the war between righteous and demonic forces officially commenced. Under the alliance of demons, the righteous path suffered relentless defeats, losing vast territories. In the 26th year, the 7 sects of the righteous were overwhelmed by the demonic coalition, compelling the Tianyi sect to flee into the eastern spirit domain, while the Shun clan was forcibly left behind to cover their retreat. Your anger reached a boiling point, feeling that it betrayed the vow you made to Shun Tianling. In the 27th year, under the leadership of the Tianyi sect, you followed to the eastern spirit domain, where they reconstructed their mountain gate and submitted to the Taoist's sacred land. Yet you continued to be coerced into alchemical labor. In the 28th year, you learned of the demon race and demonic sects dividing the south spirit domain between themselves. By the 29th year, your cultivation had yet to progress. The master of the Danding Hall, Li, advised you that your innate talent allowed for cultivation only up to the later stages of foundation establishment, and without a fortuitous encounter, further advancement in this lifetime would be exceedingly difficult. You remained silent. Li petitioned the law enforcement elder for permission for your family to visit. In the 30th year, you reunited with Lu Mo, 22 years of age. He had grown remarkably tall. Thanks to your influence, he had not faced difficulties within the Tianyi sect and was entrusted with tending to spiritual herbs. Observing his resemblance to Lu Zijuang, your heart was filled with countless emotions. You also met Shun Yunjin, who bore little resemblance to you, favoring your partner, Shun Li, though a resonance of blood still connected you. You encouraged Shun Yunjin. You then encountered Wang Li and offered him encouragement as well. Finally, you saw Shun Li, whose carefree demeanor left you somewhat displeased, prompting you to discipline her harshly. Although you had never met this Shun Li, her ability to evoke discontent in the simulation suggested that she was indeed quite thoughtless. After all, one day as a husband translates to 100 days of affection. Wang Li couldn't help but sigh. By the 31st year, the opening of the Taishu immortal mansion was imminent, sending the entire eastern spirit domain into a fervor. Through Li, you learned of the Taishu immortal mansion. Your countenance changed drastically upon discovering that it was the source of the infamous immortal pearl, said to bring misfortune to its possessor in their later years. Yin Donglai assured you that the Taishu Immortal Mansion held great opportunities and treasures. The Immortal Pearl, though tainted with ill fortune, was tied to a legacy of the mansion as the Taishu Immortal Mansion opened. Heroes from all walks of life surged forth in the 33rd year. The elder of the Tianyi sect returned, bloodied. Soon after, cries for help echoed from all directions. Yu and Yun Donglai left the Danding Hall, witnessing a blood-soaked zombie with crimson eyes and white fur slaughtering the populace. Yu and Yun Donglai separated to escape. You sought your family, spotting Shun Yinli leading Lu Mo and Wang Lin toward the Danding Hall. You reunited with Shun Yinli and instructed her to take the children to safety. You ventured forth to find Shun Yunjin, only to be ambushed by another white-furred zombie. Your blood was drained, and you were torn to pieces. You died. How could there be another white-furred zombie? Why were there no options presented? Did the simulation not consider saving your son a choice? Suddenly, Wang Li recalled the saying, "Family is never a matter of choice." He fell silent. Talent. Grievous Soul's Call automatically activates. Grievous Soul's Call. As long as the soul is not extinguished upon the 7th day, it can return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You return on the 7th day. At this point, the Tianyi sect had become a wasteland, littered with desiccated corpses drained of blood. You located Shun Yunjin's jade pendant and found Shun Yinli's lifeless body at the foot of the mountain. You did nothing. A day passed, and your vengeful spirit dissipated. The simulation concluded, and you may choose 2 rewards from the following options. External incarnation. You receive an unconscious external incarnation that you can control entirely, capable of mechanical cultivation with significant utility. This simulation's cultivation level. Later stages of foundation establishment. Grandmaster Alchemist experience. The experience gained from alchemical practices within the simulator. High-quality formation cultivation experience. The experience gained from practicing formations in the simulator. 8 million spirit stones. Your earnings from work. Not usable in the simulation. Great 5 elements true demon technique. An extraordinary technique of remarkable origin. Great 5 elements true demon technique modification. An improved version of the original technique by ancient demonic sages. Alchemical formulas. All formulas you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Immortal Pearl. An important legacy tied to the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Rumored to bring misfortune to its possessor in their twilight years. Wang Li did not hesitate for a moment, directly choosing the cultivation level and talent, as the powerful magical energy surged through his being. Refining his internal organs, Wang Li's cultivation soared to the later stages of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, an identical youthful incarnation appeared beside him. Observing the calm gaze of his external incarnation, Wang Li imparted the cultivation technique. The Scarlet Fire Sutra. To it, commence your cultivation at once. Wang Li issued his command, and shortly thereafter his external incarnation settled onto the bed, assuming a cross-legged position to cultivate. Observing the incarnation's practice, Wang Li activated his personal panel. Life Simulator LV2 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Method. Red Fire Classic Cultivation Level. Late Foundation Establishment Simulation Points. 2,700 Simulation Attempts. 0 Talents. Soul Calling Curse. Black. Array Path Genius. Blue. Alchemy Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. External Incarnation. Blue Skills. High-Grade Alchemist. Low-Grade Array Master. The talents are ranked from lowest to highest as follows. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, and colorful. It seems imperative to expedite the transition to a new cultivation method. For the Red Fire Classic ultimately proves too rudimentary and lacking suitable subsequent methods, I find it challenging to fully harness my strength in the late stage of foundation establishment. The Red Fire Classic, imparted to Wang Li by the Li clan's celestial lineage, contains only the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, devoid of any subsequent instructions for the post-foundation stage. To unleash his full potential, Wang Li must either transition to another cultivation method or locate the continuation of the Red Fire Classic that leads to the core formation stage. Contemplating this, Wang Li initiated another simulation. This time, if possible, he would strive to acquire the great five elements true demon divine art. Although he had yet to practice it, the mere sight of Shun Tianling engaging in its training attested to its extraordinary nature. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li directed his gaze toward the simulator. Simulator activating. You have utilized 1,000 energy points. Randomly extracting talents. Congratulations, you have acquired a purple talent. Supreme Demon Path. Supreme Demon Path. You are a natural-born demon cultivator. Any demonic cultivation method you practice will yield double the results with half the effort, and you are immune to most backlash effect from demonic arts. You can make certain improvements to the drawbacks of demonic techniques, and you possess the ability to integrate and innovate upon them. One day, you will become a formidable giant in the demon path. Another purple talent. Wang Li exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing the new talent entry. He felt a surge of anticipation for this simulation. Having returned from the alchemy market today, you encountered a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to yourself. Upon confirming that this was indeed your external incarnation, you commenced teaching it the basics of cultivation. The incarnation quickly grasped the foundational practices. You then encouraged the incarnation to focus intently on its training while you ventured out to set up a stall. 6 months later, your reputation began to spread across the land, and many cultivators came to know of a master alchemist robed in gray from the Li clan's market, earning you the esteemed title of Gray-Robed Alchemist. You began secretly seeking out demonic cultivation methods for further practice that in the second year, your incarnation reached the second layer of chi refinement. With the incarnation serving as a shield, you settled in the market. Acquiring a shop there to as your fame grew, you maintained a low profile in alchemy, and your business flourished, earning you an excellent reputation. You started searching for the recipe for the spirit-replenishing pill. Your efforts bore fruit, and you gathered the necessary herbs to concoct the spirit-replenishing pill. You succeeded in its creation, purging the stagnation from your body, allowing you to resume your cultivation. In the third year, you arranged for a demonic cultivation method to be brought from the immortal realm of the Gene Kingdom, known as the 9 transformations of the demon god, also referred to as the 9 turns of the sky-devouring, earth-consuming, flying immortal classic, a tome encompassing both body and chi refinement techniques. You delved into the 9 transformations of the demon god, which required periodic consumption of demon beasts for cultivation. Before reaching its completion, one must regularly feed on demon beasts. Otherwise, the chaotic, demonic energy within would erupt, leading to the practitioner's demise. With the activation of your supreme demon path talent, you began improving upon the 9 transformations of the demon god. After a year of dedicated effort, you addressed its perilous drawbacks, eliminating the risk of explosion upon death, the necessity of regular demon beast consumption, and the potential for chaotic energy surges. You successfully transitioned to the modified 9 transformations of the demon god, enabling you to fully unleash your complete strength in the late foundation establishment stage. You began acquiring demon beasts for alchemical purposes. Your incarnation transitioned to the modified 9 transformations of the demon god. Obtaining several demon beasts, your incarnation devoured a first-tier demon beast, elevating its cultivation to the 5th layer of chi refinement and significantly enhancing its physique. It then consumed a 3rd-tier demon beast, resulting in a remarkable increase in physical strength. Though no progress was made in cultivation in the 4th year, Lu Zidwan approached you mysteriously, inquiring if you were aware of the situation regarding the Outer Clan disciples. You asked him to elaborate. Lu Zidwan revealed that the Li clan was capturing Outer Clan disciples, treating them like livestock to sell to the Tianyi sect for blood sacrifices to their secret realm. You hastily inquired how Lu Zidwan came by this information, that he explained that he had learned of it from a merchant while collaborating with other Outer Clan disciples to capture demon beasts for sale. You expressed your shock. Lu Zidwan then asked how to resist the Li clan. Shaking your head, you admitted your ignorance. Lu Zidwan, disheartened, resolved to flee. You cautioned him against such a course, but he departed in silence. In the 5th year, your cultivation saw slight progress as your demonic powers advanced rapidly. Your external incarnation devoured multiple demon beasts, reaching the 7th layer of chi refinement. You began to arm yourself, purchasing a set of top-tier spiritual artifacts, and you mastered the 5 elements escape technique as well as the 5 elements defense technique. In the 6th year, your cultivation advanced further. Your external incarnation consumed several demon beasts. Achieving the 8th layer of Qi refinement in that year, the Li clan ceased providing cultivation resources, leading to widespread lamentation among the outer clan disciples. Your external incarnation reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Your business has flourished immensely, leading you to acquire a multitude of shops. You have increased the monthly wages for the freelance workers under your employ, and by offering goods at competitive prices. You have once again garnered an excellent reputation among them in the 7th year. Your youthful friend Lin Yu visited you and Lu Ziduan at the Beishan Villa, inviting you both to explore the marketplace. Upon reuniting with Lu Ziduan and Lin Yu after many years, you observed that Lu Ziduan had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement and bore an aura of hidden menace. After you manipulated your avatar to decline, Lu Ziduan also rejected Lin Yu's invitation, and after reminiscing, returned to his chamber to cultivate. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the Xian clan via the marketplace. Causing quite a stir, her carriage halted before your shop, and she greeted you with a respect due to a junior. You acknowledged her with a stoic nod, leaving Li Yunxi feeling that you were unfathomable. Lin Yu severed ties with you both. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a forbidden technique, the Blood Shadow Escape. You successfully cultivated it, rectifying its flaw of shortening lifespan post-use. In the 3rd month, you refined a pure spirit elixir for your avatar. In the 4th month, you crafted a bone sculpting pill for the same purpose. In the 5th month, Lu Ziduan approached you, inviting you to join him in defection. You revealed to Lu Ziduan that you had devised a plan, handing him a pure spirit elixir and a bone sculpting pill while detailing your strategy. Lu Ziduan was astonished by your proposal and found it feasible, ultimately abandoning the plan to defect. Your external avatar reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. In the 6th month, Li Yunxi sought your assistance in procuring elixirs. You prepared a beauty-stabilizing pill, which she graciously accepted as a gift. Curious about your lineage, Li Yunxi inquired about your master, but you remained silent, continuing your alchemical work until she departed on the 1st day of the new year in the 8th year. Your avatar, under your control, consumed the pure spirit elixir and bone sculpting pill. Suddenly, your avatar was ambushed and fed a mind-confounding pill, subsequently ensnared by a sealing technique and had its limbs broken. The effects of the pure spirit elixir and bone sculpting pill commenced, dispelling the mind-confounding pill's influence as your bones began to heal and reshape. Your avatar was then transported into the mystical realm of the Shinshu. Upon gaining consciousness, you encountered Jia Qing, and upon opening your eyes to him, you invoked the indestructible demon body technique from the 9 transformations of the demon god, transforming into a colossal python. You devoured the majority of the disciples from the Tianyi sect present. After ruthlessly slaying all the Tianyi disciples, you turned your gaze to Jia Qing, informing him that you were sent by the demon god sect to convey certain messages and to search for an object. Jia Qing believed your words, and you employed the demon god sect's ultimate skill, winning his trust. Jia Qing began to inquire about the messages you were to relay. You informed him that upon exiting the mystical realm, the leading foundation establishment cultivator would compel you to consume a memory oblivion pill, causing you to lose half a month's memory until you could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Your task was to inform Jia Qing of this matter while also seeking an object within the realm. Jia Qing accepted this information. You then requested methods to deal with malevolent spirits. And Jia Qing provided you with a secret treasure, the soul-severing bell. Inquiring if you could remain in the Shinshu realm until the next opening, Jia Qing shook his head, stating it was not possible. He explained that the leading cultivators had informed them that the Shinshu realm would only be accessible for 8 days, and on the 8th day, they must depart, lest they face dire consequences. You pressed for further details, but Jia Qing admitted he did not know. You roused Lu Ziduan, who regarded you with a complex expression, astonished that you harbored such a secret identity without confiding in him. Your good brother, you suggested to Jia Qing the potential of recruiting Lu Ziduan as a cultivator of the demon sect, to which Jia Qing nodded in agreement, administering a soul-devouring pill to Lu Ziduan. Jia Qing compelled Lu Ziduan to join him in sacrificing all the outer disciples. You informed Jia Qing of your intention to explore the mystical realm. Jiaqing clasped his fists in farewell. Wishing for your safe return, you commenced your exploration of the realm, faced with a choice presented by the simulator. The options of east, south, west, and north materialized before Wang Li. The eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern deadwater. Recalling the insights gained from previous simulations, Wang Li hesitated. It was evident that this realm held profound secrets. During the last simulation, he had uncovered fragments of the Great Five Elements true demon technique in the Western Desert and had encountered a towering remnant soul. The Western Desert undoubtedly harbored more mysteries, but pursuing the Great Five Elements true demon technique alone seemed unworthy due to the peril posed by that remnant soul. The blood cliff was infested with crimson mosquitoes, forming a thick blood mist. Thus, the southern dense forest it would be. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li chose the southern dense forest. After spending half an hour traversing the forest's edge, he came upon a foreboding inscription: "No living beings may enter. All newcomers must halt." Undeterred, he stepped into the forest. Delving into its mysteries there, he encountered a flower of vibrant purple and red hues, which he delicately plucked. Suddenly, the surrounding trees appeared to revive, bursting back to life. In a moment of astonishment, tendrils shot toward him like lightning. Fear gripped his heart as he fled in panic, spotting a cave not far away, where he hastily took refuge. Inside the cave, he was met with a harrowing sight: numerous scattered bones, both human and beast alike. The chilling realization engulfed him in terror as the barbed tendrils pursued relentlessly. Despite his desperate attempts to evade them, he was ensnared, pulled into a gaping in an instant. His avatar was devoured by the monstrous entity. The Xinshu realm proved perilously treacherous. These aberrant creatures could so easily claim his life, indicating they possessed strength beyond the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, the most enigmatic aspect of the Xinshu realm lay in its prohibition against the entry of cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage. Wang Li sat cross-legged, pondering deeply. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Should he continue to explore this perilous realm in the next simulation? He questioned himself repeatedly in the depths of his mind. It was undeniable that the Xinshu realm concealed significant secrets. However, was it truly worth expending precious time on this endeavor? With the simulator at his disposal, as long as he preserved his life, he could simulate his path to immortality and even beyond, recreating every circumstance that might arise thereafter. As Wang Li wrestled with these conflicting thoughts, the simulation progress updated silently. With the loss of his external avatar, your consciousness returned to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you began to covertly scour the surroundings, gathering an extensive repertoire of demonic techniques for dedicated cultivation. The challenge of collecting demonic techniques in the righteous domain proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Thus, the notion of turning towards the demon sect began to take root in your mind. Your thoughts drifted to the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements true demon technique held by Shun Tianling. As during the previous simulation, you boldly proclaimed your intent to gather the celestial spiritual fire, a renowned figure known as the Gray-Robed Alchemist. Your name spread far and wide, and your demand quickly reached the ears of major factions. Before long, an elder from the Shun clan approached you once more, extending an olive branch, and promising that should you join their ranks and assist in alchemy, you would not only attain the status of a revered elder, but also fulfill your desire for celestial spiritual fires. Upon encountering the Shun clan once again, memories of bygone days flooded your mind, filling you with nostalgia. After much contemplation, you accepted the Shun clan's invitation, but made it clear that this was merely a transaction. You would refine elixirs for the Shun clan's ancestor, who had fallen into demonic cultivation. However, all of this was merely to obtain two things. Once accomplished, you would naturally take your leave. The elder of the Shun family, upon hearing these words, was taken aback to discover that you were aware of the Shun family's ancestors' descent into madness through the practice of demonic arts. You smiled faintly and informed the elder that you were also aware of their covert investigations into your identity over the years. The elder's expression shifted to one of shock and astonishment. In the midst of his bewilderment, his curiosity regarding your true identity deepened. To the end of the 8th year, after refining the last batch of elixirs, You solemnly announced to the assembly that you would soon depart. Hearing the news of your impending departure, a multitude of rogue cultivators hurried to implore you to stay. Li Daojian, the leader of the Li clan, also stepped forward with heartfelt pleas. Yet, your resolve was unwavering, and you decisively declined their requests. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shun family on the journey to the Shun clan's territory. After a long and arduous trek, you arrived at the Red Maple Mountains. Prominent figures from the Shun clan emerged en masse to welcome you. The clan leader personally took your hand and warmly introduced you to the designated residence prepared for you. You conveyed to the clan leader that your visit was solely for the purpose of refining elixirs for the Shun ancestor, retrieving the Shun family's spirit fire, and acquiring an item held by the ancestor, with no intention of remaining in the Shun clan. The high-ranking members of the Shun clan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a range of emotions that belie a fortunate coincidence. You encountered Shun Li that moment. She was lazily reclining against an ancient tree, seemingly uninterested in cultivation, exuding an air of indulgence. You observed her for several seconds, unable to suppress a look of incredulity. The elder of the Shun family keenly sensed your gaze. Subsequently, he and the clan leader conspired together in hushed tones that on the second day of your arrival at the Shun clan, you immersed yourself wholeheartedly in alchemy. The Shun clan mobilized additional personnel to assist you, granting you unrestricted access to the clan's resources. The heavens do not disappoint the diligent. You successfully obtained the spirit fire, wind thunderflamed at this moment. You activated your dual focus ability, concentrating on alchemy while methodically refining the wind thunderflame. In the 10th year, under your meticulous crafting, the 5-color glazed pill was successfully created. The clan leader, intent on fostering a bond between you and Shun Li, made a deliberate introduction. You gazed at Shun Li, who clearly appeared to have been forcibly dragged from a rest to mingle, and without the slightest hesitation, you resolutely declined. Shun Li sighed inwardly, pondering the missed opportunity. What is she lamenting? Wang Li was filled with confusion and utterly perplexed. After a brief silence, you decided to grant Shun Li another chance. You earnestly inquired whether she harbored feelings for you. Shun Li affirmed her fondness for you. However, your discerning gaze pierced through her deception, and a tinge of disappointment stirred within you. Shun Li, sensing your thoughts, chose to lay her cards on the table. She revealed that the clan leader had mentioned you would not disdain her for being indulgent and lazy, which was why she wished to accompany you. You were left utterly speechless, reflecting on how little she had changed. Thus, you once again firmly rejected her. In the 11th year, bolstered by your elixirs, the Shun ancestor regained his former vigor and even made notable advancements in his cultivation. You received an invitation to a grand banquet. The gathering, you encountered the venerable ancestor Shun Tianling, who treated you with great respect. Shun Tianling held you in high regard, bestowing upon you his cultivation notes. Seizing the opportunity, you requested the Great 5 Elements True Demon Art from him. Shun Tianling was surprised that you were aware of this technique. Nevertheless, he ultimately imparted the Great 5 Elements True Demon Art to you. Thus, you successfully acquired the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Art, which contained detailed instructions from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. With your aspirations fulfilled, you expressed your intention to take your leave. Shun Tianling earnestly attempted to dissuade you, yet your determination to depart remained steadfast. Ultimately, you bid farewell to the Shun clan. On your return journey, you perused the Great 5 Elements True Demon Art. Captivated by its profound intricacies and a desire to change your cultivation path quietly blossomed within you. Should you change your cultivation path, 2 options materialized before Wang Li. Thus, should you indeed change your cultivation path? Wang Li furrowed his brow, ensnared in deep contemplation. After a vigorous internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to change his cultivation path. You resolutely opted for the transition. The Great 5 Elements True Demon Art encompasses 5 distinct elemental techniques, each shrouded in mystery and possessing its own unique intricacies. You faced a choice of which elemental technique to cultivate: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Yet, another choice emerged. Regrettably, being outside the simulation, I am unable to discern which technique is superior or more suited to me. Wang Li remained silent for a moment before ultimately deciding to cultivate the wood element. You commenced your training in the Great Five Elements True Demon Art, focusing on the wood attribute technique. The Qingdi Longevity Art. With the successful completion of your transition to the Qingdi Longevity Art, you marveled at its wonders. Should this technique be perfected, its enhancement of lifespan would be unparalleled among those of the same realm. The talent of the Supreme Demon Path activated. Leveraging the capabilities of the Supreme Demon Path, you modified the Qingdi Longevity Art, successfully eliminating the detrimental effects of devouring demonic beasts, which previously left one plagued by chaotic demonic energy. Continuing your modifications, you eradicated the issues of mixed spiritual energy after consuming demonic beasts. Further modifications allowed you to remove the problems of heightened beastly instincts following the consumption of demonic beasts. After considerable effort, your lifespan reached 400 years, twice that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. You departed from the Shun clan. With a heart full of longing, you returned to visit your parents, after leaving behind some valuable items. You set forth on your journey once more, bidding farewell to the cultivation realm of Qi country. You advanced towards the Southern Spirit Domain's lower domain, the Seven Nations of the Demon Sect. This was my first venture into the Seven Nations of the Demon Sect after numerous simulations. It was truly unavoidable. The talent of the Supreme Demon Path destined me to immerse myself in the demonic arts to achieve rapid growth. Wang Li took a deep breath and continued the simulation. You arrived in the lower domain. You soon caught the attention of several Foundation establishment demon cultivators. Acting boldly, you revealed your exquisite set of spiritual artifacts. You swiftly defeated 3 Foundation establishment demon cultivators. Through a series of trials and tribulations, you arrived at the Zhou Kingdom, a subsidiary nation of the Huan sect, within the realm of cultivation. You set up a stall at the Joyful Workshop under the Huan sect, proudly announcing your identity as the gray-robed alchemist. Many rogue cultivators who had sought your alchemical expertise in the past were astonished to see you at the Joyful Workshop. You encountered numerous familiar faces among your old clientele. Among them was Lin Xian, the cultivator who had once entrusted you with the recipe for the life-preserving pill. Lin Xian was greatly shocked to see you at the Joyful Workshop. You inquired about his presence in this place. Lin Xian explained that he lacked exceptional talent, was not born into a prominent clan, and had no penchant for adventure. In order to cultivate resources, one must inevitably become a slave to the Huan sect. Upon hearing this, you cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy. Lin Xian, like yourself, is a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, a talent that is indeed somewhat lacking in the realm of immortals. In the 12th year, you have settled down in the Joyous Pavilion. Your existence has spread throughout the entire cultivation community of the state of Zhou, whether they are demonic cultivators or wandering practitioners from the upper realms seeking a livelihood in the lower realms. All are aware that a Grandmaster Alchemist has arrived at the Joyous Pavilion. Your alchemical prices remain consistently low, earning you significant renown. You have established multiple businesses and provided Lin Xian with a job. You begin to gather a substantial amount of wood attribute spiritual materials and wood attribute beast. In the 13th year, the elder in charge of the Huan sect invites you to join their ranks. You cease your alchemical work in the market and entrust most of your businesses to Lin Xian. You choose to join the Huan sect and earn a position in the pill hall. Beginning your alchemical endeavors for the sect. In the 14th year, you have collected a significant number of wood attribute beasts and a small portion of wood attribute spiritual materials. You absorb demonic blood and refine the spiritual materials. Your Qingdi longevity technique reaches a minor success. Your body undergoes a transformation, granting you a certain suppression effect over wood attribute beings, enhancing your control over them, increasing your resistance to wood attribute spells, and amplifying the power of your wood attribute techniques. Your lifespan experiences a notable increase, and you gain the ability for rapid healing. Fire attribute spells deal 10% more damage to you. The Qingdi longevity technique possesses such remarkable benefits. Witnessing the incessant notifications on the simulator, Wang Li reveals a hint of incredulity. Merely a single wood attribute technique is so formidable. One cannot help but wonder what earth-shattering capabilities the complete 5 elements true demonic technique would hold. Yet upon this realization, a tinge of disappointment washes over Wang Li. With his deficiency in gold among the five elements, he is destined to be unable to cultivate the gold attribute techniques within the grand five elements true demonic technique. Shaking his head, Wang Li continues to observe. Your cultivation advances a notch. You begin to utilize the contribution points earned from alchemical work for the Hahuan sect to enter the transmission tower. In the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect, you study numerous demonic techniques. You cultivate the dragon and phoenix yin-yang reversal technique. The innate demonic sovereign activates. You rectify the flaw in your technique that causes the cauldron to be drained. You practice the yin-yang fusion technique, correcting the deficiencies in your methods. You study the remnants of the soul refining sect's profound techniques, mastering the art of crafting soul banners, controlling souls, and transforming souls into spirits. You learn the method of achieving an indestructible ghostly form. You amend the flaws in your techniques, improving the detrimental effects of yin energy entering the body and the intrusion of soul thoughts. The innate demonic sovereign activates once more as you continue your cultivation in the 15th year. Due to your years of dedicated alchemical work for the Hahuan sect and the immense contributions you have made, the sect assigns you a dual spiritual root cauldron. Astonishingly, a dual spiritual root. Wang Li is taken aback. What does it mean to possess dual spiritual roots? In an environment where singular spiritual roots and mutated dual spiritual roots are rare, a dual spiritual root cultivator is regarded as a prodigy, a sight seldom seen in a century. Such talent, within the righteous sects of the upper realms, would be fought over as a disciple. Yet, in the lower realms, they can only serve as a cauldron. Nonetheless, this indirectly illustrates the Hahuan sect's preferential treatment towards you as an alchemist. The Hahuan sect truly understands how to value talent. You accept the dual spiritual root cauldron assigned to you by the Hahuan sect and meet Shui Qin. As you gaze upon her breathtaking beauty, you feel a stir within your heart. You fervently channel your techniques, endlessly circulating your energy. You inquire of Shui Qianyue about her descent into becoming a cauldron for the Hahuan sect. With a frigid expression, she fixes her gaze upon you. Extinguishing your interest in understanding her plight, in the 16th year, you break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. After 21 years of cultivation, you achieve peak foundation establishment with your 4 spiritual roots. A sense of pride wells up within you, yet you suppress it. You approach the increasingly frail Shui Qianyue, regarding her with an impassive expression. Throughout the past year, you have not witnessed her practicing nor seen her consume food. Her life force has dwindled to its limits, but if there are no unforeseen circumstances, she has but 3 to 5 days left to live. Yet, you cannot allow her to perish now. You commend Shui Qianyue for being an excellent cauldron. Her expression remains icy, and after a long silence, she implores you to end her life. With a solemn demeanor, you inform her that she is with child. Shui Qianyue is taken aback, her face shifting to a complex array of emotions. You assure her that after the child is born, you will set her free. Shui Qianyue bitterly shakes her head, confessing that she has been cursed, and should she leave the bounds of the Hahuan sect, the blood curse will detonate and claim her life. Shui Qianyue hopes you will grant her a swift end once she has delivered the child, as the constraints of the blood curse render her incapable of taking her own life. You agree to her request. Shui Qianyue begins her cultivation 10 months later, as you witness the Hahuan sect's female physician delivering the child. A smile graces your face, though it is overshadowed by apprehension for the future. The physician tests your daughter's talents, revealing her to possess both fire and wood dual spiritual roots. You have a daughter with dual spiritual roots. Shui Qianyue asks if the child may bear her surname. And you acquiesce. You name the child Shui Lianshang. Shui Qianyue rekindles her passion for life. In the 17th year, you commence collecting spiritual materials that enhance the chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. The Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect personally seeks you out, requesting to take your daughter as a disciple. You decline the Grand Elder's request, unwilling to let your daughter become a pawn for the sect. Shui Qianyue informs you that the Shui clan has been annihilated for offending the ancestors of the Hahuan sect. The men of the entire clan were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only the women behind, who were offered as vessels for the male disciples of the Hahuan sect to cultivate. You inquire about the reason. Xue Qianwei reveals that the Xue clan met its demise due to a legacy of divine transformation. Upon learning this, you are left utterly astounded. Xue Qianwei expresses her desire to wait until the child is older before seeking death, hoping that you will fulfill her wish at that time. You nod in agreement that in the 18th year, utilizing the wood attribute spiritual items and the blood of wood attribute demon beasts collected through Lin Xian, you once again elevate the Qingdi longevity technique to a higher level. Yet you sense that true mastery remains a distant goal. You begin your journey to the He Huan Sect's transmission tower to cultivate demonic arts. The innate demonic path supreme awakens, and you engage in your practice. By the 19th year, your cultivation reaches its utmost limit. You attain the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and begin attempting to break through to the core formation stage, in the 20th year. After a year-long seclusion, your attempt to break through fails. With your 4 spiritual roots, forging a bridge to the heavens and condensing the golden core proves exceedingly arduous, prompting you to continue searching for spiritual items that might enhance your chances of success. You share tender moments with Xue Qianwei. Having reached your cultivation limits, you no longer require her primordial yin for your practice, and her complexion improves significantly. Xue Qianwei, cradling the child, gazes at your profile and confides that she once despised men. But only after being with you did she realize she merely had not encountered the right person. She admits that she has developed feelings for you. You remain expressionless, instructing Xue Qianwei to take good care of the child. In the 21st year, the esteemed Yinyang Venerable of the He Huan sect summons you. You pay your respects to the Venerable and discover that they are a being of dual nature. You witness the Venerable divide into 2 formidable, late-stage, nascent soul practitioners, and you express utmost reverence. The Yinyang Venerable bestows upon you a medicinal formula, stating that should you refine the Yinyang harmonization pill, they will grant you spiritual items that increase your chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. You express your gratitude and depart. In the 22nd year, you successfully refine the Yinyang harmonization pill and receive the blood infant fruit as a reward from the Yinyang Venerable. You learn of the fruit's efficacy, which enhances the chances of forming a core by 20% and a golden core by 50%. Elated, you begin to dream of the glorious breakthrough to the core formation stage. After entrusting Xue Qianwei with the care of the child, you embark on a prolonged retreat. In the 23rd year, you consume a substantial quantity of medicinal pills. In the 24th year, you devour the blood infant fruit. In the 25th year, within your dantian, upon the bridge of heaven and earth, you condense liquid into a golden core. You have become a core formation practitioner. Core formation? Wang Li's pupils widen in disbelief. This is truly core formation. It is simply incredible. No one knows the tumultuous emotions surging within Wang Li at this moment. As you break through to the core formation stage, the high-ranking members of the He Huan sect present you with congratulatory gifts. In the 26th year, the Yinyang Venerable breaks through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In March of the 26th year, the 7 demonic sects unite to launch an assault on the upper domain. You bid farewell to Xue Qianwei, leaving her a spiritual jade imbued with your full power, usable 3 times. You follow the allied forces of the demonic sects into the territory of the upper domain. The 7 righteous sects mount a counterattack against the 7 demonic sects. The Yinyang Venerable single-handedly confronts the 7 ancestors, establishing a pact that forbids nascent soul practitioners from interfering in the righteous demonic conflict. The 7 righteous sects reluctantly acquiesced. In the 28th year, the allied forces of the demonic sects unleash their full might, sweeping through the battlefield like a tempest, causing the scheming 7 righteous sects to retreat repeatedly. You gather remnants of souls, refining them into soul banners. In the 29th year, as the righteous demonic war intensifies, leveraging your advantage on the battlefield, you forge a banner capable of holding 1,000 souls. Employing various methods, you rise to become the foremost practitioner among your peers in the core formation stage, able to triumph even against ordinary mid-core formation opponents. By the 30th year, the righteous demonic war gradually wanes, and the 7 righteous sects grow increasingly weak. You craft a banner of 10,000 souls, earning the title of soul-refining demon sovereign among the practitioners of the demonic path that in the 31st year. The 7 righteous sects retreat to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain is entirely occupied by the demonic sect. The 7 demonic sects begin to squabble over the spoils of war. You inform the Yin-Yang Venerable of the secrets of the immortal ruins, urging them to seize control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm that in the 32nd year. The He Huan sect occupies the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. You are appointed as an elder in charge of affairs in the Pill Hall. Upon reviewing the list of those who have submitted to the sect, you notice the name of the Li clan. Do you choose to seek revenge? As the simulator reaches this point, Wang Li is presented with a new choice. Is it possible to seek vengeance against the Li clan? Why not? Wang Li decisively opts for revenge. The Li clan, along with the Tianyi sect and other prestigious sects, have exploited outer disciples for their own selfish desires, using them as sacrificial offerings in the secret realm. Such actions are utterly unforgivable, and even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to quell the public outrage. You choose to take revenge on the Li clan. You gather the disciples of the He Huan sect and launch an assault on the Li clan. Wielding the soul banner, you strike down the majority of the sect's disciples, sending them to their doom at the hands of vengeful spirits. You encounter Li Mingjin and, upon meeting her gaze filled with hatred, let out a sigh before once again swinging the soul banner that, in no time, hundreds of souls are added to your banner. With the banner of 10,000 souls, you easily defeat the Li clan's ancestor, Li Xinyan. Under the watchful eyes of all, you retrieve Li Xuanyan's golden core. You scour the battlefield for the Li clan's treasures, acquiring millions of spirit stones, a trove of cultivation pills. Numerous would attribute spiritual items. 10 foundation establishment pills, a fragment of a magical treasure, and a soul-nourishing tree. The news of the annihilation of the Li clan spreads like wildfire throughout the southern spirit domain overnight. Many cultivation families that had allied themselves with the 7 demonic sects become anxious, fearing they might be the next target. In response to the inquiries from the leader of the He Huan sect, you explain that you have a personal vendetta against the Li clan and cannot rest until this grudge is settled. The leader of the He Huan sect does not press further, merely advising you to come to him with any matters in the future, assuring you that he will advocate on your behalf. The destruction of the Li clan passes without further incident. In the 33rd year, your cultivation sees significant advancement, nearing the threshold of mid-core formation. Your Qingdi longevity technique progresses, yet mastery remains a distant aspiration that in the 34th year. You encounter Shui Qianyue once more. As you gaze at the lovely girl nestled beside you, a flicker of affection ignites within your heart. You begin to establish your roots within the He Huan sect, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to alchemy. You maintain a diligent regimen of cultivation, never forgetting your original intentions. You hear unsettling news of zombies appearing in the eastern spirit domain and rumors of its transformation into a land of the dead. You learn of the fall of the Taisong sacred land in January of the 35th year. The higher-ups of the demonic path convene an urgent meeting in February of the 35th year. The He Huan sect holds an emergency gathering. The Yin-Yang Venerable informs you all that a terrifying entity has escaped from the Taishu immortal mansion. They reveal that the entire eastern spirit domain has fallen, its inhabitants transformed into blood-sucking undead. The Yin-Yang Venerable commands you to prepare for the relocation of the sect to the northern spirit domain. After the meeting concludes, your heart is tumultuous, heavily impacted by the revelations shared. You cannot help but wonder what manner of entity could bring about the downfall of the entire eastern spirit domain. Even the esteemed Yin-Yang Master, a Grand Master of the nascent soul stage, appeared gravely concerned that in March of the 35th year, the 7 demon sects began their migration northward. Just before their departure, you encountered Lu Zidu In. After many years apart, Lu Zidu In had now become a foundation establishment cultivator. He greeted you with immense joy, having long believed you perished in the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You explained to him that you had escaped from peril through a different opportunity. Lu Zidu In expressed his heartfelt sentiments. He recounted how the demon god sect had treated him with exceptional favor, bestowing upon him a foundation establishment pill along with cultivation resources for the next decade. Lu Zidu In mentioned that he intended to return to his village in Kaoshan to fetch his parents, and, in passing, also bring your parents along. You gifted him some protective spirit artifacts. After Lu Zidu departed, as you journeyed along the migration route, you observed a multitude of mortals, although they were unaware of the significant events unfolding. They carried their provisions and followed the 7 demon sects in their relocation. You encountered the esteemed ancestor of the Shun family, Shun Tianling. You were astonished to learn that the Shun clan had not accompanied the Tianyi sect to the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shun Tianling explained that upon witnessing the Hahuan sect take control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, he had contemplated leading his clan to escape. However, upon seeing your figure, he reconsidered that notion. When you inquired about the reason, Shun Tianling smiled and stated that having a familiar face made matters more manageable. He informed the Hahuan sect cultivators who came to recruit them that their acquaintance with you exempted them from certain inequitable treaties. You then asked Shun Tianling if he was aware of the events transpiring in the Eastern Spirit Domain. His expression grew serious. Shun Tianling revealed that, based on his communications with several old friends and some hearsay, the truth he deduced was that a bizarre entity, sealed by ancient immortals within the Taisu immortal mansion, had escaped. This entity possessed power beyond the god transformation stage and an insidious ability to infect. Any being tainted by its spiritual energy would transform into a bloodthirsty corpse. Upon hearing Shun Tianling's revelation, your countenance turned peculiar. You and Shun Tianling promptly rose to pay your respects. The Yin-Yang master confirmed the veracity of Shun Tianling's words, stating that indeed, a god transformation level entity had escaped from the Taisu immortal mansion. Moreover, after draining the blood energy of the entire Eastern Spirit Domain, this entity had set its sights on the Southern Spirit Domain, which explained a reason for the 7 demon sects migration northward. You inquired why the Yin-Yang master did not consider fleeing to the seas or other continents. He shook his head, explaining that there were no other continents beyond the seas, only the boundless ocean and the sea-dwelling demons. You remained skeptical, voicing your doubts. The Yin-Yang master recounted that ancient cultivators had formed teams to venture into the seas in search of other continents. Yet they found nothing. Shun Tianling corroborated this assertion. You fell into deep contemplation, struggling to fathom that such a vast otherworld contained but a single landmass, the Tian-Su continent. You began to question the Yin-Yang master about further mysteries, specifically the origins of the Taisu immortal mansion. The Yin-Yang master informed you that it was an extremely ancient site, dating back approximately 100,000 years, established by the last immortal of the Tian-Su continent, the Taisu Celestial. You were taken aback, realizing that the most recent ascendant could be traced back 100 millennia. You inquired why there were no cultivators above the god transformation level among the major sects today. The Yin-Yang master explained that since the ascension of the Taisu Celestial, for reasons unknown, the Tian-Su continent underwent tremendous changes, with spiritual energy depleting rapidly, rendering it increasingly difficult for god transformation cultivators to survive. Eventually, it was discovered that those above the god transformation stage had mysteriously vanished. Some speculated that they had journeyed to another void space. That it was only later that someone witnessed their ancestor ascend and be drawn into a mysterious realm, confirming that those above the god transformation stage were guided by the power of heaven and earth to a world above the Tian-Su continent. You exhibited curiosity. The Yin-Yang master proceeded to liken the current state of the cultivation world to an ocean. He elaborated that the sea is divided into deep, middle, and upper layers. The cultivation world of the Tian-Su continent mirrors this, also comprising 3 tiers. Cultivators below the god transformation stage inhabit the deep layer, which corresponds to the present Tian-Su continent, while only those who attain god transformation may ascend to the middle layer of the S.E.A.S. for the upper layer. It is presumably the celestial realm that all aspire to reach, accessible solely to immortals. The Yin-Yang master clarified that these conclusions were drawn from references left by predecessors, and he himself was uncertain of their authenticity. He advised you not to place blind trust in these notions, emphasizing that discernment comes from listening to multiple perspectives. After hearing this intriguing analogy, your admiration for the Yin-Yang master deepened. You now understood the distinctions between the deep, middle, and upper layers of the Tian-Su continent. As a transmigrator, This concept was not foreign to you. It merely represented a form of dimensionality, with God transformation cultivators having transcended the current dimension to reach a higher one, that you queried the yin-yang master about whether he had ever contacted the God transformation ancestor of the Hahuan sect. The yin-yang master replied in the negative, stating that nearly all sect ancestors mysteriously vanished after their breakthroughs to God transformation 300 years ago. When his master achieved the breakthrough, he was drawn into that void space before his very eyes. Even attempts to use the communication methods left behind by his master proved futile. The yin-yang master speculated that this void space could sever all connections. After contemplating this, you remained pensive. The yin-yang master mentioned that in about a century, he too would attain the God transformation realm, and you would be able to witness his ceremony as he departed for the void space. You expressed your gratitude. The yin-yang master remarked that he held high hopes for you. Noting your age of 47 and your accomplishment of the core formation stage with 4 spiritual roots, he expressed satisfaction with your progress and intended to entrust the Hahuan sect to you. You inquired why he did not seek to claim the opportunities present in your being. The yin-yang master revealed that he had indeed contemplated seizing your fortune upon meeting you, but ultimately decided against it. He acknowledged your unwavering dedication to alchemy for the Hahuan sect, devoid of complaints, and had come to regard you as part of the sect. Overwhelmed with emotion, you realized that the yin-yang master had significantly altered your perception of the demon sect. He cautioned you to refrain from revealing your fortunes too readily in the future and advised you to cultivate more profound concealment techniques to avoid potential calamities. You nodded repeatedly. You conversed with the yin-yang master for several days. Your respect for him growing, he imparted the sect's ultimate techniques to you, and you received the fragmented scroll of the Grand Yin-Yang Technique, Dada. The Grand Yin-Yang Technique. Wang Li's gaze transformed into one of delight. When he first ventured into the realm of cultivation, he had perused the chronicles of immortal cultivation in the study of the Li clan celestial lineage. Among its pages lay the account of the 10 great supernatural arts that have been passed down since ancient times, with the 10th ranked being the Grand Yin-Yang Technique. According to the chronicles, the Grand Yin-Yang Technique possesses boundless mystical applications that can differentiate yin and yang while encompassing the profound mysteries of the Tao. However, the text's assertions lacked accuracy, as its author had never practiced the Grand Yin-Yang Technique. You were astonished when the Yin-Yang sovereign revealed a fragment of the Grand Yin-Yang Technique. He informed you that he was called the Yin-Yang sovereign because he had mastered this formidable supernatural art, which, combined with his unique physique, earned him the respect of the demon sect. You expressed immense gratitude to the yin-yang sovereign and wished to take him as your mentor, but he declined. You were perplexed by his refusal. The yin-yang sovereign explained that he did not take disciples and subsequently departed. Shen Tianling informed you that the yin-yang sovereign was merely revered by the demon sect as the yin-yang demon sovereign. Although his actions appeared chaotic, upon closer inspection, everything was within his control. You exchanged cultivation experiences with Shen Tianling, gaining much insight. In the 36th year, the 7 sects of the demon sect were eerily pursued. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and everywhere the ominous presence passed, darkness consumed all. You witnessed numerous mortals and low-tier cultivators transformed into eerie corpses by the black spiritual energy, the ancestors of the 7 sects united in combat. Only to be devoured and transformed one by one, that you observe the yin-yang sovereign divide himself in two and flee. You lifted the wand of 10,000 souls and gently swayed it. You saw the black spiritual energy engulf the vengeful spirits within the soul banner. You glimpsed the true nature of the eerie presence. A frail figure, its skeletal structure starkly visible, adorned with long, thin tentacles and a gaping maw split open with rows of sharp teeth. A grotesque, desiccated corpse. You were eroded by the black spiritual energy, transformed into one of them. You charged toward your wife and child, only to have your blood essence drained. Your spiritual intelligence and soul were nearly consumed. You perished. Wang Li gazed at the blood-red words of the simulator. A grave expression filled his eyes. Was there truly no means of resistance? He didn't even know when he had been corroded by the black spiritual energy. Moreover, what precisely was this eerie entity? Was it truly a creature of the cultivation world? Recalling the simulator's description of the eerie presence, Wang Li's feelings leaned more towards that of a Cthulhu-like abomination. He pondered whether there was a way to prevent its emergence, perhaps leveraging his identity and prestige as the gray-robe alchemist to proclaim the dangers of the void immortal manner. Discouraging cultivators from entering .it was worth a try, albeit without high hopes. While Wang Li contemplated how to avert this entity's appearance, he recalled an unsettling simulation. Wait, that particular simulation. A flicker of joy appeared in his pupils. That simulation had extended all the way to the 35th year, a fate fraught with misfortunes. Wang Li vividly remembered this simulation, as it was one of the few that had lasted until the 35th year. Moreover, in this instance, there were no zombies or eerie entities present. Thus, he resolved to meticulously recall the details of this tumultuous simulation, but he reflected that the previous simulations plagued by eerie corpses and entities were due to the righteous seven sects being defeated too early by the demon sect and fleeing to the eastern spirit domain. In the tumultuous simulation, it was only in the 34th year that the righteous seven sects were driven to the eastern spirit domain by the demon sect. Soon, Wang Li arrived at a conclusion. As long as the righteous seven sects were defeated later and missed the opening of the void immortal manner. Heading to the eastern spirit domain thereafter, the eerie corpses and entities would not appear. Furthermore, it was likely that the troubles stemmed from the righteous seven sects entering the void immortal manner, leading to the entity's escape. Just as Wang Li was immersed in his deductions, the simulator presented him with a choice of rewards. Upon concluding this simulation, he could select two from the following rewards. Demon Lord. You are a naturally gifted demon cultivator. Practicing any demon sect technique will yield twice the result with half the effort. You are immune to most backlash effect from demon sect methods. You can improve upon the flaws of demon techniques and integrate them for innovative creations. One day, you shall become a formidable figure in the demon path. This simulation's cultivation level, initial golden core. Grandmaster Alchemist experience gained from alchemical practices within the simulator. High-quality formation training experience acquired from formation techniques in the simulator. 10 million spirit stones. Your earnings not usable in simulations. Fragment of the grand yin-yang technique, one of the 10 extraordinary arts of the cultivation realm. Modified grand 5 elements true demon technique, an improved version of the original technique by the sages of the demon sect, allowing cultivation without the need for 5 elemental spiritual objects. Pill formulas. All the pill formulas you master during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Wand of 10,000 souls. When the black wind rises, it takes lives, sweeping across all hearts, a soul banner forged from the gathering of countless vengeful spirits. A gentle sway can create a realm of ghosts. Bloodthirsty and deadly. Dragon and Phoenix yin-yang reversal technique. The supreme dual cultivation method of the Huan sect, offering significant benefits upon practice. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li chose the Demon Lord and the initial golden core cultivation level. As the rewards from the simulation surged into his body, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy began to converge upon him from all directions. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of surrounding cultivators, all seeking to discern the source of the gathering spiritual energy. Wang Li noticed the massive influx of spiritual energy flowing towards him, initially feeling elated, but his expression soon darkened. Damn it, in his elation. He had forgotten that he was still within the Li clan's celestial lineage. If he were to break through to the golden core now, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous disturbance. Wang Li attempted to escape the Li clan's territory to seek safety. But at this critical moment, with his breakthrough imminent, forcibly halting the process could lead to wild deviation or even death. Moreover, should not the cultivation level from the simulator directly replace his own? Why was he required to undergo the breakthrough process himself? Was it true that such a significant realm breakthrough necessitated traversing the process? Well then, if a process must be followed, let it be so. Now, he could only hope that this forbidden formation would buy him some time. With that thought, Wang Li devoted himself entirely to the breakthrough. He observed as vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy converge from the cosmos, coursing through his internal organs, sweeping across the bridge of heaven and earth, merging with the spiritual liquid flowing beneath. Meanwhile, at the Li clan's back mountain, on the peak of watching immortals, the elder of the Li family. Li Xuanya, who was in seclusion seeking a breakthrough, sensed the immense gathering of spiritual energy flowing towards the northern villa. His expression immediately shifted. Golden core? Who is it? What audacity to cultivate the golden core within the domain of my Li clan. How utterly disrespectful. As Li Xuanya's words fell, his consciousness spread across the vicinity of the Li clan for miles. Apart from him, the elders of the Li clan above the foundation establishment stage also unleashed their consciousness, probing towards the source of the spiritual energy. Who dares to break through to the golden core in my Li clan? Such audacity to disregard my family. The clan leader, Li Daojin, flew towards the northern villa on his sword, his handsome and scholarly face etched with anger. The law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, and the grand elder, Li Daoming, remained silent. The golden core. This is the dream of countless foundation establishment cultivators. Nearly every cultivator at this stage harbors a dream of achieving the golden core. As the saying goes, with a golden core swallowed, my fate is mine to command. Again, to attain the golden core path is to roam freely among heaven and earth. Where can one seek the immortal way? The golden core questions longevity. The fourth elder, Li Daofeng, gazed at the infuriated clan leader, Li Daojin, and could not help but speak calmly. Clan leader, this person dares to cultivate the golden core within our Li clan, indicating they possess sufficient confidence to survive our siege. If we go to confront them, and they fail in their breakthrough, we will contact the ancestor to take action, that if they succeed, then we must contemplate our next steps. Before Li Daojin could respond, a gentle breeze swept through, and when everyone turned to look, they saw a middle-aged man in a long blue robe with white hair standing beside them, observing intently. Greetings, ancestor. Li Daojin and the four newcomers quickly bowed respectfully upon their arrival. Xuanya surveyed the four individuals, his gaze lingering on Li Daofeng. What Daofeng said is indeed correct. If that person has not yet broken through to the core formation stage, I shall certainly refine him into a puppet to protect our Li clan for generations to come. However, if he has successfully broken through, then our Li clan must cultivate a good relationship with him to avoid creating another enemy. This individual dares to break through in front of our Li clan, which surely means he has some backing. He may even require us to tread carefully around him after his advancement. Yes, ancestor, the crowd responded, bowing hastily before accompanying him to the northern mountain courtyard. At this moment, numerous outer clan disciples stood before the courtyard steward's residence, their faces filled with displeasure. Steward, what has happened to the spiritual energy in Northern Mountain? I was just about to break through to the third layer of chi refinement. One complained. Suddenly, it vanished without a trace. Steward, the Northern Mountain is devoid of spiritual energy. You possess great abilities, so you must investigate this matter. Steward, how can there be no spiritual energy? I was halfway through my breakthrough when it disappeared. Hearing the endless complaints from outside, the steward's expression soured. How dare these outer clan disciples question me about the spiritual energy situation? I was cultivating diligently, and yet they come to me with their grievances. Fine. I shall reduce your cultivation resources for this month. Just then, he heard the sound of bows and greetings from outside. The clan leader has arrived. Surely he knows about the spiritual energy issue. The steward thought, feeling a surge of hope. Of course, the clan leader is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He must be aware of the cessation of spiritual energy in the courtyard and has come to resolve the issue. As the steward prepared to welcome him, Li Daojin and his companions stood with their hands clasped behind their backs amidst the outer clan disciples. Although Li Daojin felt a tinge of joy at the flattery from the outer disciples, he did not lose sight of his purpose. Just as he was about to consult the ancestor about the location of the person who broke through, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from the courtyard to the northwest. Not good. He is about to break through, Li Xuanya shouted, swiftly darting toward the courtyard. However, as he approached and prepared to interrupt the breakthrough, a wave of energy surged forth from the courtyard, spreading outward. He has reached core formation, Li Xuanya murmured, retracting his spiritual power and gazing complexly at the room radiating golden light. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your breakthrough to core formation. You have taken a significant step toward the path of immortality. Inside the room, Wang Li observed the golden core forming within him, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Thankfully, this was merely a simulated reward for his cultivation. The breakthrough was not as difficult or slow as it could have been. Had he taken another half-minute, he feared the Li family's elder might have resorted to violence. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Li feigned profundity, saying, "Li Taoist, I am about to break through, and borrowing your Li family's blessed ground for my advancement is indeed a breach of etiquette. I shall take my leave today, but I shall certainly repay you handsomely in the future for this favor." With that, Wang Li gathered his full power and dashed out of the wooden house, escaping the Li clan's domain. "Shall we pursue him, ancestor?" Li Daojin inquired as he and the others approached Li Xuanya. Watching Wang Li's retreating figure, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Li Xuanya's dark eyes as he spoke softly. Now that he has reached core formation, he is not someone our Li clan can afford to offend. For the time being, we must increase our vigilance and deploy more personnel to monitor suspicious individuals entering and exiting. "Yes, ancestor," Li Daojin and the rest bowed respectfully before planning to depart. Li Xuanya intended to return to Wangxian Peak for seclusion, but a fleeting glance caught his eye, noticing Wang Li's doppelganger lying unconscious in the room. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuanya pointed at the doppelganger and instructed, "Have a steward of the northern mountain courtyard allocate additional resources to compensate this outer disciple. Inform the disciples that the Li clan will not abandon any outer disciple, and that the issue of the spiritual energy cessation has been resolved. They should focus on their cultivation." "Yes, ancestor." Li Daojin and the others clasped their fists in salute before escorting Li Xuanya out. Then proceeded to locate the courtyard steward, in the Li clan market. The transformed Wang Li sensed that his doppelganger was safe and felt a sense of relief. It seems my gamble paid off. Li Xuanya indeed possesses the fortitude to not blame my doppelganger for my actions. With that, he decided to head to the Wanbao Pavilion. Now, without a top-tier cultivation technique by his side, he found himself lacking in strength despite his realm. It was imperative that he quickly transition to a technique that contained core formation mantras. As the moon rose high, the usually bustling market appeared quite desolate. Wang Li walked through the streets, noting that aside from the crowded Xianchao building, most establishments had shuttered their doors, leaving the area eerily quiet. Arriving at the 24-hour Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Li hurried to the front desk before the other employees could speak. In a low voice, he quietly inquired of the female manager, "Fairy, do you have any demonic cultivation techniques for sale?" Initially smiling and preparing to introduce products, the female manager's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing his question. Creating a water shield with a flick of her hand, she enveloped both herself and Wang Li before whispering, "You wish to purchase demonic techniques. You must be aware that selling such techniques within the territory of the seven righteous sects is a grave crime. If caught, one could face crippling of their cultivation at best and death at worst." Wang Li scrutinized her, eventually settling his gaze on her captivating eyes. "Indeed, I am aware of the rules of the seven righteous sects. I do not believe that Wanbao Pavilion lacks demonic techniques for sale. It is well known that Wanbao Pavilion sells everything, even human rights-related matters such as the sale of slaves. Why would you shy away from mere demonic techniques?" The female cultivator studied Wang Li's masked face, her piercing gaze seeming to penetrate his very essence. "How much spiritual stone are you willing to offer for the demonic techniques?" she asked softly. Wang Li replied coldly, "As long as I'm satisfied, spiritual stones are not an issue." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator fell silent for a moment, then instructed her colleagues to attend to other customers before leading Wang Li to the third floor of the Technique Pavilion. Upon reaching the third floor, the female cultivator approached a wall, skillfully retrieving a jade pendant and pressing it against the wall, revealing a hidden door for Wang Li to enter. Observing her practice movements, Wang Li chuckled, "Your deft handling suggests that I am not the first to seek demonic techniques at Wanbao Pavilion." Once inside the concealed chamber, the female cultivator appeared more at ease, her tension visibly dissipating as she navigated the shelves filled with an array of texts. "Indeed, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. Many notable individuals within 100 miles have sought demonic techniques from Wanbao Pavilion. While the methods of demonic cultivation may be treacherous and fraught with issues, they do offer significant benefits to one's cultivation. After all, The roots of demonic techniques stem from those who sought shortcuts in their cultivation, leading Wang Li to the center of the hidden chamber. He spotted a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator seated cross-legged on a meditation mat, eyes closed in focus. The female cultivator respectfully saluted the middle-aged cultivator and then spoke, "Senior Ling, there is a fellow Taoist here wishing to purchase demonic techniques. Should we investigate his background?" The foundation establishment cultivator, still in meditation, suddenly stood and struck a palm toward Wang Li. Wang Li deftly dodged the strike, his expression darkening as he regarded both the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator. "What is the meaning of this?" Before he could finish his sentence, the female cultivator erupted into cold laughter at a disciple of Tianyi sect. "I sense the peculiar fragrance of your pills the moment you stepped through the door. It is the same scent I encountered in the market. You come here at night seeking demonic techniques. It must be that your true purpose is not to enhance your cultivation, but to investigate on behalf of Tianyi sect. Isn't it? You cannot deceive us.d. or not think we are unaware that Tianyi sect recently issued a decree to investigate Wanbao Pavilion in the Li clan market." As Wang Li opened his mouth to clarify, he saw the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator attacking him in unison, and his handsome face beneath the mask turned grave, seeking death. With a low growl, Wang Li revealed his Dan formation cultivation. And with a swift motion, his arms, imbued with the force of millions of pounds, struck down upon the middle-aged cultivator and the female practitioner. In an instant, his formidable physical strength overwhelmed the two, sending their heads spinning uncontrollably, rendering them unrecognizable. As he gazed upon the lifeless forms of those he had brutally dispatched with sheer physical might, Wang Li began to scour the battlefield. Once he had thoroughly emptied the entire third-floor secret chamber and collected all the martial arts resources within, he advanced like a deity, leaving indelible footprints as he made his way towards the second and first floors of the Wanbao Pavilion. After a spree of plunder and slaughter, sensing the swift approach of others towards the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Li cast a glance at the rare herbs and materials before vanishing without a backward glance. On the following day, news of the annihilation of the Wanbao Pavilion branch in the Li family market and the subsequent pillaging of its resources spread rapidly throughout the entire cultivation community of Qi Nation. This incident incited the furious wrath of the ancestral figure of Wanbao, who not only issued a bounty for the whereabouts of those responsible for the branch's destruction, but also vowed to extract their souls and shatter their corpses into pieces. The righteous seven sects and numerous cultivation families promptly offered rewards in support of the Wanbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this chaos, Wang Li, was currently hiding in the depths of the mountains, diligently practicing the supreme secret art of the soul-refining sect, the divine ghost mystical path scripture. Unexpectedly, just as he began to harness the demonic powers, a cry for help echoed from the distant thicket. "Help! Help me!" At that moment, Wang Li, uninterested in interference, withdrew his consciousness and continued his cultivation. "Esteemed predecessors, to all passing seniors, whoever saves this young lady's life shall receive my utmost treasures and gratitude. Haha, Jiang Qingyan. You cannot escape. Quickly hand over the items given to you by your brother." Just as Wang Li completed the first layer of his demonic cultivation, he opened his eyes, and with a swift movement, he burst through the boulder, sealing the entrance. Racing towards the thicket 100 miles away. Like a soaring dragon, he ascended through the layers of mountain mist, and within moments, he hovered above the dense forest. Within that forest, a figure clad in a white dress darted back and forth, pursued by a sinister-looking man in black robes. This man, tall and imposing, carried a massive sword upon his back, exuding an air of intimidation. "Run, run, flee like a dog. The moment your magical power is exhausted, I shall torment you to death." The voice of the black-robed man pierced Jiang Qingyan's mind like a cold blade, intensifying her discomfort. In the blink of an eye, a scream shattered the air, reaching Jiang Qingyan's ears. "Esteemed senior, please spare me. Soul extraction. Senior, please no. I do not wish to become a soul banner. Please spare my life. Please." A series of desperate cries echoed through the forest as Jiang Qingyan, hidden behind a large tree, focused her magical power in her legs and attempted to escape. Yet before she could get far, she was intercepted by a man in a gray Taoist robe, who held a captured soul in his hand. I have eliminated your pursuers. Now, I demand my treasure. Wang Li observed the charming and delicate maiden before him, her beauty reminiscent of a precious gem, and spoke with an air of nonchalance, sensing the profound aura emanating from him. A hint of gravity appeared on Jiang Qingyin's lovely face. Could he be a powerful figure at the late stage of Foundation establishment, even more formidable than my brother? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qinyin knelt upon the ground and presented her storage ring. With a clear and respectful voice, she said, "I pay my respects to the esteemed senior. Thank you for saving me from peril. This storage ring contains the treasures collected by my brother throughout his life. I present it to you in gratitude for your life-saving grace." After Wang Li summoned the storage ring, he glanced at the beautiful girl before vanishing into the dense thicket. Jiang Qinyan watched as Wang Li flew away, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this esteemed senior harbored no ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, I would have surely met the same fate as Zhou Jie. Becoming a part of the Soul Banners. After a moment of silent contemplation, Jiang Qinyan departed from the forest. Upon returning to her temporary cave dwelling, Wang Li set up a divine prohibition array and resumed his cultivation. 3 days later, he summoned the Dan fire within him, and through a simple refining process, he crafted his very first soul banner. The quality of the artifact was rather ordinary, only capable of containing a maximum of 100 souls. Exceeding this limit would cause the banner to shatter. After sealing Zhou Jie's soul within the banner and observing the contorted visage of the struggling soul, Wang Li evaluated the banner before placing it into his storage bag. Now that his cultivation had successfully transitioned and the soul banner had been refined, it was time to simulate. With that thought, Wang Li skillfully activated the simulation panel. Life Simulation Device LV2 can be upgraded. Host: Wang Li. Age: 12. Cultivation Method: Divine Ghost Mystical Path Scripture Cultivation Level. Initial stage of Dan Formation Simulation Points: 1700 simulation attempts. 0 talents. Vengeful Soul Summoner, black. Array Talented, green. Alchemy Prodigy, green. Dual Focus, green. External Avatar, green. Supreme Demonic Path, purple. Skills: Superior Alchemist, Inferior Array Master. Talents are ranked from lowest to highest. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Can it be upgraded again? Upon seeing the upgrade icon, Wang Li eagerly clicked to view the details. 100,000 spirit stones is not a problem. Having previously plundered the Wanbao Pavilion of the Li family market, he had acquired nearly 300,000 inferior spirit stones, making his current situation quite affluent. After depositing 100,000 spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li initiated the upgrade. Soon after, a new simulation function appeared before him. The simulator can simulate once a month. Additional simulations require the consumption of 100,000 energy points. Each simulation allows the use of simulation points to draw talents. Talents can be refreshed using energy, which includes but is not limited to spirit stones. After each simulation, you may choose 2 rewards to bring back to reality for free, and use simulation points to purchase 1 additional reward. The protagonist of the simulator can intervene in key choices personally. The simulation increases immersion. The host may enter the simulated world for an immersive experience. After depositing all remaining spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li activated the simulation. Simulation initiated. Simulator is starting. You have used 100,000 energy points, randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have acquired the green talent. Artifact Refining Prodigy. Artifact Refining Prodigy. You possess a unique, innate talent for artifact refining. With diligent practice, you will become an excellent artifact master in due time. No way, simulator. Are you like a worm in my belly? Whatever I think about, it manifests. Wang Li chuckled, pleased that he had drawn a talent related to artifact refining, which he found intriguing. Would you like to refresh your talents? Wang Li chose no. Would you like to initiate immersive experience? Wang Li selected yes. In an instant, as the world spun around him, Wang Li found himself transported into the simulated realm. Today, you have successfully refined the soul banner. However, you find it unsatisfactory and desire to create a new soul banner. As the simulator's voice resounded, Wang Li's body moved uncontrollably. The simulator controlling me. Wang Li felt somewhat unnatural, as if he were a puppet on strings. Yet he allowed the simulator to guide his actions. You ride your sword away from the mountains to a nearby market to purchase artifact refining materials. As the simulator's voice echoed, Wang Li's body seemed to be manipulated as he exited the cave. Gestured to summon his sword and soared into the sky. This is too strange. I do not appreciate this feeling. I will immerse myself during the actual simulation. As he soared high in the air. Wang Li decisively exited the immersive experience. Simulator, I wish to exit the immersive simulation. As soon as Wang Li called out, his consciousness instantaneously returned to the realm of reality. The moment he emerged from the simulated world, he abruptly opened his eyes. Much better. You have arrived at the Lejia Immortal Workshop under the Zhao clan celestial lineage. You procured some materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. In the center of the market. You noticed the bounty notice from Wanbao Pavilion. You chose to disregard the bounty. After purchasing some essential supplies, you returned to the mountain where your cave dwelling is located. Such audacity, daring to covet my belongings? Indeed, the realm of cultivation is perilous, with rogue practitioners lurking everywhere, ready to kill and plunder. It seems that when shopping in the market, one must exercise caution. Wang Li, having simulated this, mistakenly believed that his extravagant spending on spiritual stones had attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Unbeknownst to him, after easily injuring the intruder, the latter hastily begged for mercy, expressing a desire to purchase an item from you with spiritual stones. You declined, and, with a mere flick of your finger, ended his life. A new vengeful spirit was added to your soul banner. Utilizing the soul-searching technique, you discovered what he sought. Your expression darkened. From the storage ring gifted by Jiang Qingyan, you retrieved an elusive jade pearl. Gazing at the ageless pearl in your hand, your countenance soured, unsure of how to proceed. Upon returning to your cave, you began contemplating how to handle the ageless pearl. Recalling a recent simulation, you considered the method of bequeathing the ageless pearl to another through a blood contract. After devising a plan for the ageless pearl, you resumed your cultivation. You delved into the art of artifact refinement. Your innate talent for crafting artifacts surged forth that a month later, you achieved a foundational understanding. Your dual-focus talent activated. You began to study artifact refinement while simultaneously observing the progress of your external avatar. Through your avatar, you learned that ever since you established your core in the Li clan, the higher-ups of the Li clan had been furious, severely reprimanding the law enforcement cultivators for their negligence in allowing an outsider to infiltrate the Li family stronghold. This led to the Li clan enforcing a state of emergency, imposing strict regulations on all who ventured outside. Numerous Li clan cultivators grumbled in secret about you. Recalling your previous thoughts, you returned your focus to your avatar's mechanical training and devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the art of refinement. In the second month, you began setting up a stall in the Lejia Immortal Workshop for alchemy and artifact crafting. Due to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices, a multitude of rogue practitioners sought your services. 6 months later, your reputation spread far and wide, with many cultivators becoming aware of the gray-clad master alchemist emerging from Lejia Immortal Workshop, earning you the esteemed title of Gray-clad Danzun. A year later, you fashioned a top-tier spiritual artifact-level soul banner capable of accommodating thousands of souls effortlessly. The rogue practitioners who frequently aided your business also learned that, in addition to your prowess in alchemy, your skills in artifact crafting were equally remarkable. It became common knowledge that the esteemed Han cultivator from Lejia Immortal Workshop was a grandmaster of both elixirs and artifacts. Some began to covet your talents. Days later, additional vengeful spirits were added to your soul banner. In the second year, your external avatar reached the second layer of chi refining. You discovered that Wanbao Pavilion had reduced its pursuit of you. You secured a shop within the Lejia Immortal Workshop. With the momentum of your reputation, you maintained low prices for alchemy, resulting in an ever-expanding business and an increasingly favorable reputation. You began searching for the recipe for the spirit-enhancing elixir. Your efforts bore fruit as you gathered the necessary herbs for its refinement. You successfully crafted the spirit-enhancing elixir, dispelling the stagnation within your body. Your cultivation speed increased slightly in the third year. Through years of relentless effort, your artifact refinement skills reached a superior level, prompting you to reflect on the advantages of innate talent. aware that cultivation was the foundation of one's standing in the realm of cultivation. You did not shift your focus solely to artifact crafting. You continued your rigorous training. That year, your external avatar attained the third layer of chi refining in the fourth year, after years of diligent management. Your business thrived, making you the wealthiest individual in the Loja Immortal Workshop. You acquired numerous shops within the workshop and began to exert monopolistic control. You monopolized the alchemy and artifact crafting industries in Loja Immortal Workshop while still maintaining low prices. You amassed a significant amount of resources. You crafted an exquisite set of top-tier spiritual artifact gear. You created the top-tier spiritual artifact Snow Serpent Armor, the top-tier spiritual artifact Dragon God Arm, the top-tier spiritual artifact Cloud Walking Boots, the top-tier spiritual artifact Divine Whip, the top-tier spiritual artifact Xin Yuan Cauldron, and the top-tier spiritual artifact White Tiger Helmet. You were fully armed with unparalleled artifacts. You continue to follow the path established in your previous simulations because repeated simulations had paved a broad avenue for you. You began learning spells in the fifth year, you mastered the 5 elements killing technique, sword control technique, 5 elements escape technique, and 5 elements defense technique. You acquired a wealth of foundational spells. Your external avatar reached the 4th layer of chi refining in the 6th year. Your cultivation had yet to progress even a fraction, as the resources required for the core establishment stage were far more substantial than you had anticipated. That year, the Li clan ceased providing cultivation resources, causing many outer disciples to weep in despair. Your external avatar reached the 5th layer of chi refining. After setting up a divine restriction array, you informed Lu Ziduan of the truth behind the situation through your avatar. Upon learning the truth about the outer disciples, Lu Ziduan sought to rebel against the Li clan. Lu Ziduan extended an invitation to you. You advised Lu Ziduan to remain calm and shared your thoughts with him in the 7th year. Due to your presence, Loja Immortal Workshop flourished even more. The patriarch of the Zhao clan once again invited you to join the Zhao family as a guest elder. You declined. When the patriarch inquired about your reasoning, you expressed your discontent with the collusion between the cultivation families and the Heavenly One sect, treating the outer disciples like livestock, sending them to secret realms for execution. The patriarch of the Zhao family was taken aback, gazing at you in confusion, and remarked that the cultivation world had always been thus, inquiring which cultivator did not prey upon others. With such profound and unfathomable strength, why must you remain so naive? You conveyed to the patriarch of the Zhao family that your paths diverged, and thus, collaboration was not an option. You continued your alchemical endeavors and artifact crafting at Loja Xianfang, occasionally assisting others in the creation of array flags and the arrangement of formations. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you concocted the Qingling Di in the 4th month. You prepared the Sugu Di in the 5th month. You journeyed to the Leaf Family S Market, where you summoned your external avatar, transferring the Qingling Dan and Sugu Dan to it. You concentrated the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, using your magical prowess to clear the meridians of your external avatar, administering to it various elixirs that had enhanced your magical power over the years. In the 8th month, after assimilating the extraordinary treasures within, your external avatar reached the 10th level of chi refinement. In the 8th year, you and Lu Ziduan cleverly maneuvered your way into the secret realm of Xinshu. Just as the disciples of Tianyi sect were about to strike, you and Lu Ziduan evaded the impending blow. Observing the group of Tianyi disciples, you commanded your external avatar, swiftly eliminating several of them. Without hesitation, you publicly exposed Jia Qing's true identity, declaring yourself a disciple sent by the Yaoshan sect with the objective of assisting Jia Qing in locating the secret realm of Xinshu. Your declaration cast Jia Qing into a storm of scrutiny. His face paled as he retaliated by slaying the remaining Tianyi disciples. Together with Jia Qing, you eradicated all Tianyi disciples within the secret realm. Once the battlefield was cleared, Jia Qing inquired how you had come to know of his existence. You informed him that you were sent by the Yaoshan sect to convey certain messages and to retrieve an item. Jia Qing remained skeptical, but he pressed you for the details of the message. You revealed that upon exiting the secret realm, the leading foundation establishment cultivator would compel you to consume the absolute memory Dan. resulting in the loss of half a month's memories until you broke through the foundation establishment stage. Your task was to inform Jia Qing of this and simultaneously seek the item within the realm. Still, Jia Qing did not believe you. Indifferent to his doubts, you gestured to Lu Ziduan, suggesting that he could be developed into a practitioner of the demonic sect to serve the dark cause. Jia Qing nodded in agreement and administered the soul-devouring Dan to Lu Ziduan. Lu Ziduan cast a complex glance between you and Jia Qing. Unperturbed by his gaze, you found yourself engulfed in uncertainty. Should you continue to explore the secret realm of Xinshu? The choice lay in Wang Li's hands that a flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes. After a prolonged deliberation, he opened his eyes and declared, "This is the last time." With that, he chose to proceed. You informed Jia Qing of your intention to explore the secret realm. Jia Qing saluted you respectfully. Thus, you embarked on your exploration, deciding to investigate the eastern blood cliff, western desert, southern dense forest, and northern death waters. Wang Li selected the northern death waters. You proceeded towards that destination, taking an hour to arrive. Initially, you believed the northern death waters to be just a name. But upon witnessing the bleached bones floating in the river, your perspective shifted to the stone tablet marking the entrance to the realm. You observe an inscription: "The living must halt. The unworthy may not enter." Pondering these words, you commanded your external avatar to step into the realm of death waters. Following the riverbank upstream, you gazed at the flowing bones and wondered about their origins as you walked. You gradually realized you seemed to be going in circles. Fear gripped you as you suspected you had fallen victim to a deceptive trap. Unwilling to succumb to superstition, you pressed on point. 8 days passed. And as the secret realm closed, you remained in place, your spirit waning. Gazing upon the river of bleached bones, you fell silent for a moment before leaping into the torrent. You entered another realm. Feeling your body being torn apart, as you opened your eyes, you beheld countless bones feasting upon your flesh, leaving you in excruciating agony. "Alas, another waste of my external avatar," Wang Li muttered in frustration. Was this secret realm truly a perilous place? A forbidden zone? Thus far, every location, eastern blood cliff, western desert, southern dense forest, northern death waters, had been fraught with danger. He resolved never to squander his time in the secret realm again. Shaking his head, he continued with the simulation. Your external avatar perished. Your consciousness returned to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you resolved to venture to the 7 sects of the demonic path in the lower domains. You did not wish to squander the talents of a supreme of the demonic Tao. You recalled the modified scroll of the great 5 elements true demon art in Shun Tianling's possession. Like the previous simulation, you publicly sought to gather the heavenly and earthly spiritual fires, the gray-clad Danzun. Your reputation spread far and wide, swiftly capturing the attention of various factions. Soon, an elder from the Shin family approached you once again. The elder extended an olive branch, offering you the opportunity to join the Shun family, refine pills for them, and in return, become a venerated elder, gaining access to the heavenly and earthly spiritual fires. Upon seeing the Shun family again, you felt a surge of emotion. You accepted their invitation, but made it clear that this was merely a transaction. You would refine pills for the Shun family's ancestor who had fallen into madness from practicing demonic arts. However, all this was merely to obtain 2 items, and once the matter was accomplished, you would naturally depart. The elder of the Shun family was taken aback that you were aware of the ancestral Shun's descent into madness while practicing demonic arts. You informed the elder that you were also cognizant of their ongoing investigations into your identity over the years. Your words rendered the elder's expression uneasy, with a smile upon your face. You reassured the elder that although they had scrutinized you, it mattered little. A transaction is a transaction, and you are a person of principles. The elder felt a sense of relief. The end of the 8th year, you liquidated the assets of Luojia Xianfang. You bid farewell to all your patrons, the scattered cultivators who had supported your business. Upon learning of your impending departure, flocked to inquire about your destination. You smiled in silence and turned to leave. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shun family to the Shun clan's celestial tribe. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountains, where notable figures of the Shun clan came forth to welcome you. The clan leader personally took your hand to introduce the separatist state allocated to you, You candidly informed the clan leader that your visit was solely to concoct elixirs for the ancestral Shun and to retrieve a piece of celestial fire and an item from the ancestral Shun's possession. You had no intentions of remaining within the Shun celestial tribe. The high-ranking members of the Shun clan exchanged glances. You temporarily settled in the Shun celestial tribe that on the second day of your stay. You commenced alchemical practices. The Shun clan increased their manpower to assist you, granting you access to the entire clan's resources. You acquired the spiritual fire, wind, thunder, flame. With focused duality, you simultaneously refined elixirs and cultivated the wind, thunder, flame. By the 10th year, you successfully crafted the 5-colored glaze pill. By the 11th year, the ancestral Shun had fully recovered and advanced in cultivation. You received an invitation to a banquet where you encountered the ancestral Shun Tianling, and were treated with honor. You obtained Shun Tianling's cultivation notes and requested the Great 5 Elements true demonic art. Shun Tianling was astonished that you were familiar with this technique, and he imparted it to you. You received the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements true demonic art, containing incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. You transitioned your cultivation to the Great 5 Elements true demonic art. Practicing the wood attribute technique, Qingdi Changshan Gong, as you had in previous simulations, you succeeded in cultivating the Qingdi Changshan Gong. You made modifications to it, eliminating the detrimental effects of devouring demon beasts after their demonic energy gnawed at the bones. Your lifespan reached 1,000 years, double that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. In the 12th year, you tendered your resignation to the ancestral Shun. Shun Tianling urged you to stay, suggesting that he could appoint you to lead the Shun celestial tribe as an ancestral figure. You disclosed to Shun Tianling that your path lay within the Demon Gate, and remaining with the Shun clan would not allow for long-term growth. Shun Tianling expressed regret, bestowing upon you the blood contract technique, indicating that you might find it useful. You gazed intently at Shun Tianling before stepping onto your flying sword and departing. You left the Shun celestial tribe and returned to visit your parents. After leaving behind some valuable items, you took your leave. You exited the realm of cultivation in Qi country, journeying to the Demon Gate's 7 nations in the lower realms. You pressed forward with reckless abandon. Any cultivator daring to covet your intentions was ensnared by your soul-summoning banner, becoming a minor spirit. You were no longer the frail individual you once were in the vast realm of cultivation. While you may not surpass the top echelon, you certainly outclassed those beneath you. Foundation establishment cultivators were now viewed by you as mere ants. Along your journey, your soul-summoning banner had collected the souls of over 100 formidable cultivators. Earning the title of 100 Souls Banner Point 3 months later, you arrived in the cultivation realm of Zhou country. You reached the joyous square under the auspices of the Hahuan sect, where you voluntarily revealed your golden core cultivation to apply for membership in the sect. The current sect leader, Fairy Miaoyu, received you. You engaged in discourse with Fairy Miaoyu, and upon gaining her consent, you officially joined the Hahuan sect and were appointed as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. In your first month as an elder, you utilized your position to acquire and dominate numerous enterprises within Joyous Square, establishing your own commercial empire. Your low-cost alchemy, low-price artifact crafting, and affordable formations disrupted the market, attracting a multitude of customers. Some recognized you, and the name of the Gray Robe Alchemist resonated throughout the Zhou country's cultivation community. You began gathering a significant amount of wood attribute spiritual materials and wood attribute demon beasts. In the 13th year, you amassed a plethora of wood attribute demon beasts and a limited collection of wood attribute spiritual materials. You absorbed demon blood and refined spiritual materials, achieving a minor success in the Qingdi Changshan. Your physique underwent transformation, granting you a measure of suppression over wood attribute beings, enhancing your control over them, increasing your resistance to wood attribute spells, and augmenting the power of your wood attribute techniques. Your lifespan experienced a modest increase, and you acquired the ability to heal rapidly. Fire attribute spells inflicted 10% more damage upon you in addition to cultivating the Great 5 Elements true demonic art. You also entered the transmission tower to practice the secret techniques of the Demon Gate under the guise of an elder. In the 14th year, you mastered a plethora of demonic secret arts, becoming a competent demonic cultivator. You received alchemical tasks from a sect and began leading the disciples of the Alchemy Hall in their endeavors, contributing to the construction of the Hawan sect. You undertook artifact crafting tasks in the marketplace, selling your creations independently. You also accepted formation tasks, executing them solo. Your skills in alchemy, formation, and artifact crafting saw significant improvement, WY the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Hawan sect through alchemy. The sect allocated to you a dual root furnace cauldron. You welcomed this dual root furnace cauldron bestowed upon you by the Hawan sect. You encountered Xue Qianyue once more, having formed a golden core and glimpsed the path of the golden core. Xue Qianyue's influence on you had diminished considerably. Reflecting on your bond as spouses, you inquired if there was anything you could assist her with. Xue Qianyue was taken aback by your words, expressing a desire for you to end her life. You complied with her request. Watching the stunning maiden collapse in a pool of blood, you noted the trace of satisfaction on her face. Feeling neither joy nor sorrow. In the 16th year, you continue to study demonic arts, diligently refining their shortcomings to BY the 17th year through extensive blood from wood attribute demon beasts and spiritual materials. You elevated the Qingdi Changsheng Gong to a higher level. Yet you sensed that you were still far from achieving its full potential. A sudden thought struck you. Could you also cultivate the other attribute techniques contained within the Great Five Elements true demonic art? However, this notion filled you with trepidation, as the ancestors who practiced the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements true demonic art had repeatedly cautioned that attempting to cultivate multiple attribute techniques without achieving completeness could lead to an imbalance of spiritual energy, resulting in loss of control and potential madness. The five elements are interconnected and mutually influential. Failing to reach completeness could easily cause imbalance. Ultimately, you dismissed this idea. In the 18th year, you focused solely on alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. In the 19th year, you remained dedicated to alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. By the 20th year, utilizing substantial wood attribute spiritual materials and the blood of wood attribute demon beasts, you again advanced the Qingdi Changsheng Gong to a higher level, resulting in a notable enhancement of your lifespan. In the 21st year, the ancestral figure of the Hawan sect, the Yinyang Venerable, summoned you. You paid your respects to the Yinyang Venerable, your demeanor filled with utmost reverence. The Yinyang Venerable bestowed upon you a recipe for a pill that he informed you that should you successfully concoct the Yinyang Harmony pill, he would grant you would attribute spiritual materials for cultivating the Qingdi Changsheng Gong. Upon hearing this, your expression drastically changed. What was happening? Did the Yinyang Venerable discern the technique I was practicing? I had been utilizing concealment techniques, and yet he could see through me. Wang Li found himself utterly perplexed outside the simulator. However, the subsequent simulation left him completely astonished. Before him stood the Yinyang Elder, who, noticing the drastic change in your expression, calmly informed you that he was able to discern your cultivation method at a glance due to the dense aura of the Green Emperor's wood spirit emanating from you. This aura typically only exists in individuals who have practiced the Great Five Elements true demon divine technique. The Yinyang Elder advised you to cultivate the Green Emperor's longevity technique to perfection before abandoning it in favor of another method. With a furrowed brow and deep contemplation, you retrieved the everlasting pearl from your storage bag. You conveyed to the Yinyang Elder that possessing one more item leading to an ominous fate in your later years was inconsequential. The Yinyang Elder fell into a reverie. After examining the everlasting pearl you handed him, he remarked that you were indeed blessed with great fortune to have acquired such a treasure, assuming he was speaking ironically. You dismissed his words. After returning the everlasting pearl to you, the Yinyang Elder stated that you could continue practicing the Great Five Elements true demon divine technique. Your face displayed confusion, prompting you to inquire about the rationale behind this. The Yinyang Elder explained that practitioners who possess the everlasting pearl are exempt from the ominous fate typically associated with the Great Five Elements true demon divine technique. When you pressed for further clarification, he recounted an encounter from his youth with a practitioner of the Great Five Elements true demon divine technique who, under the protection of the everlasting pearl, ascended to the higher realms without experiencing any ill fate in his later years. You counter by questioning the possibility that this practitioner might have encountered misfortune after ascending. It was worth noting that in a previous simulation, Shun Tianling had also practiced the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine technique and possessed an everlasting pearl, yet still succumbed to its influence, transforming into a demonic corpse. The Yin-Yang Elder pondered deeply. He informed you that many so-called curses and misfortunes are often the result of someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. If the practitioner he spoke of had indeed faced calamity in the higher realms, it would indicate the formidable power of the one who set the trap. However, at present, cultivators across the Tianxu continent are unable to contact their ancestors who have ascended. As for whether the practitioner of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine technique encountered any misfortune, that was beyond his knowledge. The Yin-Yang Elder urged you to choose wisely whether to continue your cultivation. You were presented with three choices: to continue cultivating, to pursue another method, or to wait until after breaking through to the Yuanying stage before changing your method. After a moment's hesitation, you chose the latter. Upon making your decision, the simulation resumed. You bid farewell to the Yin-Yang Elder, who sent you off with the admonition to ensure the successful refinement of the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill. In the 22nd year. You successfully refined the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill and received the wood attribute spiritual treasure, the spirit of the celestial tree, as a reward from the Yin-Yang Elder. Overjoyed, you began to refine the spirit of the celestial tree. By the 23rd year, you completed the refinement, significantly enhancing your Green Emperor's longevity technique and bringing you closer to perfection. Your cultivation progressed, nearing the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. In the 24th year. While simultaneously refining pills for your sect, your alchemical skills improved. By the 25th year, you discovered the original manuscript of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine technique atop the transmission tower of the Huan sect. As you perused the manuscript, your innate demonic prowess activated, allowing you to modify the demonic version of the technique. In the 26th year, the Yin-Yang Elder achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the Yuanying stage. In March of the same year, the 7 demonic sects united to launch an assault on the upper domain, and you were conscripted by the Yin-Yang Elder. You followed the demonic coalition onto the territory of the upper domain, not being dispatched to the front lines, but rather accompanying the Yin-Yang Elder to participate in conferences. The 7 righteous sects retaliated against the 7 demonic sects. In the 27th year, the Yin-Yang Elder took decisive action, subduing the 7 ancestors single-handedly and establishing a covenant that forbade any Yuanying stage cultivator from interfering in the war between the righteous and the demonic. Observing the demonic figure engulfed in flames atop the mountain, you proclaimed that a true man should act thus. In the 28th year, a fierce battle erupted between the demonic coalition and the righteous coalition in the Feishan mountain range, where the demonic forces unleashed their full might while the righteous coalition retreated in defeat. Following the battle, the disciples of the demonic sect began to gather residual souls on the battlefield, merging them into soul banners. You followed the Yin-Yang Elder, stepping over countless corpses as you collected the residual souls to integrate them into the soul banners. In the 29th year, the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions intensified. You remained by the side of the Yin-Yang Elder, witnessing the unfolding battles. You petitioned the Yin-Yang Elder to allow you to join the front line. He replied that it was unnecessary. The tide had turned, and the defeat of the righteous coalition was inevitable, with victory merely a matter of time, thus requiring no action on your part. Unconvinced, you pressed for the true reason. The Yin-Yang Elder, realizing he could not conceal the truth, disclosed that a Yuanying peak cultivator was lurking in the shadows, targeting you. Should you make an appearance, you would surely be captured or killed. Your face paled at this revelation, astonished that despite your cautious demeanor and low profile, you had drawn the attention of such a formidable opponent. Henceforth, you closely followed the Yin-Yang Elder day and night. Fearful of being seized or slain by the Yuanying peak cultivator, in the 30th year, the war between the righteous and demonic factions began to wane, with the 7 righteous sects growing increasingly weakened. While gathering residual souls, you were suddenly ambushed by a white-haired elder. The Yin-Yang Elder intervened to shield you from the fatal blow, though you were severely injured by the backlash of the artifact. Upon seeing the yin-yang elder, the white-haired elder cast you a regretful glance before vanishing into the void. In the 31st year, the 7 righteous sects fled to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell entirely under the control of the demonic sect. The 7 demonic sects commenced the division of the spoils of war. You informed the yin-yang elder about the secrets of the immortal ruins, urging him to seize control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect captured the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm, and you were designated by the yin-yang elder as the next sect leader of the Hahuan sect. Under his guidance, you acquired a fragment of the great yin-yang technique. Upon reviewing the list of allegiances, you noticed the inclusion of a Li clan. Recalling the past deeds of the Li clan, you invited the elder ancestor, Li Xuanya, to a conference. During the meeting, you apprehended Li Xuanya under the pretext of the Li clan's intentions to overthrow the Hahuan sect's leadership in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. Before the gathered assembly, you executed Li Xuanya, personally annihilating the Li clan. In May of the 32nd year, you learned of the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion, which attracted numerous heroes. You dispatched orders to the Hahuan sect disciples who had infiltrated the eastern spirit domain, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over this matter. Once there was a stir in the eastern spirit domain, it was imperative to report promptly. News arrived from the disciples of the Hahuan sect, who had concealed themselves within the Tiandi Gate, about the return of the bloodied Yuan Ying ancestor. You were taken aback, a sense of unease creeping into your heart. In the 34th year, amidst your worries and fears, you successfully advanced your cultivation to the mid-stage of the Jedon realm, significantly enhancing your strength. Your Qingdi longevity technique saw a partial elevation. You learned of the emergence of zombies in the eastern spirit domain, plunging you into a state of alarm. Prepare to flee. You soon discovered that the zombie calamity in the eastern spirit domain had been quelled, leaving you astonished. Your attention towards the happenings in the eastern spirit domain intensified. In the 35th year, after a year of observation, you noted that the eastern spirit domain, having gradually stabilized post-zombie crisis, exhibited no further anomalies. You began to refocus, returning to your cultivation practices, revisiting the techniques of old. By the 36th year, under the guidance of the yin-yang venerable, you forged your very first life-bound magic treasure. The yin-yang venerable informed you that every Jedon cultivator possesses a life-bound treasure that evolves alongside its master. Utilizing the bones from your body and materials collected by the Hahuan sect, you crafted a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. Your artifact crafting skills improved, and you named your life-bound treasure the Lian Tianding. Is it true that Jedon cultivators can forge their own life-bound treasures? Why was this not mentioned in the books I previously read? Upon reaching this point in your simulation, Wang Li's face revealed surprise. He then expressed his indignation, stating, "It is undoubtedly those old schemers at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, seeking to maintain their power, who have altered the teachings of cultivation, stripping away much of their essence to prevent the emergence of successors capable of challenging them." Once his emotions settled, he gazed at the words 36th year on the simulation interface, feeling considerably better. Exhaling in relief, it seems that the enigma sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion did not escape during this simulation. He pondered what this simulation might reveal, perhaps the longest span of time he had encountered since acquiring the simulator. In the 37th year, during the grand ceremony commemorating the 3000th anniversary of the Hahuan sect, you were invited to attend, standing amidst a sea of people in the grand hall. After the ceremony concluded, the yin-yang venerable retained you and several other high-ranking officials that he announced to all present his impending ascension to the divine, leaving everyone, including you, in a state of astonishment. The yin-yang venerable declared he would assist Princess Miaoyu in breaking through to Yuan Ying within the next 3 years. He appointed you as the next sect leader of the Hahuan sect, to which some demonic cultivators voiced their dissent. The yin-yang venerable quelled all objections on your behalf. Following the meeting, you ascended to the position of the new leader of the Hahuan sect. In the 38th year, during the highly anticipated inauguration ceremony of the new sect leader, you received the sect's cherished treasure, the Rui Bell, from Princess Miaoyu. Feeling the penetrating gazes from all directions, your spirit soared to an unprecedented level. You had never experienced such an exhilarating moment. In that instant, you recalled the somber conclusion of your previous life, marked by mediocrity and illness. 50 years of cultivation felt like a fleeting dream. In the 39th year, having served as the leader of the Huan sect for a year, you adhered strictly to the old customs of the sect, fully aware of the wisdom in preserving ancestral traditions and the significance of not hastily altering established practices. You did not consider yourself more intelligent or powerful than the past leaders of the Huan sect, even as a transmigrator, within the confines of the unchanged ancestral laws and sect traditions. You made subtle modifications to enhance the Huan sect. You noticed a growing trend of anti-demonic sentiment within the Southern Spirit Domain's cultivation community, contemplating a tour to speak within the cultivation realm. You hesitated to venture out, fearful that the Yuan inconsummate cultivator was still lying in wait for you. The memory of that strike on the battlefield years ago lingered vividly in your mind. Without the Yin Venerable, you would have perished in the 40th year. With the aid of numerous would attribute spiritual materials and the blood would attribute beasts, your Qingdi longevity technique reached a state of great accomplishment. Your physique underwent a profound transformation, granting you a measure of suppression over wood attribute beings. Your control over wood attribute entities increased, as did your resistance to wood attribute spells. The potency of your wood attribute technique surged, and your lifespan received a notable enhancement, along with the ability for rapid healing. Conversely, fire attribute spells inflicted an additional 10% damage upon you as the 40th year drew to a close. With the Yin Venerable on the brink of breakthrough, you and several high-ranking members of the Huan sect were invited to attend his ascension ceremony at the summit of the rear mountain. 13 Jidon cultivators, including yourself, gazed in excitement at the middle-aged man in azure standing at the center of the spiritual pool. As the pool surged, a continuous stream of spiritual energy coalesced around him, revealing his aura, which no longer concealed itself as he broke through from Yuan inconsummate to the initial stage of transformation. The might of his transformation radiated outward, sweeping across the southern spirit domain, causing all to direct their attention towards the Huan sect within the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. Being closest to the Yin Venerable, you were particularly overwhelmed by this formidable aura, causing you to stagger back and fall to the ground. It was your first realization that the pressure of a cultivator's spiritual power could indeed be lethal, as the Yin Venerable broke through to the initial stage of transformation. A colossal black hole appeared above his head. All Huan sect cultivators, including you, bowed respectfully towards the Yin Venerable, honoring this ancestor who had contributed immensely to the resurgence of the Huan sect. The Yin Venerable, appearing relaxed, looked upon you all, then opened his arms, allowing the black hole above him to draw him in. He conveyed to you telepathically that for the next century, you should not leave the Huan sect lightly, for that Yuan consummate cultivator still had you in their sights. You sighed, wanting to speak, but finding yourself at a loss for words. Not long after the black hole consumed the Yin Venerable, you witnessed a large hand extend from the void, seizing all Jidon cultivators of the Huan sect, including yourself, into its depths. You were pulled into the black hole, inhaling an unknown gas, and soon fell into unconsciousness. You sense your physical form being devoured, hearing a voice remark, Qingdi with spirit energy, quite the delicacy. Your flesh was consumed entirely, and your soul was obliterated. You perished. The blood-red characters you died surged through Wang Li's mind. After a prolonged moment of daze, he finally regained his composure, a bitter expression gracing his face. It seems I have stumbled upon a most formidable secret. With that, Wang Li approached the window, gazing out at the verdant mountains and drifting clouds, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, Wang Li seated himself beside the bed, exhaling deeply. Indeed, this cultivation world is exceedingly dark. The big fish devours the small, and the small fish consumes the shrimp that I had thought escaping the Li clan would grant me peace, only to discover a multitude of lurking dangers beyond the black hole. What means exist to avoid being drawn into the black hole post-transformation? If I recall correctly, during the previous simulation, that enigma also exhibited transformation capabilities, yet it did not attract the black hole's gaze, nor was it consumed. Thus, it stands to reason that the black hole can be evaded. Of course, this does not rule out another possibility, that the enigma sealed within the Taishu immortal mansion is the very being behind the black hole. With a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, Wang Li felt increasingly overwhelmed and disoriented. Enough of this. I shall claim my rewards. The simulator remains my sole means of breaking this impasse. Pondering deeply, Wang Li activated the simulator. Upon the conclusion of this simulation, he could select 2 rewards from the following options, as well as purchase 1 additional item using simulation points. Talented artisan. You possess an innate and unique gift for crafting. And with diligent practice over time, you shall become an exceptional master craftsman. Current cultivation level. Mid-stage golden core. Alchemist Grandmaster experience. The knowledge you have acquired through alchemy in the simulator. Superior crafting experience. The expertise gained from your crafting endeavors within the simulator. Intermediate array formation experience. The skills you have honed while practicing array formations in the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not usable in simulation. Fragment of the Great Yin-Yang technique. One of the 10 extraordinary techniques of the cultivation world. Revised true 5 elements demon god technique. A modified version that incorporates the essence of both the original and the altered techniques, allowing you to advance further along your path. Alchemy formulas. All the alchemy recipes you have mastered in the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Heavenly refining cauldron. Your personal magical artifact which can grow in power. However, its potential for growth is limited. Wishful bell. Forged by the Taoist immortal. It embodies the spirit of wishes fulfilled. A treasured artifact of the Huan sect. It conceals numerous wondrous uses. Achievement of the Blue Emperor's longevity technique. Selecting this will grant you the effects of the perfected Blue Emperor's longevity technique. Upon seeing this option, Wang Li was somewhat astonished. However, for him, the primary choice was undoubtedly cultivation, followed by talent. Swiftly, he selected the talented artisan and the mid-stage golden core cultivation. After making his selections, the simulator presented another interface. Would you like to purchase the remaining reward? Purchase the perfected Blue Emperor's longevity technique. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose this option. Upon verification, the purchase required the expenditure of 10 million simulation energy points. Such an exorbitant cost? Wang Li was taken aback that he quickly summoned his simulation interface. Life Simulation Level 3 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Technique. Divine Ghosts and Profound Path True Scripture Cultivation Level. Mid-Stage Golden Core Simulation Points. 407. 000 Simulation Attempts. 0 Talents. Vengeful Soul Claiming. Black. Array Path Prodigy. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. External Avatar. Green. Supreme Demon Path. Purple. Talented Artisan. Green. Skills. Superior Alchemist. Inferior Array Master. Talents are ranked from lowest to highest as follows. White. Black. Yellow. Green. Purple. Red. Gold. And Rainbow. 407. 000 Simulation Energy Points. Each simulation costs 100,000 energy points, and with such limited resources, the idea of purchasing rewards seemed utterly fanciful. After some contemplation, Wang Li closed his eyes and focused on solidifying his cultivation. Days later, having consolidated his mid-stage golden core cultivation, he opened his eyes and activated the simulator once more. Simulation, activate. The simulator initiated. You have used 100,000 energy points, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations, you have acquired a red talent. Abundant offspring. Abundant offspring. As the name implies, the more descendants you have, the greater your benefits. Your attributes will elevate across the board, contingent upon your diligence. Remember, the closer the kin, the more substantial the enhancement. Remarkable, abundant offspring. Wang Li stared at the talent he had drawn, his eyelids involuntarily twitching in disbelief. Fortune has turned. Fortune has turned. Wang Li, usually stoic, could not suppress a smile this time. Would you like to refresh your talent? Wang Li chose no. Would you like to enable immersive experience? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li opted to activate IT in an instant. Amidst a whirlwind, Wang Li found himself in the simulated world. You have successfully broken through to mid-stage golden core at the age of 12. An exceedingly rare feat within the entire cultivation realm. Feeling a sense of pride swell within him, he was reminded not to become overly arrogant. Recalling the outcome of his last simulation, he understood that his path ahead was fraught with challenges, and he must strive to enhance his abilities until he was strong enough to confront any crisis. He harbored thoughts of annihilating the Li clan and reclaiming his avatar. Thus began his pursuit of this objective. The following day, he ventured out to the marketplace for his daily alchemical and crafting endeavors, simultaneously enhancing his skills and secretly bolstering his own strength, aware that economic foundations determine the upper echelons. He toiled during the day to earn money and sharpen his craft, while at night, he plundered from the surrounding celestial clans. After several days, the various celestial clans suffered significant losses, yet no one suspected the gray-robed cultivator with his low-cost alchemy and crafting skills. They believed that a master with such exceptional skills would surely disdain the act of thievery. If he lacked resources, he could simply raise his alchemical prices to alleviate his predicament. Months passed, and the celestial clans around them, particularly the Li clan, suffered severely from his plundering. He even seized the opportunity during one of his raids to rescue Lu Ziduan and his external avatar. He consumed the stolen life-prolonging elixirs, slightly accelerating his cultivation pace. Due to his arrogance and formidable strength, the celestial clans, unable to bear the humiliation, jointly petitioned the Tianyi sect, beseeching their nascent soul ancestor to intervene in this matter. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Wang Li, immersed in the simulation, felt his nerves tighten. Am I being targeted? How could this be? A sense of evasion crept into Wang Li's mind, yet the immersive simulation was not under his willful control. It adhered strictly to the simulation's established rules. Year 1. End of year. As you were relocating from Li Immortal Square, an elderly man with white hair blocked your path. The white-haired elder? Could it be? In a swirl of motion, Wang Li's figure materialized above a range of towering mountains, where a dignified white-haired elder stood smiling before him. Young friend, please pause. Wang Li was about to speak when the simulator's voice resonated in his mind once more. The white-haired elder introduced himself as the alchemist saint, known as Xiandan Laorun, and had come for the immortal pearl in Wang Li's possession. As the simulator's voice faded, the elegant white-haired elder began to elaborate on his identity. Young friend, I am fond of alchemy. Thus my friends in the cultivation world refer to me as the alchemist saint. However, I am aware that the title does not reflect my merit, hence I call myself Xiandan Laorun. I have come to request a rather ominous item from you. The immortal pearl. Just as Wang Li was about to respond, two options appear before him. The alchemist saint requests the immortal pearl. Will you relinquish it? Yes, no, it was Wang Li's turn to make a choice. Without a second thought, he decisively selected yes. Since this elderly gentleman had begun to reason with him, he felt compelled to comply. Let us forego any physical confrontation that he chose to hand over the immortal pearl. The white-haired elder was quite pleased with Wang Li's response. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Li interrupted him. Senior, based on my deductions, the immortal pearl is connected to far too many enigmatic and mysterious matters. You must exercise utmost caution when utilizing it within the Taishu Immortal Mansion, lest you invite unforeseen troubles. Under the control of the simulator, Wang Li conveyed his thoughts to the white-haired elder. After articulating this warning, Wang Li inwardly lamented, Indeed, I still struggle to adapt to being controlled. Upon hearing your words, the white-haired elder's eyes glimmered with a trace of delight. He pressed you for further knowledge regarding the Taishu Immortal Mansion. You graciously led the elder to a nearby pavilion nestled within the mountains, where you both settled upon the ground. You divulged your insights about the Taishu Immortal Mansion to the elder. Immersed in the simulation, Wang Li gazed at the venerable elder before him, eagerly sharing his discoveries. Senior, according to the information I have gathered, a peerless and peculiar entity is sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion. I am uncertain of its cultivation level, yet I dare assert that it surpasses the realm of divine transformation. As for the everlasting pearl, I suspect that it is the key to its unsealing. Therefore, should you wish to explore the Taishu Immortal Mansion, the everlasting pearl must not be brought inside, lest it bring forth calamity. The elder smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, instead regarding Wang Li with earnest scrutiny. He did not dismiss your words lightly. Rather, he appeared quite intrigued, remarking, Young one, to achieve the mid-stage of the golden core at merely 13 years of age. The secrets you harbor are far more captivating than the Taishu immortal mansion itself. I end the simulation. Wang Li trembled at these words. After hearing the elder's statement, his body bristled with excitement, unable to contain himself. The elder remarked that cultivators of your caliber are a rarity in today's realm of cultivation, though not entirely absent. He was simply curious about how you had managed to break through to such a level with 4 spiritual roots at such a tender age of 13. The elder assured you of his benign intentions, merely expressing curiosity. You fabricated a tale, claiming to be a remnant of an ancient civilization, having slumbered for millennia until recently escaping just before your hidden sanctuary collapsed. The elder's doubt was palpable as he chuckled, suggesting your heart lacked sincerity. He then mentioned he had a great-granddaughter, as beautiful as a celestial maiden, graceful and enchanting, who wished to become your in-law. You promptly agreed, expressing profound gratitude for the elder's orchestration of such a delightful affair. Under the manipulation of the simulator, Wang Li appeared exceedingly sincere in his thanks to the elder. You departed with the elder. Journeying eastward 3 months later, under the elder's guidance, you arrived at the Eastern Spirit Domain. Upon observing the domain stele, you were taken aback. As you attempted to enter the Eastern Spirit Domain, you were halted by the domain's guards. The elder intervened on your behalf, and you witnessed the guards respectfully addressing him as the domain lord, leaving you utterly astonished. Accompanied by the elder, you were brought to Eastern Spirit City, where you took residence among the Nyef family of celestial lineage. The return of the elder caused quite a stir within the Nyef family, and you found yourself attending a grand welcome banquet, seated beside the elder. You sensed countless gazes directed at you, filled with curiosity, envy, confusion, and skepticism. The clan leader introduced a stunning young woman clad in a pale blue gown, revealing her name to be Nye Qingling. You could perceive a hint of pride in Nye Qingling's demeanor, as well as a subtle animosity directed towards you. Just as the elder intended to speak and formalize your union with Nye Qingling, she abruptly rose to interrupt him. Within the simulation, Wang Li observed the sudden movement of the girl beside him. Feeling a flicker of helplessness, the elder, though slightly displeased by her interruption, addressed her with a tone of indulgence. "Qingling, my child, do you have something to say?" After respectfully bowing to the elder, Nye Qingling cast a haughty glance at Wang Li and declared, "I beseech you, ancestral elder, to retract your decree. Qingling shall never marry one with 4 spiritual roots, even if he is a golden core cultivator. Understand that a cultivator of his caliber, with such a false spiritual root, has already exhausted all his potential and future just to reach this point. He cannot advance further. In contrast, I am a heavenly spiritual root cultivator, destined for a long and prosperous path in my cultivation journey. As long as I do not falter, I shall witness sights that even the ancestors of our clan have never beheld, that I am destined to become an immortal, and he is unworthy of me." As she spoke, Nye Qingling surveyed the clan's cultivators, her pride unabashedly shining through as she added, "Have you all heard the tale of a phoenix marrying a mere chicken?" Wang Li felt a surge of displeasure at her words. Yet he was constrained by the simulator's control, wishing he could retort. Simultaneously, the voice of the simulator chimed once more, indicating that due to Nye Qingling's refusal to marry you and her open disparagement of you at the banquet, the elder was greatly incensed, ordering the clan leader to confine Nye Qingling for a year as a lesson. You understood that the elder's actions were merely for show, but you remained unconcerned. Initially, Nye Qingling's derogatory remarks at the banquet unsettled you, but given your open-minded nature, you quickly reconciled with the situation. You took up temporary residence within the Nye family. The following year, the clan leader arranged another marriage for you, this time to the granddaughter of the clan's great elder, renowned for her exceptional beauty on the wedding night. After partaking in the ceremonial cup of wine, you gazed excitedly at the beautiful maiden before you. This marked the greatest utility of the immersive simulation, as the techniques, elixirs, and formations recorded within would be reclaimed upon your return. Embracing the stunning young woman clad in a red gown, Wang Li smiled. Filled with joy on this night of union, not merely for marrying, but also for the prospect of establishing a prosperous future. Simulation, I wish to exit immersion mode. Once the wedding festivities concluded, Wang Li withdrew from the simulation. The mechanical experience of immersion left much to be desired, Perhaps it should only be employed for nuptial matters, or until one could freely navigate the simulated world. Shaking his head, Wang Li silently resolved to himself and continued to observe the simulation interface. Following his marriage to Nie Hongyu, you officially became a member of the Nie celestial lineage. When the elder summoned you once more, he imparted to you half of the Taishu Immortal Sutra. The Immortal Sutra? Ah, Wang Li was momentarily stunned, his visage transforming into one of uncontainable elation. The Immortal Sutra, a supreme technique chronicled in the annals of cultivation, serves as a path to immortality, traditionally bequeathed by ancient immortals to their descendants. To put it succinctly, mastering the Immortal Sutra grants one the potential to ascend the celestial path, step by step, towards the ultimate goal of transcendence. The IT offers a certain chance to break through to immortality and attain eternal life. This elder is indeed generous. It is said that the Immortal Sutra is rarely shared, yet here I am, being entrusted with it, indicating that he regards me as kin, having acquired half of the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You expressed heartfelt gratitude towards the elder, viewing him as a mentor. The elder conveyed that he had only shared this sutra with you within the entire Nie family. He urged you not to take Nie Qingling's disparagement to heart, as she was merely an immature child. You reassured him of your indifference and inquired why he had chosen to impart the sutra solely to you. The elder explained that the Immortal Sutra is not meant for those lacking great fortune. Otherwise, it leads only to demise. Perplexed, you sought clarification. The elder recounted that many who had practiced the Immortal Sutra mysteriously vanished, including some of his contemporaries. Your countenance paled as you felt ensnared in a colossal trap. However, the elder reassured you that there was a means to avert the mysterious fate of disappearance. He proceeded to impart a fragment of the Great Fortune technique that by heavens, the ancient 10 great techniques. And this is the 5th-ranked Great Fortune technique. At this juncture in the simulation, Wang Li was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that this white-haired elder would present him with 2 monumental gifts in succession. Staring in awe at the fragment of the Great Fortune technique, he found himself rendered speechless. The elder instructed that in order to cultivate the Immortal Sutra, one must successfully refine the fortune canopy from the Great Fortune technique. The so-called auspicious cover of fortune can evade celestial secrets, obscure the flow of destiny, stabilize the cosmos, and transform calamities into boundless utility. However, despite the brilliance of this technique, it heavily relies on the practitioner's fortune. Only those with great fortune can cultivate it. You express your gratitude to the venerable white-haired elder. Upon receiving the elder's approval, you commence your training in the art of great fortune, by the 3rd year. Your wife finds herself with child, in the 4th year. Your firstborn son arrives, endowed with 3 spiritual roots and prodigious talent. You name him Wang Lin. The blessing of abundant offspring activates, enhancing your multifaceted attributes. Your comprehension deepens, your cultivation level rises, your training speed accelerates, your talent in artifact forging improves, your aptitude for array formation strengthens, your alchemical skills advance, your physical robustness increases, your mana density intensifies, your velocity amplifies. Your fortune flourishes. Observing the cascade of simulated notifications, Wang Li stands astounded. Is this truly the value of a red talent? It brings me such joy. Wang Li has already come to regard the blessing of abundant offspring as an essential talent. In the 5th year, despite your continued struggles with the art of great fortune, your personal life deteriorates further. The venerable ancestor, Nie Chutsong, advises you against indulging in matters of the bedroom, asserting that the path of immortality is of utmost importance. You wholeheartedly agree, acknowledging that the path of immortality is indeed the foremost concern for practitioners like yourself. After concluding your training, you seek out the head of the Nie family, hoping he might assist you in finding more women. This news swiftly reaches Nie Chutsong, who expresses disappointment in you, uttering a farewell with a hint of admonition before departing from the Nie clan to wander the world once more. By the end of the 5th year, your marriage to 10 concubines within 3 months becomes the talk of Dongling City. You become an idol among young cultivators, far away in the Taisong's sacred land. Nie Qingling learns of this and regards you with even greater disdain, relieved that she had previously thwarted the Elder S plans for your union, in the 6th year. All your partners conceive. Watching Ye Yu, who is pregnant yet still managing household affairs, you feel a tinge of guilt. You express your apologies to her. Ye Yu reassures you that she does not mind, as your happiness is what matters most. You are deeply moved that by the end of the 6th year, your children are born. The blessing of abundant offspring activates once more. Your multifaceted attributes receive further enhancement. You begin to cultivate the art of great fortune according to Nie Chutzong's initial guidance. In the 7th year, you catch your first glimpse into the intricacies of the ART.by the 8th year. You sense that it will not be long before you master the art of great fortune. You continue to visit the abodes of your various partners in the 9th year. As a group of infants takes their first breaths, the blessing of abundant offspring activates again. You successfully cultivate the art of great fortune. You condense the auspicious cover of fortune within it that a beam of golden light attaches itself to your head, radiating a gentle glow that protects your physical form from the encroachments of malevolent forces. You begin to shift your focus to the Tai Su Immortal Sutra in the 10th year. You successfully transition to the Tai Su Immortal Sutra in the 11th year, following the scriptures of the Tai Su Immortal Sutra. Using your innate roots alongside various refining materials, you forge your own fated treasure. The heavenly refining cauldron. Is it true that I, within the simulator, have such an affinity for the cauldron as my fated treasure? Were I to forge it myself, I would undoubtedly choose a sword first. Wang Li, observing the simulated prompts, displays a hint of curiosity on his delicate visage in the 12th year, through the introduction of the Nie family patriarch. You marry several more concubines at this point. You have truly integrated into the Nie clan of immortals, as nearly all the prominent descendants of the Nie clan have wed you. Wang Li wears a blissful smile. Subsequently, he engages the immersive simulation in the 13th year. Yet another child is born to you in Ye Yu. This marks your 40th child, whom you name Wang Li, wishing her a life filled with happiness. The blessing of abundant offspring activates once again, enhancing all your attributes. Is my external incarnation in danger? Wang Li furrows his brow, pondering who possesses the audacity to assault his incarnation, unaware of his formidable prowess. While perhaps they truly do not know, you shift your focus, directing your consciousness to your external incarnation. You see a cultivator clad in the garb of the Li clan binding you to the ground. You hear the command to exterminate without mercy, and your external incarnation is executed without hesitation. Your consciousness returns to your true self. This moment, your expression darkens, and the soul-raising banner in your hand hums ominously, as if the malevolent spirits contained within are responding to your wrath. The Li clan appears to be rather numerous indeed. Wang Li mutters to himself, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. In the 15th year, you master numerous lethal techniques from the Tai Su Immortal Sutra, significantly augmenting your power. You initiate a plan for the extermination of the Li clan, the most detestable adversary since your ascent on the path of immortality. Since uncovering the truth, you have been consumed with the desire to eradicate them. You begin to study the grand killing formation. You commence the crafting of array flags. Your array formation skills improve. In the 16th year, you depart from the Dongling region, journeying southward to the Ling region. Along your path, any cultivator who dares to offend you becomes another addition to your soul banner. Some rogue cultivators question your ruthlessness. You smirk at them, asserting that after years of arduous cultivation, do they truly think themselves worthy to lecture you? Moreover, they were the ones who struck first. As you progress, the spirits within your soul banner number well over 100. You arrive at the realm of the Qi Kingdom. You reach the Li clan's immortal workshop. You enter the Linglong mountain range. You begin to set up formations around the Linglong mountain range. With a flick of your hand, the neatly arranged array flags within your storage bag soar into the air, dispersing in all directions until they envelop the entire Linglong mountain range. Using the heavenly refining cauldron as the eye of the formation, you suppress the center of the grand array, casting thousands of spells with your fingers. With a resounding incantation, the Xian Tian divine banishing formation activates, shrouding the entire Linglong mountain range in an instant. A torrent of black restrictive energy descends from above, automatically assaulting all living beings within the mountain range. Adorned with a jade talisman and wielding the soul-raising banner, you resemble a harbinger of death. With each rise and fall of the banner, numerous members of the Li clan fall victim to its grasp. Those once regarded as lofty elders of the Li family are now slaughtered like livestock. The Li clan patriarch, Li Daojian, kneels before you, pleading for mercy, only to be pierced through by your banner. Your massacre of the Li clan draws the attention of their ancestral figure, Li Xianyan. Witnessing the carnage, charges at you in a furious rage. You channel the Taisu Immortal Sutra, employing the technique of sealing the immortal with a single thought to suppress Li Xuanyan's mana circulation for 3 breaths. In that brief interval, you pierce through Li Xianyan's dantian, extracting the bloody golden core. Utilizing the soul extraction technique from the divine ghost Xianming's path, you refine Li Xianyan's soul with your formidable mana. You seal his essence within the soul-raising banner. You acquire a potent primary soul. You continue to gather the remaining souls. You encounter the soul of a wife from a previous simulation, and with an emotionless demeanor, you enslave her spirit. In the year 3126 of the Qi Kingdom, the Li clan is utterly annihilated. Only a few members of the clan remained outside, but a few days later, the news of the annihilation of the Li clan spread through the cultivation community of Qi like a raging wildfire. Swiftly reaching the upper realms of the southern spirit domain, the hidden backers of the Li clan, the Tianyi sect issued a statement, vowing to exact blood for blood from those responsible for the clan's demise. In the 17th year, you journeyed to the Shun clan. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range and sought an audience with the clan leader of the Shun family. You revealed your profound cultivation level, prompting all the high-ranking members of the Shun clan to pay their respects. The clan leader of the Shun family, visibly anxious, expressed his eagerness to serve you. Observing his trepidation and discomfort, a faint smile graced your lips as you reassured him that your purpose for visiting was merely to retrieve the heavenly spirit fire discovered by the Shun clan and to meet the ancestral figure, Shun Tianling. You urge him not to be overly nervous. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Shun clan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their unease. Noticing the unusual demeanor of those present, you furrowed your brow slightly. The clan leader informed you that the ancestor Shun Tianling had passed away the previous year, and a hint of surprise flickered across your face as you quietly lamented the loss. You inquired whether any relics of Shun Tianling remained. The clan leader displayed a trace of reluctance, but ultimately surrendered the ancestral relics. You received Shun Tianling's storage ring and temporarily settled within the Shun clan that on the very night of your arrival. You witnessed a white-haired maiden tumble down from a tree, and you caught her as she fell. Upon seeing her visage, you were momentarily speechless. You encountered Shun Li once more, gazing upon the charming young woman, whose beauty was imbued with a hint of languor and cleverness. You felt a flicker of hesitation within your heart. Ultimately, you chose to take Shun Li as your companion for the journey ahead. The following day, you conveyed your intentions to the clan leader of the Shun family. The entire clan unanimously approved your proposal for marriage. That evening, the clan leader, having indulged in a few extra drinks, firmly grasped your hand. He presented a plethora of family treasures as a dowry for Shun Li. Among these, you acquired the Shun clan's heirloom artifact, the Sun and Moon Spear, as well as their secret martial art, the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique Modification Scroll. Wait, what? The Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique Modification Scroll is the ancestral martial art of the Shun clan. Wang Li found this hard to believe, just as he was about to speculate further when the simulator updated its content. You inquired about the origins of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique Modification Scroll from the clan leader. He admitted that he knew little about it, only that it was an extraordinary skill passed down from the clan's ancestors, which had been prohibited from cultivation by successive generations. It was this very technique that had led to the demise of ancestor Shun Tianling. You expressed your astonishment and silently remarked on the unfortunate turn of events. You then asked the clan leader if the relics of Shun Tianling could be examined. The clan leader displayed a hint of reluctance before granting you permission. You received the complete volume of the Shun clan's history. As you perused its contents, you discovered that the Shun clan was indeed an ancient lineage. You realized that the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique Modification Scroll had been brought back from the Taishu Immortal Mansion by the ancestral figure Shun 7,000 years ago. 7,000 years ago, was that not the end of the ancient era? As Wang Li absorbed this information, his eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp a horrifying truth he recalled that during his last simulation. The Yin-Yang Sovereign had informed him that the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique had once been exceedingly popular in the ancient era, practiced by nearly everyone. However, after a multitude of cultivators mysteriously vanished overnight, the leaders of both righteous and demonic factions had banned its practice. He had always been curious about who had disseminated this technique and who had originally created it. It now seemed that he was beginning to piece together the puzzle. This technique originated from the eerie Taishu Immortal Mansion and was propagated by Shun Pe. Thus, it became clear why practicing the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique would invite calamity. It stemmed from the enigmatic Taishu Immortal Mansion, and it was highly probable that it was linked to an ominous entity as for why there existed another version of the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique that remained a mystery. Perhaps that version was merely a modified iteration of the original. With this thought, Wang Li felt he had fallen into a conceptual trap and quickly shook his head. However, this was merely his personal speculation. The true nature of the matter could likely only be known by those who had experienced it firsthand. Moreover, he recognized that he had fallen into a misconception, that all of this was simply his imagination, lacking any primary source to support it. Enough of this, let me continue. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li resumed his focus on the simulation point. 3 months later, you were wed, taking Shun Li as your bride. The simulator activated immersion mode. Wang Li wore an enigmatic smile, intent on teaching Shun Li, the lazy one, a lesson. You learned that Nye Chutsong had sustained severe injuries and that the Nye clan was under attack from enemies. Their situation precarious and tumultuous. Nye Chutsong is in trouble. How could this be? That old man has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Few in the world can rival him. Hearing the voice of the simulator in his mind, Wang Li displayed a hint of astonishment before glancing at the white-haired maiden sleeping beneath his desk, then exited immersion mode. What on earth has transpired? Curiosity flickered in Wang Li's eyes. You contemplated the letter delivered by a flying beast, recognizing it as penned by Nye Chutsong. However, your naturally suspicious nature prevented you from easily believing it. You feared it might be a trap laid by the enemies of the Nye clan, designed to lure you into a snare. You attempted to contact Nye Hongyu via your communication jade pendant, only to find yourself unable to reach her. Your expression turned grave as you confirmed that the Nye clan was indeed in dire straits. Should you return to the Nye clan? Yes or no? The simulation interface presented you with two choices once more. Wang Li gazed at the options, his face betraying uncertainty. So, should I return or not? The Nye clan is in danger, and my partner and child are at risk. After a moment's deliberation, he made his decision. All right, I will choose to return. Wang Li opted to return to the Nye clan. You made your choice. You confirmed your intention to return to the Nye clan and bid farewell to Shun Li. Departing from the Shun clan, you left behind a talisman imbued with your full power as a protective treasure for the Shun clan. Just as you were about to leave, Shun Li grasped your hand, looking at you with innocent eyes, and revealed that she was pregnant. You caressed her snow-white cheek, advising her to diligently cultivate and avoid the laziness of the past. Shun Li informed you that she possessed an innate ability to avert misfortune and attract good fortune. She forewarned you that your impending journey was perilous and fraught with danger. Wait, this lazy one has such an ability? Why didn't she use it in previous simulations? Is she merely acting? You inquired whether there was any way to survive. Shun Li confessed that her ability was weak and could not provide any valuable insights. She could only perceive the deathly aura surrounding individuals, a fate that all mortals bore as the pall of death enveloped him. The individual met his demise. You gently touched her head, assuring her that you had reasons to depart. You urged her not to worry, promising that you would reunite once more. Shun Li gazed at you with a blank stare, her eyes filled with reluctance. She did not wish for you to leave. You embraced her in farewell and soared towards the Eastern Spirit Domain. Months later, you returned to the Eastern Spirit Domain, arriving at the Nye clan celestial lineage. There, you observed the cold, unfeeling expressions of the Nye family members. You encountered Nye Hongyu, who shielded a child at her side, casting not a glance in your direction. You furrowed your brow in concern. You shot backwards, fleeing into the distance mid-flight. Your powers were sealed, and your body felt as heavy as 1,000 mountains. Plummeting towards the ground, you realized that your abilities had been inhibited by a spell of sealing. After crashing heavily into a pit, the familiar face of Nye Chuzong appeared before you. You beheld the half of Nye Chuzong's body corroded by dark spiritual energy. His countenance a mask of fear and uncertainty. You recognized it as that bizarre spiritual force. Nye Chuzong revealed that he had led you into the Nye clan, nurturing you at all costs for this very day. You witnessed Nye Chuzong devouring your arm, and you heard him lament about your exceptional fortune. You exerted every ounce of strength to self-destruct, yet found yourself unable to do so. All your consciousness was erased by Nye Chuzong, reducing you to a soulless body. Simultaneously, your heavenly refining cauldron exploded. This was one of the repulsive contingencies you had prepared for yourself. After annihilating the Li clan and acquiring Li Xuanya's golden elixir, you refined it and melded it into the heavenly refining cauldron. Beyond enhancing the strength of your innate treasure, the more significant objective was to ensnare any future foes once your consciousness dissipated. The golden elixir would detonate alongside the cauldron, delivering a painful lesson to anyone who sought to end your life. You perished. With the obliteration of your soul, your talents could not be activated. Simulation concluded. As the word simulation ended appeared, Wang Li felt an immediate release of tension. Reclining on the stone bed, he infused spiritual energy into the moonlight stone, illuminating the cave, while savoring the spiritual fruit in his mouth. He mused, indeed, there are no unprovoked affections in this world. That old dog had ulterior motives from the very beginning when he brought me into the Nye clan. He must have been eyeing me for quite some time, only now revealing his true colors. However, what surprises me the most is how those once swore to each other in the moonlight now feel like strangers. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation, and thankfully, the emotions involved were not too deep. Indeed, love and passion are the most fragile of sentiments. After finishing the spiritual fruit, Wang Li opened the simulation rewards. This simulation concluded, allowing him to choose two from the following rewards and purchase one additional option with simulation points. More children, more blessings. As the name suggests, the more descendants you have, the greater the benefits you receive. Your comprehensive attributes will enhance, hinging on your efforts. Remember, the closer the kin, the more potent the augmentation. This simulation's cultivation level, mid-golden core. Alchemy mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator, high-quality refining experience. The experience gained from refining within the simulator, high-quality formation training experience. The experience gained from formation training within the simulator. 100,000 spirit stones. Your earnings, not usable in simulations. Fragment of Great Fortune Technique. One of the 10 extraordinary techniques of the cultivation world. Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique Modification Scroll. An unparalleled skill brought forth by the ancestor of the Shun clan. Shun Pa, from the Supreme Void Celestial Mansion. It once caused a sensation in ancient times, ultimately leading to calamity. Formula. All formulas mastered during the simulation. Spell training experience. The experience gained from spell training within the simulator. Heavenly Refining Cauldron. Your innate treasure, a dual cultivation item, capable of growth, though its potential is limited. Fragment of the Supreme Void Celestial Classic. The remarkable celestial scripture left behind by the master of the Supreme Void Celestial Mansion. Containing methods to attain immortality, encompassing cultivation mantras from chi refining to the great perfection of the nascent soul, along with transmitted techniques. Wang Li unhesitatingly chose the talents of more children, more blessings, and the fragment of the Supreme Void Celestial Classic. Now that the rewards were selected, the task at hand was to deal with the Eternal Pearl. However, before that, it was imperative to engage in a new simulation. This time, survival was paramount, survival to the utmost degree. With no other aim than to bear children, A.S. Wang Li contemplated this. A powerful divine consciousness swept past him at an astonishing speed. Such formidable spiritual awareness. It felt as though he had been completely seen through. However, it seemed to be a collective scan, not lingering excessively on him. Such a potent consciousness. Could it be him? Wang Li's expression darkened. At this stage, he least desired to encounter Niechuzong. The owner of that earlier consciousness was likely him. He could not linger here any longer. He must relocate swiftly. Just as he resolved to do so, that terrifying divine consciousness swept over Wang Li once more, sending him into a cold sweat, rendering him utterly motionless. Damn it, that old man is back. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li remained still, waiting until the divine consciousness dissipated before he opened the simulator and initiated another simulation. But he hoped this time the simulation would proceed more smoothly. Simulator activating. You have used 100,000 energy points. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations on obtaining the Azure talent. Evergreen Pine and Cypress. Evergreen Pine and Cypress. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly longer than that of an ordinary cultivator. You possess more time than others to explore this world. Evergreen Pine and Cypress, a longevity-related talent. It's a valuable asset, but for now, it holds little significance for me. What I truly lack are means to enhance my offensive capabilities. After all, I am still far too weak. Whether it be Niechuzong or that enigmatic entity sealed within the supreme void celestial mansion, they are beyond my strength to contend with. The thought of that being, exuding dark spiritual energy and mercilessly reaping lives, transforming them into blood corpses that thrived on blood, left Wang Li feeling powerless. That entity was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing he had ever encountered, indiscriminately attacking everything and transforming all. Today, he had been swept by a powerful divine consciousness twice, suspecting it to belong to Niechuzong, which instilled fear in him, causing him to become increasingly cautious, retreating into his cave for about half a month. Only after confirming that the formidable consciousness had faded could he finally relax. He began to cultivate the half of the Supreme Void Celestial Classic in his possession. Although it contained only the mantras for cultivating from chi refining to the great perfection of the nascent soul, it was sufficient for his current needs. As for the future, that could wait. He spent nearly half a year successfully cultivating the Supreme Void Celestial Classic. He began to practice the unique techniques from the Classic that he intended to refine his innate treasure. He sought to elevate his refining skills. Yet, he was acutely aware that his current environment was not safe. He could be discovered by Niechuzong at any moment. He dared not act recklessly. The following year, after confirming safety, he began to head south, just as in previous simulations, making his way to the territory of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. After careful calculations, he deemed that residing at the Hahuan sect would be the optimal choice for his simulation. He departed from the Lejia mountain range. He returned to visit his parents. After leaving some valuable items, he took his leave. He exited the cultivation realm of the Qi Nation and journeyed to the lower realms of the 7 nations of the Demon Gate. With the intent of survival in mind, he sought to avoid causing trouble along the way. Even in the event of killing, he would ensure to incinerate everything and level the area for 10 miles around. Although he was no longer the weakling he once was in the vast cultivation world, he might still be lacking compared to others. Yet, you still harbor a fear of being excessively ostentatious, which might draw the attention of Niechuzong. You have not forgotten the lessons from your last simulation, where your repeated plundering of various great clans ultimately led to Niechuzong's scrutiny. 3 months later, you arrived in the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. You found yourself in the joyous market of the Hahuan sect, gazing upon the familiar marketplace, a wave of nostalgia washing over you. Instead of actively aligning yourself with the Hahuan sect, you commenced your own business at Joyous Market. You called yourself Sanjidauran, proficient in alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation, offering to refine pills and artifacts at a low cost. Your slogan attracted a multitude of clients. By the 3rd year, due to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices. A large number of rogue cultivators sought your services. Within half a year, your reputation spread far and wide, and many cultivators became aware of a master alchemist in gray robes at Joyous Market, earning you the esteemed title of Gray-Robed Danzun. Your business flourished, and you amassed numerous properties. In your spare time, you collected a vast array of alchemical formulas. You successfully concocted the Spirit Life Pill. eliminating the chi-stopping powder from your body, hastening your cultivation speed slightly. Upon realizing that you were still referred to as Grey-Robed Danzun, Wang Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. Half a year later, a late-stage foundation-building demon cultivator set their sights on you, intent on committing murder and theft. The rogue cultivators who often supported your business uncovered this conspiracy and rallied to your defense. One day, hundreds of soul-refining banners fluttered above Joyous Market. An elder from the Huan sect, tasked with overseeing the market, learned of the disturbance and swiftly arrived, eliminating the demon cultivator who had targeted you. Afterwards, you inquired what the rogue cultivators who protected you desired in return. They expressed they wanted nothing. They defended you simply because you were a good person, willing to refine pills for them at low prices despite your immense capabilities. In times of peril, they vowed not to stand idly by. Through your conversations with these demon cultivators, you discovered they were also a group of unfortunate cultivators who had turned to demonic practices out of desperation, seeking a shortcut to enhance their powers. You gathered a group of demon cultivators who had not harmed mortals to serve as your security, safeguarding your enterprises at Joyous Market. In the 4th year, you refined a batch of spiritual artifact for the Huan sect at a low price. The elder guarding the marketplace was astounded by your forging skills and chose to recommend you to the sect's leader. You gladly consented. The following day, the current leader of the Huan sect, Fairy Miaoyu, received you. You and Fairy Miaoyu engaged in profound discourse. You received her permission to join the Huan sect. You expressed your desire for her to supply a large number of female cultivators for cultivation purposes. Fairy Miaoyu nodded in agreement that in the 1st month after joining the Huan sect, you were appointed as an elder of the Dan Hall, as confirmed by the Yingyang Venerable in the 1st month of your tenure. You utilized your position to acquire and suppress numerous businesses at Joyous Market, establishing your own commercial empire. 3 months later, Fairy Miaoyu sent you 10 beautiful female cultivators, observing the pristine state of these women. You devised rules for childbirth, kindly assuring them that they would not be treated as mere vessels for cultivation. Their sole responsibility would be to bear children. For each child born, they would receive a share of cultivation resources. Should they wish to leave your side at any time, they were free to do so. The female cultivators were overjoyed, wholeheartedly agreeing that in the 5th year, through your persistence and efforts, the female cultivators successfully conceived. Following your established rules, you provided each of them with ample cultivation resources. You mentioned that if they had any sisters they could introduce to you for childbirth, there would be rewards. The news that childbirth would yield cultivation resources swiftly spread throughout the Zhou Kingdom's cultivation realm. Many male cultivators lamented why their parents had not granted them a female form. Fairy Miaoyu found your unconventional approach of not treating female cultivators as mere vessels for cultivation amusing and sent someone to inquire further. You informed her attendant that you were aware of your limited talent and feared you would never attain the path to immortality. Thus, you aspired to branch out and establish a cultivation family. You requested the attendant to convey to Fairy Miaoyu that you required more female cultivators. The attendant agreed and departed. It indeed seemed that pursuing a detached approach was the most effective use of your talents. Wang Li silently mused, then continued to read on. In the 6th year, your children were born. Watching the chubby infants wailing, you felt immense joy. The blessing of many children activated, enhancing your overall attributes. Your comprehension improved. Your cultivation realm advanced. Your cultivation speed increased. Your artifact forging talent flourished. Your array formation talent blossomed. Your alchemical talent sharpened. Your physical strength amplified. Your magical power density rose. Your speed heightened. Your fortune improved. Experiencing this comprehensive enhancement ignited a profound enthusiasm within you for procreation. In the 7th year, Fairy Miaoyu presented you with 20 young and beautiful female cultivators in March of the 7th year. While you were passionately engaged in the pursuit of childbirth, the Huan sect came under attack. A white-haired elder grasped you from afar, holding you firmly in place, making escape impossible. You looked at the elder, surprise flickering in your eyes. You had not anticipated that even after fleeing to the territory of the 7 demon sects, Niechu Tsang would still find you. This was an occurrence that had never transpired in previous simulations, leaving you puzzled. Not only was the simulated version of yourself bewildered, but Wang Li, observing from outside the simulation, also felt confounded. Thus, what could be the reason? In prior simulations, Niechuzong had never located me at this time. Yet this time, he pinpointed my position, willing to offend the Huan sect to take action against me. What had gone awry? Was it that I had not been sufficiently cautious and discreet? A hint of unease flickered in Wang Li's gaze as he began to reflect on his actions in this simulation. Never mind, I'll review it later. For now, let us continue. Niechuzong demanded that you surrender the ageless pearl in your possession. You declined to relinquish it. With a cold smirk, Niechuzong extended his hand and unleashed the 3 slashes of the celestial severance toward you. Just as you believed your demise was imminent, a yin-yang fish, formed from the energies of black and white, appeared before you as a shield. The yin-yang sovereign boldly intervened, protecting you from harm. Niechuzong warned the yin-yang sovereign not to meddle, suggesting that his cultivation had been arduous and cautioning against self-sabotage. The yin-yang sovereign, wielding the dual energies of yin and yang, engaged in a fierce battle with Niechuzong in the void. You observed the entire spectacle, witnessing the clash of the great yin-yang technique and the great fortune technique. You beheld the second form of the yin-yang sovereign, a stunningly beautiful woman whose every frown and smile was enchantingly captivating. After 300 exchanges, Niechuzong was forced to retreat. You marveled at the formidable power of the yin-yang sovereign. The sovereign did not reproach you for attracting a powerful adversary to the Huan sect. Instead, the yin-yang sovereign requested the ageless pearl from you, asserting that the pearl harbored great peril and would inevitably bring you harm if left in your possession. You handed over the ageless pearl to the yin-yang sovereign. You returned to the Huan sect, resuming your endeavors in procreation in September of the 7th year. The female cultivators sent by Miaoyu Xianzi became pregnant, and you generously provided them with cultivation resources, urging them to promote your procreation benefits. However, you overestimated human nature. These female cultivators, aware of your status as an elder of the Dan Hall and a powerful golden core practitioner, would not easily introduce others, even uniting to suppress those who sought to curry favor with you. In the 8th year, shortly after the new year, you sensed that your clone had lost its life signature. You mentally noted this down against the Li clan. In June of the 8th year, your children were born. The talent for abundance activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 9th year, you successfully caused the female cultivators to conceive again. You presented each pregnant cultivator with a substantial red envelope. During their pregnancies, you traversed between the transmission tower and the marketplace, perusing demonic techniques while refining pills and artifacts for the scattered cultivators. In the mountains near Joyful Square, you constructed a magnificent and luxurious villa for the female cultivators and their children to reside in. By the 10th year, your alchemical and artifact forging skills had reached a masterful level, and you began gathering materials to forge your destined magical treasure. That year, you welcomed a significant number of descendants. Counting your previous children, you had become the father of 55 offspring. The talent for abundance activated once more, enhancing all your attributes. You advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Is it truly that giving birth to 55 children leads to reaching the late stage of Golden Core? If this were to spread, few would believe it. However, you have yet to form a nascent soul and must continue striving for children. Proceeding with utmost discretion, Wang Li, witnessing the breakthrough to the late stage of Golden Core, was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating the heights his cultivation might attain after this simulation concluded. For why procreation was so effortless. Wang Li felt no distress, confident in his capabilities. You sensed a powerful aura emanating from within you, bringing you immense satisfaction, affirming that your relentless efforts had not been in vain. You acknowledged that your current achievements stemmed from perseverance and hard work. In the 11th year, Miaoyu Xianzi inquired whether you still required additional female cultivators. You expressed that the more, the better. Miaoyu Xianzi then sent you another 20 female cultivators. Your procreation team had expanded to 50 individuals. You continued to shine brightly, fulfilling your duties to the Huan sect by refining pills while shouldering the significant responsibility of procreation. In the 12th year, during scattered moments, you memorized all the demonic techniques within the transmission tower, able to recite them fluently. Those powerful spells from the demonic sects were also practiced by you, enhancing your own capabilities. In March of the 12th year, a portion of the female cultivators became pregnant. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources to inspire morale. In the 13th year, with the assistance of the Hawan sect, you established your own cultivation family. The Hawan sect granted you the mountainous region in the southern part of the Zhou kingdom, rich in spiritual energy, to serve as the foundation for your lineage. As an affiliated force of the Hawan sect, your descendants would be bound to practice within the Hawan sect for generations, unable to join other sects or remain within the family for cultivation. Since you had joined the Hawan sect under the alias Han Li, your family was thus surnamed Han. Couldn't he hold it in? Wang Li initially felt curious about the identity with which his simulation self had joined the Hawan sect. Upon witnessing this segment of the simulation, he could no longer contain himself. Han Li, his simulated self was rather humorous. However, there was little choice. The world of cultivation was shrouded in mystery and unpredictability, and one could never be certain of the means their enemies might employ against them. Walking the world under a pseudonym could effectively mitigate significant risks that in the 14th year, you poured all the rare materials you had collected over the past decade into a grand cauldron, combining them with your innate constitution, and according to the records of the Taishu immortal canon, forged a magical treasure uniquely your oak in January of the 15th year. You crafted a three-legged, two-eared grand cauldron, precisely as you envisioned. Another cauldron? Is it possible that the magical treasure I truly desire is a cauldron? Observing his simulated self opting for a cauldron as a magical treasure again, Wang Li felt somewhat surprised. Well, if it is a cauldron, so be it. Besides, a cauldron can serve purposes beyond alchemy and artifact forging. It can also be quite effective in combat. Furthermore, this is merely a simulation. My intentions for a magical treasure have yet to be finalized. In February of the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Hawan sect through alchemy and artifact forging, the sect assigned you a dual spiritual root furnace cauldron. You accepted the dual spiritual root furnace cauldron allocated by the Hawan sect and encountered Shui Qianwei. Faced with the death-seeking Shui Qianwei, you chose to take her as your partner. In the 16th year, the female cultivators became pregnant once again. Your partner, Shui Qianwei, also successfully conceived in the 17th year during your eldest son Han Zhang's Wang Zhang journey for experience. He was captured by the soul refining sect, his soul extracted and imprisoned within a soul banner. Upon receiving the news, you were filled with fury. As the simulation progressed to this point, Wang Li's expression darkened ominously, a surge of wrath igniting within him. He had been so discreet, yet some oblivious entities sought to provoke him. You faced a choice. Simultaneously, three options appeared before Wang Li. Confront the soul-refining sect and demand an explanation. Swallow your anger and plan for the future, or request the Yin-Yang sovereign to uphold justice on your behalf. Gazing at the three options, Wang Li's demeanor grew serious, the anger in his brow gradually dissipating. He reminded himself to remain calm. This was merely a future simulated by the simulation, and in reality, it had yet to unfold, allowing room for avoidance. Acting on emotion is a grave error in warfare. Everything had yet to transpire, and there was still a chance to avert it. Wang Li used this reasoning to persuade himself and began to carefully consider the three choices before him. Confront the soul-refining sect and demand an explanation. Swallow his anger and plan for the future, or request the Yin-Yang sovereign to uphold justice on his behalf. The first option was the most inadvisable. Should he choose that path, it would be tantamount to courting death. Although the simulated Wang Li had reached the late stage of golden core, the soul-refining sect was no pushover. After all, the sect's ancestor, Han Shuzi, was a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, and the disparity between golden core and nascent soul was vast. He did not possess the strength to fight across realms. The second option, swallowing his anger and planning for the future, while prudent, felt too cowardly. After all, his eldest son had perished. If he did nothing, he would scorn himself. Thus, he chose the third option, to request the Yin-Yang sovereign to uphold justice on his behalf. With a gentle touch upon the selection, you approached the grand hall where the Yin-Yang sovereign resided in seclusion, respectfully beseeching him to dispense justice on your behalf. You stood outside the hall for 3 days, until the yin-yang sovereign cast forth a decree, wielding immense power to send it soaring across 1,000 miles. 3 days later, the law enforcement elder of the soul-refining sect apprehended the involved foundation establishment disciple outside your abode. You crushed the disciple responsible for the death of your eldest son. Utilizing the method of soul extraction and spirit refinement, you transformed him into a mindless, vengeful spirit, sealing him within your soul-summoning banner. Destined to serve as your eternal thrall, you retrieved the soul of your eldest son, Han Zhang, Wang Zhang, and gazed upon the soulless form that mindlessly devoured spiritual essence. Your heart heavy with sorrow, you released Han Zhang, Wang Zhang, from the soul banner, watching as his essence gradually faded, dissipating into the void of existence, a flicker of reluctance glimmering in your eyes. You accepted the reparations from the soul-refining sect, receiving a soul banner capable of summoning 1,000 souls. 3 foundation establishment pills, a wealth of cultivation resources, and several exquisite spiritual artifacts. You reclaimed the corporeal form of Han Zhang, Wang Zhang, and laid him to rest upon the rear mountain of the Hahuan sect, surrounding his grave with wildflowers gathered in your hands. This child, who had scarcely glimpsed the world, had been met with treachery. Alas, at this moment, Wang Li felt an ache in his heart. He began to comprehend why those cultivators who had practiced for centuries would be consumed by wrath when their descendants were slain by others. For these cultivators were beings of deep emotion, bound by attachments they could not sever, each guarding something precious. No one can truly be devoid of sentiment. After all, humans are not mere plants, who can be unfeeling. Yet, do not the spirits of plants harbor feelings as well? Wang Li shook his head, continuing his simulation. After laying your child to rest, you devoted yourself earnestly to the arts of alchemy and artifact creation. 3 months later, another batch of children was born, and you welcomed them with the warmth of a father. The talent of abundance was awakened, enhancing all your attributes. Shui Qianyu, dragging her weak form, sought you out, inquiring if your children could adopt her surname, Shui. You consented and named the child Shui Lianshang. Shui Qianyu reignited her passion for life in the 18th year, after nurturing a cadre of dedicated alchemists for the Hahuan sect. You gradually stepped back, focusing your energies on the endeavor of procreation. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy Miao Yu presented you with 10 female cultivators, bringing your main force for childbirth to 60-1 in the 19th year. As yet another batch of children arrived into the world, bolstered by the blessing of abundance, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, just a step away from the embryonic transformation. You had achieved the golden core's perfection. It seemed this simulation held promise for the nascent soul. Wang Li could not help but marvel at the potency of abundance, and there was even greater potential ahead. With its lasting momentum, once your sons matured and their children bore progeny, the lineage would be endless. At that time, the benefits to yourself would be unfathomable, and Wang Li dared not imagine the heights of such power. Perhaps ascending to immortality would not be a daunting task. Years passed, and your children gradually joined the Hahuan sect, shining brightly within the sect, while only a handful remained within the family, following their mother in cultivation. Your children were aware of your esteemed position as an elder of the Alchemy Hall in the Hahuan sect, a true golden core cultivator in the realm of immortality. However, under your guidance, they maintained a low profile, neither daring to defy your will. You often educated your children in the family academy, instilling the virtues of unity among them. Though passionate about fatherhood, you did not neglect their education, fully understanding the importance of nurturing and teaching in the 20th year, while improving the family's protective formation. You suddenly received a communication from the Hahuan sect. Through a communication J talisman, you learned that the yin-yang sovereign summoned you. You temporarily set aside the task of enhancing the protective formation and utilized the clan's teleportation array to journey to the Hahuan sect. Guided by the attendant, you respectfully paid your respects to the yin-yang sovereign, your demeanor exceedingly deferential. The sovereign bestowed upon you a formula for a pill. He informed you that if you could concoct the yin-yang harmony pill, he would reward you with a spiritual item to increase your chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It appeared that the yin-yang sovereign had gathered the materials for the yin-yang harmony pill a year earlier than in previous simulations. You were astonished by this foresight, Accepting the formula, you turned to leave, only to be called back. Looking up at the Yin-Yang sovereign, he calmly instructed you not to worry about the Xianan elder and to focus solely on your cultivation. The look of confusion crossed your face. The sovereign explained that he had struck a deal with Niechu Tsang, surrendering the everlasting pearl in exchange for a guarantee that he would not act against you again, along with some materials he required. No wonder the Yin-Yang sovereign urged you to refine pills ahead of time. It was all part of the agreement. However, it was unwise to trade the everlasting pearl to Niechu Tsang. This could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing the sovereign's words, your expression changed dramatically. Noticing your reaction, the Yin-Yang sovereign inquired further. You cautioned him against trading the everlasting pearl to Niechu Tsang, warning that should he collect all the pearls, he would venture to the Taisu immortal mansion, releasing the sealed anomalies within. At that point, the entire Tiansu continent would face catastrophic upheaval. With countless lives lost, the Yin-Yang sovereign's countenance turned grave. He urged you to share all the knowledge you possessed. You relayed everything you understood about the everlasting pearl, the Taisu immortal mansion, and the anomalies. The sovereign's expression grew increasingly serious as he instructed you to swiftly concoct the Yin-Yang harmony pill, assuring you that all the sect's resources would be at your disposal. You departed the Yin-Yang hall and hurried to the Alchemy hall, realizing that the sovereign intended for you to expedite the pill's creation, hoping to prevent Niechu Tsang's malevolent plans. You could not allow this smoothly progressing simulation to be marred by Niechu Tsang unleashing the anomaly, jeopardizing your path to the embryonic transformation. Of course, if your simulated self managed to break through to the nascent soul before the anomaly was released, you would accept that outcome. You received a vast array of herbs sent by the sect and began the refinement of the Yin-Yang harmony pill. In the 21st year, you successfully concocted the pill and received the Yin-Yang sovereign's reward, a Hua Ing fruit, which bore fruit once every 300 years. The Hua Ing fruit. The Yin-Yang sovereign truly displayed remarkable generosity. Wang Li gazed at the simulation field, a hint of astonishment gracing his delicate features. The Hua Ing fruit, recorded as one of the 10 rare treasures of the Tiansu continent in the Compendium of Cultivation, thrived in the most extreme conditions, bearing fruit every 300 years. This treasure could enhance the success rate of the embryonic transformation by 30% and extend the lifespan of the consumer. Indeed, those ancient practitioners who amassed such treasures enjoyed significant advantages. You carefully stored the Hua Ing fruit for future breakthroughs. In the 22nd year, you were invited to attend a high-level meeting of the sect, where you learned of the righteous sects uniting to confront the demonic sections. What? The righteous sects are banding together against the demonic sects? Wang Li was taken aback. Immediately, a figure flashed through his mind. Surely, this was all part of your scheme? Wang Li muttered to himself, in the first month of the 23rd year. The Righteous Path's 7-sect alliance besieged the immortal realm of the Zhou kingdom. A multitude of wandering cultivators scattered like frightened birds, fearing they might suffer collateral damage. By the 3rd month of the same year, your family was surrounded by the clans united under the alliance. Upon hearing the news, you were eager to rush to their aid. However, you found Niechu Tsang blocking your path. Your expression shifted dramatically, and you yearned to flee, only to realize that your entire magical power had been sealed by him. You recognized that Niechu Tsang had wielded the technique of one thought to seal immortals. He seized you and transported you to the skies above a mountain range, intending to employ the soul-searching technique on you. Drawing upon the Taisu immortal scripture, you broke free from his confinement. Niechu Tsang, taken aback by your unexpected ability to shatter his restraint, momentarily lost composure, astonished that your mastery of one thought to seal immortals had reached par with his own, gazing at the imposing figure of Niechu Tsang. Clad in a black Taoist robe, your countenance darkened with fury as you proclaimed that one day you would eradicate the entire Nie clan, sparing none. Young or old, a flicker of disdain crossed Niechu Tsang's eyes as he casually flicked his finger, piercing through your golden core, shattering it with a single blow. Wounded gravely, you coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood and fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string. As you beheld Niechu Tsang approaching, with your last breath, you detonated your life-bound treasure, the Lian Tian Ding. Your soul was engulfed in the ensuing shockwave. You found yourself before a white-haired elder, enshrouded in luck and exuding an icy demeanor. And your rage reached its zenith. You had perished. Niechut-song, you wretched beast, what grievance have I caused you? Time and again you have targeted me, relying solely on your superior cultivation. You wretched beast. Wang Li's defenses had crumbled. After enduring this setback, which had dashed his hopes of reaching the nascent soul stage, he cursed several more times before regaining his composure. Alas, he sighed in resignation, finally accepting the harsh reality that it was merely another simulation. So be it. He resolved to gather his strength and bolster his confidence. Wang Li activated the simulator to claim his rewards. With the simulation concluded, he could select 2 rewards from the following options and purchase 1 additional item with simulation points. Evergreen. Your vitality is remarkably resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly longer than that of ordinary cultivators, thereby affording you ample time to explore this world. Simulation cultivation level. Perfected golden core. Alchemist mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy during the simulation. Artifact mastery experience. The experience acquired from artifact forging during the simulation. Superior formation mastery experience. The experience gained from studying formations during the simulation. 0.1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings from work. Non-transferable for simulation. Transformation fruit. One of the 10 rare treasures of Tianshu continent, growing in extreme cold and darkness, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the probability of transformation by 30% and extends the lifespan of the consumer. Alchemical formulas. All formulas you mastered during the simulation. Spell mastery experience. The experience acquired from spell cultivation in the simulator. Lian Tian Ding. A life-bound treasure, mutually enhancing life and cultivation, is a treasure with growth potential. Significantly enhanced by rare materials and exquisite forging techniques. Complete collection of demonic arts. All knowledge of demonic doctrine studied within the Hahuan sect's transmission tower. 1,000 souls banner. 1,000 soul banner compensated to you by the soul refining sect. When it moves, all are astonished. Within the banner lies no life or death. Truly a realm of the living, that a set of supreme spiritual artifact gear. A set of top-tier spiritual artifacts compensated to you by the soul refining sect. Heavily defensive, capable of resisting some spiritual attacks. Despite the multitude of rewards available, Wang Li opted for the conventional choices. He selected Evergreen and the perfected golden core cultivation level. He made his selections. A torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him from all directions. Reminded that Niechut-song was still patrolling nearby, Wang Li promptly suppressed the urge to break through. Not yet, he thought. It must wait for a while longer. With that, he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, biding his time. That it was not until half a month later, when the extensive scanning of consciousness had ceased, that Wang Li prepared for a true breakthrough. In an instant, a vast influx of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his secluded abode. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy swirling around him, Wang Li hastily invoked the incantation of the Shangge Xin Ming Yu Dao true scripture to refine and assimilate the immense influx of spiritual energy into his body, purifying his physical form. Finally, guided by his magical power, it coalesced into the golden core within the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian. Days later, as the golden core grew increasingly solid, Wang Li's aura surged dramatically, reaching the perfected golden core stage. Now he was merely a step away from the nascent soul. Through inner vision, he gazed at the golden core, standing firm on the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian. A sense of anticipation blossoming within him. The nascent soul had once seemed an unattainable goal, yet now it was within his grasp. Just a step away, he retrieved the everlasting pearl, its smooth surface glistening in his palm. Gripping it tightly, he reflected on how this very pearl had drawn Niechut-song's attention, and he needed to devise a strategy to dispose of it. It could not fall into Niechut-song's hands. Otherwise, the future of Tianshu continent would be fraught with calamity. Though he spoke thus, Wang Li found himself a loss regarding the pearl. He could not discard it. If he did, it would reappear by his bedside the next day. Destruction was equally futile, for the material of this pearl was extraordinarily unique, and he could not discern its nature. He had exerted all his efforts previously and could not destroy it as for transferring it to another. It would only be viable if given to a powerful figure like the Yin-Yang sovereign. Otherwise, no matter who he entrusted it to, Nie Chutsong would ultimately acquire it. Alas, was there truly no solution? Wait, an idea struck him. His expression brightened with a glimmer of joy as he conceived a plan for the everlasting pearl. I wonder if I were to confine you within the secret realm of the immortal ruins. Would you ever return to me? Wang Li fixed his gaze on the pearl, articulating each word with intent. If it could indeed trap this object within the secret realm, then Nie Chutsong would never lay claim to it. The following day, after tidying his dwelling, Wang Li donned a jade mask to conceal his identity and changed into a black robe before heading to the Li family market, using his consciousness to manipulate his external avatar. He ventured out of the Li clan and, upon meeting at the Linglong mountain range, transferred the everlasting pearl to his external avatar as he observed the identical, somewhat dull-witted avatar before him. He directed it to return to the Li clan and prepared to depart. However, just as Wang Li was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. Fellow Taoist, what is your intention in sneaking into the Linglong mountain range of my Li clan? Wang Li regarded the middle-aged man standing before him, his gaze lingering on the familiar visage for a moment before a playful smile emerged at Li Shuanya, the clan's elder. It has been quite some time since we last met. With that, the aura of perfected golden core emanated from Wang Li, enveloping the entire Linglong mountain range. Black chains manifested from his magical power, binding towards Li Shuanya. In an instant, Li Shuanya found himself ensnared by thousands of chains, rendered immobile like a substantial zongzi. Soul-binding chains? You are from the soul refining sect. Li Shuanya's elegant and handsome face paled as he sensed his soul tightly bound by the black chains, futilely exerting all his strength to escape. Senior, spare my life. I was blind to not recognize a true immortal. I deserve to die. I implore you to show mercy. Observing Li Shuanya's desperate plea, Wang Li maintained a cold and impassive demeanor. Employing the soul-binding chains, he drew him down to the ground, then approached him with hands behind his back, speaking in a chilling tone. Do you know, you deserve to die. As he spoke, his pristine, jade-like hand descended towards Li Shuanya's forehead. Cursed be it, you have forced my hand. Li Shuanya, having studied some demonic techniques, realized Wang Li's intent the moment he raised his hand. He hastily summoned his magical power, preparing to self-destruct. However, Wang Li was swifter, and as someone accustomed to self-detonation, did he not possess means to counter such an act? As he spoke, Wang Li's knee blurred, thrusting into Li Shuanya's abdomen, shattering his dantian and leaving the substantial golden core with faint cracks. The corporeal strength at the great perfection stage of the Foundation Establishment realm was sufficient to cleave mountains and sever peaks. On Earth, it could withstand an intercontinental missile without so much as a scratch. The shockwave generated by this force even caused the trees 100 meters behind Li Shuanya to snap in half. Soul extraction and spirit refinement. Wang Li formed a hand seal and struck Li Shuanya's forehead, forcibly drawing out his soul. You shall not think to refine the ancestor's soul and enslave me for eternity. Even if I must self-destruct, I will not allow you to succeed. Wang Li, without further ado, employed his formidable magical power to cleanse and refine Li Shuanya's soul, erasing its sentience and extracting its memories, transforming it into a vengeful spirit that knew only the hunger for living flesh and blood. Li Shuanya, do you comprehend the error of your ways? Wang Li inquired, gripping the neck of the forlorn soul. The soul remained unresponsive, merely staring vacantly at Wang Li. With a fierce expression, Wang Li stored Li Shuanya's soul into a soul banner before turning his gaze towards the ethereal palace hovering above the mountains. All of this stems from your lack of ruthlessness. You should have self-destructed the moment you laid eyes on me. This was your miscalculation. Thus, both you and your lineage are destined to perish in my hands. I am your grave digger. The depths of love breed profound hatred. If, at the moment Wang Li ascended the path of immortality with the assistance of the Li clan, he held a sense of respect for them, and was even willing to serve them for life. Now he only wished to overturn the Li clan and sweep them into the annals of history. After clearing the battlefield, he donned a storage ring from Li Shuanya's hand and sealed his corporeal form within a storage bag for use in alchemy and artifact refinement. Wang Li's gaze lingered on the celestial palace for a moment before he turned to depart. At this stage, there was no need to take action against the Li clan, as it would only invite disaster. Firstly, he feared attracting Nie Chut-song's attention. After all, everyone enjoys a spectacle, and Wang Li could not guarantee that Nie Chut-song would be disinterested in the downfall of the Li clan. Secondly, without comprehensive preparation, attacking the Li clan would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of the Tianyi sect, which, according to rumors, had 2 nascent soul ancestors. Thirdly, with Li Xuanya already slain, the Li clan would not last long. Time was on his side. They would see. Upon finishing his thoughts, Wang Li utilized the soul escape technique recorded in the Divine Ghost's profound underworld transcendent scripture, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into the distance. Just an hour after Wang Li's departure, a white-haired elder appeared at the scene. Sensing a powerful demonic aura, he approached to investigate, only to realize he was too late. There were no traces left by the escape technique. It appeared to have been executed with remarkable skill, likely a soul escape. After a moment of contemplation, the white-haired elder chuckled softly. Ah, well, even if those demonic cultivators from the lower realm have made their way to the upper realm, what concern is it of mine? It is far more important to continue searching for the everlasting pearl. Let the righteous sects, like the Tianyi sect, handle the matter of the demonic cultivators, were it not for Nie Qingluo's incompetence. I would not be so passive. I can only hope that the holder of the everlasting pearl continues to wield their power. One day, its essence will completely merge with your magic, and I shall follow the traces of that power to find you. With that, the white-haired elder vanished. Meanwhile, within the Li clan's Hall of Fate, the disciple responsible for guarding the fate tablets watched in disbelief as the tablet at the highest position suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into 2 pieces. After a prolonged moment of shock, he shouted, "The ancestor is dead," and rushed out of the hall. 3 days later, in the southern region of the Qi nation's cultivation world, in a place where spiritual energy was sparse, Wang Li constructed a temporary cave dwelling in a concealed location before burrowing inside. He could not be bothered to set up any formations, for doing so would be tantamount to announcing the presence of silver in a place where it was hidden. Such foolishness was beneath him. Sitting on a stone bed, Wang Li opened Li Xuanya's storage ring and began sorting through its useful contents, murmuring as he did, "In terms of methods, intellect, schemes, and talent, I cannot compare to any cultivator over 100 years old. Yet, I possess a simulator and a degree of caution that surpasses that of the average person. The future belongs to me." After sorting for half a stick of incense, Wang Li could not help but marvel at the richness of Li Xuanya's collection. 3 million low-grade spirit stones, 30 supreme spirit artifacts, 1 low-grade magic treasure, and more than 100 bottles of medicinal pills for enhancing magical power and cultivation. There were also thousands of cultivation manuals. Had Wang Li and Li Xuanya been of equal cultivation level, the outcome might have been different, with one dead and the other injured. Wang Li dead, and Li Xuanya lightly wounded. Ah, Li Xuanya, it is a pity that your painstakingly cultivated power over 100 years is not pure enough. Falling short of the might I have simulated. With a smile, Wang Li activated the simulator. Life Simulator LV3 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Method. Divine Ghost Profound Underworld Transcendence Scripture Cultivation Level. Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. Simulation Points. 207,000 simulation attempts. 0 talent. Vengeful Spirit Summoning. Black. Array Mastery. Blue. Alchemy Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. External Avatars. Blue. Demon Path Supreme. Purple. Refining Prodigy. Blue. Abundant Descendants. Red. Evergreen. Blue Skills. High-Grade Alchemist. Low-Grade Array Master. Low-Grade Refiner. Techniques. Fireball Technique. Waterball Technique. Gravitational Technique. Wood Shield Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Soul Binding Lock. Soul Escape. Talents range from low to high. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, colorful. With 200,000 simulation points remaining, it is time to initiate the simulation. Without hesitation, Wang Li launched the simulation. Idleness serves no purpose. It is better to enhance oneself. Simulation in progress. You have used 100,000 energy points, randomly drawing from talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the yellow talent. Dragon's Vitality and Tiger's Ferocity. Dragon's Vitality and Tiger's Ferocity. Your energy and yang essence are exceedingly vigorous. Even among cultivators, you stand out. Your fighting spirit is incredibly high. Even in the depths of despair, you will not easily give up. Always seeking a way out. The long-awaited yellow talent. Wang Li was taken aback by the acquisition of a yellow talent this time. Would you like to use 100,000 energy points to refresh your talent? Yes or no? Wang Li pondered for a moment before declining. 100,000 simulation energy points equated to a single simulation opportunity. There was no need to squander it on refreshing his talent. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li was not accustomed to immersive simulation. What he detested most was the lack of freedom within the immersive mode. For instance, when he activated immersive mode to peruse demonic cultivation methods, he would be abruptly switched to alchemy as the simulator updated its progress. Of course, that was not the most infuriating aspect. The most vexing part was that all the skills he learned during immersive simulation would be stripped away upon returning to reality. In essence, the so-called immersive simulation was merely an experience of living the life simulated. Aside from yielding subtle insights, he gained nothing of substance. While contemplating these matters, the simulator quietly updated its progress. Since slaying Mishuanya in the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, you have harbored an unsettling heart and retreated to the southern region of the Qin nation's cultivation world. The mere thought of Niechutsong, the enigmatic celestial abode, and the existence beyond the black hole amplifies the pressure in your heart, leading you to question, if one day they truly appear before me, will I be able to resist? With pressure comes motivation, prompting you to seek a way to break the impasse. You gaze at the half-complete Tai Su Xian Jing in your hands, contemplating whether to cultivate this ominous technique. Without hesitation, Wang Li chooses to proceed. This method is immensely powerful. Practicing it in reality poses significant risks without the protection of fortune, yet in simulation, the stakes diminish. Thus, you embark on the cultivation of the Tai Su Xian Jing. After nearly half a year, you successfully complete your transformation. You begin to practice the unique spells outlined in the scripture, intending to refine your life as treasure and enhance your crafting skills. In the following year, having confirmed your safety, you journey to the territory of the Shun clan. Stealthily, you infiltrate the Shun family's domain. Hiding in the shadows, you arrive at the back mountains of the Shun clan, where you observe the ancestral figure, Shun Tianling, consuming the blood of a demon beast to cultivate his dark arts. You intervene decisively. Upon your sudden appearance, Shun Tianling's expression darkens, and he swiftly inquires about your identity and purpose in breaching the Shun clan's sanctum. You calmly advise him to abandon his practice of the modified De Wu Xingzhen Mo Shun Gong, warning that this technique, once altered, is prone to lead one astray. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianling ceases his cultivation. He tosses the modified scroll of the De Wu Xingzhen Mo Shun Gong from his storage pouch to you. You find his action rather astonishing. Sensing your bewilderment, Shun Tianling bows respectfully and states, "If your intent were hostile, I would already be dead. Yet you chose to counsel me against this perilous path, indicating you are not my enemy." You admire Shun Tianling's wisdom and assert, with unwavering conviction, that should he persist in his practice, calamity will surely follow. Shun Tianling offers no rebuttal. You inquire about the origins of the modified De Wu Xingzhen Mo Shun Gong. Holding the scroll before him, but a look of guilt crosses Shun Tianling's face. He invites you to a stone pavilion by the cliffside at the back mountains, where he brews tea using alchemical fire and serves you generously. He questions whether you have come for the De Wu Xingzhen Mo Shun Gong. You respond ambiguously, both affirming and denying. Shun Tianling smiles slightly, takes a sip of tea, and then asks if you possess sufficient knowledge of the Shun clan. You remain silent. His smile fades, and his demeanor becomes grave as he recounts the tale of how Shun Pu extracted the modified scroll from the Tai Su Xian Fu. Now fully aware, your expression remains impassive. Suddenly, Shun Tianling stands and walks to the edge of the cliff, sighing deeply. He confesses that his ancestor, Shun Pu, is a sinner, having disseminated the modified Wu Xingzhen Mo Shun Gong to numerous cultivators, which ultimately led to misfortune and mysterious disappearances among practitioners, marking the end of the illustrious ancient era. Consequently, the Shun clan became a target of joint attacks from righteous and demonic sects, rendering their surviving lineage as the so-called remnants of antiquity. After hearing Shen Tianling's narrative, you inquire about Shun Po's whereabouts. He informs you that historical records speak of Shun Po's fate as unknown, with many speculating that he perished at the hands of powerful righteous and demonic beings. Shen Tianling explains that since the calamity caused by the Wuxing Zhen Mo Shen Gong in ancient times, his ancestors have prohibited the clan from practicing it. Yet he himself was compelled to pursue this path. Curiosity piqued, you ponder whether Shen Tianling truly had no choice in his cultivation. Was he perhaps coerced? Who could possibly have compelled him? Shen Tianling reveals that every member of an ancient lineage has a certain probability of reverting to ancestral traits, gaining unique gifts. His own gift is the ability of divine foresight, enabling him to glimpse a person's future. However, such a formidable talent has incurred the wrath of the heavens, granting him a lifespan of merely 20% that of an ordinary person. If one can live 100 years free from calamity, he would scarcely reach 25. Reflecting on Shen Tianling's words, you recall previous simulations, realizing that his kindness towards you was premeditated. You cannot help but acknowledge the truth behind the adage that there is no love or hatred without reason. You request Shen Tianling to glimpse your future, but he shakes his head with a wry smile, stating that you are the most peculiar individual he has ever encountered. He admits he cannot see your future. As a veil of mist obscures it, you smile faintly, choosing not to elaborate. You inquire if he would object to your intention of marrying all the beautiful women of the Shen clan. Shen Tianling bursts into laughter, then offers to act as a matchmaker to introduce you to the unmarried women. You assert with utmost seriousness that your purpose for visiting the Shun clan is indeed to marry all its enchanting maidens. If the venerable ancestor of the Shun family is willing to facilitate connections, it would be nothing short of splendid. Shen Tianling was taken aback. He inquired about your intentions. Shen Tianling harbored concerns that you might consider the women of the Shun family as mere vessels for alchemical refinement, thereby augmenting your cultivation. You assured him otherwise, revealing your aspiration to establish a celestial lineage. 3 days later, Shen Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the senior members of the Shun family. After thorough deliberation, it was unanimously decided that you should first marry 20 individuals. You expressed no objections. 3 months later, the Shun celestial lineage hosted a grand wedding ceremony in your honor and to your request. You refrained from attending this occasion. Standing amidst the crowd, you observed the bride adorned in splendid attire, her face veiled in red silk, feeling neither joy nor sorrow within your heart. Just as you prepared to depart, your peripheral vision caught sight of a figure at the gift-giving platform. You were astonished to see Nye Chutsong attending your wedding. He turned his gaze toward the crowd you occupied. You swiftly retreated behind the throng, holding your breath and carefully concealing yourself. Nye Chutsong did not linger, delivering his gift before turning to leave, seemingly having come solely for that purpose. Witnessing his departure, you quietly slipped away as well. In the evening, during the banquet of the Shun celestial lineage, after dining with the guests, you accompanied Shen Tianling to the back mountain of the Shun family. After setting up a forbidden divine formation, you inquired whether the Shun celestial lineage had any dealings with the Nye celestial lineage from the Eastern Spirit domain. Shen Tianling shook his head. Admitting he was unsure, he provided you with a vague response, suggesting there may have been previous interactions. You smiled faintly, expressing your bemusement. Turning, you intended to head to your bridal chamber when Shen Tianling called out to you. He informed you that an ancestor from a certain generation of Shun family had seemingly once accepted a disciple with the surname Nye. You asked him if he was certain. With a serious demeanor, Shen Tianling affirmed that he was indeed certain. An ancestor from a certain generation of the Shun family had undoubtedly taken in a disciple with the surname Nye, though he could not recall which generation it was. You felt somewhat incredulous. It was surprising that Shen Tianling, a practitioner at the core formation stage, could be so forgetful. He explained that this information was gleaned from his childhood readings of the family history and the autobiographies of various elders. And given the passage of time, along with the trivial nature of the matter, it was understandable that he did not commit it to memory. You fell into contemplation, recalling Nye Chutsong's appearance at the wedding ceremony to present his gift. Having simulated the situation previously, you recognized Nie Chutsong as a cunning old fox, well-versed in concealment. You believed his visit to the Shun family was not as simple as merely delivering a gift. He undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives regarding the Shun family. After some internal conflict, you concluded that your priority should remain with your bridal chamber. You proceeded to the festively adorned guest house, ready to indulge in the pleasures of life. In the third year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children, and you welcomed them with the warmth of a father. The innate blessing of abundance was activated, enhancing all your attributes. At the invitation of the patriarch of the Shun family, you commenced the crafting of artifacts and elixirs for the Shun celestial lineage, honing your skills in the process. You acquired a wealth of formulas and diagrams from the Shun family. You marveled at the richness of this ancient lineage, possessing such an extensive array of elixirs and formations, including some long-lost recipes. You concocted the life essence pill, reserving it as a gift for your next encounter with Lu Zidwan. As for the chi suppression powder within you, it had been completely eradicated by your spiritual power, and no longer would you face obstacles in absorbing spiritual energy. You reflected on the difficulty of this achievement, recognizing that the methods employed by those celestial sects were indeed ruthless. You had merely consumed the chi suppression powder for nearly 5 years, and it took a breakthrough to the core formation stage to completely eliminate it. Otherwise, you would have to rely on the life essence pill to gradually expel it. You could only imagine the plight of those who had ingested it for 8 or 10 years. It was likely that the life essence pill would prove ineffective. After all, the chi suppression powder directly affected the spiritual root, adhering to it and eroding its capacity to absorb spiritual energy. In the fourth year, you once again approached Shun Tianling for a new batch of partners. Shun Tianling looked at you with surprise, cautioning you that a cultivator should prioritize their training and not be distracted by romantic entanglements or trifles of the bedroom. A cultivator should find joy in the pursuit of longevity. You refrained from responding. Shun Tianling acquiesced. Upon receiving the new partners from the Shun family, you contributed your modest efforts not just to the task of procreation, but also to the advancement of the Shun celestial lineage. You refined elixirs 300 times, enhancing your alchemical skills. You crafted over 100 artifacts, improving your artifact forging techniques. Furthermore, during your free time, you trained in the art of formations to bolster your experience in that domain. In the 5th year, through your unwavering dedication, your partners again bore you a multitude of children. You joyfully rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The innate blessing of abundance was activated once more, enhancing all your attributes. The consecutive boosts, along with the contributions of nearly 20 children, solidified your golden core, deepening your spiritual power, yet you still had not achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Far from being disheartened, you remained resolute in your efforts to father more children, believing that human endeavor was paramount. In the 6th year, during the pregnancies of your partners, aside from refining elixirs, forging artifacts, and studying formations, you also carved out time to visit the transmission pavilion of the Shun celestial lineage, where you delved into academic studies. You understood that possessing immense spiritual power, a high realm, and powerful artifacts alone would not suffice to secure your position at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Mastery of techniques and spells was the true foundation for a cultivator's survival, the very capital that would allow you to stand tall in the realm of immortality. After an extended period of study, you mastered the 5 elements killing technique, the 5 elements evasion technique, and the 5 elements defense technique. Your proficiency in the 10 great void immortal sutras, such as sealing the immortal with a thought, traversing distances in an instant, discerning illusions, and wielding divine light, was notably enhanced. In the 7th year, armed with the life essence pill, the clear spirit pill, and the bone-shaping pill, you ventured to the Li celestial lineage, returning to the Spirit Dragon Mountain range after many years. You were struck by the profound changes in the Li family's celestial abode. You summoned a clone, entrusting the life essence pill, clear spirit pill, and bone-shaping pill to it. Stealthily, you infiltrated the Li celestial lineage, destroying Lu Zidwan's life tablet and incapacitating him. You deposited Lu Zidwan in an uninhabited mountain range, gazing at his figure with a sigh before turning to leave. Half a year later, through your tireless endeavors, your partners once again bore you a multitude of children. You happily rewarded them with a wealth of cultivation resources. The innate blessing of abundance was activated once more, enhancing all your attributes. Your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, the powerful aura radiating from you, instilling a profound sense of confidence. You felt that you had reached the zenith of the golden core realm. Regardless of who it may be, as long as one engages in battle within the same realm, victory is attainable. Your confidence, however, was short-lived, quickly subdued by your own doubts. You remind yourself to remain cautious, for you are not a child of destiny. You begin to gather materials to forge your own fated artifact. In the 8th year, you once again sought a batch of companions from Xintianling. Through prolonged service in refining tools for the Shen clan, your skills in crafting have significantly improved. Similarly, your alchemical prowess has seen remarkable advancement from your long-term work with the Shen clan. Your mastery of formations has greatly enhanced through diligent practice, and your proficiency in all spells has been substantially elevated over time, that on the first day of a new year in the 8th year. After partaking in the reunion dinner, you retreated to your cave dwelling. After deploying a set of defensive flags, you directed your consciousness into your avatar. Under your guidance, your avatar consumed the Qingling Dan and the Sugu Dan. Your avatar was then assaulted. It was fed the Mijin Dan, subjected to a sealing spell, and its limbs were broken. The Qingling Dan began to activate, followed closely by the Sugu Dan. The effects of the Mijin Dan were dispelled, and the bones of your hands and legs began to mend and reshape. In a whirl of chaos, you once again entered the secret realm of the immortal ruins. Upon your arrival, you observed disciples of Tianyi men dealing with outsiders. You promptly took flight, fleeing in a panic, lost amidst the watchful gazes of many. After an hour of relentless evasion, you eluded your pursuers and found yourself at the northern edge of the Forbidden Zone, the Dead Waters. Crossing the stone tablet, you commanded your external avatar to step into the realm of the Dead Waters. Gazing at the stark white bones strewn within the river, you expressionlessly cast the everlasting pearl into the depths. Niechutsong, you shall never again hope to find the everlasting pearl in this lifetime. Witnessing the avatar in the simulation cast the everlasting pearl into the Dead Waters, a flicker of joy crossed Wang Li's face. Shortly after, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The endless bones within the Dead Waters recoiled from the everlasting pearl, as if in fear of something. Before long, a strange cavern at the riverbed emerged before you. As you regarded the peculiar cave, a mixture of curiosity and trepidation washed over you. Your heart hesitated. Should you venture inside? Could it be that beneath the Dead Waters lay a hidden cavern? Wang Li observed the information displayed by the simulator, a hint of surprise flickering in his dark eyes. He recalled the inscription on the stone tablet outside the Dead Waters. The living must halt. The unworthy shall not arrive. Could it be that possessing the everlasting pearl and entering the Dead Waters would unlock the hidden opportunities within? To validate his suspicions, Wang Li promptly chose to enter the cavern. You made the decision to enter the strange cavern beneath the Dead Waters. Leaping into the murky depths, you noticed the skeletons desperately attempting to swim towards you, only to be restrained by the everlasting pearl, forced to watch as you submerged into the water. Upon entering the cavern beneath the Dead Waters, you discovered that an unusual force kept the stagnant water at bay, preventing it from infiltrating the cave. Observing the dust-laden surroundings, seemingly untouched for ages, you couldn't help but muse. It appears that no one has visited this place in a long time. The center of the cavern's wall. You spotted an inscription, "Do not ascend. Ascension is but a ruse." The characters were not ancient script, but rather the common language of the post-ancient era, reflective of the current cultivation world. Indeed, even in this age, there were cultivators who recognized the deception of ascension. Alas, this message could only be seen by me. Wang Li sighed at the current state of affairs that in today's cultivation realm. Ascension remained a mainstream topic, with countless individuals striving to break through to the transformation stage, hoping to escape this realm and ascend to the higher worlds of Tianshu continent. Little did they know, they were merely stepping into the jaws of a black hole, becoming delicacies on the dining tables of mysterious entities. As you continued to explore the cavern, you discovered a jade bed on the left side and a jade box on the right. You commanded your external avatar to open the jade box. Inside, you found a golden small sword, a storage ring, and a letter. Upon unfolding the letter, you read its contents. To the future generations, I greet you through this letter. My name is Shun Pa, the 8th patriarch of the Shun clan. Throughout my life, I have achieved great deeds and committed grave errors. Repairing the void seal to prevent anomalies from emerging is my merit. Believing in the words of a mysterious person and imparting the void immortal sutra to the world is my fault. Merely reading a few lines left Wang Li in stunned silence. Shenpo, are these remnants left by Shunpa? Moreover, what is the void immortal sutra? Wasn't it the great 5 elements true demon divine art that Shunpa passed down to the world? With a head full of questions, Wang Li continued reading. Throughout my life, I have achieved great deeds and committed grave errors. Repairing the void seal to prevent anomalies from emerging is a great merit. Believing in the words of a mysterious person and imparting the void immortal sutra to the world is a grievous error. Due to my mistakes, my family was annihilated, and I shall never forgive myself. Should any fortunate souls find my relics, please return the spirit treasure, the void sword, to the Shun clan. I have sensed that a lineage of my clan still remains. The remaining relics are yours to keep. With my utmost gratitude. Lastly, the paper is limited and my thoughts cannot be fully expressed. Remember well, do not ascend to the upper realms. The letter was brief, offering little useful information. But why did Shunpa claim he imparted the void immortal sutra to the world? This contradicts everything I have learned. According to the clan's historical records, Shunpa clearly passed down the modified version of the great 5 elements true demon divine art. Could it be that the modified version is indeed the void immortal sutra? Or no, it cannot be. I have practiced both sets of techniques in the simulation, and they are fundamentally different paths. Pondering this perplexing dilemma, Wang Li conceded that it was indeed a mental workout. Unless the mysterious individual who convinced Shun Pa to share the techniques had deceived him. For instance, replacing the content of the so-called void immortal sutra with that of the modified great 5 elements true demon divine art. Yet, another question arose. Shun Pa was not a fool. Could he not discern the correctness of the techniques? After a moment of silence, Wang Li chose not to dwell on such matters and focused on the simulation instead. Upon finishing the letter written by Shun Pa, he found it hard to believe that the ancestor of the Shun clan, who was said to have ended the ancient era, had entered the immortal ruins and left behind a legacy within the dead waters. This revelation left him in awe. How did Shunpa manage to enter the immortal ruins? As far as I recall, the immortal ruins prohibits the entry of beings above the foundation establishment stage. Either his cultivation is exceedingly low, or he has surpassed the limits imposed by the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. The former is implausible. Thus, his cultivation is undoubtedly formidable. Wang Li's curiosity towards Shun Pa intensifies. You attempt to unlock Shun Pa's storage ring, only to discover that it requires blood to unseal. Your own blood proves ineffective, leading you to surmise that only the blood of a member of the Shun clan can accomplish the task. With a sigh of resignation, you stow away Shun Pa's belongings and continue your exploration of the cavern. There, you behold a mural, obscured by dust. Utilizing a cleansing spell, you remove the grime from the cave, revealing a depiction of grotesque and terrifying creatures descending from the heavens, their gaping maws fixed hungrily upon the living beings below. You bide your time within the cavern, calculating the hours, intent on safely enduring your stay within the immortal ruins. Your consciousness returns to your true self within the Shun clan, and you resolve to personally greet your doppelganger at the periphery of the immortal ruins, for it carries Shun Pa's relics. 8 days hence, you soar from the Shun clan, attuning to the presence of your avatar as you traverse the skies on your sword. Even with the ability to traverse great distances with ease, you remain cautious, wary of attracting Nye Chu Tsang's attention. After traveling 3,000 miles, you arrive at a mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist. You discern a formation that bars even golden core cultivators from entry. As a formation master, you are acutely aware that every formation harbors its vulnerabilities, employing the technique recorded in the Taishu Immortal Canon. Breaking the illusion, you swiftly identify the formation's flaw and manipulate one corner of it, granting you access to the mountain's depths. Activating your innate ability to multitask, you direct your external avatar towards the entrance of the immortal ruins core. Your gaze falls upon the ageless pearl, emanating a radiant glow from the center of the stagnant waters. A twinge of reluctance flickers in your eyes, for you comprehend the immense secrets contained within the ageless pearl. Its mere possession bestows eternal youth and vitality upon any cultivator, a temptation indeed. Moreover, within this expedition, it serves to intimidate the skeletal remains and grant a glimpse into the submerged cavern. However, you are acutely aware that retaining the ageless pearl would only invite misfortune upon yourself. Resolutely, you abandon the pearl and depart. Simultaneously, your true self arrives at the heart of the mountain range, where you observe Feng Xiao, a disciple of the Tianyi sect, awaiting at the periphery, narrowing your eyes. You swiftly employ the finger-severing divine light, cleaving Feng Xiao in two. Utilizing the soul extraction and refinement technique, you ensnare his soul within a soul banner. As figures emerge at the entrance of the immortal ruins. You unleash the finger-severing divine light once more. With a delicate motion of your finger through the void, newly emerged disciples are similarly bisected. The subsequent disciples of the Tianyi sect, upon witnessing the carnage strewn about, are overtaken by terror, kneeling and begging for mercy as they look in your direction. The sight of these once merciless killers, now reduced to quivering supplicants, strikes you as profoundly ironic. Just as you prepare to sever them and extract their souls, a blade of light hurtles toward you from behind. Chilling voice reverberates throughout the mountain's center. Brazen demonic scoundrel, how dare you slay my Tianyi sect disciples? I will rend you limb from limb. The kneeling disciples, hearing this proclamation, display expressions of joy. You regard the incoming blade of light with an impassive expression, effortlessly grasping and shattering it. Dodging to the side, you raise your right hand to erect a water shield against the ensuing impact, while your left pinky finger extends behind you. In an instant, your entire magical energy converges into your pinky, unleashing the finger-severing divine light toward the Tianyi sect cultivator behind you. As your finger ascends and falls, dozens of mountain peaks are leveled by a beam of white light. Confirming the demise of the golden core cultivator from the Tianyi sect, your gaze shifts to the entrance of the immortal ruins. The remaining disciples of the Tianyi sect, who had thought themselves saved upon witnessing the flattened peaks, promptly kneel in submission. Ignoring their pleas, you retrieve the soul banner and commence the extraction and refinement of their souls. Among them, the undercover disciple of the Yaoxing sect, Jiaqing, watches your actions with brazen confidence. As you approach, Jiaqing hastily bows, revealing his identity. Unfazed, you proceed to extract his soul and ensnare it within the soul banner. You rejoin your external avatar and swiftly retreat from the mountains housing the immortal ruins. As you depart, you meticulously scour the battlefield, collecting the storage bags and rings of the fallen. Sensing a powerful presence approaching, you take advantage of your recovering magical energy to employ the closed distance escape and veil of invisibility, hastily fleeing. During your flight, you realize that the ageless pearl is not present on your doppelganger. Confirming that it remains within the immortal ruins, you feel a surge of exhilaration at having evaded its grasp. Without the ageless pearl, the enigmatic malevolence sealed within the Taishu immortal mansion stands no chance of escape. In that moment, you perceive yourself as a nameless hero, a savior of the masses, and sooner do you depart than two figures materialize in the skies above the immortal ruins. You hasten back to the Shun clan with great speed, positioning your external avatar in the market to study alchemy and artifact crafting. Upon returning to your residence, you summon Shun Li. Observing her, round with indulgence and glistening with grease, you are rendered speechless. Noticing your serious demeanor, Shun Li wipes her mouth and stands obediently by your side, ready to follow your instructions. You request a drop of her essence blood and attempt to unlock Shun Po's storage ring, succeeding in your endeavor. After dismissing Shun Li, you witness her stuffing 2 meat buns into her mouth, leaving you slightly exasperated. Casting down formation flags, you establish the 8 directions absolute formation. With anticipation, You open Shun Po's storage ring, discovering 100 million low-grade spirit stones, a mysterious teleportation token, a cultivation technique named Divine Demonic Visualization, a high-grade magical artifact known as the Five-Colored Cloud Banner, a Jade Page book authored by Shun Po, and a knife technique called Reverse Chaos 8 Styles. You acquire all of Shun Po's relics, your gaze fixating on a delicate golden sword resting within a jade box. A surge of greed wells up within you, and you decide to keep it, justifying that you are, in a sense, part of the Shun clan and thus deserving of this sword. Perusing the Jade Page book, penned by Shun Po, you uncover ancient secrets and esoteric knowledge of cultivation, as well as the concept of breaking limits. In ancient times, cultivators explored the path of limit breaking, achieving mastery by refining their skills within a single realm year after year. Ultimately reaching the limit-breaking state. It is rumored that those who achieve this are invincible within their realm. You also learn of the nine-colored golden core theory. In antiquity, great cultivators discovered that the golden core path is tiered, with one color signifying weakness and 9 colors indicating strength. Each core's markings are akin to medicinal pills, with one marking denoting one color. The more markings, the greater the potential. Most ancient immortals possessed 9-colored golden cores. Reflecting on this, you feel a pang of regret for not establishing a solid foundation before breaking through to the golden core stage, resulting in a single-colored core with limited future potential. As this realization dawns, Wang Li, outside the simulation, bears a complex expression as, "Oh, that is the case. I have been curious why there is a single marking on the golden core. It symbolizes one color representing weakness, while 9 colors signify strength." With that, Wang Li retrieves the golden core he obtained from Li Xianya, observing its 3 markings, yet revealing numerous fissures. His expression turns grave. Xianya's golden core bears 2 more markings than mine. It seems I was too hasty in my breakthrough, neglecting to solidify my foundation. However, as long as I possess the simulator, I have boundless possibilities. What does it matter if I have a single-colored golden core? Upon contemplating the simulator, Wang Li's confidence surged dramatically. You did not dwell on regret for long. After adjusting your mindset, you resumed your perusal of the Jade Pages authored by Shun Po over the next few days. You delved deeper into the intricacies of cultivation through the Jade Pages, discerning that Shun Po had invested considerable effort into his writing, seemingly intent on revealing the hidden secrets of the cultivation world to future readers. After 3 days, you completed Shun Po's Jade Pages and solemnly stored them away. You then activated the Divine Demon Visualization method and were delighted to discover that it was a technique designed to enhance one's spiritual awareness. You commenced your training in the Divine Demon Visualization method in the 9th year. Through your relentless dedication, your partners bore you a multitude of children, for which you rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent of having many children brought forth blessings, enhancing all your attributes. Despite possessing over 40 children, you had yet to achieve the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, you had progressed further in the Golden Core phase, seemingly embarking on the path of transcending limits, as described in Shun Po's Jade Pages in June of the 9th year. A significant event transpired within the cultivation community of Qi Nation, due to Tian Sect's failure to deliver foundational elixirs to the various immortal clans on time. The clans united in secrecy to exert pressure on Tian Sect. The Shun clan also participated in the pressure campaign, albeit with minimal involvement. Ultimately, the leading faction, the Fang clan, was annihilated by the Yuan Ying ancestor of Tian Sect, while the remaining protesting clans received vast amounts of spirit stones and spiritual artifacts as compensation. The incident sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Tian Sect issued announcements to pacify the situation. The turmoil within Qi's cultivation world gradually subsided. By the end of that year, you once again approached Shun Tianling to request additional companions, explaining that it was part of your cultivation plan. Shun Tianling expressed no objections. In the 10th year, you sensed that your external avatar, engaged in alchemy and artifact forging, had been captured. Shifting your consciousness to the avatar, you beheld a familiar visage, Jiang Qingyan. After years apart, she now resembled a lifeless marionette, her eyes devoid of spirit, exuding a sense of desolation that was a stark contrast to her former vibrancy. Beside Jiangqing, Yin stood a figure that filled you with dread. His hands were emaciated yet elongated, skillfully manipulating crimson threads, as if orchestrating some unseen force. Noticing your gaze, he offered a disconcerting smile, amiable yet unsettling. Niechu Tsang. Wang Li silently acknowledged the identity of this individual. You had encountered Niechu Tsang once more. At that moment, your heart raced and cold sweat trickled down your back, dampening your gray robe. After commanding Jiangqing Yin to bring you a cup of tea with a smile, Niechu Tsang inquired about the whereabouts of the everlasting pearl. Emotionless, you informed him that you had hidden the pearl in a place he would never find. Niechu Tsang smiled slightly, and with a flick of his finger, he cleaved your avatar in two. As the head of your avatar plummeted to the ground, you heard Niechu Tsang's words. Do not assume that hiding behind your avatar guarantees safety. One day, I shall find you. The external avatar fell, and your consciousness returned to your true self. Niechu Tsang, as he had said, vowed to annihilate your entire clan one day, to make you aware that even the smallest of creatures should not be underestimated. After uttering this with a face full of murderous intent, Wang Li began to meditate, practicing his spells while observing the simulation. Upon returning to his true form, you fell into a long silence, pondering how Niechu Tsang had managed to locate you. Even if he had found Jiangqing Yin, it seemed implausible that he could trace her back to you, especially considering the precautions you had taken to conceal your true identity when acquiring the everlasting pearl from her. You began to silently hope that Niechu Tsang would not discover your whereabouts, becoming increasingly cautious. In the 11th year, through your unwavering efforts, your partners bore you yet another brood of children, and you rewarded them with substantial cultivation resources. The talent of having many children continued to yield blessings, enhancing all your attributes. However, you still had not broken through to the Yuaning stage. Something felt amiss. Why was your cultivation stagnating here? Did it require a personal breakthrough? Wang Li found himself perplexed. Logically, with so many children, you should have long since transcended to the Yuaning stage. You began to investigate the reason for your stagnation. Ultimately, you uncovered the truth behind your inability to advance to the Yuan-Ing stage. It turned out that everything was limited by your innate aptitude. Each time the talent of having many children activated, your internal spiritual energy would automatically guide the heavenly essence to aid your breakthrough. However, due to possessing 4 spiritual roots, your internal elemental energies could never fully coalesce to facilitate the transformation from golden core to Yuaning. Thus, your attempts to break through had repeatedly failed. In summary, the 4 spiritual roots could only absorb a hodgepodge of spiritual energy, unlike a single spiritual root that could efficiently absorb a singular type of essence. The mixed spiritual energies were difficult to refine and transform, inhibiting the accumulation of sufficient and pure spiritual power necessary to breach the Yuan-Ing stage. Furthermore, during the cultivation process, the 4 spiritual roots had to balance the operation and fusion of the 4 elemental energies, which posed significant challenges and often resulted in uncontrollable spiritual energies, damaged meridians, and compromised danshians, making it difficult to gather the strength needed for the Yuan-Ing breakthrough. It was upon realizing the truth of his stagnation in the simulation, Wang Li finally understood. The inability to break through to the Yuaning stage was not due to insufficient blessings from having many children, but rather a limitation of his own innate talent. Indeed, relying solely on talent to force a breakthrough was but a fool's dream. To truly advance, external assistance was essential. Enlightened, you began to gather spiritual materials that could aid in your transition from golden core to Yuaning. You continued to solicit Shen Tianling for additional companions, but this time, Shen Tianling could no longer contain himself. With righteous indignation, Shen Tianling firmly refused your request, stating that over the years, your indulgence had led you to marry too many beautiful young cultivators of the Shun clan, leaving many of their male counterparts single and causing widespread discontent within the clan. Countless letters of grievance had piled up in the patriarch's study. Disheartened, you returned to your separate residence. Observing Shun Li, who had abandoned her children to the care of maids while voraciously devouring food, you felt a surge of anger. You chastised Shun Ainley vehemently. How outrageous! If I were to encounter this foolish girl in reality, I would certainly ask her if she was born solely to consume. Wang Li silently scoffed. In the 12th year, you relied on the Shan clan to gather numerous rare materials. Your companions became pregnant, and you began to carve out time to forge your own unique life-bound treasure. By the end of the year, your partners bore you another multitude of children, and you rewarded each of them with a premium spiritual artifact. The talent of having many children activated once more, enhancing all your attributes. In the 13th year, you successfully crafted your life-bound treasure, the heavenly forging cauldron. You infused it with Li Xianya's golden core as a hidden reserve of energy for unforeseen circumstances. A decision made after careful deliberation. You acquired a superior quality artifact. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transformed the top-tier defensive artifact, the 5-color cloud banner, from Shunpo's relics into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you obtained a soul-summoning banner of superior quality. In the 13th year, you visited Shun Tianling's separate residence. Upon seeing your arrival, Shun Tianling's expression darkened. He stated emphatically that he would no longer assist you in acquiring wives. Presently, the Shun clan's elementary education classes were filled with your descendants, and in a large classroom, not a single student bore the surname Shun. Unable to restrain yourself, you set up the 8 directions absolute God formation, assuring Shun Tianling that this time you did not come to request companions. Shun Tianling inquired about your intentions. You expressed your desire to lead the entire Shun clan to ally with the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianling's eyes widened in shock, that he grimaced, declaring that such an act was tantamount to treachery. You argued that the 7 sects of the demon sect were united, unyielding during crucial moments, and capable of sweeping through armies as effortlessly as rolling up a mat. The 7 sects of righteousness harbor ulterior motives, each engaged in battle for their own gain, in this southern spirit domain. They shall not linger for long, as they will soon be expelled by the demon sect. Your words have somewhat unsettled Shun Tianling. Should the 2 ancient ancestors of the Tianyi sect learn of the crime of demonic rebellion, even the earthworms in the Shun family's spiritual fields would meet a grim fate. Shun Tianling expresses his willingness to provide you with 20 more partners, hoping only that you refrain from further fanciful thoughts. You assure him of your earnest intentions. Reluctantly, you accept the 20 companions offered by Shun Tianling. In the 14th year, your partners become pregnant once again, the young male cultivators of the Shun clan. Upon seeing the inscription at the entrance of your separate residence, no entry for male cultivators or dogs, were expressions filled with indignation. Complaints and protests against you within the Shun clan grow increasingly frequent. By the 15th year, your companions bear you a multitude of children. The blessing of abundant offspring is activated, enhancing your attributes across the board, observing the joyful children playing in the separate residence bestowed upon you by the Shun clan. You feel a mix of excitement and helplessness. You reward your numerous partners with ample resources for cultivation. That night, after much contemplation, the thought of venturing to the lower realms and the demon sect begins to take root in your mind. If you were to select a force in this vast world of cultivation that resonates with your sense of belonging, it would undoubtedly be the Hahuan sect. Moreover, the benefits of joining the Hahuan sect far outweigh those obtained by remaining with the Shun family. The following day, you inform Shun Tianling of your intention to depart from the Shun clan and head towards the Hahuan sect. After a prolonged silence, Shun Tianling states that he will respect all your decisions. You summon Shun Ainley and request her to assess your recent fortune. Shun Ainley gazes at you in astonishment, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. She informs you that she cannot discern your recent fortune, as it is shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to perceive. You inquire whether there is any danger. With an adorably dazed expression, Shun Ainley assures you there is none. The next day, after arranging all necessary matters, you pack your belongings and step outside. Just as you exit the gates of the Shun clan, you unexpectedly collide with Nye Chutsong. Watching the updated simulation, combined with Shun Ainley's statement of no danger, Wang Li suddenly finds solace and smiles. Byd, once again playing me. Wang Li is now prepared to conclude the simulation. As you behold Nye Chutsong leisurely enjoying the shade beneath a large tree. Your expression darkens. You prepare for self-detonation. Your complexion shifts dramatically as you feel your internal powers restrained. Removing the jade mask from your face, you step forward deliberately until you stand before Niechutsong. With a flick of his fingers, Niechutsong molds the earth into a seat for you and pours you a cup of tea. His gaze towards you is filled with admiration. Niechutsong praises you as a rare individual blessed with exceptional fortune, achieving the great perfection of the core formation stage at the tender age of 27, a feat seldom seen. Even in ancient times, hearing his words, a flicker of terror crosses your eyes. You had not anticipated that. Merely upon first meeting, Niechutsong would see through you so completely he perceives you as a promising talent. Niechutsong inquires whether you would be willing to take him as your master. Employing this tactic again, Wang Li had already seen through Niechutsong's character in previous simulations. Faced with this familiar approach, he can only smile helplessly. Will you take Niechutsong as your master? Yes or no, the choice reappears before Wang Li's eyes. After a moment of silence, he chooses yes. Very well. Let me humble myself before you, old dog, that a true man can bend and stretch. A temporary setback is merely a precursor to greater progress. After making his choice, Wang Li's expression darkens. Despite their irreconcilable enmity, it is said that a gentleman's revenge is best served 100 years later. Patience is the path of righteousness. Your attitude pleases Niechutsong, who reveals a slight smile on his wrinkled face. Niechutsong requests the everlasting pearl from you. He releases a portion of your magical energy. With a sigh, you inform Niechutsong that you are aware the everlasting pearl attracts misfortune. Thus, you have hidden it in a mysterious realm. Niechutsong's smile abruptly vanishes. He inquires about the nature of this realm. You explain that it is a mystical domain managed by the Tianyi sect. You notice Niechutsong's expression darkening further. You urge him not to worry, assuring him that you know the precise location and that arrangements can be made for retrieval when it opens again. Niechutsong's demeanor softens considerably. He then requests your soul blood. Will you surrender your soul blood? Yes or no soul blood? Wang Li's pupils constrict sharply. Soul blood is of utmost importance to a cultivator, directly tied to one's life and livelihood. Should it fall into another's hands, all that one possesses could be usurped. As the saying goes, once soul blood enters another's grasp, freedom on the path of immortality is lost. Life and death at the whim of the master, rendering a century of arduous cultivation as mere water flowing away. Very well, it is merely a simulation. What does it matter whether I comply or not? After so many iterations, I have come to understand one thing. Survival is paramount. Only by living can I accomplish more that I ask for settling the score with Niechutsong. We can address that in reality later. Wang Li chooses yes. You decide to hand over your soul blood to Niechutsong. However, just as you retrieve the soul blood, a talisman flies from your storage bag, whisking you away from Niechutsong's presence. Wang Li is taken aback. What on earth just happened? In a whirl of chaos, you find yourself in a frigid and snowy expanse. You gaze in astonishment at the endless white, feeling somewhat disoriented. On the ground, you discover a shattered talisman. This talisman, you realize, is the mysterious teleportation talisman you once found among Shunpo's relics. The teleportation talisman from Shunpo's relics? Its existence was so inconspicuous that I nearly overlooked it. Yet it unexpectedly aided me at this critical juncture within the simulation. Wang Li is equally surprised. You pick up the broken talisman, curious as to why it activated suddenly and transported you away. You stow the talisman in your storage bag and begin to explore the icy world around you. You don the jade mask once more and take the skies on your sword amidst the swirling snow. Crystal clear snowflakes fall upon your head and shoulders. You hold a delicate snowflake in your hand, your thoughts drifting back to your past life. You tuck away those memories, allowing the falling snow to envelop you without altering your expression. Continuing onward, you discover a village and enter, intending to ask for directions to your dismay. The village is devoid of any living beings, all inhabitants frozen in ice. Your brow furrows in concern. Within the village, you find several books and learn that you are currently situated in the Snow Spirit Kingdom. After spending several days in the village, one day you sense a flying sword passing overhead. You take to the skies on your own sword, pursuing the flying cultivator. You intercept the female cultivator soaring through the air. With her eyes filled with wariness, she informs you that this is the northern spirit domain. Your heart races in shock. You had not anticipated that Shunpo's teleportation talisman would bring you to the northern spirit domain. You inquire about the nearest major cultivation market. The female cultivator hesitates briefly before informing you that she too is heading to the market and invites you to accompany her. You agree. You offer her some low-grade spirit stones, which she accepts nonchalantly, seemingly unimpressed. Half an hour later, you and the female cultivator arrive at the nearby market. Upon entering, you part ways with her and begin searching for useful information, such as maps leading to the southern spirit domain. As you reach the market center, you inadvertently spot the sign of the Wanbao Pavilion. My goodness, has Wanbao Pavilion grown this large? The shops have now extended their reach to the North Spirit Domain. Upon witnessing the presence of the Wanbao Pavilion in the North Spirit Domain, Wang Li was immediately taken aback. Prior to this moment, his understanding of Wanbao Pavilion had been rather limited. He had perceived it merely as a merchant association founded by a nascent soul cultivator, large in scale, yet not sufficiently comparable to those prominent families and sects. To his astonishment, it has now been confirmed that both the South Spirit Domain and the North Spirit Domain boast a Wanbao Pavilion, leaving him to ponder whether the East and West Spirit Domains share the same fortune. That if they do, it would indeed be extraordinary, Wang Li reflected. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, he ventured into the Wanbao Pavilion. Inside, he procured a map and discovered that flying from the North Spirit Domain to the South Spirit Domain would require no less than a year. This revelation left him in a state of shock. When he inquired with the shopkeeper about their means of transporting goods back to the South Spirit Domain, he learned that they relied on flying spirit beasts for such endeavors. Upon asking about the existence of teleportation arrays, the shopkeeper informed him that none were available, which left him somewhat disheartened. With the map in hand, he departed from the Wanbao Pavilion, resolved to fly diligently for an entire year towards the South Spirit Domain. Wang Li remained intent on joining the Hahuan sect, hoping to leverage its influence to assist him in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After spending a day in the market, he followed the map's directions and headed eastward. In a snow-covered forest, he encountered the female cultivator who had previously guided him to this moment. She was being pursued by two Foundation establishment cultivators. Appearing exceedingly distressed, the woman, wearing a black jade mask, recognized him and urgently sought his assistance. Would he intervene? Yes or no, the simulator presented its choice once again. Observing this scene, Wang Li promptly declined without a second thought. Although this female cultivator had once shown him the way, he had also provided her with spirit stones, thus settling their mutual debts. Moreover, he firmly believed in respecting the fates of others. It was his creed to avoid unnecessary entanglements. With the time at hand, he deemed it wiser to continue on his journey. His indifference left the female cultivator in disbelief. As her life hung in the balance, she pleaded for his help, promising to bestow upon him a secret treasure should he save her. Would he lend a hand? Yes or no. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li fell into contemplation of a secret treasure. A flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. After all, what harm could come from offering assistance? A slight delay would be inconsequential. He chose to intervene. The two pursuing Foundation establishment cultivators, upon seeing him approach, wore expressions of displeasure, and the leading male cultivator urged him to leave at once. Wang Li smiled faintly and raised the five-colored soul summoning banner in his hand. As the banner swayed gently, numerous vengeful spirits erupted forth, ensnaring the two Foundation establishment cultivators within its grasp. Witnessing their physical forms being consumed, leaving only their sorrowful souls behind, he hastily employed a technique to refine them into new ghostly servants. The masked female cultivator watched in horror, her gaze filled with trepidation as she realized that the seemingly harmless Wang Li was, in fact, a demonic cultivator. He extended his delicate, jade-like hand towards her. Her expression shifted dramatically, and the mask of black jade on her face morphed erratically. She revealed herself to be a true disciple of the Shu immortal sect and a princess of the Shuling kingdom. She vowed that should he save her, she would repay him handsomely in the future. Wang Li scoffed. Expressing his disbelief in the notion of future rewards, he demanded to see the promised secret treasure immediately. Otherwise, he would claim her as a servant. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly handed him an ancient parchment made of sheepskin. He had acquired a fragment of the Great Space Technique. The third-ranked divine art of the top 10, Great Space Technique. Wang Li, outside the simulator, was somewhat taken aback. A treasure indeed. He compelled the female cultivator to offer her soul blood. No, a case of learning on the fly, it seemed. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li could no longer hold back his amusement. Yet, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. This female cultivator was far from innocent. She needed to be taught a lesson. Faced with a choice between a lifetime of servitude and death, the female cultivator surrendered her soul blood. Hoping he would return it to her in the future, that he remained silent, stowing the fragment of the Great Space Technique away as he flew southward towards the South Spirit Domain. As he traveled, he practiced the Great Space Technique, that he discovered it to be exceedingly challenging, and despite his innate talent being enhanced numerous times, he still could not master it. He speculated that perhaps the Great Space Technique required a spatial affinity to cultivate. He tucked the fragment away in his storage ring for future study. He began to practice the spells from the Taoist immortal scripture during his journey. He revisited the Taoist immortal scripture to enhance his understanding and application of the techniques. On the long road, an idea struck him. What if he combined the great 5 elements true demon divine art with the Taoist immortal scripture? Moments later, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own fanciful notion of simultaneously cultivating 2 disparate techniques. The foremost challenge would be resolving the clashes of magical power and the imbalance of spiritual energy. Conflicts between the techniques could lead to dire consequences, ranging from severe injury to death. Amidst his extensive journey, he continued to refine his spells. By March of the 16th year, after a long trek, he finally returned to the South Spirit Domain. He felt the warm sunlight caress his shoulders. Enveloping him in a comforting embrace, he pressed on southward toward the lower domain. In the latter half of the year, he found himself once again at the Hahuan sect in the lower domain. This time, he wasted no time. He revealed his cultivation level and arranged a meeting with the sect leader, Miaoyu. Upon meeting Miaoyu, he expressed his desire to join the Hahuan sect. Miaoyu, however, was exceedingly wary and bewildered. She inquired about his intentions for joining the sect. He candidly explained that he sought their assistance to cultivate a special technique. Miaoyu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she requested that he accompany her to meet someone. He surmised that this individual must be the Yin-Yang sovereign, and he agreed without hesitation. Arriving at the Yin-Yang hall, he encountered a distinguished, elegant middle-aged man whom he recognized as the Yin-Yang sovereign. Standing alongside Miaoyu before the sovereign, she conveyed his purpose for being there. The Yin-Yang sovereign regarded him with interest and inquired about his motivations for joining the Hahuan sect. He explained that he was aware of the transformation fruit in the sovereign's possession and wished to obtain it in exchange for his allegiance to the Hahuan sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign remarked that while he was curious how one with 4 spirit roots had reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, the transformation fruit would hold little benefit for him, offering only a 30% chance of breakthrough, which was virtually negligible given his innate limitations. Without a significant opportunity, he might never transcend to the nascent soul stage. Wang Li paid little heed to the Yin-Yang sovereign's words. With his innate talent, blessing of many children, he believed that by continually procreating, his aptitude would improve over time. Throughout the years, he had observed the evolution of his 4 spirit roots, noting the shift from sluggish absorption of spiritual energy to a level comparable to that of 3 spirit roots. He was convinced that with persistent effort, his potential would eventually be enhanced sufficiently to break through to the nascent soul stage. He beseeched the Yin-Yang sovereign to permit him entry into the Hahuan sect. The sovereign chuckled, subsequently appointing him the position of vice-sect leader. Wang Li declared that his alchemical skills were unparalleled, having reached a transcendent level, making him a rare gem even among the 4 great domains. You expressed your desire to join the Dan Hall and assume the position of elder. The Yin-Yang sovereign pondered for a moment before agreeing to your proposal, cautioning you not to disappoint him. You conveyed that your intentions were driven by personal gain, stating that as long as the Hahuan sect met your interests, you would devote yourself wholeheartedly to its service. The discussion concluded, and you formally became a member of the Huan sect. You began to produce a copious amount of medicinal pills for the sect, crafting numerous spiritual artifacts and fashioning array flags. Your performance earned the approval of the celestial Maiden Miaoyu. The Yin-Yang sovereign acknowledged your contributions. In the 17th year, you approached Miaoyu, requesting her assistance in providing a considerable number of female cultivators for your training purposes. She nodded in agreement, but a few days later, Miaoyu presented you with 10 enchanting female cultivators. Observing the untouched purity of these women, you established rules for procreation. For each child born, they would receive a share of cultivation resources, following the path you had previously tread in the 18th year. The female cultivators bore you a multitude of children, and you granted each a tangible reward. The blessing of abundant offspring activated, enhancing your overall attributes. You sensed a significant increase in your innate potential, reaching a level equivalent to possessing 3 spiritual roots. You sought an audience with the Yin-Yang sovereign, who granted you permission to meet once more in the Grand Hall. The sovereign inquired about your recent circumstances, and you answered truthfully. He then asked the purpose of your visit. You presented the fragment of the Great Space Technique, expressing your desire to exchange it for a transformation fruit. After a moment of silence, the Yin-Yang sovereign questioned your urgency for a breakthrough, stating that even if he granted you the fruit, your qualifications would not suffice for a successful transformation. You revealed that you were being pursued by a fully realized nascent soul cultivator. You explained that you lived in constant fear and believed that only by continuously enhancing your strength could you hope to escape your fate. Upon hearing this, the Yin-Yang sovereign accepted the fragment and gifted you the transformation fruit, assuring you that as long as you devoted yourself to the Huan sect, no one would dare to threaten you unless a divine being intervened. You felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the sovereign's words exuded authority. It was no wonder that the Huan sect had risen to prominence among the 7 demonic sects, becoming a leader in the dark paths. The righteous factions had suffered defeats at the hands of the demonic sects for good reason. Even after multiple simulations, Wang Li's admiration for the Yin-Yang sovereign remained undiminished. He was undeniably a formidable leader of the demonic sect, responsible, capable, strategic, and powerful. After departing with the transformation fruit, you continued your alchemical and artifact crafting endeavors for the Huan sect. In the 19th year, Miaoyu delivered 20 more young and beautiful female cultivators to you. The following year, with the birth of yet another batch of children, you sensed the continuous gathering of spiritual energy in the world. You consumed the transformation fruit, preparing for your breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Here it was, the moment of truth, whether success or failure hinged upon this attempt. Wang Li, upon seeing the simulator update to your breakthrough phase, displayed a hint of seriousness. Just as you drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather in your dantian, channeling it through the bridge of heaven and earth into your golden elixir. Preparing to transform the elixir into a nascent soul, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. You observed a multitude of dark threads manifest before your eyes. Not good. Wang Li seemed to realize something and shouted urgently. However, before he could finish, the simulator's progress updated instantaneously. During your breakthrough, you triggered a curse set by a mysterious entity. You attempted to struggle, but found yourself completely restrained by an unseen force, rendering you immobile, as countless dark threads and peculiar energies infiltrated your body. Your physical form began to collapse under the duress of life and death. Aided by the enigmatic energy, you transcended the golden elixir realm and successfully formed your nascent soul. Before your nascent soul could fully awaken its consciousness, it began to disintegrate. Your soul was subjected to a soul extraction technique by the mysterious entity. As your consciousness was obliterated, your innate treasure, the heavenly refining cauldron, detonated autonomously. You perished, gazing at the blood-red words. Wang Li uttered the 4 chilling characters, soul extraction. Subsequently, as if drained of all strength, he leaned against the stone wall of the cave, exhaling deeply, his expression dark and foreboding. Who could it be that had not appeared before him, yet had the audacity to employ soul extraction from afar? Such a method could not possibly be wielded by a mere nascent soul cultivator. To execute soul extraction silently, along with additional techniques, Effortlessly dismantling his physical form and golden elixir was a feat beyond ordinary means that it seemed that the Taisu immortal scripture was indeed not to be trifled with. Nie Song once remarked, "The immortal scripture is not to be practiced by those without great fortune. Otherwise, it leads only to death." Without the protection of auspicious fate, an ordinary person cannot evade the misfortunes brought about by the immortal scripture. Merely simulating cultivation had summoned calamity. Fortunately, in reality, I still practiced the soul-refining sex profound techniques. Wang Li had resolved that he would not touch the Taisu immortal scripture again until he cultivated the great fortune technique. The Taisu immortal scripture was undeniably powerful. Even if one merely extracted the 10 great techniques recorded in its fragments, they were unparalleled marvels within the realm of cultivation. Firstly, the thought seal immortal. It allows one to seal the magical powers of others at will, instilling a terrifying suppression on those of lower cultivation. This was precisely what Wang Li feared most about Nie Song. Should Nie Song employ the thought seal immortal upon encountering him, Wang Li would have no chance of turning the tide. Not even self-destruction would be feasible. Next was the distance bridging technique, an unparalleled teleportation skill, capable of traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The illusion-breaking insight, a divine art that reveals the true nature of all things. Enabling swift identification of an opponent's weaknesses during combat, the divine and demonic duality. Akin to the earthly transformation technique, it allows for immense growth in size and strength. The form manifestation. It allows for any transformation of form, enabling one to become any entity. The stillness to motion. It can convert inanimate objects into creatures, granting them strength equivalent to one major realm below the practitioner. The enlightenment of beings. It can easily endow creatures with intelligence, or brainwash and hypnotize to alter their inner beliefs. The mountain shaking and sea moving technique. It enhances physical strength, and upon reaching mastery, allows one to easily shake mountains and seas. The divine light severing finger, channeling magical power into one's fingertip. It can cleave through anything with full force. The concealment technique, an exceptionally advanced method of invisibility. However, more terrifying than these formidable techniques were the effects of the Taisu immortal scripture. The scripture's fragments detailed 6 major effects. The Taisu immortal barrier. The scripture automatically operates within the practitioner, generating a powerful barrier that can withstand most magical attacks. The Taisu immortal power. It opens the practitioner as 365 celestial orifices, connecting them to the dantian, allowing for a continuous transformation of the surrounding spiritual energy into magical power. The Taisu immortal body. It gradually transforms the practitioner's physique into a near-limitless combat machine. As long as magical power remains, the practitioner will never tire. The Taisu immortal soul. It progressively strengthens the practitioner's spiritual essence, enabling them to resist most psychological attacks. The Taisu limitless. It significantly enhances the practitioner's dantian, allowing for a magical power reserve far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. The Taisu infinite. It gradually elevates the practitioner's aptitude and comprehension. The specifics of the enhancement remain unknown, but it occurs once every decade of cultivation. This is precisely why Wang Li feared Nie Song. Had he not encountered the Taisu immortal scripture, one might think Nie Song was merely formidable, easily extinguishable with a snap of the fingers. However, once one has witnessed it, the true terror of Nie Song becomes apparent. Consider if a fully realized nascent soul cultivator, who has practiced the Taisu immortal scripture for countless years, were to seek your trouble daily. Would you not be afraid? Upon this contemplation, Wang Li could not help but recall another individual, the Yin-Yang Master. Indeed, the Yin-Yang Master is no ordinary figure, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Nie Song. After softly muttering these thoughts, Wang Li turned his gaze towards the simulated rewards. Upon concluding the simulation, he could select 2 rewards from the following options, in addition to purchasing 1 item to take back using simulation points. Dragon Spirit and Tiger Might. Your vitality and yang energy are exceedingly vigorous, making you a standout even among cultivators. Your fighting spirit is remarkably high. Even when faced with adversity, you do not easily surrender, continuously seeking opportunities to turn the tide. Current simulated cultivation level. early yuanying, incomplete. With the aid of the transformation fruit, your own fortune, and the infusion of mysterious energy, you have successfully broken through to the yuanying realm. However, due to the lack of subsequent spiritual power and the excessive burden of mysterious energy on your yuanying, it ultimately collapsed, leaving you at a pseudo-yuanying stage, situated between the Jiedan and yuanying realms. Alchemist Mastery Experience. The experience gained from alchemy during the simulation. Refiner Mastery Experience. The experience gained from refining during the simulation. Formation Mastery Experience. The experience gained from practicing formations during the simulation. 1 billion Spirit Stones. Your earnings from work. Not usable in simulation. Transformation Fruit. One of the top 10 treasures of the Tianshu continent. It grows in extremely cold and dark places. Bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item can increase the probability of forming a fetus by 30% and can prolong the lifespan of the consumer. Dan Fong. All the recipes you have mastered during the simulation. Zhen Fa. All the formations you have mastered. Spell Cultivation Experience. The experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Heavenly Refining Cauldron. A life-bound treasure that can grow. It is a rare artifact with a significant potential for growth due to exquisite refining techniques and materials. Complete Demon Path Compendium. All the knowledge of the demonic sects you have perused in the Hawan Sect's Transmission Tower. 5-colored soul banner. A high-grade soul banner transformed from the 5-colored cloud banner. It evokes a sense of dread and mystery. Shun Po's Relics. The relics left behind by Shun Po, fragment of the Great Space Technique, ranked 3rd among the 10 great divine abilities in the cultivation world. Possessing boundless and marvelous powers. Yuanying Realm. Could it be that I successfully broke through in the simulator? Upon seeing the first reward, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. However, after reading the subsequent descriptions, he could only chuckle wryly. Well, it turns out to be merely a pseudo-yuanying stage. Yet for me, achieving the pseudo-yuanying stage is satisfactory. As long as I can find some powerful natural treasures to facilitate a breakthrough, this pseudo-yuanying can transform into a true yuanying. Quickly scanning through the list of rewards, Wang Li ultimately chose the early yuanying, incomplete, and Shun Po's relics. The yellow level talent could be disregarded, but the cultivation level and the relics were essential. The teleportation token among Shun Po's relics was, for him at this moment, nothing short of a life-saving artifact. Although Wang Li did not know how to operate it, the simulator indicated that this item seemed to possess an automatic protective function, capable of activating itself to lead its owner out of peril. The essence of yuanying was infused into him. Wang Li immediately felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring in from all directions. Recognizing this, he hastily mobilized his mana to begin refining it. Half a year later, as heavy snow fell and the mountains were blanketed in white, Wang Li's golden Dan had transformed into a small figure strikingly similar to himself. Although this figure appeared rather stiff and lacked the liveliness typical of a true yuanying, it mattered not to Wang Li. As long as it was yuanying, that sufficed. One day, it would awaken its intelligence, evolving into a genuine yuanying. With his realm stabilized, and after tidying up his belongings, Wang Li opened his cave and gazed at the icy world outside, softly murmuring, 12 years traversed, today I transform into a yuanying. Niechut song. I believe we shall meet again. With that, Wang Li soared into the sky on his sword, departing the mountains where he had secluded himself for half a year. His sole destination was the Shun clan of immortals. However, just as Wang Li flew 1,000 miles, an elderly man with a sage-like demeanor and white beard obstructed his path, smiling as he regarded him. We meet again, young friend Wang Li. Wang Li regarded the sudden roadblock with a subtle shift in expression. Upon seeing the old man's countenance, he was surprised to encounter an old acquaintance here, if one were to consider it seriously. He ought to be grateful to this old man for having once warned him that he would meet his demise in 8 years. Nevertheless, currently, he found himself in a precarious situation, making it unnecessary to acknowledge him, lest he expose himself further. Thus, Wang Li feigned unfamiliarity and coldly inquired, "May I ask your name? Why do you block my way?" Seeing Wang Li's demeanor, the old man chuckled, stroking his beard, and pointed with his feather duster towards the cultivation marketplace within the mountains. Why must an old friend be so distant? Why not sit in the marketplace for a spell? Could it be that young friend Wang Li fears I might reveal your whereabouts to the Li clan of immortals? I am Lu Zichong. I'm not who you claim to be, Wang Li. Wang Li remained aloof. Noticing Wang Li's reluctance to acknowledge him, the old man shook his head, continuing to smile. Young friend Wang Li, I once practiced a secret art that allows me to record the essence of everyone I have encountered throughout my life. While I am unaware of how you escaped the Li clan, I possess an opportunity that is exceptionally suited for you. Might you be interested? Wang Li's expression grew even colder. Did this old man take him for a fool, attempting to deceive him with opportunities? If there truly were an opportunity, this old man would surely have claimed it for himself long ago. Why would he leave it for Wang Li? Could it be that in this predatory cultivation world, there truly existed benevolent souls willing to assist others? Wang Li harbored no such beliefs. Moreover, their relationship was neither intimate nor familial. Even if the old man had genuine opportunities, he would not bestow them upon Wang Li for no reason. Thus, there must be a hidden agenda. After scrutinizing the old man deeply, Wang Li spoke in a flat tone. Old man, we are not acquaintances. Our relationship is merely one of normal commerce. I will count to 3. And I ask that you step aside and cease obstructing my path to AS with the so-called opportunity you mentioned. Enjoy it yourself. I'm not blessed enough to partake. As he spoke, Wang Li began to distance himself. Ever since the old man had appeared before him, Wang Li had been attempting to discern his cultivation level. Regrettably, he had gleaned nothing. The old man was shrouded in a veil of mystery, either due to his techniques or his cultivation level far surpassing Wang Li's. Seeing Wang Li attempt to create distance, a dismissive expression crossed the old man's aged countenance, and he reached out toward Wang Li. Young friend, I fear that this time, you truly must come with me. As the old man extended his hand to grasp him, Wang Li, who had been prepared, moved faster than him. In an instant, he was behind the old man, wielding a substantial amount of black energy that seeped into the old man's body. Only after extracting a golden dan from his dantian did a relieved smile finally appear on Wang Li's face. He then burst into hearty laughter. So you are merely a cultivator at the initial stage of Jiedon. I thought your concealment was due to your superiority. Who knew you were merely an insignificant insect? Yuan-ing cultivator? How is it possible? You are Yuan-ing cultivator? The white-bearded old man turned pale upon sensing the faint aura emanating from Wang Li as he extracted the golden dan. Wang Li had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the old man. With a flick of his finger, thousands of soul locks, formed from condensed mana, ensnared the old man, rendering him as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Spare me, young friend Wang Li. I have secret treasures to offer. You truly are senile. By killing you, everything you possess becomes mine. Wang Li replied with a cold smirk. With a swift motion, he performed soul extraction and refinement, instantly converting the old as the soul banner swayed slightly. A lonely soul settled within it. However, after probing the old man's memories, Wang Li's expression turned grave. Such occurrences exist in the cultivation world. It seems these so-called righteous factions are indeed rotten to the core. Unbeknownst to many, a simple search can lead to startling revelations. It turns out that this white-bearded old man is deeply involved in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. The so-called trafficking entails capturing unanchored rogue cultivators from various locations and selling them to the Danwang Valley for the purpose of refining them into so-called human Dan, thus acquiring resources to bolster one's power. Alternatively, he may masquerade his intentions under the guise of hosting an apprenticeship conference, luring a throng of rogue cultivators to attend and subsequently capturing them in the name of the event, handing them over to Danwang Valley. Particularly concerning is the fact that, according to Wang Li's current recollections, the white-bearded old man has conducted such conferences countless times, each time managing to attract a multitude of participants. One can only surmise that if Wang Li did not possess certain skills, he might have already been packaged and dispatched to Danwang Valley, transformed into human Dan and consumed by an unknown entity. After assimilating the memories of the white-bearded old man, Wang Li secured his corporeal form and the storage ring before continuing his journey on his sword. As the saying goes, one may know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Had it not been for today's incident, I might have regarded this old man as a true master of the gaming world. Days later, utilizing the map of the Qi kingdom that he had plundered from the Wanbao pavilion, Wang Li arrived at the Hongfeng mountain range, home to the Shun clan of immortals, and took residence in the Shun clan's immortal workshop. After expending a modest sum of spirit stones, he rented a cave dwelling within the workshop and proceeded to open the storage ring of the white-bearded old man to take stock of the items within. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. This old man was indeed affluent, and I have benefited from it. Among the items was a low-grade magical artifact, the star-pursuing boots. When fully activated, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would struggle to keep pace. The method of concealment, Tai Su Shinin, could it possibly be related to the Tai Su immortal canon? Wang Li meticulously perused the contents, and soon discovered that this concealment technique bore no connection to the Tai Su immortal canon, but was rather a homage created by an anonymous ancient cultivator paying respect to the Tai Su celestial master. This homage suggests that the Tai Su celestial master holds substantial weight in the hearts of certain ancient cultivators. However, information regarding the last descendant is exceedingly scarce. Even the chronicles of the cultivation world merely mention him as the last descendant, far less lively than the immortal estate he left behind. Tai Su Wang Qi, have I found it? Is this the technique capable of recording the essence of others? Yet why is it called Tai Su and considered a homage? Next, Wang Li unearthed a plethora of elixirs and various cultivation techniques from the white-bearded old man's storage ring. Just as he was about to lose interest in his search, he extracted a jade orb exuding an ancient aura. Upon seeing the jade orb, Wang Li could hardly contain his excitement. Wait, how could the never-old pearl have appeared here? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wang Li suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Very well, let us proceed to the next simulation. With that, he opened the simulator interface. Life Simulation Device LV3 Upgradable Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Technique. Divine Ghost Xianming Imperial Dao True Scripture Cultivation Level. False Infant Realm Simulation Points. 107. 000 Simulation Attempts. 6 Genius Traits. Vengeful Soul Seeking. Black. Array Mastery Prodigy. Blue. Alchemy Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. External Avatar. Blue. Supreme Demon Path. Purple. Artifact Crafting Prodigy. Blue. Blessings of Many Offspring. Red. Evergreen. Blue Skills. High-Grade Alchemist. Low-Grade Array Master. Low-Grade Artifact Master. Techniques. Fireball Technique. Waterball Technique. Gravitational Technique. Wooden Shield Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Soul Binding Lock. Soul Escape. The talent hierarchy from lowest to highest is white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, multicolored. Wang Li fell into a moment of silence, channeling all his spirit stones into the simulator. Soon, his simulation points soared to 46, 020, 000. Casting a glance at the upgradable label, Wang Li chose not to upgrade just yet, opting instead to initiate a simulation. Simulator in the process of activation. You have utilized one simulation opportunity. Randomly drawing talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the red talent. Terrifying Resurgence. Terrifying Resurgence. Your presence will attract very fearsome entities. Beware, those ancient beings that have slumbered into oblivion are undergoing a strange transformation. Terrifying Resurgence. Could it be akin to a source of pollution? Upon reading the talent's description, Wang Li's expression turned peculiar. Would you like to spend 100,000 energy points to refresh your talent? Yes or no? Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li resolutely selected no for both options, then calmly continued watching the simulation unfold. I end the 3,111th year of the Qi Kingdom. In August, you took residence in the Shun clan's immortal workshop. After renting a cave dwelling, you began cultivating the Tai Su Shinin and Tai Su Wang Qi techniques acquired from the white-bearded old man. Late at night, you heard a series of thump-thump-thump sounds emanating from outside your cave. Feeling puzzled, you extended your consciousness outward, only to find nothing amiss. Amidst your confusion, you continued to practice Tai Su Shinin and Tai Su Wang Qi with your dual focus. Moments later, the thump-thump-thump sounds returned and a sudden headache pierced through you, and you realized your head had split open. Your complexion shifted drastically as you utilized your spiritual power to mend the injury and open the cave door. Before your eyes stood a pair of pale, long legs. Looking down, you were met with the sight of a blood-soaked, ghastly visage, with half of the beautiful head crushed inward. The hollow gaze sent shivers down your spine, leading you to suspect that the earlier sound were caused by this very head. Your consciousness swept across the cave, revealing that the other cultivators had all become headless specters. You employed the soul extraction and refinement technique on the female specter before you, only to find it impossible to refine. You retrieved the soul-summoning banner from your storage bag. Upon contact with the banner, you noticed a peculiar transformation occurring. Once merely a top-grade spiritual tool, the soul banner now seemed to have evolved into a conscious artifact. You hurriedly inspected the spirits within the banner, discovering that they had morphed into a special kind of entity, resembling the female specter. You attempted to contain the specter before you, but found it impossible. Perplexed, you began to analyze the specter's structure, realizing that she was not a living being, but rather a derivative of some form of rule. Killing to absorb a specific substance from the human body to complete her own rules, thus enhancing her sentience. Her method of killing involved striking the ground with her head to unleash an invisible rule that targeted living beings, causing their heads to explode. Ordinary mortals and low-tier cultivators were utterly defenseless against such a lethal rule, unless they could discover the specter's weakness. After thorough examination, you discerned that avoiding contact with the ground was the key to evading her lethal rule. As you pondered how to deal with the specter's presence, you knew that you could not allow her to continue her strikes, lest countless lives be lost. You attempted to suspend the specter from a tree, successfully preventing her from employing her head to strike the ground and activate her killing rule. You had unraveled the specter's lethal rule. Glancing at the specter hanging from the tree, you returned to your cave to study the soul-summoning banner that had undergone a transformation. Upon inspecting the soul banner in your hand, you discovered it had become a conscious entity. The soul banner conveyed to you that it required more malevolent spirits. IT warned that more horrifying entities were awakening and it needed greater power to confront them. If you could provide it with enough vengeful spirits, it could grant you a wish. You questioned the banner, asking why it had not responded when you first requested it to contain the specter. The banner explained that it was in the process of awakening and could not attend to other matters. You inquired about the origins of the spirits. The banner replied that it would not divulge any information for free. Each piece of information required an equivalent exchange of spirits. Would you choose to surrender the specter to the soul banner? Yes. Wang Li did not hesitate and chose affirmatively. You handed over the female specter hanging outside the door to the soul-summoning banner. You observed as the banner summoned a gaping maw of blood, devouring the female specter and containing her within. You sought information from the soul-summoning banner, which revealed to you that a mysterious entity appeared to have descended into this world, attracting beings from the deeper realms to awaken and reflect upon this realm. You surmised that this mysterious entity was, in fact, you, given that you bore the title of the horrific resurrection. You remained silent for a long time. Clutching the soul-summoning banner tightly, you declared to it that you were its master, and it must heed your every command. The banner remained silent, and you regarded the stillness of the soul-summoning banner. You teleported with it to a mundane village, threatening the banner by pointing at a toilet, asserting your dominion over it. It must comply with your wishes, or else you would not hesitate to confine it there forever, ensnaring it within a grand formation. The banner acquiesced, expressing a willingness to serve you. You inquired why it required the malevolent specters. The banner explained that it was merely piecing together a puzzle. Both malevolent artifacts and specters possess their own promotion pathways. As long as the puzzle is completed, they can break free from the constraints of their own rules and elevate to a higher form of existence. For instance, if a particular malevolent specter gathers its designated pieces, it can escape the bonds of its rules, even committing murder without adhering to the so-called laws of killing. The banner further elaborated on why such specters resort to murder. 1. Instinct drives the existence of specters, which inherently possess a strong propensity for aggression and a desire for bloodshed, reflecting their malevolent nature. This is an instinctive behavior, leading them to indiscriminately attack and slaughter any encountered human beings. 2. Adhering to the laws of killing. Each specter follows specific patterns of murder, predetermined rules that are beyond the specter's own will and complement its instincts. When someone triggers these patterns, the specter will kill according to the rules. 3.T maintain their existence. Specters must continually kill to replenish their spectral power, sustaining their presence and mobility. While specters cannot be killed, the only entities capable of dealing with them are other specters. However, their power depletes over time or through usage, leading them to slumber or malfunction. Murder allows them to extract additional life energy from humans, thereby maintaining their strength. Point 4. That completing the puzzle involves the concept of the puzzle of specters, wherein some specters, originally possessing high integrity, can fragment into multiple entities. These specters will seek out their respective pieces to consume, restoring their completeness, often accompanied by murder in the process. Point 5. Influenced by unknown factors, such as certain special items or environmental stimuli, specters may become more frenzied and aggressive, resulting in increased acts of murder. In the end, the soul summoning banner gazed at you helplessly, stating that in the past, worlds undergoing horrific resurrection from the deeper realms were typically ordinary urban environments devoid of extraordinary powers. It did not understand why this time the deeper realm would initiate a horrific resurrection in a world of cultivation, as such worlds possess many unstable factors that offer no advantages to specters. However, the banner concluded with a note of relief, asserting that this cultivation world indeed lacked unstable factors. You then inquired about what these unstable factors entailed. The banner informed you that the most unstable factor in a cultivation world is the heavenly path, as it is usually exceedingly powerful. In such worlds, a horrific resurrection would result in rapid suppression and consumption by the heavenly path, converting it into nutrients for the world. However, this world appears to lack a heavenly path. You were taken aback by this revelation, astonished at the absence of a heavenly path. Confusion enveloped you as you pondered deeply. Just as you were about to question the banner further, you heard someone calling your name from behind. Wang Li. Wang Li, you noticed a cold, dark hand resting upon your shoulder, extinguishing the soul lamp upon it. The soul summoning banner cautioned you that this was a soul caller specter, capable of mimicking any voice and specifically targeting solitary beings, that if its call succeeds in summoning you by name and you turn back 3 times, you would be slain by it. This is considered one of the most rudimentary types of malevolent specters. You swiftly seized the icy hand on your shoulder and brought the soul caller specter before you, offering it to the soul summoning banner. After consuming the specter, the banner expressed increased favor towards you. It stated its hope that you would assist it in collecting sufficient puzzle pieces, promising that once it breaks free from the rules, it would certainly guide you into becoming a malevolent specter. You remained non-committal regarding the banner's proposition, asserting that you had no interest in becoming a malevolent specter. Your sole desire was to ascend to immortality and everlasting life. The banner regarded your resolute gaze, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately fell into silence. Having simulated this scenario, the real Wang Li finally halted, his dark eyes staring vacantly at the stone walls of the cave, his expression inscrutable as he pondered. After a long while, he sighed. So there's no heavenly path. That it turns out this world lacks a heavenly path. Is my successful traversal into this realm due to the absence of one? Otherwise, I would have likely been eliminated as an otherworldly demon long ago. However, I have one question. Has this world never had a heavenly path, or did it exist before and later vanish for some reason? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li continued to observe the simulation, deciding that these questions could be explored in the future. As long as he lived long enough and simulated enough, the truths of this world would ultimately come to light. You returned with the soul summoning banner to the Shun clan's immortal workshop, only to find the entire place had been decimated by some entity, leaving behind a gruesome scene filled with dismembered limbs. Just as you were about to inquire further with the banner, you felt your arm being severed. Gazing at your bleeding left arm, you quickly stepped back, only to see a grotesque figure composed of mismatched limbs staring blankly at you. The soul summoning banner warned you that this was a spectral shadow, driven by an uncontrollable urge to seek out puzzle pieces, fantasizing about possessing a complete body. Thus, it frequently resorts to murder, harvesting satisfactory limbs to assemble itself. The banner explained that the killing rule of the spectral shadow involves entering the shadows of others. You ponder for a moment before asking the banner if there was a way to deal with the spectral shadow. The banner informed you that if you could pin down the spectral shadow, it would suffice. It further revealed that its very purpose was to immobilize malevolent specters. You were astounded. The banner had such power after its transformation? Wang Li was somewhat surprised. You hurled the soul-summoning banner, driving it into the head of the spectral shadow, which immediately became pinned to the ground, unable to move. The banner urged you to consume the spectral shadow. Confused and perplexed, you hesitated. The banner explained that the will of the deeper world's heavenly path had informed it that the deeper realm yearned for your involvement. If you devoured the spectral shadow, the heavenly path would use it to transform your body, allowing you to replace the spectral shadow. How intriguing, Wang Li mused, a rare smile gracing his features. He had never expected to be favored by the esteemed heavenly path. It was indeed an honor. Yet, you appeared hesitant, contemplating whether to become a specter. Just then, a classic choice appeared on the simulator. Faced with the two options, the real Wang Li also displayed uncertainty. However, considering the significant changes in this simulated world, he ultimately opted for affirmation. Since the entire world had undergone a horrific resurrection, what harm would it be to transform into a specter? Perhaps he could also explore the limits of a specter's capabilities. You chose affirmatively, consuming the spectral shadow. You felt the gaze of a towering will upon you. Your body underwent transformation by the will of the deeper world. You replaced the spectral shadow, becoming a conscious entity of its kind. The essence of your Yuan-Ing was erased by invisible rules. Fortunately, you could still maintain contact with your external incarnation, and you sighed in relief. You inquired of the soul-summoning banner as to why your Yuan-Ing had been erased and why you could not cultivate as a specter. The banner explained that specters are products of rules, existing in dependence upon them. Specters cannot cultivate. Their only means of becoming stronger is by absorbing other malevolent specters to complete their respective puzzles. The banner added that many specters with complete puzzles could triumph even against celestial beings, converting them into their specter slaves. That is it truly impossible to continue cultivating. I had initially believed that by transforming into the enigmatic queen, I would be able to continue my cultivation. Alas, that was not to be. However, I find solace in the existence of my external incarnation. Should the guise of the queen prove insufficient, I can transfer my entire will to my external form. It seems I chose this talent wisely. After taking a deep breath, Wang Li continued to observe the simulation. You inquired about the soul-retrieving banner and its earlier mention of something far more terrifying awakening. What does that entail? The soul-retrieving banner explained that the eerie energy of the deep world would corrupt ancient entities that had long since perished, causing them to emerge from the river of time as malevolent specters. Descending upon the mortal realm in the realm of cultivation where you reside, there are an abundance of horrifying ancient entities. Should they undergo this corruption, it would spell disaster for lesser malevolent specters. However, in the past, it would have been a cause for concern. Now, it lacks nothing, for you are a being chosen by the deep world, and so shall safeguard you from being absorbed by the malevolent specters transformed from those ancient entities, preventing you from becoming merely a piece of a puzzle. Your countenance softened slightly. The soul-retrieving banner suggested that you accompany it to seek out the malevolent specters, suppressing and absorbing them to gather the pieces of your puzzle. You readily agreed. Thus, you and the soul-retrieving banner traversed the realm of cultivation, searching for the shadows of the malevolent. That a year later, the terrifying resurgence in the realm of cultivation intensified, and the entire Tianshu continent became a stage for the revival of malevolent specters, claiming lives indiscriminately. The mortal realm resembled a hellish landscape, with malevolent specters running rampant and beings extinguished. Countless mortals were slaughtered, their life energy siphoned away by these specters. Meanwhile, the powerful cultivators thrived, standing resolute in the face of calamity. You were not surprised by this outcome. Although only the eerie could contend with the eerie, the powerful cultivators were not helpless against the specters, provided they discerned the patterns of their killings. The so-called eerie would collapse without any effort, failing to gain any significant foothold. With the soul-retrieving banner, you absorbed the malevolent specters, collecting pieces of your puzzle. During this year, you acquired a pair of eerie hands and eerie eyes. The eerie hands possessed the ability to suppress malevolent specters, while the eerie eyes can banish any being into a realm of chaos. In the second year, with the assistance of the soul-retrieving banner, you collected another piece of the malevolent puzzle. This piece belonged to a particularly formidable malevolent specter, capable of triggering its lethal patterns with ease. The mere mention of the word eerie would summon it before you in an instant, poised to strike you down. Upon absorbing this piece, you gained the specter's abilities, allowing you to respond to any being that uttered the term ghost. With this newfound power, you infiltrated the Li clan of immortals and seized your external incarnation. You transferred all your treasures to this external form and directed it to a concealed location to focus on its cultivation. By the third year, an increasing number of cultivators had discerned strategies to counter the eerie. Through the combined efforts of numerous cultivators, the malevolent specters gradually faced targeted extermination. You and the soul-retrieving banner operated in the shadows, greedily absorbing the malevolent specters that fell victim to the cultivator strategies, integrating them into your being to form a complete puzzle. As your puzzle became more refined, you acquired an ever-growing array of abilities. Among these, the piece representing the starving ghost greatly enhanced your efficiency in absorbing malevolent specters. Sensing a hint of danger, you prepared to act, only to be cleaved in two by a blade of light. You felt all the pieces within you scatter. You heard the soul-retrieving banner mention an origin artifact. Your eerie form was rendered inoperable. You and the soul-retrieving banner were banished to a realm of chaos. Just before the banishment, through your eerie eyes, you beheld a colossal skull hurtling through the vastness of the cosmos, racing toward the Tianshu continent at a speed surpassing that of light. The soul-retrieving banner gasped, exclaiming Death Star in a whirlwind of chaos. You and the soul-retrieving banner found yourselves in a tumultuous space. You watched as the storm relentlessly eroded your eerie form, only for it to continually reconstitute itself. You marveled at the formidable nature of the malevolent specter. Time flowed differently, and after countless deaths, your will finally reached its limit. You sense your consciousness waning and, in terror, questioned the soul-retrieving banner as to why this was happening. It explained that this was the realm of the heavenly Tao, akin to the stomach of the heavenly Tao itself. Anything that entered would be assimilated and absorbed. You challenged the soul-retrieving banner, recalling its earlier assertion that the eerie could not be killed and that only the eerie could contend with the eerie. Why, then, was your consciousness fading? The soul-retrieving banner revealed that its prior statements were incomplete. The reason the eerie could not be extinguished was due to the indelible nature of its rules. Yet, once those rules were obliterated, the eerie would perish. The reason only the eerie could contend with the eerie was that only rules could counter rules. Its earlier guidance was intended to lead you down the path of the eerie. As the deep world required you, you were taken aback, yet it felt somewhat expected. The soul-retrieving banner's shifting demeanor had made you wary of it all along. You attempted to retract your consciousness to your external incarnation, but discovered you could not. Time passed, and your consciousness faded, your eerie form ultimately obliterated and assimilated by the realm of the heavenly Tao. You were dead. Lacking a soul, you could not trigger your passive talents. The simulation concluded. Indeed, one cannot trust ghostly tales. Wang Li humorously remarked before turning his gaze to the rewards of this simulation. Its conclusion. He had the option to choose two rewards from the following list and purchase one additional item with simulation points. Terrifying resurgence. Your presence will attract something truly dreadful. Be cautious. Ancient entities that have slumbered and perished are undergoing eerie transformations. Current simulation realm. Initial stage of Yuan-Ing, damaged eerie shadow, a malevolent specter that has been rendered inoperable, possessing the ability to invade other shadows and claim their lives. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deep world. Eerie, a malevolent specter that has been rendered inoperable, capable of responding to any being that mentions eerie, appearing at their side to claim their lives. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deep world. Eerie artifact, soul-retrieving banner, a malevolent specter that has been rendered inoperable, possessing the ability to suppress the eerie, but cannot be wielded. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deep world. Eerie eyes, a shattered piece belonging to a ghost, capable of effortlessly discerning the identities of beings, gazing into the farthest reaches, and banishing beings to a realm of chaos. It is inoperable but can be wielded. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deep world, ghostly hands, a piece from a powerful malevolent specter. Possessing the ability to suppress malevolent specters. It is inoperable but can be wielded. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deep world. Starving ghost, a malevolent specter that has been rendered inoperable. Capable of devouring beings and assimilating them. It can be wielded. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deep world. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones you pilfered through eerie abilities within the simulator. Not usable in simulations. The gift of the external incarnation. After issuing the command for your external incarnation to diligently cultivate, it commenced an unceasing regimen of training until the moment of its demise. Upon selection, you will receive the gifts it bequeathed. Is it all eerie? Wang Li's expression reflected his confusion. However, upon recalling the nature of this simulation, where he had been engaged with the eerie throughout, he found clarity. He then turned his attention to the rewards. The gift of the external incarnation. This was the first time he had encountered such a reward. Yet it made sense. In prior simulations, external incarnations had typically been the first to perish, and this time it was he who had met his end. He pondered what utility the gift from his external incarnation would hold for him. After a long deliberation, Wang Li chose the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones along with the gift of the external incarnation. Regrettably, he was not an extreme individual. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to select the terrifying resurgence and indulge everyone in the experience. As he watched the reward panel close, Wang Li spoke softly. Subsequently, he activated the gift of the external incarnation. In an instant, a radiant light surged into Wang Li's being, illuminating his Yuan Ying from within. As the Yuan Ying opened its eyes, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged into his body. Guided by the Yuan Ying to fortify his physique, expand his meridians, and establish a purple cave dwelling upon the bridge of heaven and earth within his dantian, providing a sanctuary for the Yuan Ying. Just how long had my external incarnation survived? Merely the gift alone has ignited my Yuan Ying. Upon sensing the flow of energy within his body and realizing that he had truly become a Yuan Ying cultivator, Wang Li could hardly contain his exhilaration. It appeared that much had transpired in the simulator while I was obliterated by the heavenly Tao space. However, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Did the soul-summoning banner not claim that this world lacked a heavenly Tao? Why then did it ultimately assert that both I and the space it inhabited were part of the heavenly Tao? Furthermore, what manner of being was that mysterious figure cloaked in black, shrouded in mist, who struck me down with a single sword and subsequently exiled us to the heavenly Tao space? Such power is truly unfathomable. Yes, soon as Wang Li finished his contemplation, a cacophony of curses erupted around him. To the steward of the cave, I send my regards to your mother. Where is the spiritual energy? I was in the midst of a breakthrough. How dare you cut off the supply? Steward, I curse your old mother. Accelerate the flow of spiritual energy. Do not keep my brothers waiting too long. Hearing the uproar around him, Wang Li managed an awkward smile before resuming his meditative posture, focusing on consolidating his cultivation. Half a month later, with the successful cultivation of the Tai Su Shun Yin and Tai Su Wang Qi techniques, Wang Li emerged from the cave, seizing the cover of night to infiltrate the Shun family's celestial clan. Along the way, he utilized the phasing technique from the Shangui, Xianming, Yudao, Zhenjing to obscure his presence, traversing the expansive family mountains, guided by the record from his previous simulation. He wasted no time and made his way towards the rear mountains of the Shan clan. Under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement hall disciples, Wang Li entered the colossal stone pavilion atop the rear mountain peak, where he beheld a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator, Shun Tianling, devouring the captured demonic beasts raw in the valley below, with blood and flesh flying, surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy. It was a terrifying sight, just as Wang Li was poised to admonish Shun Tianling against the practice of demonic arts. A figure suddenly materialized before him, smiling as they regarded him. Young friend, may I inquire what brings you to my clan at such a late hour? Upon seeing the elder who stood before him, Wang Li's expression shifted as he realized he could not discern the elder's cultivation level. This individual was undoubtedly far superior to him. What was this situation? Why did it differ so drastically from the simulated scenarios? During the simulation, I had infiltrated under the cover of night without encountering such a figure. Wang Li, his countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, asked, "How should I address you, esteemed senior?" Rather than fleeing, he opted to clasp his fists in respect, inquiring about the elder's identity. "I am Shunpa." The elder had scarcely finished his introduction when Wang Li interjected. "You are Shunpa? Impossible! Shunpa is already deceased." The elder paused momentarily, then looked at Wang Li with an expression of incredulity. "Young one, could you not allow me to finish my words? I am Shunpa's son. And do not curse my father. He is alive and well. His soul tablet has yet to shatter." Though unable to track his father's whereabouts through the soul tablet, Wang Li felt a flicker of surprise at the elder's revelation. It was only logical, considering that during the simulation, he had thoroughly searched the cave beneath the still waters and found no trace of Shunpa's remains. From that moment, Wang Li had surmised there was a reasonable chance Shunpa still lived. Yet if Shunpa was indeed alive, where could he be? The upper realm. Esteemed senior, I ventured into the Shun clan under the cover of night solely to prevent Shin Tianling from practicing demonic arts. Do you believe me? I do not. The elder in white spoke without a hint of hesitation. Very well. Since you do not trust me, I shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, Wang Li attempted to teleport away. However, as the elder slightly raised his hand, Wang Li found himself yanked back from a distance he had just traversed. How is this possible? I had clearly teleported away, yet a formidable force has drawn me back. A sense of trepidation washed over Wang Li as he quickly regained his composure, staring at the elder in white. Are you a transformation god cultivator? Wang Li swallowed hard, his expression betraying his alarm. Even fleeing 1,000 miles, he had been pulled back in an instant. Such prowess could only belong to a transformation god cultivator. It seems your understanding of transformation god cultivators is rather limited. I am merely a humble Yuan in great perfection, a Yuan in great perfection possesses such might. Wang Li was astonished, admitting that he had previously underestimated the strength of those at the Yuan in great perfection level. Well, consider it your misfortune. Had you arrived a day later, you would have evaded me. But since we have crossed paths, prepare to pay with your life. The elder in white raised his hand, preparing to execute Wang Li. Esteemed senior, are you truly resolved to kill me? Wang Li's complexion shifted as he felt the palpable killing intent emanating from the elder. The elder's demeanor remained cold and expressionless as he replied. What other choice do I have? Since you dared to infiltrate the Shin clan, you must face the consequences that I intend to use your Yuaning to deter those who would dare to assault the Shin clan. This elder was no ordinary figure. Even with my cultivation of Tai Su Shinin, he could still perceive my true level. Just as Wang Li contemplated this, he witnessed the elder forming a seal with his hands. Sealing away Wang Li's cultivation to IT was then that Wang Li comprehended how the elder had discerned his capabilities. This elder too had cultivated the Tai Su Xianjing. It appeared that he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Wang Li's expression hardened as he raised his hand to interrupt the elder. Esteemed senior, I must confess, I infiltrated the Shun clan to return the relic of Shunpa. The elder's finger hovered at Wang Li's neck. My father's relic. A flicker of emotion crossed the elder's face. Upon releasing the magical seal binding Wang Li, the elder gazed at him with hollow eyes. If you dare deceive me, I shall make you aware of the most cruel forms of death in this world. Wang Li remained silent, retrieving from his storage bag the relic he had chosen from the simulation rewards, presenting it to the elder. The elder accepted the relic and began to examine it. In my lifetime, I have committed both great deeds and grave mistakes. Mending the Tai Su seal to prevent the emergence of the anomalous is a great accomplishment. However, listening to a mysterious person's words and imparting the Tai Su Xianjing to the world is a grave transgression. My failures have led to the demise of my family, a sin I cannot atone for in my lifetime. If future generations chance upon my belongings, please return the spiritual treasure, the Tai Su sword. To the Shun clan, I have sensed that a remnant of my lineage still exists. The remaining relics are to be gifted to you, for which I am eternally grateful. Finally, The paper is scarce, and I cannot convey all my thoughts. Remember this. Do not ascend to the upper realm. As he finished reading the letter, tears welled in the elder's eyes. Think, after 5,000 years, I would once again behold my father's handwriting. Gently wiping away his tears, the elder's gaze softened as he regarded Wang Li. 5,000 years. Esteemed senior, you have lived for 5,000 years. Wang Li was astounded. Yuaning cultivators typically had lifespans of merely 1,200 years, with some exceptional individuals reaching beyond 2,000 years through unique techniques and elixirs, but never exceeding 3,000 years. Yet this elder was a true Yuaning cultivator who had lived for 5,000 years. How could this not be astonishing? Seeing Wang Li's astonishment regarding his longevity, the elder smiled with pride. What is there to be astonished about? You must understand one thing. The reason we celestial clans dare to call ourselves such is that our ancestors were once immortals. We are all descendants of immortals, the offspring of a mortal lineage. We are bestowed with the grace of the heavens, endowed with prolonged lifespans and formidable talents. Unlike those so-called celestial clans, who are nothing more than a small mortal family that gradually evolved into a cultivation clan. Lacking in heritage and inheritance, he spoke. The elder's expression darkened slightly, specifically denouncing the Li clan. Especially that so-called Li clan. They were not but a humble fishing village, merely fortunate enough to stumble upon a cultivator's corpse. Gaining some fortuitous opportunities and aligning themselves with Tianyi's sect, which led to their current development. From such a lowly background, they dare to call themselves celestial? Wang Li silently raised his thumb in approval. Regardless of who it was, anyone who belittled the Li clan of immortals would find Wang Li ready to defend their honor. After a prolonged moment, the elder dressed in white turned his gaze toward Shen Tianling, who was in the valley, cultivating demonic arts by absorbing the blood of beasts. I have high hopes for this child, he mused. Yet alas, his extraordinary talent has led to his abandonment by the heavens, making longevity a scarce gift for him. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's brow furrowed in concern as he pondered silently. In previous simulations, Shen Tianling had mentioned the burden of his prodigious talent, indicating that the heavens could not allow him to exist, and that his lifespan was merely a fraction of that of an ordinary person, perhaps not even reaching 20%. However, within the terrifying resurrection simulation, the soul-summoning banner had informed him that this world possessed no heavenly way. Naturally, one could not dismiss the possibility of it merely spinning tales to deceive him. After all, both he and the soul-summoning banner had been exiled to the heavenly realm by a mysterious figure. Thus, the existence of a heavenly way in this world remained a conundrum. Lost in thought, Wang Li suddenly heard the white-clad elder calling for him. "Youngster, why are you lost in thought?" Wang Li quickly regained his composure and clasped his fists respectfully, inquiring, "What may I do for you, esteemed elder?" The elder sat cross-legged on the ground, gently pressing Wang Li down in a similar manner, his expression softening as he looked at him with warmth and affection. "Thank you, little one, for bringing me news of my father. This is the finest gift I have received in 5 millennia. Regardless of your intentions in infiltrating the Shun clan of immortals, I forgive you and am truly grateful. As I mentioned earlier, had you arrived a day later, you would not have had the chance to meet me. My time has come. From this day forth, my soul shall return to the cosmos, and I shall no longer inhabit this form. So, you intend to seize my body?" Wang Li's eyes widened with caution, sensing that his magical powers had been rendered inert. This old man had employed a sealing technique. Just as Wang Li contemplated his escape, the elder pointed a finger towards his forehead. As the elder's energy surged into Wang Li's mind, 2 techniques suddenly appeared in his memories: the fragmented scroll of the Taishu Immortal Sutra and the incomplete Great Fortune technique, along with the remnants of the Great 5 Elements True Demon technique. "Esteemed elder, you." Wang Li gazed incredulously at the smiling elder, struggling to grasp the reality before him. This old man had not only spared him from possession, but had also imparted upon him the Taishu Immortal Sutra, the Great Fortune technique, and the Great 5 Elements True Demon technique. You truly believe I would seize your body? I merely sought to startle you. Young one, not be foolish. I am a descendant of the immortals, and I possess my own pride. Your mere mortal bloodline is of no consequence to me. even if you were to achieve the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 12. The elder's demeanor was one of lofty arrogance, radiating an aura that looked down upon the world. His presence immediately captured the attention of Shun Tianling, who was cultivating in the valley. Noticing that Shun Tianling had sensed his aura, the elder swiftly pulled him before himself. Shun Tianling, yanked through the air, was struck with a pallor upon seeing Wang Li and the elder together. The elder struck Shun Tianling on the head, commanding him to kneel, and then pointed at Wang Li, declaring, "From this moment forth, he shall be the ancestral figure of the Shun clan of immortals. Your life is frail, wounded by the heavens. If you continue to lead, the Shun clan shall surely perish." Shun Tianling hesitated momentarily, then respectfully addressed the elder. "Esteemed elder, who might you be?" "Shinamo," the elder replied softly. With that, he slumped down, gazing in Wang Li's direction. "Young one, heed my father's words. Do not ascend to the higher realms, for they are filled with predatory beings. The Taishu Immortal Sutra is of utmost importance. When the time is right, it must be passed on to the world." As his words fell, the elder's form began to dissipate, transforming into a beam of spiritual light that burrowed into the underground spiritual veins of the Shun clan, using his life as cultivation to nurture their spiritual essence for another 300 years. As the elder vanished, two relics remained on the ground: a golden Taishu sword and his storage ring. The letter had been taken by the elder. I suppose he must miss his father dearly. Wang Li mused silently. When he noticed Shun Tianling looking in his direction, he spoke coolly. "What? Aren't you going to pay your respect to the ancestor? Was that elder really Shun Mo?" Shun Tianling remained skeptical. After all, the white-clad elder had not divulged anything to him before his demise. Who was to say he wasn't just a wandering cur masquerading as the ancestor of the Shun clan? Wang Li observed him with curiosity, softly saying, "What do you think? Did you not sense the resonance of your bloodline?" Shun Tianling fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Wang Li, stating, "The current Shun clan of immortals is merely a branch of the ancient lineage. After thousands of years of intermarriage with outsiders, the pure blood members of the Shun clan have long since vanished. Even if that elder truly was Shun Mo, I cannot claim any blood connection with him." "Very well, I understand. And please, next time you speak with me, do remember to acknowledge your ancestor first." Wang Li nodded gravely. "Was he truly Shun Mo? You have yet to answer my question. Perhaps he was. Perhaps he was not." Wang Li replied ambiguously. "What do you mean?" Shun Tianling inquired, somewhat bewildered that I cannot confirm whether he is the real Shun Mo or an impostor. Thus, I can only respond in such a manner. For the world of cultivation is fraught with deception. Should someone impersonate your ancestor and scheme in the shadows, it would not be surprising. "That makes sense," Shun Tianling conceded thoughtfully. He then turned his gaze back to Wang Li, whispering, "For now, I'll consider him to be the ancestor Shun Mo. Therefore, as the designated ancestor of the Shun clan, is there anything you require of me?" "First, arrange for me a cultivation cave within the Shun clan that possesses the most abundant spiritual energy. Second, provide me with all the formations, alchemy recipes, and techniques recorded by the Shun clan. Third, ensure the completion of the first two tasks." Wang Li immediately exercised his hard-won authority as the ancestor. Shun Tianling nodded in agreement, not daring to voice any objections. Fearful of incurring Wang Li's displeasure, and do not practice the modified version of the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique. It will bring you no benefit. If you must practice, then choose the unaltered version or simply accept your fate. Noticing Shun Tianling preparing to leave, Wang Li quickly cautioned him. "Understood." Shun Tianling glanced back at Wang Li with a deep gaze, then left without hesitation. Wang Li watched Shun Tianling depart, then collected the Taishu sword and storage ring from the ground, reflecting on the elder's final words. Why did he emphasize the importance of the Taishu Immortal Sutra and insist it be passed on to the world at the right moment? Was there some hidden secret behind this? With those thoughts in mind, Wang Li concealed his form and reopened the simulator. Life simulation device LV3 can be upgraded. Host: Wang Li. Age: 13. Technique: Divine Ghost Xianming Yudao, True Scripture. Cultivation level: Nascent Soul Initial Stage. Simulation points: 46, 020, 000. Simulation attempts: 5. Talent: Vengeful Soul Summoning, Black. array talented, blue, alchemy talented, blue, dual focus, blue, external avatar, blue, demon path supreme, purple, artifact crafting talented, blue, abundant offspring, red, evergreen, blue, skills, high-grade alchemist, low-grade array master, low-grade artifact master. Techniques, fireball technique, waterball technique, gravitational technique, wooden shield technique, earth escape technique, soul binding lock, soul escape. Talents rank from lowest to highest. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow, upgrade. Wang Li said, pressing the upgrade option on the simulator. Instantly, with the consumption of 20 million simulation energy points, the simulator successfully upgraded once more. Simultaneously, new simulation features emerged. The simulator could now perform a free simulation once every 6 months. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1 million energy points. Each simulation allowed the host to draw talents using simulation points. Talents could be refreshed for free once per simulation, with additional refreshes requiring simulation energy points. Energy sources included, but were not limited to spirit stones. After each simulation, the host could select 3 rewards to bring back to reality for free, as well as use simulation points to purchase 1 additional item. Key choices encountered by the protagonist during simulations could be interfered with by the host. The simulator also enhanced the immersive experience, allowing the host to enter the simulated world and engage in an immersive experience. The host is granted the freedom to traverse the simulated world for a full month, during which all memories and skills acquired will belong to the host, with the simulator unable to reclaim them. After each simulation, the host may choose to retain their simulated talents for future use, with each talent eligible for preservation only once. Witnessing the transformation of the simulator's policy from allowing a free simulation once a month to once every 6 months, Wang Li found himself unable to contain his astonishment. It became evident to him that as his strength continued to escalate, the simulator's ability to project his future was becoming increasingly challenging. Thus, certain restrictions on free simulations have been instituted. However, this was merely one hypothesis. Wang Li leaned more towards another notion. The true reason likely stemmed from the simulator's acute energy deficiency, which would explain the gradual elevation of the barriers to free simulations, compelling him to utilize simulation energy points for future endeavors. He surmised that the seemingly free simulation opportunities were, in fact, energy accumulated by the simulator, specifically reserved for his use. For instance, when he was merely a chi refining cultivator, the energy collected by the simulator over a week sufficed for a single simulation. However, upon attaining the foundation establishment stage, the energy gathered within a week could no longer support a simulation. He would require the energy amassed over a month for a complementary simulation. Similarly, for the nascent soul stage, the energy that the simulator previously collected over a month proved inadequate for a complete simulation, necessitating around 6 months' worth of energy to facilitate one. Consequently, the duration for free simulations have been extended. Yet, this reasoning was not entirely accurate. If that were the case, why did the simulator still offer monthly free opportunities during his false nascent stage? The crux of the matter should be the rewards. The simulation rewards likely constituted the primary source of energy. It is widely acknowledged that matter does not materialize from thin air. Thus, it is highly probable that the simulator's substantial energy allocation was entirely devoted to crafting simulation rewards. Upon concluding these thoughts, Wang Li glanced at the simulator interface, where the initial count of 5 simulations had dwindled to a mere 1. Simulation opportunities. 1. Faced with the reduction in free simulation opportunities to just 1, Wang Li found it somewhat difficult to accept, yet it was within the realm of reason. It seemed his conjecture had been validated, though a new question arose regarding the simulator's upgrades. Could it not enhance its energy absorption rate? Of course, he realized that dwelling on such matters was futile. Wang Li remained exceptionally pleased with the newly added functionalities, particularly the ability to bring back an additional item to reality post-simulation, along with a new talent retention feature. After taking a deep breath, he regarded the ageless pearl in his hand, which could not be infused into the simulator, and with a serious expression, declared, "Niechutsong. Let us simulate. Simulator, activate. Simulator initializing. You have utilized 1 simulation opportunity, randomly selecting talents. Congratulations, you have acquired a purple talent. Late bloomer. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase becoming more pronounced as age advances. Would you like to refresh your talents? Yes, no, no. Wang Li decisively chose no. The current talent, late bloomer, was purple. He could not guarantee what the next refresh would yield. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li again opted for no and proceeded to observe the simulation interface. You infiltrated the Shun family celestial clan and obtained the remnants of the great fortune technique passed down by Shun Po's son. Shun Mo, as well as fragments of the Taishu, celestial scripture, and the great 5 elements true demon divine skill. After witnessing Shun Mo's demise, you promptly instructed Shun Tianling to prepare a cave dwelling and provide you with alchemical formulas, array techniques, and manuals. Shortly thereafter, Shun Tianling escorted you to his former cave residence, but on the stone table within the cave, you discovered a storage ring. Shun Tianling informed you that everything you needed was retained within. You nodded in satisfaction, signaling Shun Tianling to withdraw, assuring him that you would summon him again if necessary. Shun Tianling cast a lingering glance at you before departing. You inquired if he was gazing into your future. Shun Tianling was taken aback that he expressed that since your appearance before him, he had utilized his talent abilities no fewer than 3 times, yet could not glimpse your future. He questioned your identity, asserting that in all his years of cultivation, he had never encountered someone as enigmatic as you, shrouded in mystery with an impenetrable future. You smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate, instead encouraging Shun Tianling to focus on his own affairs. You perused the alchemical formulas cataloged by the Shun Celestial Clan. You examined the array techniques recorded by the Shun Celestial Clan. You reviewed the manuals of cultivation methods compiled by the Shun Celestial Clan. After dedicating half a month, you memorized all of them thoroughly. You attempted to cultivate the remnants of the great fortune technique, but found yourself struggling to grasp its essence. You came to understand that this was due to your insufficient comprehension and fortune. You summoned Shun Tianling once more, informing him of your intention to take a Tao partner. You expressed your hope that he could introduce you to a suitable woman from the Shun Celestial Clan. Shun Tianling regarded you with skepticism, questioning why a formidable nascent soul cultivator like yourself would be concerned with matters of love. You explained that you aspired to establish a celestial clan and sought the Shun family to provide you with adequate Tao partners. After a moment of silence, Shun Tianling inquired how many you required. You replied, "The more, the better." The following day, Shun Tianling convened a high-level meeting that he introduced you to the Shun family senior members, asserting that you were the designated ancestor of the Shun clan by the late Shun Mo. Upon hearing this, the clan's leaders erupted in excitement, pressing for news of Shun Mo's whereabouts. However, upon learning of his demise, the initially enthusiastic members fell into a state of calm, thanks to Shun Tianling's mediation. The senior members of the Shun family proposed that you should marry 20 women to signify their support and recognition of you as the new ancestor. You expressed no objections. You informed the senior members of the Shun Celestial Clan that you wished to keep your existence confidential. You revealed your cultivation level. The aura of the nascent soul enveloped the entire conference room. The Shun family's leaders became even more deferential, believing that with your addition, the Shun Celestial Clan would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost celestial clan in Chi State. Under Shun Tianling's arrangements, you met with 20 talented female cultivators from the Shun Celestial Clan. Once again, you encountered Shun Li, observing the beautiful girl with a white-haired ponytail who exuded a particularly laid-back demeanor. A hint of amusement flickered within you. 3 months later, the Shun Celestial Clan held a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. To your request, you did not attend this occasion. You were aware that Niechuzong would be present to offer his congratulations. However, at that moment, you felt unprepared to confront him. You possessed a profound understanding of your own limitations, clearly recognizing that in the presence of Niechuzong, you were but an insignificant ant, utterly powerless to resist. In the evening, after toasting with Shun Tianling and others, you made your way to the beautifully decorated courtyard. You began to relish the pleasures of your splendid life. The following year, through your relentless efforts, your Tao partners bore you a multitude of children. You welcomed them with a smile. The talent of abundant offspring was activated, enhancing all your attributes. The invitation of the patriarch of the Shun family. You commenced refining tools and concocting elixirs for the Shun celestial clan, honing your skills in the process. You refined elixirs 300 times for the Shun celestial clan, improving your alchemical skills. You crafted over 100 tools for the Shun celestial clan, enhancing your tool refining abilities. You produced hundreds of sets of array flag for the Shun celestial clan, elevating your prowess in array techniques. You also requested another batch of Dao partners from Shun Tianling. The Shun family continued to gather beautiful young female cultivators for you. You acquired 20 new Dao partners that in the third year. Through your unyielding efforts, your Dao partners once again bore you a multitude of children. You generously bestowed abundant cultivation resources upon each of them. The talent of abundant offspring was activated once more. Further enhancing all your attributes, you began your cultivation of the Great Fortune technique, the fourth year. You grasped the fundamental threshold for mastering the Great Fortune technique. Yet, you merely brushed against the threshold, never quite grasping the essence. You pondered that perhaps the lack of offspring hindered your progress, insufficient to truly cultivate the Great Fortune technique. Thus, you resolved to embark on the grand endeavor of procreation. Striving to balance both childbirth and cultivation in the fifth year, you caught your first glimpse of the path to mastering the Great Fortune technique, which filled your heart with immense joy. You sensed that it would not be long before you succeeded in its cultivation. You continued to visit the abodes of various Dao companions, while also enlisting Shun Tianling to provide beautiful female cultivators from your clan in the sixth year, as a multitude of infants entered the world. The blessing of abundant offspring activated. Your attributes received a significant enhancement. You successfully cultivated the Great Fortune technique, condensing the fortune canopy within it that a strand of golden light enveloped your head, radiating a soft glow that shielded your corporeal form from malevolent energies. You began to cultivate the Tai Su immortal scripture. After 6 months, you successfully transitioned to the Tai Su immortal scripture. However, just as you achieved this milestone, an unexpected calamity struck. You beheld a multitude of black lines appearing before your eyes. What was happening? Was misfortune rearing its head once more? As the simulation progressed, Wang Li's expression shifted, fixated on the simulation interface. Misfortune had returned. How could this be possible? Hadn't you preemptively cultivated the Great Fortune technique and condensed the fortune canopy? Could it be that Nye Chutsong was deceiving you? Was it true that even mastering the Great Fortune technique could not avert misfortune? As Wang Li contemplated this, the simulator updated its progress once more. Just as the black lines prepared to invade your body, you discovered a faint golden light emerging from within you, repelling the intrusion of the black lines. The invasion ceased, yet the lines lingered around you, poised to strike at any moment. Witnessing this scene, you exhaled deeply. Well, it seems I was overly concerned, seeing that the fortune canopy could indeed shield you from calamity. Wang Li's taut nerves began to relax considerably. You had successfully transitioned to the Tai Su immortal scripture, which generated a protective aura around you. The scripture transformed your physique, greatly enhancing your endurance. IT began to unlock the 365 immortal orifices within you, fortifying your dantian and continuously augmenting your magical reserves. Furthermore, it strengthened your spiritual essence, enhancing your immunity to mental techniques. In the seventh year, armed with the life spirit pill, pure spirit pill, and bone-shaping pill, you ventured to the Li clan of immortals. You suppressed the urge to annihilate the Li clan and summoned your doppelganger. You entrusted the life spirit pill, pure spirit pill, bone-shaping pill, and the newly acquired immortal pearl to your doppelganger. Observing the 2 immortal pearls in your doppelganger's hands, you resolved to replicate your previous simulation by bringing the immortal pearls into the immortal ruins. Simultaneously, you wished to explore the cave beneath the dead water, hoping to exploit a bug in the simulator to acquire the Shun relics once more. Wang Li's eyes lit up at this thought. This is intriguing. The Shun relics I currently possess were obtained through the simulator. Therefore, if I were to venture to the cave beneath the dead water within the simulator, could I perhaps acquire another set of Shun relics? Having 2 sets of the relics would surely be fascinating. You infiltrated the Li clan of immortals, obliterated Lu Zidu's life monument, and incapacitated him to take him away. You deposited Lu Zidu in a remote mountain range. Gazing at the unconscious Lu Zidu, you reminisced about the past, leaving behind some cultivation resources as a token of gratitude. You returned to the Shun clan of immortals. After 6 months of relentless effort, your Dao companions bore you a multitude of children, and you rewarded them generously with cultivation resources. The blessing of abundant offspring activated once again, enhancing your attributes. Yet your cultivation still did not break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. You speculated that perhaps more offspring were required for a breakthrough. Continuing to enlist Shun Tianling's assistance in providing more female cultivators, you encountered some difficulties. Shun Tianling informed you that many clan members were in discontent. You instructed Shun Tianling to do everything possible to pacify them. As your desires took precedence, Shun Tianling appeared troubled, departing with a bitter expression. You persisted in your preparations for procreation, dedicating yourself to studying divine techniques. After an extended period of study, you mastered the 5 elements killing technique, the 5 elements evasion technique, and the 5 elements defense technique. Your proficiency in various formidable techniques, such as the sealing of immortals, the illusionary realm, the breaking of illusions, and the dualities of gods and demons, increased significantly. Clenching your fists, you felt a surge of power within you, softly whispering, "I now lack for nothing done on the first day of the new year." After enjoying reunion dinner, you returned to your cave dwelling, setting numerous great formations before projecting your consciousness onto your external incarnation. You maneuvered your external incarnation into the immortal ruins. Upon entering the secret realm, you observed disciples of the Tianyi sect dealing with external disciples. Rising, you fled to the north amidst their gazes. An hour later, you evaded the pursuing disciples and arrived at the northern boundary of the Deadwater. Crossing the stone tablet, you stepped into the realm of the Deadwater. Observing the bleached bones in the river, you smiled as you cast the 2 immortal pearls into the depths. As the pearls sank, the bones scattered in retreat. Before long, a peculiar cave at the riverbed materialized before you. You navigated the cavern beneath the dead water with ease, retrieving the Shun relics, opening the jade box. You discovered that Shun Po's belongings were meticulously arranged within. Overjoyed, you emerged from the cave with the relics. Gazing at the 2 tranquil pearls resting in the river, you fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly inspired, you envisioned traversing the perilous regions of the immortal ruins with the immortal pearls. Taking the 2 pearls, you began to navigate cautiously through the immortal ruins. You soon realized that the disciples of Tianyi sect only guarded the central area. With no sign of them in the east, west, south, or north, you set your course toward the eastern blood cliff, traveling for 2 hours until you reached your destination. Amidst the blood mist surrounding the cliff, you spotted tiny, blood-red mosquitoes. You noted that these diminutive blood mosquitoes were deeply fearful of the immortal pearls in your possession. Controlling your external incarnation, you held a pearl in each hand and leapt into the abyss beneath the cliff. After a continuous descent of nearly 1,000 meters, you landed in a sea of blood composed entirely of crimson liquid. Countless corpses littered the depths as you swam atop the blood sea. The sight of the densely swarming blood mosquitoes above evoked a sense of discomfort. In the center of the blood sea stood a fragmented monument, split in 2 that you swam towards the remnant stone and leapt to its side. Inspecting the monument, you read the 6 prominent characters inscribed, "Eternally unable to rebirth." Tentatively, you touched the stone, only to be jolted back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fear gripped you as you sensed that had it not been for the immortal pearls radiating a warm light at a crucial moment, your essence might have been utterly annihilated. Beneath the monument, you discovered a broken sword. Speculating that it might be a secret treasure, you secured it at your waist, staring at the monument bearing the inscription, "Eternally unable to rebirth." You contemplated for a moment before placing the 2 immortal pearls upon it. In an instant, the entire blood sea began to churn violently. An overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth from the depths. You heard a piercing cry emanating from within the blood sea. "Master, is that you? Have you come to save me?" You gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, your curiosity piqued by the events that were transpiring. Suddenly, you witnessed the stone tablet forcefully shatter the 2 ageless pearls into a fine powder. A melancholic voice echoed from the blood sea. "It seems you have also been shattered." Moments later, The once tumultuous blood sea fell into a profound stillness. Just when you believed everything had come to an end, a surge of blood energy pierced into your consciousness. You acquired the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture, an entire scripture in its completeness. In that instant, even Wang Li from the mortal realm trembled with excitement, that if the fragmented Taisu immortal scripture was already so formidable, how terrifying must the complete scripture be? You were propelled by the blood energy. Bursting forth from the blood cliff, as you ascended, a figure shrouded in mist suddenly materialized before you. As you opened your mouth to speak, a sword pierced through you. Thus, based on the information previously gathered, the immortal ruins truly were the remnants of a fallen immortal. What then was the purpose of this sudden apparition who sought to eliminate my incarnation? Was it to prevent me from carrying forth the legacy obtained from the blood sea? Moreover, from whence did this being emerge? What was their identity, and for whom did they serve? After a lengthy silence, Wang Li smiled faintly, no longer entangled in such thoughts. Very well, I trust that with continued simulation, the truth shall eventually reveal itself. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for your intervention, which made me realize the necessity of further concealment. Having completed his musings, Wang Li once again turned his gaze to the simulation interface. Your consciousness returned to your corporeal form, and you felt a surge of excitement as you sensed the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture within your mind. Suppressing your fervor, you began to peruse the scripture. You discovered that the cultivation requirements for the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture were exceedingly austere. It did not demand spiritual energy for practice, but rather the calamity energy that exists between heaven and earth. As the saying goes, all things have their calamity. The scripture advocates for building a foundation through calamity, refining elixirs through calamity, forging life through calamity, and ascending to immortality through calamity. Its sole drawback is the slow pace of cultivation, with the conditions for achieving immortality being particularly stringent. Since the path taken is not aligned with the spiritual energy route to immortality, practitioners of the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture, aside from their slow cultivation speed, also fail to gain the recognition of the immortal laws, rendering them unable to cross the immortal gate and ascend to immortality. Only by enduring myriad calamities and reincarnating countless times can one forge an indestructible immortal body amidst the mortal realm. Achieving eternal existence, you fell into contemplation, realizing that this method of cultivation was not particularly suited for you. The notion of enduring countless calamities and reincarnating through eons to forge an indestructible immortal body seemed utterly fanciful. Although this technique was immensely powerful, far surpassing the Taisu immortal scripture you had been practicing, particularly the combat techniques it contained, you did not intend to cultivate this scripture. Rather, you reasoned, while I cannot practice this technique, my avatar may do so. After meticulous consideration, Wang Li arrived at this conclusion that he then activated the immersive simulation. He had not forgotten the simulator's new feature following the recent update. The simulation now enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world and engage in an immersive experience. The host may freely roam in the simulated world for a month, during which all memories and skills acquired will be retained by the host, and the simulator will not reclaim them. Wang Li aimed to utilize this new feature to bring the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture back to the real world, while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in alchemy and artifact forging. You initiated the immersive simulation, granting yourself a month of freedom to explore. As the simulation interface displayed this message, Wang Li's consciousness was drawn into the simulator amidst a whirlwind of sensations. Upon opening his eyes once more, Wang Li found himself in a resplendent, ancient cavern adorned with spirit stones. One could not deny he would indeed relish this experience, observing the rare treasures strewn throughout the cavern, such as tiger skin cloaks and exotic flora. Wang Li smiled faintly before beginning to examine the content of the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture. The self within the simulator had extolled this scripture to the heavens, claiming it to be exceedingly powerful and far surpassing the Taisu immortal scripture in every regard, especially the combat techniques recorded within, which were deemed the strongest he had ever witnessed. As Wang Li completed his review of the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. it truly was more powerful than the Taoist immortal scripture. If Wang Li had previously underestimated the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture, it would now stand as the strongest scripture he had ever encountered. The core essence of the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture. Eternal indestructibility, as long as a trace of true spirit remains. One may utilize the power of life and death, reincarnation, to be reborn, carrying forth the memories and powers of the past life, to cultivate anew, until one has endured myriad calamities and reincarnated countless times, thus achieving an indestructible immortal body and becoming an immortal in the world. 3 Cardinal characteristics. Infinite adaptation, capable of combat in various extreme environments, unaffected by terrain, climate, or other factors, gradually immunizing against the opponent's techniques through continuous battle. Infinite evolution. With the enhancement of the practitioner's realm and the absorption of calamity energy, all attributes continually strengthen without clear limits. Infinite endurance. Possessing boundless stamina, one can engage in prolonged combat without succumbing to fatigue. Maintaining peak condition whether in fierce battles or long journeys, without falling into despair due to exhaustion. 6 Calamity realms. Initial calamity realm. The practitioner begins to grasp the power of eternal indestructibility, enhancing their physical strength to withstand general attacks. Upon reaching a certain realm, the practitioner's body undergoes transformation, allowing for rapid regeneration of damaged tissues after injury, even if the body is severely harmed. As long as a trace of life remains, it can quickly recover and continue fighting. Even in the face of fatal strikes, one can restore themselves within a short period. Law Calamity Realm. Greatly enhanced magical power. The initial magical reserve far surpasses that of other practitioners in the same realm by 50-fold, enabling the use of calamity power to unleash formidable magical attacks. Soul Calamity Realm. The soul is fortified, granting formidable resistance to soul attacks. Time Calamity Realm. Speed is significantly enhanced, moving like lightning. Upon reaching mastery, one can traverse the vastness of space and even reverse the flow of time with a mere thought. Mastery Calamity Realm. Defense is greatly augmented, capable of condensing calamity energy to protect oneself, impervious to all methods. Force Calamity Realm. Strength is amplified. Upon achieving mastery, one can effortlessly shatter mountains and split peaks with mere physical prowess, capturing stars and moons, and cleaving through celestial bodies. In addition to these myriad wondrous abilities, the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture encompasses numerous other formidable powers. Particularly after achieving the indestructible immortal body, the comprehensive enhancements it offers are indeed superior to the Taoist immortal scripture. Upon concluding his review, Wang Li began to copy the scripture to deepen his memory for easier retrieval later. Once he had finished transcribing, Wang Li dismantled the formation surrounding the cavern and proceeded to the Shun clan's alchemy hall to commence his daily alchemical tasks. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, Wang Li noticed a tuft of white hair flickering in the back room. Approaching for a closer look, he was met with the sight of a stunning woman clad in a white dress, eagerly stuffing pills in her mouth. When she caught sight of Wang Li, the gluttonous girl abruptly turned her head, then resumed her indulgence. After consuming 1 or 2 more bottles, seemingly recalling something, she hurriedly spun back around. In an instant, the pill she had just ingested tumbled from her mouth in a flurry. Panicked, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Were you not in seclusion?" Wang Li was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated encountering Shun Li in the act of pilfering pills. No wonder many of the Shun clan's elixirs had mysteriously gone missing in the memories he had inherited. Casting a bemused glance at Shun Li, he continued on to his alchemical endeavors. Seeing Wang Li depart with an impassive demeanor, Shun Li patted her chest, her curled white locks standing on end once more, a hint of relief gracing her delicate features. Thank goodness, he holds no grievances. Wait, that is not right. If he holds no grievances, isn't it more serious? As if struck by a sudden thought, Shun Li hurriedly swallowed nervously, her mind racing with various dramatic scenarios. Oh no, I'm surely going to be turned into a pill. I must flee. With that, Shun Li took off running. Yet, not long after escaping the hall, she turned back. Until a large batch of elixirs was taken away, they vanished without a trace. witnessing the entire process with his divine sense. Wang Li found himself at a loss for words. However, he was not concerned about Shun Yinli escaping. The entire Shin clan was enveloped within a grand formation he had meticulously arranged, which prevented anyone from entering or exiting without the formation's decree. Unless Shun Yinli possessed skills and formation comparable to his own, she would be utterly incapable of breaching it. But was that even possible? She was just a glutton in the evening, after Wang Li finished refining the elixirs and returned to his residence. He heard the sound of weeping emanating from a corner. Ooh. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Wang Li, prompting him to approach the source. Upon seeing Shun Yinli, who was both eating elixirs and crying, he could no longer maintain his composure. Observing her cheeks puffed up like a hamster, he walked over and lightly tapped her on the head. "What are you doing?" Shun Yinli, caught chewing on an elixir, spat it out in a panic at the sight of Wang Li. "Don't come over. Please don't turn me into a human elixir. Has your brain been gored by a pig?" The moment he uttered those words, Wang Li instantly felt that he had crossed a line. Yet he pressed on. "It's merely a few elixirs. I would never go so far as to refine you. Am I really such an extreme person?" Shun Yinli nodded vigorously. However, upon catching sight of Wang Li's fierce gaze, she hastily shook her head. "All right, stop crying. You're a mother of 3 children now. Be a bit more composed and mature." Handing her a handkerchief, Wang Li offered some words of comfort. After Shun Yinli took the handkerchief and wiped away her tears, she began to pick up the elixirs that had fallen to the ground. "What are you doing? Planning to wash them and continue eating?" she said pitifully. "That is unnecessary." Wang Li grasped her hand and turned to leave. Had it been earlier, he would have definitely picked up each elixir and cleaned them. But now, it was no longer required. In the study, after a moment of silence, Shun Yinli finally posed a question to Wang Li, who was deep in thought. "Wang Li, you once blame me for sneaking so many elixirs. Will you? I dislike repeating myself." Wang Li remarked casually, gazing at Shun Yinli's flushed cheeks. Then he paused, placing his brush down, his eyes narrowing as they focused intently on her. "There is something I do not understand. Why do you not enjoy cultivating?" Since their acquaintance, Shun Yinli had always practiced passively, only doing so when compelled by others. After a brief silence, Shun Yinli replied, "Because it is meaningless. Cultivation holds no significance. We can never become immortals. Our ultimate fate is death." This insight derived from your innate abilities? Shun Yinli was taken aback, completely unprepared for Wang Li to discern her possessing extraordinary talents. "How did you know?" "Because I am a nascent soul cultivator." Wang Li no longer concealed his cultivation level, his aura revealing itself. Sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from Wang Li, Shun Yinli's eyes widened in astonishment. However, she soon wore a bitter smile. "But that is of no use. The aura of death has already enveloped your shoulders. In the not-so-distant future, you too shall perish." Wang Li sighed upon hearing this. He was well aware of his predicament and the state of the world. To be frank, if it weren't for the simulator, he might have already lost all hope. After all, this world was filled with despair. With the weak being devoured by the strong in the mortal realm, landlords oppressed farmers. Countless farmers sold their children to survive in the realm of cultivation. Powerful clans exploited lowly cultivators. Just speaking of the cultivation world of Qi country, one could not imagine how many immortal clans had struck deals with the Chinese sect, raising outsiders as disciples to send into the immortal ruins. Above mortals lies the imperial court. Above the court are the immortal clans. Above the clans are the sects, an intricate web of oppression and exploitation. Even if one miraculously persevered and managed to ascend to the spirit transformation stage, the higher realms awaited them with entities whose identities were uncertain, ready to consume them. Becoming an immortal truly seemed like an unattainable dream. While Wang Li was lost in contemplation, Shun Yinli spoke again. "From my understanding, if cultivation were genuinely beneficial, then the majority of people in this world should be free of the aura of death, while only a few would be afflicted by it. Yet from all I have observed, without exception, everyone is entwined in this deathly aura. Thus, cultivation cannot truly lead to immortality. Why should I bother cultivating? Why not invest my prime years in feasting, revelry, and leisure instead, enjoying good food, drinks, and rest every day? After saying this, Li cast a pitiful glance at the contemplative Wang Li. I've said my piece. You won't force me to cultivate anymore. Will you? Still, I must insist on it. Why? Li propped her face with her hands, on the verge of tears. Husband, I truly do not wish to cultivate. It is far too monotonous and exhausting that I in the realm of cultivation. Strength is paramount, that if you do not cultivate, who will take care of you when I am in trouble? And what about the immortal clans? Li responded without hesitation. What if the immortal clans perish as well? And the children? Li continued to argue back. Wang Li cast a deep glance at her, then replied, what if the children also die? What will you do then? Then I will have no choice but to abandon what I cherish and end my life to accompany you. After all, it is merely death. The sooner, the better. Li pouted as soon as she finished speaking. Wang Li's expression turned fierce as he struck out towards her. Very well. I shall send you to your death right now. Seeing Wang Li take action against her, Li's pupils widened in shock, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Yet, at the critical moment, Wang Li retracted his power and lightly flicked her forehead. Your heartbeat just now was unprecedentedly rapid. It seems you're not truly unafraid of death. Li covered her forehead and pouted. Who isn't afraid of death? Besides, I have so many things I haven't experienced or tasted yet. Dying now would be such a loss. Wang Li merely chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, over a month of free simulation time came to an end. Within the pill hall, Wang Li gazed at Li, who was still sneaking elixirs, and after a resigned smile, his consciousness returned to the real world. Upon reappearing in reality, Wang Li felt a sense of satisfaction as he recalled the memories in his mind. With the upgrade and update of the simulator's functions, the immersive simulation had finally proven its worth. The previous simulations had merely been a formality, even if the entire process was simulated until completion. One could not extract the knowledge gained from it, but this time was different. In short, he was immensely pleased with the new features. Meanwhile, the simulation interface updated its progress once more. You had immersed yourself in the simulation for an entire month, gaining a deeper understanding of Li. Your affection for Li intensified, leading her to grant you a drop of her essence blood. You attempted to unlock Po's storage ring and succeeded, acquiring 100 million low-grade spirit stones. You obtained a mysterious teleportation token, a technique known as the divine demon visualization method, and a high-grade magical treasure, the 5-color cloud banner. Additionally, you received a Jade Page book authored by Po and a technique called the Reverse Chaos 8 Styles for blade cultivation. You came into possession of all of Po's relics and devoted yourself to practicing the divine demon visualization method and the Reverse Chaos 8 Styles of blade technique that I in the 9th year. Through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent for many children and blessings was activated, enhancing all your attributes. With over 80 children, you successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Overjoyed, you began to solidify your cultivation to in the 10th year. Relying on the Shun clan's resources, you gathered numerous rare materials. Your partners became pregnant once more. You began to allocate time to refine a personal magical treasure by the year's end. Your companions gave birth to another batch of children, and the talent for many children and blessings activated again. Further enhancing your attributes in the 11th year, you successfully crafted your very own magical treasure, the Heavenly Refining Cauldron. You infused it with the golden core obtained from Lishuanya, the white-bearded old Taoist, not only to enhance the cauldron's quality, but also as a hidden reserve of energy for future needs. You acquired a high-grade magical treasure. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transformed the high-grade defensive treasure, the 5-colored cloud banner, from Po's relics into a soul-summoning banner. 6 months later, you obtained a soul-summoning banner of high-grade quality. You attempted to modify the Tai Su sword into a blade, but failed, and subsequently refined the spiritual treasure. Tai Su sword in the 12th year, you encountered Shun Tianling. You informed her of your intention to lead the entire Shun clan to ally with the demon sect. Shun Tianling's eyes widened in surprise. She acknowledged that you were now the ancestor of the Shun family, and everyone in the Celestial clan would heed your command. The change from arrogance to deference was amusing in the previous simulation. Shen Tianling had disagreed, but this time she expressed complete compliance, proving once again that in the world of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. You conveyed to Shen Tianling your plan to first join the He Huan sect and establish your own influence there. You warned her that within a decade or so, the allied forces of the demon sect would assault the righteous seven sects, and at that time, the Shen clan could simply strike from the shadows. Shen Tianling agreed with your decision. Before departing, you sought out Shun Inli to assess any ominous signs. Assured of safety, you departed from the Shun clan under the cover of Night Point 10 days later. You arrived at the joyous square under the He Huan sect. Just as you stepped into the square, a handsome middle-aged cultivator intercepted your path. You felt your magical power being suppressed, recognizing him as the Yin-Yang Venerable. You were astonished that he could also seal celestial beings with a mere thought. You understood why he could contend with and even defeat Niechutsong. The Yin-Yang Venerable was unfathomably powerful. Far exceeding your expectations, he intended to probe your soul, but you informed him that you had come to join the He Huan sect. Skeptical, he was unconvinced. You channeled your magical energy to break free from the celestial seal and gestured for a truce. You explained that you were being pursued by a fully realized, nascent soul cultivator and sought refuge within the He Huan sect. You offered to assist him in crafting the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. The Yin-Yang Venerable regarded you with a penetrating gaze and invited you for a discussion at the He Huan sect. In the Grand Hall of the Venerable, you faced each other. A female manifestation of the Yin-Yang Venerable prepared tea for both of you before gracefully playing a melody in the left corner of the hall. Amid the tranquil music, he inquired about your origins. You humbly declared yourself an inconspicuous loose cultivator, using the alias Wang Li. The hint of amusement on the Yin-Yang Venerable's face indicated his disbelief in your claim. You articulated that you had come to the He Huan sect for 3 specific matters. The Yin-Yang Venerable calmly stated he only accepted equitable exchanges. If you could provide him with something satisfactory, he would reciprocate with 3 equivalent matters. You proposed to exchange a complete celestial scripture for all the cultivation techniques in his possession. The Yin-Yang Venerable was taken aback, expressing that your proposition had altered his perception of you. He requested you to submit the scripture for his review. You presented the copied version of the eternal immortality, celestial scripture. The Yin-Yang Venerable began to examine it, and after half an hour, he incinerated the text. He then inquired about the origin of the scripture. Instead of answering, you merely smiled mysteriously. The Yin-Yang Venerable pointed a finger at your forehead, bestowing upon you fragments of the Tai Su celestial scripture, the great Yin-Yang technique, the great fortune technique, the reincarnation celestial scripture, the dragon and phoenix Yin-Yang reversal technique, and the Yin-Yang celestial scripture. Along with all the cultivation techniques he mastered. As the simulation concluded, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he revealed a wry smile, reflecting the Yin-Yang celestial scripture, the reincarnation celestial scripture, the Tai Su celestial scripture, the great Yin-Yang technique, and the great fortune technique. No wonder Niechutsong was sent fleeing. You inquired how the Yin-Yang Venerable managed to cultivate so many techniques without succumbing to madness. He explained that his innate constitution was the primordial Yin-Yang body, which allowed the dual energies within him to naturally balance the conflicts between the techniques, enabling them to complement each other harmoniously. You asked if ordinary cultivators had a method to cultivate multiple techniques concurrently. The Yin-Yang Venerable advised that ordinary cultivators should stick to their own paths. Attempting to emulate his approach would only lead to a swifter demise. You inquired if there existed a technique that allowed for the simultaneous cultivation of multiple methods. The Yin-Yang Venerable admitted that in his several centuries of life, he had yet to encounter such a technique, though it might have existed in ancient times. Disappointed, you requested to join the He Huan sect, demonstrating your alchemical and artifact crafting skills. The Yin-Yang Venerable readily agreed, promising to announce your allegiance to the demon sect and appoint you as a revered figure. However, you declined, preferring to act discreetly. You explained that announcing your affiliation would undoubtedly draw the attention of enemies, compromising your safety. You sought refuge from the Yin-Yang Venerable, not for power or status, but for protection. Curious, the Yin-Yang Venerable inquired about the formidable cultivator you had offended, evoking such trepidation in you. You revealed that it was the domain Lord Niechutsong of the Eastern Spirit Domain. The yin-yang venerable expressed surprise and asked why you had crossed paths with the pill sage. You clarified that you had not offended Nye Chutsong. The conflict arose from the immortal pearl. The yin-yang venerable, slightly astonished, suggested that since the matter revolved around the immortal pearl, why not hand it over to Nye Chutsong and turn enmity into friendship? He urged you to surrender the immortal pearl. Believing he could mediate the conflict between you, you firmly stated that the immortal pearl could not be given to Nye Chutsong. Should he gather all the immortal pearls, he would venture to the Tai Su celestial mansion and unleash the sealed anomalies within. By that time, the entire Tianshu continent would be subjected to tremendous upheaval, with countless lives devastated and an uncounted number of souls perishing. The yin-yang sovereign fell into deep contemplation. He instructed you to divulge everything you had learned. You informed the yin-yang sovereign of all matters concerning the Taishu immortal mansion and Nye Chutsong. The yin-yang sovereign's expression gradually became grave. He inquired whether the two eternal pearls were still in your possession. You revealed to him that you had placed both eternal pearls in the Xinshu secret realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed the yin-yang sovereign's face, but he explained that the eternal pearls, unless the original holder had met their demise, or they were gifted to another, would invariably return to the original holder by the next day, no matter where they were cast aside. The yin-yang sovereign surmised that the Xinshu secret realm harbored profound secrets. You did not refute this assertion. For indeed, the Xinshu secret realm held great mysteries. Ultimately, you silently regarded the yin-yang sovereign, and he questioned whether there was anything else you were concealing from him. After a moment of hesitation, you disclosed the truth regarding ascension to the higher realms. You informed the yin-yang sovereign that the Tianshu continent was merely a breeding ground. The so-called higher realms were populated by man-eating entities that forcibly abducted anyone who reached the transformation stage, devouring and refining them. The yin-yang sovereign lapsed into thought, but he chose to believe your words. You gazed at him in surprise. The yin-yang sovereign informed you that many had suspected a disruption in the higher realms, which had become a forbidden zone for living beings. From ancient times to the present, no cultivator who ascended to the higher realms had ever returned, and many had seen their life tablets shattered. He revealed that his master, the desire demon sovereign, though his life tablet remained intact, had extremely weak vital essence stored within it, suggesting that the desire demon sovereign was in a state between life and death. You queried whether this could be a deliberate act by the man-eating monsters of the higher realms. The yin-yang sovereign sighed, conceding that you were likely correct. You conveyed your subsequent requests to the yin-yang sovereign, who nodded in agreement. He summoned the Miaoyu fairy and entrusted her with your care. You received a token from the yin-yang sovereign, who instructed you to activate it at the first sign of danger. The yin-yang sovereign then began his seclusion for cultivation. You followed the Miaoyu fairy out of the sovereign's grand hall. Under Miaoyu fairy's arrangement, you became an elder of the Hahuan sect. Furthermore, you were appointed as the vice sect leader of the Hahuan sect. In the 13th year, you encountered an unexpected individual within the Hahuan sect, Li Yunxi, observing her troubled demeanor and loss of former grace. You couldn't help but wonder what had transpired in her life over the past years to bring her to such a state. However, you deemed this irrelevant to your own pursuits. You continued to refine alchemical products and forge weapons for the Hahuan sect, honing your alchemical skills. Additionally, you engaged privately in the study of formations and the cultivation of spells. You practiced the remnants of the great yin-yang technique, achieving success. You grasped a modicum of the dual energies of yin and yang. You succeeded in mastering the yin-yang escape technique, the yin-yang combat technique, and the yin-yang control technique. You perused the fragments of the yin-yang immortal canon and the reincarnation immortal canon, garnering some insights. Was success attained so swiftly? It seemed that abundant talent and blessings had elevated your comprehension to an astonishing level. Observing the simulator interface, continuously flashing notifications, Wang Li felt somewhat surprised that in the 14th year. At your request, the Miaoyu fairy provided you with 20 potential partners. Once again, you encountered Li Yunxi, who astonishingly appeared on the list of 20. Yunxi knelt before you, pleading for vengeance. You inquired expressionlessly about the nature of her grievances. Li Yunxi informed you that the Li clan had been annihilated by a collusion between the Tianyi sect and a mysterious entity. You felt a jolt of shock and questioned the veracity of her claim. As you had not heard such news circulating in the cultivation world, Yunchi explained that the reason this news had not spread was that after secretly eradicating the Li clan, the Tianyi sect supported a small cultivation family to replace them, effectively erasing the Li clan's legacy in the eyes of the public. You marveled at the Tianyi sect's cunning, suppressing the news of the Li clan's destruction and finding a substitute family. An action that significantly mitigated the risk of other cultivation families in the Qi kingdom fleeing to join the demonic sections. Imagine if others from the celestial families were to learn of the Li clan's downfall. They would undoubtedly have relocated their assets and sought refuge with the demonic sections. You inquired why the Tianyi sect had sought to obliterate the Li clan. Yunchi, her face pale, explained that it was all due to a mysterious individual seeking 2 items from the Li clan, compelling the Tianyi sect to join forces with this entity to decimate the Li clan. She disclosed that her master had once considered saving her, but she ultimately chose to side with her family, betraying the Tianyi sect and being pursued to the brink of the demonic realm. After listening to Li Yunqi's account, you speculated that the mysterious entity allied with the Tianyi sect to annihilate the Li clan was none other than Ye Chuzong. And the 2 items he sought were likely the 2 eternal pearls. You felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how Ye Chuzong had discovered that the eternal pearls had once belonged to the Li clan. However, no matter how clever and cunning Ye Chuzong might be, he would never realize that the eternal pearls he coveted had already been shattered by the Blood Sea steel within the Xinshu secret realm. Filling you with a sense of pride, Yunchi implored you once more to avenge the Li clan. You asked her why she was so certain that you could exact vengeance on their behalf. She replied that the entire Hahuan sect was abuzz with the news that the new vice-sect leader was a Yuan-ing cultivator. Your brows knitted in concern, uncertain who had disseminated your information. Leaving you feeling somewhat vulnerable, Yunchi swore that if you could avenge the Li clan, she would serve you as a maid for the rest of her life. You resolutely declined, stating emphatically that the murderer must always be met with retribution. The heavens are just, and evil must be punished. The downfall of the Li clan was a consequence of their numerous misdeeds. You countered her, asking if you would also be obliged to avenge the families of those disciples of other clans that the Li clan had wronged. Li Yunchi fell into silence, her smile strained. She bowed and took her leave. As you watched Li Yunchi depart, a flicker of murderous intent crossed your eyes. Indeed, it is said that one must eradicate the root of the weeds. Spring breezes may lead to their resurgence. Since the Tianyi sect and Ye Chuzong had overlooked this particular weed, why not lend them your service? Yet after some contemplation, you relinquish this thought, fully aware that the enemy of your enemy can be your ally. If Li Yunchi could provide some amusement for the Tianyi sect and Ye Chuzong, you would be most pleased. You perceive that this hope is exceedingly faint, that in the 15th year, the female cultivators bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded each of the female cultivators accordingly. The talent of abundant offspring activated, enhancing your overall attributes. You sensed a significant increase in your aptitude, now equivalent to the level of a mutated 3 spirit roots. You marveled at the formidable nature of the talent for abundant offspring. Its effect on you was akin to a permanent surge of adrenaline. In February of the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions in alchemy and artifact forging for the Hahuan sect, you were assigned a dual spirit root furnace companion. You encountered Shui Qianyue once more. Faced with her profound desire for death, you chose to accept her as your partner on the path. In the 16th year, the female cultivators became pregnant again, and your partner, Shui Qianyue, also successfully conceived. That year, you learned of Li Yunqi's demise at the hands of a cultivator from the Tianyi sect. You displayed a hint of disdain, reflecting on how the proud scions of these cultivation families are but mere trinkets, possessing only talent and beauty, akin to embroidered pillows devoid of substance. By the end of the 16th year, you welcomed another multitude of children. Upon careful calculation, you realized you now had nearly 100 direct descendants. The talent for abundant offspring activated once more, augmenting your overall attributes, and your strength grew even more formidable. You now felt that you could triumph even against 2 equally matched Yuan-ing cultivators simultaneously. You continued to forge alchemical elixirs and artifacts for the Hahuan sect while demanding your partner to engage in the grand endeavor of childbirth. In the 18th year, you devoted yourself to alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. Your skills improved, and your children were born. The talent for abundant offspring activated yet again, enhancing your overall attributes to I in the 19th year. You sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough, standing just a step away from the late Yuanying stage. You began to seek out more female cultivators. The talent for abundant offspring activated. Your overall attributes received another enhancement. In the 20th year, you triggered the characteristics of the Taishu immortal scripture, Taishu infinite, which elevated your aptitude and comprehension. The talent for abundant offspring activated once more, further enhancing your overall attributes. In the 21st year, the Yin-Yang Venerable summoned you. You approached the Yin-Yang Venerable with utmost reverence. He bestowed upon you a formula for an elixir, instructing you to ensure the creation of the Yin-Yang Harmony Pill. The Yin-Yang Venerable also gifted you a Bodhi fruit, wishing you a swift breakthrough into the late Yuanying stage. A Bodhi fruit. It is indeed in your possession. The Yin-Yang Venerable possesses such divine treasures. I am curious how you extracted this fruit from the heavily guarded sacred domain of the demon realm. The Bodhi fruit, recorded as one of the 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent in the Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation, ranks fourth among them, growing in the Western spiritual domain, commonly referred to as the demon realm, bearing fruit once every 700 years. Upon consumption, it can enhance the user's comprehension and training speed, while also endowing the Yuanying with various extraordinary characteristics. For instance, if Wang Li were to consume the Bodhi fruit, his Yuanying would have a chance of manifesting the Bodhidharma form, further enhancing his comprehension and laying the groundwork for his future transformation into a deity. The Yin-Yang Venerable snorted coldly, and as a Taiji diagram appeared beneath your feet, the invisible hand of power was dispelled by Yin-Yang energy. You and the Yin-Yang Venerable soared out of the Grand Hall. Ascending above the Hahuan sect, you beheld an elderly man in a gray Taoist robe, his white hair contrasting sharply with his solemn expression as he regarded you and the Yin-Yang Venerable. You recognized him as Nie Chutsong, standing side by side with the Yin-Yang Venerable. Your expressions mirrored one another's solemnity. Nie Chutsong challenged you, declaring that if you surrendered the 2 ageless pearls in your possession, he would withdraw immediately and cease his interference. You scoffed, stating that you had permanently left the ageless pearls in the immortal ruins. Nie Chutsong's expression grew increasingly grim. He turned his gaze toward the Yin-Yang Venerable, attempting to persuade him that if he refrained from involving himself in your affairs, he would grant him an opportunity for transformation into a deity. The Yin-Yang Venerable shook his head, gesturing for Nie Chutsong to leave. Nie Chutsong's brow furrowed deeply. A red light emanated from his fingertips, striking toward you and the Yin-Yang Venerable. You hastily responded, employing the dual energies of Yin and Yang for defense. Half of your body was severed at the waist. Upon reassembling your body, you gazed at Nie Chutsong in terror, realizing that had it not been for the protection of the Yin and Yang energies, the consequences would have been far graver than a mere severing. You had believed that upon reaching the mid-Yuanying stage, you could hold your own against Nie Chutsong for a few exchanges. However, this strike made it clear that you were far from his match. Indeed, this old fellow is formidable. Even facing him in the same realm, I lack the confidence that I in the reality of the world. Wang Li's expression was grave. The Yin-Yang Venerable summoned the female form, and together they executed the Yin-Yang combined attack technique. You witnessed the intense battle between the Yin-Yang Venerable and Nie Chutsong up close. The two exchanged blows, skillfully countering one another, as countless layers of clouds were dispersed by the aftermath of their clash. Even with your current strength, you felt considerable pressure. Had those waves of energy struck you, you would undoubtedly have suffered greatly. After 300 exchanges with the Yin-Yang Venerable, Nie Chutsong suddenly halted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He commended the Yin-Yang Venerable for being worthy of the title of Yin-Yang Demon Sovereign, capable of withstanding 300 of his strikes. Nie Chutsong lamented the abundance of talent in this world, where heroes abound and exceptional individuals are as numerous as the fish crossing the river, beyond counting. Nie Chutsong reiterated his request for the Yin-Yang Venerable to refrain from meddling in your affairs. The Yin-Yang Venerable produced a pill, gripping it tightly in his hand, declaring, "The Hahuan sect shall not neglect any individual who has rendered service." The master of Yin and Yang rejected Nie Chutsong's proposal. Nie Chutsong continued to gaze at you, expressing his belief that there would be a day when you would meet again. With that, Song withdrew. You let out a quiet sigh of relief. The master of yin and yang, with a bloodied fist tightly clenched, approached your side, that he urged you to expedite the successful refinement of the yin-yang harmony pill. You nodded in agreement. After resting for half a day, you returned to the pill hall of the Hahuan sect, where you received a plethora of rare spiritual herbs and plants sent by the immortal Miaoyu. Following the formula, you began the refinement of the yin-yang harmony pill. In the 22nd year, you successfully produced the yin-yang harmony pill and delivered it to the master of yin and yang. You then entered seclusion to absorb the Bodhi fruit, aiming to break through the bottleneck and advance to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. In the 23rd year, you sensed a new connection to your bloodline. You had become a grandfather. The innate talent of abundant offspring activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 24th year, you felt additional bloodline connections. You had more grandchildren. The talent of abundant offspring activated once more. In the 25th year, with the complete refinement of the Bodhi fruit, you successfully broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Your nascent soul absorbed the true essence of the Bodhi fruit, coalescing half of the Bodhi Dharma form. Your comprehension was elevated to a certain degree, and your cultivation speed increased. The talent of abundant offspring activated again. In the 26th year, the master of yin and yang achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. In January of the 26th year, you attended a high-level meeting of the 7 sects of the demonic path alongside the master of yin and yang. At the meeting, you encountered other nascent soul elders of the demonic path. Following closely by the master of yin and yang's side, you attentively listened to the discussions among the various elders regarding an offensive against the upper domain. The nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path engaged in heated debates, arguing for hours over which territory to launch their surprise attack against the righteous sections. However, once the master of yin and yang spoke, everything was settled according to his will. In that moment, you realized that the 7 sects of the demonic path were not as united as iron. It was merely the master of yin and yang who had subdued the entire demonic faction, binding them together as one. In March of the 26th year, the 7 sects of the demonic path united and, following the decisions made by the master of yin and yang, launched an assault on the upper domain. You were appointed as the vanguard general of the demonic coalition. Accompanying the coalition, you stepped into the territory of the upper domain. The master of yin and yang instructed you to abandon your previous low profile and secrecy, to be utterly flamboyant and create chaos, thereby drawing out Song. You understood that the master of yin and yang intended to use you as bait to lure Song. You readily agreed. Taking on the title of the soul refining demon sovereign, you led the demonic coalition in a merciless rampage across the upper domain, primarily targeting immortal families and righteous sects, ensuring that no one survived each assault. As the most active vanguard commander, you consistently claimed half of the resources from various immortal families, distributing the remainder equally between the demonic cultivators in the coalition and the lower-tier loose cultivators of the upper domain. You commanded the demonic cultivators not to harm the common folk and lower-tier loose cultivators. You advocated for not only invading the righteous immortal realm, but also the mundane world, aiming to eradicate the righteous sect's control over it. You even organized a demonic army, led by demonic cultivators, to intervene in the mundane world, orchestrating regime changes in various empires. You took 5 parts from the resources of the aristocrats and noble families, while the remaining cultivators and commoners received their share. Consequently, you amassed a significant amount of resources from the mundane world. The long-standing decree prohibiting cultivators from interfering in the mundane world was boldly shattered under your leadership. This ancient regulation had long been a mere formality, as many sects and families already possessed their own influence and enterprises within the mundane realm, covertly interfering in its affairs, unlike their clandestine manipulations. Your actions were overt and unrestrained. Your deeds quickly drew the attention of various immortal families and righteous sects, inciting fear and hatred towards you. The nobility and aristocrats of the mundane world soon became aware of your actions, feeling a profound sense of dread and loathing. Yet your endeavors garnered the support of demonic cultivators, lower-tier loose cultivators, and the common folk alike. Gradually, a folk song began to circulate among the populace, with incense and offerings. We welcome the demon sovereign, who brings feasts to our tables. Some lower-tier loose cultivators even voluntarily joined the demonic path. The talent of abundant offspring activated once more in the 27th year. The title of soul-refining demon sovereign echoed throughout the southern spirit domain. Unfortunately, Niechuzong did not seek trouble with you. It seemed he had vanished during this period. In February of the 27th year, the righteous seven sects, caught off guard, launched a counterattack against the seven sects of the demonic path. In March of the 27th year, the master of Yin and Yang intervened forcefully, single-handedly subduing the seven patriarchs and establishing a pact that forbade nascent soul experts from interfering in the conflict between righteousness and demonhood. In the 28th year, the forces of the demonic coalition clashed fiercely with those of the righteous coalition in the Faxian mountain range, with the demonic forces employing all manner of tactics. Causing the righteous coalition to retreat steadily, you covertly instigated Shun Tianling, prompting him to deliver a treacherous blow to the righteous coalition at a critical moment. Days later, many core cultivators within the righteous coalition fell victim to a mysterious toxin. Succumbing to bloodshed, Shun Tianling, as one of the few remaining core cultivators, persuaded the surviving members of the righteous coalition to ally with the demonic path. Upon learning this news, the leaders of the righteous seven sects turned pale in an instant. In the 29th year, the conflict between righteousness and demonhood reached its climax, with the righteous seven sects fleeing to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain was entirely occupied by the seven sects of the demonic path. You and Shun Tianling met once more, where he praised your soul erosion pill as a truly invisible killer, lethal even to core cultivators, leaving them heavily wounded if not dead. However, he expressed concerns over winning through poison, deeming it somewhat dishonorable, especially with such insidious and ruthless toxins. You explained that the formula for the soul erosion pill was derived from the Shun clan's legacy. Shun Tianling quickly remarked that while the soul erosion pill is indeed toxic, it pales in comparison to the venomous hearts of the immortal clans. The ancestors left behind such divine medicine for crucial moments to uphold justice. In the 30th year, following the stabilization of the situation, the seven sects of the demonic path began to distribute the spoils of war, leading to disputes over the control of the Qigua immortal realm. You strongly advised the master of Yin and Yang to seize the Qigua immortal realm. The talent of abundant offspring activated once more. In the 31st year, the Hahuan sect successfully occupied the Qigua immortal realm. The talent of abundant offspring activated again, seizing the opportunity during the Hahuan sect's reconstruction of their mountain gate. You returned to the Shun clan's immortal lineage. On your journey back, you were suddenly ambushed and had an arm severed. Initially suspecting Niechuzong, you looked up to find a grotesque creature with a face covered in writhing tentacles. A chill ran down your spine at the sight of this bizarre being. You quickly reattached your severed arm and distanced yourself. Summoning the divine light of Finger Slash, you realized it inflicted no substantial harm upon the creature. The divine light was devoured by the creature's gaping maw adorned with sharp teeth. You discovered that you could not kill the grotesque entity before you. Taking out your token, you prepared to summon the master of Yin and Yang. To your horror, the creature regurgitated two severed heads from its razor-toothed belly, revealing the male and female heads of the master of Yin and Yang you recognized. You were engulfed in sheer terror, unable to fathom the torment the master of Yin and Yang must have endured before his demise. You then heard the monster utter a chilling proclamation. Those who cultivate the eternal, undying technique shall perish. Afterwards, you were transported away by the teleportation order within the storage ring. With a whirl of blinding light, you found yourself in a frigid expanse of ice and snow. Your expression remained impassive as you gazed at the vast, white landscape, feeling somewhat disoriented. You could not comprehend why the teleportation order had brought you to the northern spirit domain once more. You had always believed that the teleportation order operated randomly, but it now appeared that this was not the case. The teleportation order had its designated destinations, and its endpoint was indeed the northern spirit domain. For the time being, you set aside these perplexing questions and began to ponder the mysterious origins of that enigmatic being. At this juncture, Wang Li's countenance grew grave. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a hushed tone. I recall that this malevolent entity uttered a phrase before launching its attack on me. Those who cultivate the indestructible technique of 10,000 calamities shall perish. Thus, this peculiar being is targeting the indestructible celestial scripture of 10,000 calamities. But I have not mastered it, have I? I seem to have forgotten. It must be the yin-yang sovereign who cultivated it and subsequently drew the attention of this malevolent presence, which then accessed his memories and discovered my existence. This realization dawned upon him. Wang Li appeared to grasp something significant. Thus far, it seemed that the true demon god art of the great five elements invited misfortune, as did the void celestial scripture, the everlasting pearl, and the indestructible celestial scripture of 10,000 calamities. All these elements pointed to a singular location and a singular individual, the void celestial mansion and the celestial sovereign of the void. Why did Wang Li suspect a connection between the indestructible celestial scripture of 10,000 calamities and the celestial sovereign of the void? This inquiry led back to the Blood Sea remnant stele within the secret realm of the celestial ruins. When Wang Li placed the everlasting pearl, which had been lost from the void celestial mansion, upon the Blood Sea remnant stele, a mysterious entity suppressed within the Blood Sea had once called Outmaster. This indicated a close relationship between the suppressed entity and the celestial sovereign of the void. Recognizing the everlasting pearl as a relic imbued with the aura of the celestial sovereign of the void, it ultimately bestowed upon him the indestructible celestial scripture of 10,000 calamities. Wang Li even speculated that the indestructible celestial scripture was also created by the celestial sovereign of the void. Of course, this was merely conjecture, without evidence. Such matters could not be taken as truth. And sometimes even evidence could be fabricated. Those entities that were neither human nor ghost seemed to target the remnants left by the celestial sovereign of the void. Therefore, Wang Li felt an intense curiosity regarding the grievances between them and the celestial sovereign of the void. He quickly shook his head, resigning himself to the fact. Even if there are grievances, they are beyond my current understanding. The celestial sovereign of the void ascended 100,000 years ago, becoming a true immortal. His tale is ancient and difficult to trace. With that, Wang Li turned his attention back to the simulation interface. You began to speculate on the origins of that mysterious entity, suspecting it might have been sent by the enigmatic figure who had slain you in the secret realm of the celestial ruins. The simulator aside, you nearly forgot about that mysterious individual. Wang Li recalled that after he had manipulated his external incarnation to acquire the indestructible celestial scripture of 10,000 calamities and ascended from the blood cliff, he had been killed by a figure shrouded in mist with a single sword strike. That mysterious individual was undoubtedly formidable. Able to enter and exit the secret realm of the celestial ruins at will, it was clear that their cultivation level had surpassed the realm's limitations. Unbound by its constraints, they were likely a powerful being from the upper realm, sent by other cultivators to guard the blood sea of the secret realm, preventing the escape of the suppressed entities within. Currently, your mind felt chaotic. The information you had gathered was fragmented and difficult to organize into a coherent whole. Despite your best efforts to think and deduce, it proved largely ineffective. Rubbing your temples, Wang Li continued to observe. Your musings were intriguing, yet you did not firmly believe them. They remained mere speculation. Before long, the relentless snowfall had cloaked you in a layer of white, rendering you a rather comical snowman. You temporarily settled in the northern spirit domain. Although you yearned to return to the southern spirit domain, your trepidation restrained your actions. You feared encountering once more that horrifying entity adorned with tentacles upon its visage. You could not shake the memory of the yin-yang sovereign being devoured and chewed upon by it. If even the formidable yin-yang sovereign had fallen to its hands, what hope did you possess? In the 32nd year, you sensed that you had gained numerous descendants. The blessing of abundant progeny had once again manifested. Your attributes experienced a significant enhancement. You were astonished that the malevolent entity had not targeted your descendants. This left you somewhat perplexed. However, you quickly reconciled this notion, realizing that its inaction was not out of benevolence, but rather due to a need for a substantial population of cultivators to sustain their practice and maintain a viable number of cultivators. After all, without cultivators, Who would they consume in the future? You resolve to intensify your own cultivation, tirelessly honing your skills and divine abilities. That in the 33rd year, news reached you that the 7 sects of the demonic faction were being counterattacked by the 7 righteous sects, forcing them back to the lower realm. You began to worry for the fate of the Shun family clan, inquiring about their circumstances from the head of the treasure pavilion in the market. You learned that the patriarch of the Shun family had already fled to the lower realm, ahead of the demonic sects, prompting a smile to break across your face. You completely withdrew into seclusion in the northern spirit domain, practicing by day and resting by night. In the 34th year, you heard of a mysterious existence that had breached the defenses of the Harmony sect, annihilating the entire sect without leaving a single soul behind. You sensed that your descendants within the Harmony sect had all been slaughtered. Your expression darkened, resembling iron, as a familiar voice echoed in your mind. Chutsong had traced your existence through the bloodline source technique. He conveyed that the matter between you and him was far from over. You remained silent, continuing your cultivation. In the 35th year, you sensed the annihilation of the Shun family clan. All your descendants had perished. Once more, you heard Chutsong's voice that he informed you through the bloodline source technique that you would be next. You continued your silent cultivation. The 35th year, you had mastered the 10 great techniques recorded in the fragmented scroll of the void celestial scripture to the pinnacle of perfection. You had also brought the fragments of the great yin-yang technique to the height of its potential. In the 36th year, as you prepared to enter seclusion for further cultivation, the grand formation you had set up was breached. You opened your eyes and emerged from your cave, ready to confront your destiny. Standing atop the snow-capped mountain, you gazed at a white-haired elder in the sky, wielding a soul-refining banner that emitted thick black smoke. Beastly wretch, I have said we would meet again. Today marks your demise. I shall display your head at the gate of the eastern spirit domain, so that all may know. Those who destroy my path shall be mercilessly slain. The elder's voice thundered in your ears, causing a twinge of pain as you looked upon that lofty figure. You drew forth the void sword and swung it with all your might towards the heavens. With the immense power unleashed, the very heavens trembled. Countless mountains echoed with lamentations, and avalanches cascaded across the land. In the high skies, Chutsong neither dodged nor evaded, extending his hand to grasp your sword strike. You observed Chutsong's calm demeanor as he caught your full force strike, showing no surprise on his face. You understood that you could not defeat him. Yet this time, you had no choice but to fight, for escape was no longer an option. Chutsong seized the void sword from your grasp and sent your head flying, his face a mask of disdain. Soul-refining demon lord? What audacity to claim such a title. Do you think that your decades of arduous cultivation can shake the foundation of my 5 millennia of power? Your head has shattered numerous mountain peaks. You gaze upon Chutsong, who is excavating the Yuaning, and without a moment's hesitation, you self-destruct. You have perished. Due to the annihilation of your Yuaning, the passive ability cannot be triggered. The simulation has concluded. This simulation has ended. You may choose 3 rewards from the following options. In addition to purchasing 1 item to take back using simulation points, Great Achiever. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with greater increases as age advances. Current cultivation level in this simulation. Late Yuaning. Alchemy Mastery Experience. The knowledge gained from alchemy during the simulation. Artifact Mastery Experience. The knowledge gained from artifact forging during the simulation. Formation Mastery Experience. The knowledge gained from studying formations during the simulation. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings from work. Not usable in simulation. Bodhi fruit. One of the top 10 rare treasures recorded in the chronicles of immortal cultivation. Ranked 4th among the 10. Growing in the western spirit domain, bearing fruit every 700 years. Pill formulas. All the pill formulas you have mastered in the simulation. Formation techniques. All the formation techniques you have mastered in the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from cultivating spells in the simulator. Celestial refining cauldron. A life-bound magical artifact that integrates life and cultivation, a growth-oriented treasure with greatly enhanced potential due to rare materials and exquisite forging techniques. Complete collection of demonic arts. All the knowledge of demonic scriptures you have perused within the Hahuan sect's transmission tower 5-color soul banner. A high-grade soul banner transformed from the 5-color cloud banner. After being empowered by 10,000 cultivators, it has become extraordinarily fearsome, ensnaring the unworthy in black smoke to be devoured upon mere sight. The black clouds press down from all directions, a banner of boundless mystery. The living are torn into 8 pieces, and only the scent of grass and wood is heard at sunrise. Relics of Shun Pa, artifacts left behind by Shun Pa, fragment of the great yin-yang technique, ranked 10th among the 10 great supernatural abilities of the cultivation world. Possessing boundless and wondrous power, the eternal indestructible immortal sutra, a formidable cultivation method passed down from ancient times. Once mastered, it endures through countless tribulations, impervious to destruction. Fragment of the reincarnation immortal sutra, a peerless immortal scripture left behind by an ancient true immortal. Those who cultivate this scripture may gradually comprehend the laws of reincarnation, achieving eternal life and becoming immortals in the world. Fragment of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra, an extraordinary technique created by the ancient immortal Yin-Yang Venerable. Who is stronger, the Yin or the Yang? The harmony of Yin and Yang reigns supreme over the world. Except for those with innate Yin-Yang constitutions, it is challenging for ordinary individuals to cultivate. Wang Li glanced briefly and selected the late Yuan Ing cultivation level, the great achiever talent, and the relics of Shun Pa as his 3 rewards that AS for the eternal indestructible immortal sutra and the various pill formulas and formations. Wang Li had already acquired them through a month of immersive simulation, and thus found them unnecessary for the time, being he had effectively exploited a bug in the simulator, and now possessed 2 sets of the relics of Shun Pa. Observing the jade box that appeared in his hand, Wang Li's face revealed a faint smile. Subsequently, he stored it within his storage ring, placing it alongside the other set of relics of Shun. Having completed this, Wang Li quietly awaited the movements of Shun Tianling, as he had not forgotten that during this simulation, he had arranged for Shun Tianling to prepare accommodations for him. After half an hour had passed, Shun Tianling returned respectfully to greet Wang Li, who was seated in the pavilion. "Ancestor, your cave abode has been prepared. Please follow me to my cultivation level is about to break through. Once I enter the cave, I will activate the great formation of the Shun clan," Wang Li stated calmly, while looking at Shun Tianling. Shun Tianling was somewhat surprised, but quickly filled with joy. With such a powerful ancestor, the Shun clan could likely thrive for another millennium after his demise. "Very well. Ancestor, please follow me." With that, Shun Tianling led Wang Li along the path, providing him with an introduction to some of the scenic buildings of the Shun clan. Wang Li remained unfazed by it all. Before long, upon settling into the cave abode arranged by Shun Tianling, Wang Li utilized over 1 million unusable spirit stones to engrave various formation patterns, placing them in all corners of the cave. This formation was the great 5-element sword formation he had learned from the comprehensive formation texts left by the ancestors of the Shun clan during his immersive simulation. A formation that integrated enemy confinement, lethality, and defense. After casting 2 Tai Su swords into it as the formation's core, Wang Li began refining his cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shun Tianling, who was far from the cave, sensed the immense influx of spiritual energy converging towards Wang Li's cave and quickly flew towards the clan leader's hall to activate the great formation laid down by the ancestors. As he flew, Shun Tianling glanced back at the cave with reluctance in his eyes. The great 5-element sword formation left by the ancestors had but one activation opportunity remaining. After this, the Shun clan would forever lose this formidable defensive formation. He could only hope that Ancestor Shinamo did not misjudge, and that this mysterious individual would indeed lead the Shun clan to rise. Before long, the entire Hongfeng mountain range, where the Shun clan resided, was adorned with massive formation banners. As the banners interacted and operated, a vast amount of 5-element spiritual energy coalesced within, and a broken sword appeared at the formation's core, enveloping the entire mountain range in an endless sword aura. 6 months later, as the great 5-element sword formation of the Shun clan ceased its operations, Wang Li's cultivation stabilized at the late Yuaning stage. His physique underwent a tremendous transformation. He grew to a height of 9 feet, and his features became increasingly handsome and exquisite. Moreover, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling an unfathomable, extraordinary being. Alas, even though I have intentionally suppressed my appearance, I still find myself slightly distant from true handsomeness. It seems that the adage holds true. No cultivator is of ordinary appearance. Wang Li sighed, then revealed the auspicious canopy behind him. Over the past 6 months, in addition to refining his cultivation, Wang Li had also been practicing various spells and supernatural abilities. The fragment of the Great Fortune technique given by Shan Mo was the one he had attempted to master the most. Initially, Wang Li found it quite challenging, but after breaking through to the late Yuaning stage, he felt as if he had gained enlightenment and seamlessly integrated the fragment of the Great Fortune technique. This led Wang Li to a new discovery. The fate within the cultivation world is, in fact, controlled by high-ranking cultivators. Why is this so? Because this world lacks a heavenly Tao. Thus, the unclaimed fate between heaven and earth is not suppressed by the will of the heavenly Tao. To avoid dissipating, this unclaimed fate instinctively seeks to attach itself to powerful cultivators, coexisting with them. Why is the yin-yang venerable so formidable, able to contend with Nietzsche's song? Apart from his inherent strength, it is also due to the dense fortune that surrounds him. The prestige of the demonic path co-sovereignty is not something the average person can approach. Realizing this, Wang Li, with his late Yuan-Ying cultivation, began to absorb the wandering fortunes of heaven and earth. Successfully cultivating the Great Fortune technique with their aid, he obtained his own auspicious canopy, evading heavenly secrets, obscuring fortunes, stabilizing the universe, and transforming calamities into boundless utility. Now that the Great Fortune technique has been successfully cultivated, it is time to pursue the Tai Su Immortal Sutra. Over the past 6 months, Wang Li, after careful consideration, decided to cultivate the Tai Su Immortal Sutra. The eternal, indestructible Immortal Sutra ultimately did not suit him. Not to mention the bizarre phenomena that would arise from cultivating the eternal, indestructible Immortal Sutra. The drawbacks of this technique are significant. Its cultivation cycle is excessively long. In this unpredictable and ever-changing cultivation world, he does not possess the luxury of time to devote to this technique. It would require enduring countless reincarnations and tribulations to ascend to immortality amidst the mortal realm. Unless the life simulations within the simulator could also be considered a form of reincarnation. Upon contemplating this, a curious expression appeared on Wang Li's face. Should I give it a try next time? If the life simulations in the simulator can be deemed a form of reincarnation, then perhaps the eternal, indestructible Immortal Sutra is indeed cultivable. Of course, all of this hinges on resolving the issues caused by the bizarre phenomena that arise. To be targeted by the bizarre upon cultivation is truly unfortunate. The yin-yang venerable met a tragic fate. Wang Li silently reflected. He then rose and walked to the desk in the cave, pulling out a piece of spirit paper as smooth as jade, and began piecing together information and deducing clues. Currently, it is known that there are man-eating monsters in the upper realm. They feed on the cultivators of the Tianshu continent. And these man-eating monsters should correspond to the bizarre phenomena that appeared in the simulator. As he spoke, Wang Li inscribed on paper, "The upper realm is enigmatic, feasting upon cultivators. To date, among the known cultivation techniques, the great 5 elements, true, demon, divine, art, invites misfortune. The Tai Su Immortal Scripture brings forth calamity, and the Eternal Immortal Scripture is also deemed ominous. Among the identified special items, the Everlasting Pearl is similarly cursed. All these elements are connected to the Great Celestial Master." Following this, Wang Li penned another line. "The relics of the Celestial Master are tainted by misfortune." After writing these 2 lines, a sense of unease crept over Wang Li. He reconsidered. No, not all relics of the Celestial Master are besmirched with ill fate. Take, for instance, the Tai Su sword. Unless it is not a relic of the Celestial Master, why bear the name Tai Su? Is it merely a gesture of homage? Shortly thereafter, Wang Li shook his head, dismissing the thought, and instead began to organize clues related to the immortal ruins. During simulations, Jia Qing had once informed him that in ancient times, an immortal descended from the heavens and perished in the region of the immortal ruins, transforming into a ceaseless mountain range, with the immortal ruins being the manifestation of the immortals Dantian. Yet, After scouring through the texts passed down by the Shun clan and the historical accounts of the cultivation world, he found no records of an immortal's descent and subsequent transformation into mountains. This raised a question. How did Jiaqing come to know of this? Perhaps this segment of history had been obscured, known only to a select few who carried it forth as for the immortal ruins. It is currently known to harbor 4 great forbidden zones: the Eastern Blood Cliff, the Western Desert, the Southern Dense Forest, and the Northern Dead Waters. Among these, the Eastern Blood Cliff is teeming with blood mosquitoes. And beneath the cliff lies a blood sea, sealing an unfathomable existence, suspected to be a disciple of the great celestial master. Furthermore, the Eastern Blood Cliff is guarded, should anyone obtain an item from the Blood Sea. They would be slain on the spot. In the depths of the Western Desert stands a colossal remnant soul, rumored to have absorbed the spirits of deceased Outer Clan disciples. The Northern Dead Waters are filled with endless corpses and bones. Alongside an underwater cave, in the Southern Dense Forest, strange entities are suspected to roam. Previously, I had vowed not to venture into the immortal ruins again, yet considering the current circumstances, this place still merits exploration. For instance, the everlasting pearl may be hidden within, preventing Nye Chutsong from acquiring it. I could see this thought. A playful smirk graced Wang Li's face. He relished the notion of witnessing Nye Chutsong's frustration at being denied the everlasting pearl. After documenting the known intelligence regarding the immortal ruins, Wang Li inscribed the name Nye Chutsong. Next, onto Nye Chutsong. Nye Chutsong, the ancient ancestor of the Nye clan, is known to have lived for over 5,000 years. Contemporaneous with Shun Mo, the reasons behind his prolonged existence remain unclear. His objective is unmistakable: to seek the everlasting pearl and journey to the Taisu Immortal Mansion. While the purpose of his journey to the Taisu Immortal Mansion is currently ambiguous, it is highly probable that it aligns with my suspicions. Unleashing the sealed enigmas within the mansion, in truth, Wang Li had always been unaware of Nye Chutsong's true intentions regarding the everlasting pearl. The notion of releasing the sealed enigmas within the mansion had solely been Wang Li's conjecture. As for Nye Chutsong's genuine aspirations, they remain shrouded in mystery. Could it be that he truly seeks to collect the everlasting pearls to unseal the enigmas within the mansion? Such a notion seems rather kitsch. During this simulation, Nye Chutsong had mentioned that I had destroyed his path, so perhaps it is indeed as I surmise. All his actions might be aimed at unsealing the enigmas. After jotting down his speculations, Wang Li penned the word enigmas. Why do such enigmas exist in this world? Where do they originate, and where do they go? This stands as the greatest conundrum. This world appears to be a typical realm of cultivation. Yet the emergence of enigmas is utterly perplexing. Furthermore, regarding the matter of enigmas consuming humans, I find it difficult to comprehend why these enigmas can descend yet refrain from launching a large-scale invasion to devour humanity. Must they wait for cultivators to attain the divine transformation and ascend before feasting? Is there some restriction in place? Yet, if there's a limitation preventing indiscriminate consumption of humans, then the enigmatic being within the Taisu Immortal Mansion, which incessantly drains blood and kills, poses many secrets. Alas, all matters concerning enigmas can only be explored gradually through the simulator. Pausing with his brush, Wang Li inscribed Heavenly Tao. Ordinarily, every world possesses its own world will, known as the Heavenly Tao, which governs the operation of all things. I have often pondered what has transpired with the Heavenly Tao of this world. Has it been shattered by the enigmas? Otherwise, how could the current realm of cultivation be plagued by so many enigmas? Lost in thought, Wang Li concluded with a sentence. The Heavenly Tao of the cultivation world appears to have been shattered by the existence of enigmas. After writing this, he added several question marks, indicating his uncertainty. Next, Wang Li inscribed the words cultivation methods. What is of utmost importance in the realm of cultivation is the cultivation methods. Without them, cultivators cannot ascend to higher realms. Without proper techniques, cultivators cannot fully harness the myriad supernatural abilities of their current tier. However, thus far, all the cultivation methods I have encountered are fragmented scrolls, only allowing progression to the divine transformation stage, while the contents beyond have all been torn asunder. The purpose behind this is glaringly evident, and the perpetrator behind it is not difficult to surmise. It is none other than those malevolent entities of the upper realm. Yet, why have they chosen to do this? This remains elusive to me. Clearly, in the Tianshu continent, once one achieves the divine transformation, they are locked onto by black holes and transported to the upper realm. Logically, there should be no need to destroy cultivation methods unless there exists a means to evade forced ascension. Contemplating this, Wang Li's breath quickened. Indeed, Shunpa. In Shinpo's letter, he mentioned that the upper realm is filled with man-eating monsters. Thus, it can be inferred that Shunpa survived the upper realm and returned to Tianshu continent. According to Shinamo, his father Shunpa is still alive. Therefore, there must be a way to avoid forced ascension. Yet, the thrill of discovery is fleeting, for I currently do not even know Shunpo's whereabouts. How can I inquire about methods to evade ascension? Alas, he sighed helplessly, inscribing the words "Find Shunpa." Turning to the final page, Wang Li wrote Taisu Immortal Mansion in bold letters. This cave left behind by the great celestial master seems worth my while to explore. Perhaps I may indeed uncover something of value within. With this thought, Wang Li set down his brush and activated the simulator once more. Life Simulator LV4 Host. Wang Li Age. 14 Cultivation Method. Divine Ghost Xianming Yudao. True Classic Cultivation Level. Late Yuanying Simulation Points. 16. 0 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talent. Vengeful Soul Summoning. Black. Formation Genius. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. External Avatar. Green. Demon Path Supreme. Purple. Crafting Genius. Green. Bountiful Progeny. Red. Evergreens. Green. Late Bloomer. Purple. Skills. Superior Alchemist. Superior Formation Master. Superior Craftsman Techniques. Fireball Technique. Waterball Technique. Gravitational Technique. Wood Shield Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Soul Binding Lock. Soul Escape Divine Powers. Grand Luck Technique talents range from low to high. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Colorful Simulator. Activate. Simulator Initializing. You have used one simulation opportunity. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple talent. Absolute Rationality. Absolute Rationality. Maintains a calm demeanor, capable of analyzing and responding to various crises and decisions with absolute rational thought. Weighing pros and cons, free from emotional sway. Every action you undertake is fundamentally for your own benefit and goals, employing any means to achieve your ends. Would you like to refresh your talent? Yes, no, absolute rationality? It sounds noble, yet could be deemed selfish. Wang Li observed this new talent with a faint smile, then chose no and proceeded with the simulation. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. The awakening of absolute rationality has commenced. Your character has undergone a transformation. Your approach to matters has shifted. You have become composed and logical, always employing absolute rational thought to analyze and respond to various crises and decisions of interest, weighing pros and cons without being swayed by emotions. You have become self-serving, resorting to any means necessary when it comes to your own interests. After a 6-month seclusion within the Shin clan, you have transcended to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. You have cultivated a fragment of the great fortune technique. You sense the presence of the modified fragment of the true demon divine art of the 5 elements. The remnants of the Taisu Immortal Sutra and the Eternal Immortal Sutra. You find yourself engulfed in hesitation. You choose to cultivate the modified fragment of the true demon divine art of the 5 elements. You have always adhered to a principle. Only by living long can one have the opportunity to turn the tide. With a prolonged lifespan, as long as you do not fall, victory is merely a matter of time. The innate power of the demon path supreme is unleashed. You have cultivated the wood attribute technique of the true demon divine art, the Qingdi longevity technique. You have successfully transitioned to the Qingdi longevity technique. You have made modifications to the Qingdi longevity technique, eliminating the drawbacks of devouring demon beasts that lead to bone-chilling demonic energy. You have made further adjustments to the Qingdi longevity technique, removing the complications of chaotic spiritual energy after consuming demon beasts. You have rectified the Qingdi longevity technique, addressing the enhancement of beastly instincts following the consumption of demon beasts. You have also enhanced the Qingdi longevity technique, adding a methodology for absorbing the flesh and blood of attribute practitioners alongside that of attribute demon beasts. Under the augmentation of the Qingdi longevity technique and the innate gift of eternal vitality, your lifespan has reached 5,000 years, 3 times that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, but a method for absorbing the flesh and blood of attribute practitioners. No, that seems exceedingly extreme. Wang Li has always considered himself sufficiently ruthless. Yet the version of himself in the simulator is even more radical. You begin to contemplate the Shun clan, pondering whether, after absorbing the flesh and blood of attribute practitioners, your true demon-divine art of the 5 elements could reach perfection. However, you quickly dismiss the thought that, in previous simulations, you noted that Nye Chutsong was constantly watching the Shun clan. If you were to recklessly annihilate them, you would merely attract his attention, but a sudden thought strikes you. Could there be something within the Shun clan that is of particular interest to Nye Chutsong? You remain vigilant regarding this matter. After much contemplation, you decide to continue employing the strategy of multiplying blessings to enhance your power. You summon Shun Tianling once more. You inform Shun Tianling of your intention to take a consort. You hope that Shun Tianling can introduce you to women from the Shun clan to be your wives. Shun Tianling regards you with suspicion, questioning why a prominent nascent soul cultivator like yourself would concern himself with matters of love. You explain to Shun Tianling that you wish to establish a celestial lineage and that you hope the Shun family can provide you with suitable consorts. After a moment of silence, Shun Tianling inquires how many you require. You boldly declare that you desire all the young female cultivators of the Shun clan. Shun Tianling falls silent. He then asks what you can offer the Shun clan in return. You smile faintly, raising your hand to unleash powerful magical energy, transforming Shun Tianling into a puppet. Pointing at the puppet of Shun Tianling, you calmly state, "To make the Shun clan my celestial lineage is what I can offer." Wang Li is taken aback. After a long pause, he murmurs, "Your actions are remarkably decisive. Not a hint of hesitation. It seems this absolute rationality has utterly distorted my simulated self, or rather, has rendered me exceedingly selfish. You have transformed Shun Tianling into a puppet. Through him, you issue a marriage edict to the upper echelons of the Shun clan. By manipulating Shun Tianling, you become the nominal ancestor of the Shun clan. You reveal your cultivation level. With your nascent soul prowess, you subdue the higher-ups of the Shun family. You obtain 20 beautiful female cultivators as you wish. 3 months later, the Shun clan holds a grand wedding celebration for you. You do not attend the festivity. The following year, through your relentless efforts, your consorts bear you a multitude of children. You remain expressionless, exhibiting a chilling calmness. The innate gift of abundant offspring is activated. Your attributes experience enhancement in the 3rd year. Under the cover of a rainy night, you launch a surprise attack on the Li clan. You transform every cultivator of the Li clan into blood elixirs for your own cultivation. Not even your friend Lu Ziduan is spared. With the blood of the attribute practitioners from the Li clan enhancing your Qingdi longevity technique, you achieve a state of great completion. Days later, the news of the mysterious disappearance of the Li clan spreads throughout the entire cultivation world. Truly ruthless, Wang Li muses, yet it also proves that nothing accelerates cultivation like consuming others. He chuckles softly as he continues to observe. The transformation of the Li clan into blood elixirs does not provoke his disapproval. After all, if he were to take action, his methods would be even more extreme than the version of himself in the simulator. Were it not for his golden finger, Wang Li would undoubtedly have perished at the hands of the Li clan, with no hope of escape. After absorbing the blood elixirs and achieving great completion in the Qingdi longevity technique, you contemplate disseminating the modified fragment of the true demon-divine art of the 5 elements. After all, if cultivators throughout the cultivation world specialize in the true demon-divine art of the 5 elements, their blood would become even more suitable for your cultivation. Just as this idea crosses your mind, you suddenly recall something, and your expression turns grave. You speculate that during the late ancient period, those cultivators who practiced the true demon-divine art of the 5 elements may have also been devoured and refined by a mysterious entity. Thus, during the late ancient period, were those who practiced the true demon-divine art of the 5 elements consumed by a mysterious being or by some otherworldly anomaly? Could it be that both scenarios are true? Wang Li hypothesizes based on the information currently available. After a lengthy deliberation, he concludes that the likelihood of both possibilities being valid is greater. Firstly, based on known information, the majority of cultivators during the late ancient period practiced the true demon-divine art of the five elements, resulting in a vast population, if only a mysterious being were harvesting them from behind the scenes. It would surely be unable to reap them all. However, if there were other anomalies involved alongside it, then a perfect harvest could indeed be accomplished at Ah. But what purpose is there in pondering such matters? Perhaps the truth of the situation is not as I envision it. Shaking his head, Wang Li continues to gaze at the simulation interface. You remain silent for a moment, deciding against spreading the true demon-divine art of the five elements. Should the cultivation techniques become widely disseminated, attracting the gaze of enigmatic and mysterious entities, it would spell disaster. You utilize the bones of all practitioners from the Li clan, amalgamating a wealth of rare materials. To forge your fated treasure, after 6 months, you acquired a superior grade fated treasure, the celestial refining cauldron. With your external avatar, you returned to the Shun clan. You imparted the modified Great Five Elements true demonic art to your external avatar. Intending to retreat into the shadows, you plan to use your external avatar to address any unnecessary troubles. You nourished your external avatar with the remnants of attribute practitioner's blood and commenced its journey through the cultivation world. You aim to approach Niechutsong through your external avatar. You relinquish your aspirations for future journeys into the immortal ruins that in the name of Shen Tianling. You once again issued a decree for marriage within the Shun clan. The Shun family rallied to procure young and beautiful female cultivators for you. You acquired 20 partners to be by the 3rd year. Through your relentless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children. The talent of abundance activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 4th year, as your external avatar engaged in bloodshed, it was halted by a white-haired elder. The elder, identifying himself as Niechutsong, sought to obtain something from you. You respectfully bowed your external avatar before Niechutsong, inquiring what he desired from you. Niechutsong informed you that you possessed 2 pearls he deemed essential. Feigning contemplation, you then retrieved the 2 ageless pearls. You presented the pearls to Niechutsong. A faint smile graced his visage as he regarded the pearls in his hands. You immediately bowed again to Niechutsong, sincerely requesting that he accept you as his disciple in light of the 2 pearls. With a slight smile, Niechutsong declined your request. Pretending to be disheartened, you silently turned to depart. Niechutsong remarked that he did not require a disciple, yet he lacked a clever attendant. He expressed interest in taking you as his attendant. You readily agreed, promptly kneeling in reverence to Niechutsong. Thus, what was my intention in the simulator? To place a pawn beside Niechutsong, only to betray him at a crucial moment. Niechutsong gestured for you to relax your mind. He inscribed a restrictive spell in your consciousness, informing you that it was a master-slave mark. Should he perish, you too would meet your end, with no remedy available. You were astounded that such sinister methods existed in the cultivation world. Your reaction pleased Niechutsong greatly. You maneuvered your external avatar to accompany Niechutsong back to the Eastern Spirit Domain. The talent of dual focus activated, allowing you to manage your external avatar while simultaneously refining alchemical and crafting skills within the Shun clan. The upper echelons of Shun clan were further impressed by your mastery of alchemy, crafting, and array formation. You commanded Shen Tianling to enact various economic policies within the Shun clan. You embarked on your first reform in this otherworldly realm. Utilizing the formidable resources of the Shun clan, you suppressed and acquired numerous industries, establishing your own commercial empire. By the end of the 4th year, through your tireless endeavors, your partners bore you yet another multitude of children. The talent of abundance activated once more, enhancing all your attributes. In June of the 5th year, your economic reform strategies met with resounding success. You secretly siphoned off the cultivation resources of all disciples within the Shun clan. By underpricing the Shun clan's resources and usurping their assets, your spiritual stone profits soared, and your net worth reached a staggering 10 billion. The upper echelons of the Shun clan also reaped substantial rewards due to your actions. The sole victims of the economic reform were the small merchants and ordinary disciples of the Shun clan. However, You remained indifferent, prepared to revel in opulence until the end of the 5th year. Amidst the envious gazes of the Shun clan disciples, you had another 20 beautiful partners. After ensuring your partners were with child, you began to observe the situation of the Nye clan in the Eastern Spirit domain. Since your external avatar arrived at the Nye clan, you barely established a foothold, leveraging the identity of Nye Chutsong's attendant. The anticipated scenes of humiliation never materialized. Even the clan leader of the Nye clan addressed you as young friend. Clearly, Nye Chutsong's esteemed status within the Nye clan lent you some measure of favor. One day, the reclusive Nye Chutsong summoned you. He inquired about your recent experiences within the Nye clan. His amiable tone was like a warm spring breeze, making one feel an irresistible urge to draw near. However, you were acutely aware that this old dog was not to be trusted. Everything before you was merely a facade. You candidly reported your recent circumstances to Nye Chutsong. He nodded, a subtle smile gracing his aged visage. Nye Chutsong then asked about your cultivation method. You informed him that you practiced the great 5 elements true demonic art. Upon hearing this, Nye Chutsong's interest piqued, prompting him to request you to recite the technique. You controlled your external avatar to recite the unmodified version of the great 5 elements true demonic art. Nye Chutsong inquired where you had obtained this technique. You replied that it had been imparted to you by a senior named Shun. Nye Chutsong's expression shifted, and he quickly asked you to describe this senior. Feigning trepidation, you stammered a description of Shun Mo's appearance. You observed Nye Chutsong lapse into silence. Respectfully, you inquired whether the person who imparted the technique posed any issues. Nye Chutsong smiled and assured you that there were no problems, merely that he was surprised a former acquaintance still existed. He remarked that the great 5 elements true demonic art consumed excessive resources. Nye Chutsong offered to teach you a unique technique. You expressed your delight and promptly thanked him. Nye Chutsong then imparted to you the remnants of the 10,000 pathway heavenly art. He explained that this technique encompassed all aspects, allowing the simultaneous cultivation of myriad attributes. Your face displayed astonishment upon hearing this. You controlled your external avatar, hesitatingly glancing at Nye Chutsong, and bowed several times in gratitude. Nye Chutsong smiled and helped you to your feet. He gestured for you to surrender your soul blood. You readily provided the soul blood of your external avatar. After receiving the soul blood into his consciousness, Nye Chutsong regarded you with profound significance. You felt uneasy under Nye Chutsong's penetrating gaze. Had it not been for your mastery of absolute rationality, you might have already betrayed yourself. You queried Nye Chutsong. Elder ancestor, why do you stare at me so? Has this child erred in some way? Nye Chutsong informed you that you had done nothing wrong. Soon, he would ascend to the upper realm. Upon hearing this, you were overwhelmed with joy and congratulated Nye Chutsong. He explained that after his ascension, the Nye clan would require a devoted protector. Nye Chutsong inquired whether you would be willing to become the guardian of the Nye clan. He revealed that his intention in taking you as a disciple was precisely that. After bringing you into the Nye clan, he had sent someone to investigate your background and discovered that you hailed from a humble mortal family, with the only point of suspicion being how you survived the calamity that befell the Li clan. You informed Nye Chutsong that you had applied for leave to work in the market at that time. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in such details. He stated that as a wielder of great fortune, it was only natural for you to evade danger and turn misfortune into fortune. You respectfully inquired why you were considered a wielder of great fortune. Nye Chutsong smiled enigmatically, assuring you that one day you would understand. Again, he asked if you were willing to become the protector of the Nye clan. You nodded eagerly in agreement. A smile spread across Nye Chutsong's face as he promised to devote himself to nurturing you for 26 years, hoping to guide you to the Yuan-Ing realm. You looked at Nye Chutsong with uncontainable delight. You controlled your external incarnation and respectfully bowed several times. Witnessing this, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. Doth so? Nye Chutsong is about to ascend? Does he not fear the eerie existence behind the black hole? I refuse to believe that after living for over 5,000 years, he remains unaware of what lies beyond, unless he has struck some sort of deal with those strange entities. Or perhaps he is deceiving me. What is the more likely possibility? Wang Li felt uncertain and bewildered, taking a deep breath before continuing to observe. In the 6th year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children. The blessing of many offspring activated, enhancing all your attributes. You began to harvest an abundance of what attributes spiritual objects. Simultaneously, under the cover of a rainy night, you took action against the Mu clan near the Hongfeng Mountains. You drained the blood of all the cultivators of the Mu clan, refining it into elixirs for your own cultivation. You packed away the physical bodies of the Mu clan as cultivators and captured their souls into your soul banner, just as you had done with the Li clan. After absorbing the spiritual blood of the entire clan, your Qingdi Changshinggong experienced a significant enhancement, though you still had a considerable distance to reach perfection. Yet, you remained undaunted, firmly believing that if one clan could not satisfy your needs, then 2, 10, or even 100 could. This was your resolve. As for how others perceived you, it mattered not. The trials on the path of cultivation were merely fleeting hardships. In a moment of reverie, you envisioned your previous life, lying helplessly on a sickbed. You were determined to prevent a similar tragedy from recurring. In your quest for immortality, you would spare no effort. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li was taken aback. At the age of 7, had he not resolutely left Lu family village precisely to pursue immortality? Yet, what had he encountered afterward? Deceit, exploitation, oppression. That in a sense, the version of himself in the simulator had done nothing wrong. In such a world, survival necessitated such actions. Therefore, it was not that the talent for absolute rationality was flawed. Rather, it was his own nature that led the simulated version of himself to such a path. He had never been a virtuous person. His heart harbored too many dark thoughts, and he was a selfish hypocrite. Thus, upon acquiring the talent for absolute rationality, he became even more self-serving and unscrupulous. If a righteous person were to obtain such a talent, they would likely become a hero revered throughout history. But why dwell on such thoughts? As long as he focused on being himself, that would suffice. With a faint smile, Wang Li resumed the simulation. Your external incarnation received vigorous training from Niechutsong. He guided your incarnation in successfully mastering the myriad paths of the heavenly technique. You were astonished to discover that this technique could indeed simultaneously cultivate numerous different attribute skills. Curiosity piqued, you wondered where Niechutsong had acquired such a technique. Wang Li was also somewhat surprised. He had previously thought Niechutsong had exaggerated the capabilities of the myriad path heavenly technique, but it seemed that this technique was genuinely as profound as Niechutsong had claimed. An all-encompassing technique capable of cultivating myriad attributes. Its creator remained a mystery. Niechutsong imparted to you an ancient demonic technique, the swallowing heaven and devouring earth. As you perused the swallowing heaven and devouring earth, you activated the talent of demonic supremacy. You discovered that this technique involved absorbing all things to enhance one's power. However, you also recognized the hidden drawbacks of the swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Any cultivator practicing this technique would inevitably accumulate demonic obstacles within their body, ultimately leading to their own demise as a soulless puppet devoid of emotions or intellect. Indeed, the technique bestowed by this old man was unreliable. Under Niechutsong's guidance, you practiced the swallowing heaven and devouring earth. You consumed a golden elixir that Niechutsong had provided. With his assistance, you ingested the elixir, flooding your dantian with a massive influx of spiritual energy. Half a month later, you constructed the bridge of heaven and earth, your external incarnation transforming into a foundational cultivator. Residual power from the elixir still lingered within you. After instructing you to focus on your cultivation, Niechutsong turned to leave. With the activation of the talent of demonic supremacy, you made modifications to address the drawbacks of the swallowing heaven and devouring earth. You eliminated the risk of demonic backlash and devised a secret method to expel the demonic energy from your body. You began to absorb the residual golden elixir's power within you. In the 7th year, you had Shun Inli provide you with 2 drops of her blood. You attempted to unlock the 2 relics of Shun Pu that you held. You successfully opened Shun Po's storage ring, acquiring 200 million low-grade spirit stones, 2 mysterious teleportation tokens, 2 techniques known as the divine demon visualization method, 2 high-grade magical artifacts. the 5-color cloud banner, and 2 jade pages penned by Shun Pe. Additionally, you obtain 2 techniques called the chaotic 8 styles for blade cultivators. You practice the divine demon visualization method, enhancing your spiritual awareness. You also trained in the chaotic 8 styles of blade techniques. Through your tireless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children, and you rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The blessing of many offspring activated once again, enhancing all your attributes. Relying on the rare would attribute spiritual objects collected from the Shen clan. You perfected the Qingdi Changshan Gong. With the completion of the technique, you gained the ability to command all wood attribute spiritual entities, counteract all wood attribute spells, and significantly augment the power of your wood attribute techniques. Furthermore, your lifespan increased, and you acquired rapid healing abilities. No matter how severe the injury, as long as your spiritual energy remained, you would heal in an instant. Fire attribute spells inflicted greater damage upon you. You began to cultivate the water attribute technique, the primordial emperor's origin art, from the great 5 elements true demon technique. Successfully mastering the primordial emperor's origin art, you made modifications to eliminate the drawbacks of consuming demon beasts that would lead to an overwhelming demonic aura. You also addressed the issues of chaotic spiritual energy and heightened beastly instincts following the consumption of demon beasts, building on the foundation of absorbing attribute spiritual entities and the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators. You devised a method to also absorb the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators, further enhancing the primordial emperor's origin art. With the support of the primordial emperor's origin art, your reservoir of magical energy has surged to an astonishing 50 times its usual capacity. Your physique has undergone a remarkable transformation. You possess a certain degree of suppression over water attribute beings. Your control over water attribute entities has significantly strengthened. Your resilience against water attribute spells has been enhanced. The potency of your water attribute incantations has dramatically increased. Your physical strength has experienced a profound augmentation. You have acquired an exceptionally enduring stamina, allowing you to remain unwearied for an extended duration. The damage inflicted by earth attribute spells upon you has risen by 10%. You have diligently practiced 2 volumes of the great 5 elements true demon art, which you perceive as possessing boundless utility. You have commenced the study of the fragment of the 10,000 paths celestial art imparted to you by Nye Chukong. At T1 point, you believe that Nye Chutsong's formidable strength stemmed from his cultivation of the 10,000 paths celestial art, thereby enabling him to master various distinct techniques. With the aid of your exceptional comprehension and fortune, you successfully cultivated the fragment of the 10,000 paths celestial art. You have also assimilated the Taishu immortal scripture. After 6 months, you have successfully integrated the Taishu immortal scripture into your practice, achieving a harmonious balance without any conflict between your techniques. The magical energy within you has been transformed into Taishu power. Under the influence of this Taishu power, you find that your Qingdi longevity technique and Mingdi Yuan Shi technique operate with increasing fluidity. You seem to have made a novel discovery. You speculate that the great 5 elements true demon art and the Taishu immortal scripture share a common origin. You begin to peruse the contents of both the great 5 elements true demon art and the Taishu immortal scripture.